Part 4: The Ritual and Its Challenges. Chapter 31: Preparing for the Ritual. The air felt dense with anticipation as Adrian and Serena emerged from the depths of the reef, the cool morning breeze greeting them as they broke the surface. Their bodies, exhausted from the struggle, were carried by the current as they made their way to the shore, but their minds were still racing. The discovery of the dark ritual that could potentially break the curse had brought them both a glimmer of hope, but the gravity of the task ahead weighed heavily on them. The intricacies of the ritual were complex and required them to gather specific ingredients, ancient and rare elements scattered across the reef. Their journey, already perilous, had just taken on an even greater urgency. As they trudged towards their camp, the tension between them was palpable. Serena couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The curse had lingered for far too long, corrupting the heart of the reef, and every moment they wasted could make it harder to undo the damage. Her thoughts flashed to the scroll and the detailed instructions it had provided. Each step, each ingredient, had to be acquired with precision and care. There was no room for error, not when so much was at stake. Serena cast a sideways glance at Adrian, silently noting the grim determination etched on his face. He, too, understood the urgency, and she knew they couldn't afford to falter now. Adrian, his mind whirling with the complexity of their task, tried to steady his thoughts. The ritual was their only hope, and they had no choice but to succeed. His heart pounded in his chest as he replayed the scroll's contents in his mind, mentally compiling a list of the elements they needed. The ancient text had been clear. The ritual required not only the heartstone, but also rare herbs, a vial of pure water from the sacred spring deep within the reef, and a crystal imbued with the essence of light from the highest point of the coral spires. The collection of these elements was no small feat, and the journey to gather them would test every ounce of their resolve. They arrived at their camp and quickly began sorting through their supplies. The weight of the discovery was still fresh, but they couldn't afford to dwell on the enormity of their mission. There was no time to second-guess their path. Every moment spent in preparation brought them closer to the heart of the reef, where the ritual would unfold. With their resolve steeled, Adrian and Serena began their plan to retrieve the necessary elements, understanding that the fate of the heart of the reef, and everything they had fought for, now rested in their hands. Serena guided Adrian through the maze of coral formations, her movements purposeful yet fluid as she led them to the secluded cove she knew so well. Hidden within the reef, the cove was a quiet sanctuary, tucked away from the fierce currents that often ravaged the more exposed areas of the ocean. The entrance, easily overlooked by those who didn't know what to look for, was a narrow passage between two massive rock formations, just wide enough to let them slip through. As they entered, the water shifted from turbulent to still, the sense of calm almost immediate. The gentle flow of the current here was a stark contrast to the chaos they had just faced in the deeper parts of the reef. The cove was a vibrant haven of life, its waters crystal clear and teeming with creatures. Colorful corals in every shade imaginable stretched across the floor, their delicate arms reaching for the sunlight that filtered down from the surface. The seaweed, a deep green interspersed with bursts of bright orange, danced in the water like an underwater forest swaying in the breeze. Schools of small, silvery fish flickered in and out of view, their bodies shimmering in the sunlight as they darted between the coral formations. Despite the urgency of their mission, the peaceful beauty of the cove seemed to slow the relentless passage of time, giving them both a moment to breathe. Serena paused for a moment, taking in the serenity of the place. This hidden cove had been a refuge for her many times in the past, a place where she could find solace amidst the constant challenges of life. Today, however, it was not just a retreat from the world, it was a critical point in their journey. The elements they needed for the ritual were scattered across the reef, but the first ingredient, an herb found only in this secluded corner, was here, thriving amidst the quiet. Serena knelt by a cluster of sea plants growing on the rocky floor, carefully plucking the delicate herb with practiced hands. It had taken her years to memorize the precise locations where these rare plants grew, and she knew that gathering them now was the first step toward ensuring the ritual would be successful. Adrian stood nearby, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he took in the peaceful environment. The beauty of the cove was not lost on him. But he was also aware of the stakes. They had no time to waste. Serena's focus on the task ahead was unwavering, and it filled him with a sense of determination. He could feel the weight of their mission pressing on him. The ritual that would break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef was drawing closer, but it would not be an easy task. Yet, as he watched Serena work with such precision and care, he was reminded of the bond they shared, a bond that would see them through whatever challenges lay ahead. They were not alone in this. Together, they would face the darkness and bring light back to the reef. Serena's voice carried a quiet authority as she laid out the plan, her focus unwavering despite the magnitude of their mission. "We need to gather specific elements for the ritual," she began, her eyes meeting Adrian's with a look that conveyed both resolve and urgency. "The heart stone is the key, but we also need rare ingredients to amplify its power. Some of these can only be found in the deepest parts of the reef, places that are difficult to reach and dangerous to navigate." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in. It wasn't just the heart stone that would break the curse. It was the combination of the elements, each one amplifying the others, that would unlock the magic they needed. Adrian listened intently, absorbing the details of Serena's explanation. He could sense the gravity of what she was saying, the dangers they would face, the risks involved in gathering these rare ingredients, and the uncertainty that still surrounded the ritual. The Heartstone, which had already proven its power, was only part of the equation. Serena spoke of ingredients that could only be found in the most perilous and remote sections of the reef, places that few ventured to, let alone survived in. Deep-sea caves, labyrinthine coral forests, and sunken shipwrecks filled with ancient magic were just a few of the locations they would need to explore. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but they had no choice. To break the curse, they had to succeed. Serena continued, detailing the specific ingredients they would need: an elusive type of coral that bloomed only during certain lunar cycles, a rare species of bioluminescent jellyfish whose venom had unique properties, and an ancient seaweed that grew in the shadow of the tallest underwater cliffs. Each of these elements had a unique power that, when combined, would unlock the latent magic within the Heartstone and allow them to complete the ritual. The jellyfish, she added, can only be found at the edge of the abyssal chasm, where the currents are strongest. The coral blooms only under the full moon, and the seaweed can only be harvested in the most dangerous parts of the reef, where the currents are unpredictable. She looked over at Adrian, her expression resolute, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. "It won't be easy, but we have no choice." Adrian nodded, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. The thought of venturing into the heart of the reef, into its deepest and most dangerous corners, stirred a deep unease in him. Yet, the urgency of their mission and the trust he had in Serena kept him grounded. They had already come so far, and they had faced perilous situations before. This task, though daunting, was their final hurdle. Together, they would navigate the dangers, find the rare ingredients, and bring balance back to the heart of the reef. With a deep breath, he said, "We'll find them. No matter the danger, we'll do what it takes." Adrian's face hardened with resolve, his eyes narrowing as he listened intently to Serena's words. He understood the gravity of their situation. The curse had plagued the reef for far too long, and they were the ones chosen to end it. His determination shone through as he spoke, his voice firm. "What do we need to find?" The question was simple, but it carried the weight of their entire mission. He was ready, willing to face whatever challenges lay ahead in order to gather the elements that would finally lift the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena's gaze met Adrian's, and she gave a brief nod of appreciation for his unwavering focus. She retrieved a tattered map from her satchel, its edges worn from years of use, and laid it out before him. The map depicted the reef in intricate detail, marking various locations where the rare ingredients could be found. "We need to find 3 specific elements," Serena began, her finger tracing the path along the map as she spoke. "First, there's the coral. It's called the moonlit bloom, and it only blooms under the light of a full moon. It grows in a cavern deep beneath the reef, one that's difficult to reach because of the powerful currents in that area." Adrian leaned closer to the map, examining the marked locations with growing apprehension. The second element is a type of jellyfish called the deep flame. Serena continued, her tone steady but filled with the weight of the task. Its bioluminescent venom is needed to power the ritual, but they're found only in the most dangerous waters, near the edge of the abyssal chasm, where the currents are chaotic and unpredictable. Her finger hovered over the chasm, and Adrian could see the treacherous path that lay ahead. He swallowed hard, but his resolve remained firm. There was no turning back now. Serena paused for a moment, ensuring Adrian understood the gravity of their mission. "The final ingredient is the abyssal seaweed," she said, her voice quieter now. "It's a rare type of plant that grows on the cliffs of the reef, where the water is deep and shadowed. The currents are so fierce there that very few can approach it. But it holds immense power, and without it, the ritual cannot be completed." She looked up at Adrian, meeting his gaze with a mix of determination and concern. "These ingredients won't be easy to find, let alone harvest. We'll need to move quickly and carefully, but we don't have the luxury of time. The curse grows stronger with each passing day." Adrian nodded, his heart racing with anticipation, but his mind was clear. They had come this far, and nothing would stop them from finishing what they started. Serena's fingers carefully unrolled the ancient scroll, her eyes scanning the delicate script etched across the parchment. The words were faded but still legible, each line carrying the weight of the centuries that had passed since they were first written. She paused, her gaze narrowing as she read aloud. "First, we need the tears of the sea, a rare type of pearl that forms only in the deepest crevices of the reef." Her voice was steady, but there was an unmistakable edge of urgency in her tone. The tears of the sea were a crucial part of the ritual, their power essential to breaking the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. Adrian leaned in, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the information. "The deepest crevices?" he repeated, his voice thoughtful. "That's going to be dangerous. The reefs around those areas are unstable, and the currents are treacherous." Serena nodded, her expression resolute. The tears of the sea were known to form in the most perilous depths, hidden in tight, submerged caverns where few dared to venture. The pearls, however, were said to possess an unmatched potency. Imbued with the sorrow of the ocean itself, they were a potent catalyst for the ritual, capable of amplifying the power of the heart stone to break the curse. She continued reading, her finger tracing the faded script. "The tears are not easily collected. They must be harvested during the darkest phase of the moon, when the tides are at their lowest, and the ocean's sorrow is most palpable." Her gaze lifted from the scroll to meet Adrian's. "We'll have to time this carefully. If we miss the window, we could risk not gathering enough of their power. The deeper caverns will be surrounded by dangerous sea creatures, and the currents themselves will test our resolve." Despite the daunting nature of their task, Serena's voice carried a note of determination. There was no other option but to succeed. Adrian stood tall, his jaw set as he absorbed the enormity of what they had to do. "We've come this far. We can't turn back now," he said, his resolve unwavering. Serena offered him a small, appreciative smile, though her eyes remained focused on the task ahead. "Agreed. Once we have the tears of the sea, we can move on to the other ingredients. But time is of the essence, and the ocean is not kind to those who delay." She carefully rolled up the scroll, tucking it back into her satchel. The weight of their mission had only grown heavier, but they were one step closer to restoring balance to the reef. Together, they would face the dangers ahead. Nothing would stand in their way. "Tears of the sea," Adrian repeated, the name lingering on his lips as he considered the difficulty of the task ahead. He knew the ocean well, its shifting currents, the dark, hidden corners of the reef, and the dangers lurking in its deepest reaches. But even he felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his chest. These pearls were legendary, both for their rarity and their potency. He turned to Serena, searching her face for any sign of reassurance. Serena met his gaze, her expression thoughtful as she considered their options. "The tears form in the deepest crevices of the reef," she explained, her voice steady. "There's an area to the north of here, known as the Glooming Depths. It's where the currents are strongest, and the ocean floor is jagged with deep fissures. It's treacherous, but it's our best chance of finding the tears." Her brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the maps and old accounts she had studied. The glooming depths were notorious not only for their perilous terrain, but also for the strange, almost otherworldly creatures that made the area their home. Adrian's thoughts raced as he pictured the glooming depths in his mind. It was a place few dared to enter, even seasoned divers and sailors. "And how do we even know the tears are still there?" he asked, his voice low with skepticism. "These pearls are so rare. How can we be sure we can find them at all?" He had seen many myths in his time, and while the tears of the sea were widely known in legend, the reality of finding them seemed almost too far-fetched. Serena's gaze softened with understanding, but her determination remained firm. "The tears are said to be drawn to places where the ocean's sorrow is most concentrated," she explained. "The glooming depths are shrouded in darkness, and the waters there have been steeped in the grief of the ocean for generations. If there are any tears left in the world, it will be there. But we have to move quickly. The timing of the moon is crucial, and the tides are already beginning to shift." She paused for a moment, letting the weight of their task sink in. "It won't be easy, but it's the only way forward." Adrian nodded, his jaw tightening with resolve. There was no turning back now. "There's a cavern near the abyssal chasm where they're known to grow," Serena replied, her voice steady but tinged with an edge of caution. She didn't need to elaborate for Adrian to understand the danger they were facing. The abyssal chasm, a dark and foreboding area of the reef, had always been an area few dared to venture. Its depths were home to countless dangers, but the creature that guarded the cavern was perhaps the most terrifying of all. Known only in whispers, it was said to be a shadowy, ethereal being that thrived on the despair of those who ventured too close. Adrian's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. "A creature that feeds on despair?" His voice was laced with disbelief. "How do we even fight something like that?" He had faced countless threats in his time, from fierce predators of the deep to treacherous underwater currents. But the idea of facing an enemy that could manipulate emotions was something entirely different. It wasn't just their physical strength that would be tested. Their resolve, their very spirit, would be challenged. Serena's gaze grew distant as she thought of the creature. The creature's power lies in its ability to invoke overwhelming feelings of hopelessness, she explained. It lures those who approach with visions of their worst fears and regrets, slowly breaking them down until they lose all will to continue. But it's not invincible. There are ancient methods to shield the mind from its influence. We'll need to stay focused and trust each other. She turned to Adrian, meeting his eyes with a quiet intensity. We can't let it get inside our heads, no matter what it shows us. If we can keep our wits, we'll be able to reach the cavern. Adrian nodded, his expression grim but resolute. Then we stay strong. We can't afford to falter now. We've come too far to let this thing stop us. His hand instinctively went to the heartstone, now securely fastened in his satchel. He drew a deep breath, steadying himself. Let's go. Together, they turned their gaze toward the abyssal chasm, the final leg of their journey lying ahead, fraught with unimaginable danger, but also with the hope of finally breaking the curse and restoring the heart of the reef. Adrian's gaze met Serena's, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. It was a bond forged through shared struggles, the countless battles they had faced together along the way. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had always found a way to overcome each challenge. The dangers of the deep, the treacherous waters, and the dark magic of the curse had all seemed insurmountable at one point or another, yet here they were, standing together, stronger for every hardship they had endured. Serena's unwavering resolve and Adrian's fierce determination had proven time and again to be a force greater than any obstacle. The air around them seemed to still as the weight of the moment settled in. The abyssal chasm loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but neither of them flinched. They had faced worse, had navigated through the most perilous of waters, and yet they were still standing. The creature guarding the cavern would be no different. It was merely another test, another challenge they would face side by side. Serena's strength had been his anchor when the waters grew too turbulent, and he had been her anchor when fear threatened to overtake her. Together, they were an unbreakable team, a force that had already defied the odds. Serena took a deep breath, the steady rhythm of her breath calming the rising tension in her chest. She knew Adrian was ready, that he had faith in her just as she had faith in him. They had reached this point because they had never given up on each other. In those darkest moments, when it seemed like the curse might swallow everything they loved, they had leaned on one another. And now, as they stood at the edge of the chasm, ready to face the creature that sought to feed on their despair, Serena knew that their connection was stronger than any force the creature could wield. "Let's finish this," Serena whispered, her voice steady, though her heart raced with the weight of the task ahead. Adrian nodded, his jaw set with determination. The journey had been long and fraught with peril, but now, with the culmination of their shared trials before them, the only thing left was to succeed. Together, they would navigate the final stretch, keeping their minds clear, their hearts strong, and their focus unwavering. They had already proven they could overcome anything. This creature, this final test, would be no different. "Let's go," Adrian said, his voice firm and unwavering. He knew the urgency of their mission. Every moment they delayed brought them one step closer to the curse's lasting grip on the heart of the reef. With the heartstone and the necessary ingredients for the ritual within their reach, they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Serena nodded in agreement, her own resolve strengthening as she met his gaze. The path ahead would be fraught with peril, but they had faced unimaginable odds before. Together, they could face anything. As they made their way toward the abyssal chasm, the air grew thicker with tension. The weight of their task pressed on them like a looming storm, but Adrian's determination acted as a steadying force. He knew Serena felt the burden of their mission too, but she had always been the calm in the chaos. His heart steadied as he looked at her, the bond between them undeniable. Each challenge they had overcome had only strengthened their resolve, and this final trial would be no different. They would succeed, not because the odds were in their favor, but because they trusted each other completely. The journey to the cavern where the tears of the sea were hidden seemed to stretch on endlessly, but Adrian remained focused on their goal. He knew that each step they took was another step closer to the freedom they had been fighting for. As they approached the cavern's entrance, the air grew colder, and the ominous sense of being watched settled over them. It was as if the very waters themselves knew they were about to intrude on a sacred space. Adrian's pulse quickened, but he held his ground, keeping his mind fixed on the task at hand. They were close, so close to breaking the curse, to freeing the reef from its dark hold. Serena took a moment to glance at the cavern's entrance, where dark shadows danced, waiting for them. The creature that guarded this place was no mere beast. It was a manifestation of despair itself, feeding off the fears of those who dared to enter. But Serena had long since learned not to let fear dictate her actions. She turned to Adrian, her gaze resolute. "We've come this far," she said, her voice steady, "and we'll make it through this too. Let's finish this together." Adrian nodded in return, a silent promise passing between them. With a final, shared breath, they entered the cavern, ready to face whatever lay ahead. They set off towards the cavern, their movements swift and deliberate as they navigated through the winding underwater passages. The water around them was growing colder, and the faint echo of their movements seemed to bounce off the walls, amplifying the silence that stretched between them. Every sound they made felt oddly intrusive, like a disturbance in the quiet calm of the reef. Despite the eeriness of their surroundings, they pushed forward, urgency propelling them onward. The weight of their mission, and the growing knowledge of what they were about to face, pressed on them like a heavy tide. As they ventured deeper, the vibrant colors of the reef slowly faded, swallowed up by the encroaching darkness of the chasm. What had once been a bustling world of iridescent corals and lively sea creatures was now replaced by an unsettling stillness. The water, which had been alive with movement and color, now felt stagnant, as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. The only sound was the rhythmic pulse of their own breathing and the soft, almost imperceptible movement of their fins. Serena's heart raced in time with the steady beat, her eyes scanning the path ahead, aware of the growing sense of foreboding. With every passing moment, the light from the reef above seemed to dim, swallowed by the depth of the cavern they were entering. Shadows grew longer and darker, stretching out from every crevice, as as though the very walls were closing in on them. The sense of isolation intensified as they moved further into the depths. It was as if the ocean itself was aware of their presence, holding its breath in anticipation of the outcome. The oppressive silence weighed on them, each turn feeling more like an approach to an unknown, hidden danger. Yet, with every cautious step they took, they drew closer to their goal. Serena felt the growing tension in the water, her senses heightened, every fiber of her being alert to the slightest shift in the current. The stillness around them was unnatural, the calm before the storm. As they reached the mouth of the cavern, the silence was broken only by the faintest sound of water moving through tight crevices. They had entered the heart of something ancient, a place that had long been untouched and undisturbed. Serena's grip on the heartstone tightened, the weight of its power and the responsibility they carried settling heavily on her. With one final glance at Adrian, they crossed the threshold into the unknown, ready to face whatever waited within. When they reached the cavern, the entrance loomed before them, shrouded in an unnatural darkness that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. The water surrounding the entrance was unnervingly cold, a stark contrast to the warm currents of the reef they had just passed through. The temperature shift was immediate, sending a shiver down Serena's spine. She hesitated for a moment, taking in the sight before her. The cavern's mouth was jagged and irregular, its edges appearing almost like teeth that had been worn smooth by centuries of water erosion. It beckoned with an eerie stillness, as if waiting for them to enter, yet something about it felt wrong. Serena's instincts were on high alert, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of a small dagger strapped to her waist. It was a modest weapon, but it offered her a sense of comfort in the face of the unknown. The blade was no match for the creatures she'd heard whispered about in the darkest corners of the ocean, but it would serve as a last line of defense if they encountered something unforeseen. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the cavern's entrance, his expression equally wary. Though his calm demeanor never wavered, Serena could sense the tension in his posture, the slight tightening of his muscles as they prepared to move forward. The water around them seemed to thicken, the cold seeping into their bones, and the shadows beneath the surface deepened with each passing second. It felt as though something was stirring just out of sight, watching them with an almost predatory patience. Serena took a slow, steady breath, attempting to quell the rising unease. She had seen the power of the ocean's creatures before, its monsters, its guardians, and its protectors, but this place felt different. The air itself seemed heavy with a silent warning, as if nature itself was cautioning them against proceeding. Despite the unease clawing at her senses, Serena straightened, her eyes narrowing with determination. "We've come this far," she muttered, more to herself than to Adrian. "We can't turn back now." With that, she began to move forward, the dagger still resting in her hand, ready to draw if necessary. The weight of the moment pressed on her as they approached the cavern's mouth, the darkness within seeming to grow more oppressive with each step. It was a journey they had no choice but to take, one that would bring them closer to their goal but also deeper into the heart of the danger they sought to overcome. "Stay close," Serena whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the currents that swirled around them. The air was thick with tension, each movement in the water amplifying their sense of urgency. The cavern loomed larger now, its dark maw seemingly ready to swallow them whole. She turned to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with a silent but firm command. "The creature that guards the tears of the sea is drawn to fear. We must remain calm and focused." Her words hung heavy between them, a reminder of the peril that awaited them inside. Adrian nodded, his expression tight but resolute. He could feel the weight of Serena's warning pressing on him. The idea of a creature that thrived on fear sent a chill through his bones, but he knew better than to let it show. The last thing they needed was to fall into the very trap the creature was waiting for. The dim light from the reef no longer reached them. Only the faint glow of their own movements and the eerie, ever-shifting shadows from within the cavern illuminated their path. Despite their resolve, the darkness seemed to press in on them, almost tangible in its oppressive silence. As they moved deeper into the cavern, the temperature continued to drop, the cold creeping into their bones, making it harder to focus. The shadows cast strange shapes on the cavern's walls, as if the darkness itself was alive, shifting with each passing moment. Serena led the way, every sense alert, as she carefully navigated the rocky path. Adrian followed, his every step measured, trying to breathe evenly and resist the creeping tendrils of panic that threatened to take hold. He kept his focus on Serena's steady figure ahead of him, a quiet anchor in the midst of the unnerving stillness. The sound of water echoed in the cavern, amplifying the silence between them, but there was something more, something deeper in the rhythm of the currents. The pulse of the ocean seemed to grow louder, as though it was syncing with their hearts, quickening in anticipation. Serena could feel it, too, the pull of something ancient and powerful that stirred in the depths of the cavern, watching them. Her grip tightened on her dagger, and she glanced back at Adrian, her gaze steady but urgent. "We need to stay in control," she murmured. "It's not just the creature we have to worry about. The deeper we go, the more the reef itself will test us." They entered the cavern, and the darkness closed around them like a living entity, swallowing them whole. The familiar light of the reef was now a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive blackness that seemed to pulse with an unseen, malevolent presence. The water around them grew colder, the current more sluggish, as though the very ocean had become thick with anticipation. The walls of the cavern loomed on either side, jagged rocks jutting out like the teeth of some ancient beast. Each movement they made sent ripples through the stagnant water, and the air felt heavy with the weight of ages. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, a sense of foreboding thickened the space between them. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant murmur of shifting currents. Serena's every step was cautious, each one measured as she led the way. Adrian followed closely behind, his every instinct alert. The cold began to seep into his bones, chilling him to the core, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, as though eyes in the dark were tracking their every movement. Despite the tension, they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that they were so close to their goal. Then, at the far end of the cavern, a faint glow began to pierce through the darkness. It was a soft, eerie light, pulsing like a heartbeat, and for a moment, it seemed to beckon them forward. The glow intensified as they approached, revealing the source, a cluster of radiant pearls, nestled carefully within a crevice of a massive rock formation. These pearls, shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence, were the tears of the sea, legendary and elusive, known to possess the potent magic required for the ritual. The sight of them sent a thrill through Serena, but she knew that they were not alone in this place. The presence that lingered in the shadows was still there, watching, waiting. The water around the cluster of pearls seemed to shimmer unnaturally, ripples forming without any visible cause. As they drew closer, a strange pressure built in the air, as though the very space around them was thickening, pulling at their very being. The energy in the cavern was becoming almost tangible, a heavy force that seemed to suffocate the life from the surroundings. Serena's eyes locked on the cluster of pearls, her pulse quickening. They had come this far, but now the real test began. They had to take the pearls without disturbing the unnatural stillness, without alerting the creature that lay in wait. Every instinct told her to move swiftly, but she knew they had to be careful. One wrong move, and everything they had worked for could slip from their grasp. Adrian moved with careful precision, his senses heightened as he surveyed the cavern. His eyes darted over every jagged rock, every shadow, searching for any sign of movement. The oppressive silence weighed heavily on him, each step feeling like it could provoke something lurking in the dark. His hand tightened around the dagger at his side, a silent reminder that they were not alone in this place. The eerie glow of the pearls ahead drew his focus, but he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the cavern's walls, sending a shiver down Adrian's spine. The growl was deep, primal, and filled with a menacing power that sent a wave of dread crashing over him. The water around them rippled, disturbed by an unseen force moving swiftly beneath the surface. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he instinctively reached for Serena's arm, pulling her slightly behind him. His eyes scanned the water, his heart pounding in his chest. The growl had come from somewhere in the darkness, and the presence that had been lurking just out of sight was now drawing closer. From the shadows of the cavern, A massive shape began to emerge, its movements slow but deliberate. The creature's form was twisted and grotesque, an unnatural blend of shadow and substance. Its body seemed to writhe and shift as if it was not entirely bound by the physical world. Scales that gleamed with an oily sheen covered its limbs, and its limbs were long and clawed, perfect for dragging through the water. But it was the creature's eyes that sent a wave of terror through Adrian, pools of dark, glowing light that burned with an intense, malevolent hunger. It was as if those eyes could see straight through him, knowing his every fear and weakness. The creature let out another low growl, louder this time, a warning or perhaps a challenge. The water around it swirled violently, the creature's presence disturbing the currents with an almost unnatural force. Adrian's grip on his dagger tightened, his mind racing for a plan. They had come too far to turn back now, but the creature stood between them and their goal. Every instinct told him to prepare for a fight, but part of him hesitated. He could feel the raw, untamed power emanating from the creature. This was no ordinary guardian. It was something ancient, something tied to the depths of the ocean itself. Serena's voice cut through the tension like a blade, steady and clear despite the rising danger. She met Adrian's gaze, her eyes sharp with resolve. "Keep your mind clear," she urged, her tone unwavering. The fear that had begun to coil in Adrian's chest at the sight of the creature seemed to dissipate, if only slightly, as Serena's calm presence anchored him. She reached for her dagger, the glint of the blade catching the dim light that filtered through the cavern's shadowy depths. The weapon felt familiar in her hand, an extension of her focus and determination. She stood ready, her body poised for action, but her mind remained sharp, calculating. The creature in front of them stirred, its growls deepening in frequency, each one rippling through the water with a sickening, guttural force. It was clear now that it was more than just a physical threat, it was an embodiment of the very despair that it fed on. Every shadowy tendril of its form seemed to pulse with darkness, as if it thrived on the fear and hesitation of those who dared to enter its domain. Serena knew that if they allowed themselves to succumb to panic, they would lose. This creature fed on that fear, growing stronger with every flicker of doubt. They couldn't let it have the upper hand. Serena's words sank deep into Adrian's mind, grounding him in the face of this monstrous guardian. He focused on the task at hand, the tears of the sea, the pearls that could amplify the Heartstone's power. They were so close, and the momentary hesitation he felt began to melt away. The creature's gaze, burning with that malevolent glow, was powerful, but Adrian had faced greater dangers before. They were not going to let fear control them, not now. The path to saving the reef and breaking the curse was before them, and that was where his focus needed to stay. With a deep, steadying breath, Adrian gripped his own dagger and silently nodded to Serena, the shared determination between them reigniting like a spark in the dark. As if sensing their renewed resolve, the creature snarled and surged forward, its massive form twisting in the water with terrifying speed. The dark energy surrounding it pulsed, threatening to overwhelm them, but Serena stood firm. "We move together," she said, her voice a command as much as a reassurance. The plan was simple: distract the creature, create an opening, and make their way to the pearls. There was no room for error. With one last glance at Adrian, she dove forward, her movements fluid and calculated. She didn't wait to see if he followed, she knew he would. Together, they would face this creature, and they would succeed. Adrian's grip on his sword tightened, the cool steel familiar and reassuring in his hand. His muscles tensed in preparation as the creature's grotesque form surged forward, its glowing eyes fixed on them with predatory intent. With a swift nod to Serena, they fell into perfect synchronization, their movements fluid as they evaded the creature's vicious strikes. Adrian's sword flashed through the water, a blur of steel, deflecting the creature's claws as it lashed out in desperation. They moved like one, the years of training and shared battles manifesting in each calculated dodge and strike. They didn't need to speak, the bond between them was all the communication they needed. The cavern around them seemed to shrink as the creature grew more erratic, its growls becoming more frantic, more desperate. The air pulsed with the heavy weight of danger, but Serena remained focused, her sharp eyes locked on the cluster of pearls nestled in the crevice. With a fluid motion, she darted forward, her hand reaching for the tears of the sea. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool, smooth surface of the first pearl, a surge of energy shot through her. It was as if the water itself responded to her touch, ripples of magical power dancing through the cavern. The pearls, ancient and powerful, seemed to recognize her as their rightful bearer. As Serena carefully collected the precious pearls, the creature's movements grew more chaotic. It sensed the shift in the currents, the weakening of its hold on the power it had been guarding for so long. The deep, guttural growls it emitted became more shrill, laced with a sense of urgency and panic. It lunged at them with a renewed frenzy, thrashing through the water with vicious force. The once dark waters surrounding them now seemed to hum with tension, the creature's growing desperation tangible in the air. Every movement it made now was a futile attempt to reclaim its lost control, but it was too late. Serena's hand closed around the final pearl, and she could feel its power radiating through her like a pulse of energy. With the pearls now safely secured, Serena signaled to Adrian. They were nearly finished, but the final stretch was crucial. The creature wasn't going to give up easily. It was fueled by desperation and the centuries of torment it had experienced as the guardian of the tears of the sea. Adrian met her gaze, determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, they surged forward together, drawing upon the strength of their unity, and the knowledge that they had what they came for. The battle was far from over, but they had taken the first step toward breaking the curse. And that was all that mattered. With the tears of the sea secured in Serena's hand, the urgency of their mission propelled them into action. They moved with precision, every step measured, their bodies instinctively working in tandem as they retraced their path through the cavern. The darkness, once heavy with danger and the malevolent energy of the creature, seemed to retreat in their wake. As they passed through the jagged rocks and narrow passageways, the oppressive weight that had clung to the cavern began to lift. The low growls of the creature, once deafening, grew more distant, fading into an eerie silence that marked their successful retreat. Serena led the way, her keen senses alert to any shift in the water, any sudden movement that might signal danger. But as they moved deeper into the cavern's belly and towards the exit, she felt the pulse of magic begin to change. The air was no longer thick with the creature's presence, no longer crackling with the same foreboding energy. It was as if the water itself had sighed in relief, its former tension slowly dissipating. Adrian remained close behind, his eyes scanning their surroundings, but he, too, sensed the difference in the currents. The stillness of the water was a welcome sign. When they finally emerged from the cavern, the world outside seemed to greet them with an entirely different atmosphere. The water around them, once cold and heavy, now felt lighter, the familiar flow of the reef's currents gentler against their skin. The darkness that had clung to the chasm now seemed like a distant memory, replaced by a newfound calm that filled the water like a healing balm. The oppressive weight of the curse, the creature's guardianship, and the fear that had previously overshadowed their mission all seemed to fade into the past. It was as though a great burden had been lifted, both from the reef and from their shoulders. They shared a brief, knowing glance as they swam through the now serene waters. The path ahead was still fraught with challenges, but this victory, this moment of peace, was a reminder of what they had already accomplished. The tears of the sea were theirs, the next step of the ritual was within their grasp, and the heart of the reef was one step closer to being restored. The journey was far from over, but with each passing moment, they felt the weight of their mission shift, and for the first time in a long while, they allowed themselves a breath of relief. Serena's fingers worked with precision as she gently placed the delicate, iridescent pearls into the small, enchanted pouch she carried. The pouch shimmered with a faint glow, its magic ensuring that the powerful energy of the tears of the sea would be preserved and protected. The moment the last pearl was nestled safely inside, she tied the pouch securely, her movements slow and deliberate. A faint sense of relief washed over her, though it was tempered by the realization that their journey was far from over. "One element down," she said, her voice soft but filled with a quiet triumph. "But we still have more to gather." Adrian watched her for a moment, noting the subtle change in her demeanor. The weight of their quest had not lightened, but the success of their first major task was undeniably a victory. He could see the weariness in her eyes, the exhaustion that lingered despite the relief she felt. Their bond had grown through each trial they faced, and he understood the unspoken pressure she carried, how each step forward came with its own weight. "What's next?" he asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them, his voice steady, ready to continue their mission. Serena exhaled deeply, running a hand through her wet hair before reaching for the ancient scroll once more. She unfurled it with careful hands, her eyes scanning the delicate, fading text. "Next, we need to find the heartleaf vines," she explained, her tone resolute despite the complexities of their task. "They grow in the deepest caverns of the reef, but only during the time of the full moon. We'll need to be quick, or we'll miss our chance." Her gaze shifted to the horizon, the reef stretching out before them in a vast and daunting expanse. The thought of navigating the reef's darker, more treacherous waters made her stomach tighten, but there was no turning back. Adrian nodded in agreement, his resolve firm. He had been by her side through every challenge, and though the path ahead seemed just as perilous as the one they had already traveled, he knew they could face it together. The glow of the Heartstone, now safely secured, flickered at his side, a reminder of their ultimate goal. "Then let's not waste any time," he said, his voice low but filled with purpose. "We've come this far. We'll gather the heartleaf vines and complete this ritual, no matter what it takes." The weight of the quest still pressed upon them, but with each step forward, they grew more determined to restore balance to the heart of the reef. Their next destination was the Grove of the Ancients, a mysterious and sacred underwater forest hidden deep within the reef. It was a place rarely spoken of, even among the most seasoned of ocean explorers, and it was said to be a land where time itself seemed to bend. The grove was home to the roots of towering kelp trees, their massive trunks reaching upward toward the water's surface, their deep green leaves swaying like the arms of ancient guardians. At the heart of these trees, embedded within the labyrinth of roots, lay the essence of life, an elusive and powerful force known to strengthen the connection between the Heartstone and the natural world of the reef. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the legend of the essence. She had heard stories of its power, how it could revive dying coral reefs and restore balance to the ocean's ecosystems. As they set off toward the grove, the mood between them shifted. The journey to find the essence was fraught with uncertainty, the reef's natural beauty a stark contrast to the urgency of their mission. The water grew progressively colder as they moved deeper into the heart of the reef, signaling the proximity of the Grove of the Ancients. The familiar vibrant colors of the coral gave way to darker, more muted shades of blue and green. The silence around them was profound, broken only by the soft fluttering of fish that darted in and out of the kelp forests, and the occasional creak of ancient trees swaying in the current. It was a place of eerie calm, as if the very waters respected the power contained within the grove. Serena's gaze never wavered as she led the way, her movements purposeful but cautious. She had spent much time studying the reef and its legends, yet nothing had prepared her for the intimidating vastness of the grove. The trees were enormous, their roots curling like gnarled fingers through the sandy seabed, weaving a tangled network of life and magic. Here, in the heart of this natural wonder, the essence of life was kept hidden, not easily found, as it required one to prove their worth and respect for the ancient powers of the reef. "We must approach carefully," Serena murmured, her voice low. "The essence doesn't reveal itself to just anyone. It must be called forth, but only with the purest of intentions." Adrian, sensing the gravity of the task ahead, nodded without hesitation. He had seen the bond between Serena and the reef, her deep understanding of its ways and the respect she commanded among its creatures. He trusted her instincts and knew that, with her guidance, they would succeed. The further they ventured into the grove, the more the water seemed to thrum with a quiet energy, the pressure of the unseen forces mounting with each passing moment. As they neared the first of the towering kelp trees, the air around them seemed to hum with life, as if the grove itself was alive, watching, waiting. "Let's proceed carefully," he said, his tone steady but filled with quiet reverence. Together, they moved forward, knowing that the essence of life was within reach, but so too were the trials that would test their worth. The journey to the grove of the ancients was long, but the deeper they ventured into the underwater forest, the more the tension of their mission seemed to soften, if only briefly. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean around them became a calming backdrop, muffling the weight of their task. The kelp trees rose like ancient giants from the ocean floor, their thick, twisted trunks twisting upward into the depths, stretching higher than any trees they had seen before. Their leaves, long and slender, swayed with the currents, creating a soft rustling sound that was almost soothing. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dappled beams of pale gold that danced across the trunks and roots of the trees, painting the surroundings with an ethereal glow. The water here was clear, the soft light illuminating the diverse marine life that flitted between the towering trees, adding a sense of tranquility to the otherwise tense atmosphere. As they moved further into the grove, the space around them seemed to grow more intimate, the trees forming a natural canopy overhead, their leaves like protective arms surrounding them. The water was cooler here, with a crispness to it that made each breath feel like an offering to the ancient forces that guarded the grove. The forest was alive with movement, from the delicate fish darting through the kelp to the slow, graceful swirls of sea anemones that clung to the roots of the trees. Everywhere they looked, the forest teemed with life, yet there was a profound stillness to the place, as though the creatures that called it home understood the sanctity of their environment. The serenity of the grove contrasted sharply with the urgency of their mission, a reminder that nature's beauty could exist even in the most perilous of tasks. Despite the calming effect of the surroundings, Serena knew they couldn't afford to linger. The essence of life, hidden deep within the roots of the ancient kelp trees, was their next challenge. The grove, beautiful as it was, held its secrets closely, and gaining access to the essence would require both reverence and skill. Serena's eyes scanned the surroundings, noting the intricate network of roots that sprawled beneath the surface, some reaching far deeper than others. She could sense the energy of the grove, the pulse of ancient magic that ran through the water like a heartbeat. This place was older than the reef itself, a repository of forgotten power, and she knew that the essence would not simply reveal itself to them. It would require something more, a willingness to prove their worth. Adrian, too, felt the weight of the moment. His eyes followed the graceful sway of the kelp trees, noting how the light changed with every movement of the water, casting the grove in an almost dreamlike haze. Despite the beauty that surrounded them, he remained focused on their goal. He had seen the way the heartstone had reacted to the energies of the reef and understood the importance of the essence. It was the final piece needed to complete the ritual, but obtaining it would not be without its challenges. He glanced at Serena, his expression one of quiet determination, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. With the path ahead clearer but no less perilous, they pressed on, deeper into the heart of the grove, ready to claim the essence and move closer to restoring balance to the heart of the reef. Adrian and Serena moved with quiet precision through the underwater grove, their eyes scanning the sprawling network of roots that wove through the sand and stone. The silence around them was broken only by the soft rustling of kelp and the distant hum of ocean currents, yet there was a palpable sense of anticipation in the water. Every step they took seemed measured, as though the very atmosphere of the grove demanded reverence. The essence of life was hidden deep within the roots of the ancient kelp trees, and they knew that finding the right one would be a delicate task. The longer they searched, the more aware they became of the weight of their mission, but their determination remained unwavering, and the connection between them grew stronger with each passing moment. The trees around them were ancient, their roots sprawling in tangled masses, many of them disappearing into the darkness of the ocean floor. Some roots were thick and twisted, while others appeared almost delicate, their strands reaching for the light filtering from above. After what felt like hours of searching, Serena's gaze fixed on one particular tree, its roots curling upward from the seabed in an intricate pattern that seemed almost alive. It was the very tree described in the ancient scroll, its bark worn and weathered with age, yet still pulsing with a faint, golden glow. The air around it seemed charged with energy, and Serena could feel the weight of its power as she approached. She motioned to Adrian, signaling that they had found the source they sought. Kneeling beside the ancient tree, Serena extended her hands, carefully tracing the thick, gnarled roots. Her fingers brushed over the textured surface, feeling for the hidden essence that the scroll had described. The roots were rough beneath her touch, but she could sense a deep, pulsing energy within them, a current of life that flowed through the very heart of the tree. She moved with caution, each movement deliberate and slow, not wanting to disturb the delicate balance that had kept the essence hidden for so long. Her breath was steady as she continued her search, knowing that one wrong move could cause the ancient magic to slip away, taking with it their chance at completing the ritual. Adrian stood just behind her, his eyes scanning the surrounding grove for any signs of danger, but his attention often returned to Serena. He could see the concentration on her face, the way her fingers moved with precision as she uncovered the secret she sought. He knew that the essence of life was vital to the success of their mission, but it was more than just an ingredient. It was a symbol of the life force that connected the reef, the heartstone, and the very balance of the world they were trying to protect. As Serena continued her careful exploration of the roots, Adrian's thoughts drifted to the journey ahead, knowing that this was only one part of their mission. But for now, they had to remain focused, trusting in the strength of their bond and the wisdom Serena had gained from years of living among the reef's secrets. Together, they would unlock the magic that had been waiting to be restored. Serena's voice was a soft whisper as she carefully extracted a small vial from her satchel, its delicate glass shimmering faintly in the filtered light. The vial was specially crafted, enchanted to preserve the essence it would soon hold without disrupting the delicate balance of the underwater grove. She held it with both hands, her movements deliberate and precise, as though the slightest misstep could shatter the fragile moment. The roots of the ancient kelp tree pulsed gently beneath her fingers, their energy thrumming through the water, a deep connection between nature and the forces they were trying to harness. Adrian watched her with quiet admiration, sensing the immense responsibility she carried in this moment. He knew the essence they were about to collect would play a pivotal role in the success of the ritual, its power intertwined with the very life force of the reef itself. With practiced care, Serena positioned the vial near the root, her fingers lightly brushing the surface of the kelp's bark. As she touched the root, she could feel a slight hum, a connection forming between the vial and the tree's ancient energy. She had done this before, but the process was always one of reverence. Drawing a slow breath, she began the intricate ritual of extracting the essence, her fingers gently coaxing it from the root. The vial began to fill with a soft, golden liquid, the essence pulsing with the rhythm of the ocean itself. The glow from the vial mirrored the faint light that surrounded the tree, the essence taking on an almost ethereal quality as it filled the small container. Serena's concentration never wavered as she continued the delicate process, aware that the essence was not just a physical substance, but a symbol of the deep magic that sustained the reef. As the vial slowly filled, Adrian stood watch, his attention fixed on their surroundings. The grove, though peaceful, held an air of ancient power, and he knew the forces within it were not to be underestimated. The soft rustling of the kelp above them was the only sound that broke the silence, but Adrian could feel the weight of their task pressing upon him. He kept his senses alert, ready for anything that might disrupt the delicate process Serena was undertaking. The essence of life was vital to the success of the ritual, and he had no doubt that their entire mission hinged on the success of this moment. He glanced at Serena, noting the calm determination in her expression, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for the strength she brought to their partnership. With a final, careful movement, Serena sealed the vial, the golden essence now contained within its glass walls. She held it up to the light, watching the liquid shimmer within. A sense of relief washed over her, knowing that they had successfully gathered the essence without harming the ancient tree. "We have it," she said softly, her voice a mixture of triumph and exhaustion. The vial, now holding the essence of life, was a tangible reminder of the responsibility they carried, one step closer to completing the ritual that would restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena carefully placed the vial back into her satchel, her fingers lingering on it for a moment, as if drawing strength from its energy. Together, they had secured another piece of the puzzle, but they knew their journey was far from over. Serena's hands moved with practiced precision, her focus unbroken as the vial slowly filled with the golden liquid. The essence seeped from the gnarled roots, its glow faint at first but growing stronger as it filled the container. The liquid shimmered with an almost otherworldly radiance, pulsing with the life force of the ancient kelp tree. Each drop seemed to hum with energy, resonating with the rhythm of the ocean itself. Serena could feel the power flowing into the vial, a steady current of magic that would amplify the strength of the heart stone in the ritual. She could sense the weight of the task ahead, the delicate balance she had to maintain between gathering the essence and preserving the life of the reef. Every movement was deliberate, ensuring no harm was done to the roots, no imbalance created in the fragile ecosystem surrounding them. The golden liquid swirled inside the vial as it filled, its glow intensifying with each passing moment. It was both beautiful and powerful, a tangible reminder of the ancient forces they were working with. Serena's concentration never wavered, her fingers steady as she guided the essence into the vial. The grove around them seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the quiet pulse of life. Even the water seemed to slow, as if acknowledging the gravity of the moment. Serena knew that this essence, drawn directly from the heart of the ancient tree, held immense power. It would not only serve as a vital component in their ritual, but also symbolize the very essence of the reef's strength and vitality. As the last drops of the essence filled the vial, the golden liquid shimmered, its light now steady and bright. Serena paused for a brief moment, her eyes locked on the vial, a sense of awe washing over her. She had successfully gathered the essence, a critical piece in their quest to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. With a soft breath, she closed the vial, sealing the precious liquid inside. The soft clicking of the seal echoed through the stillness of the grove, a sound of completion. Serena's fingers lingered on the glass for a heartbeat longer, feeling the warmth of the essence contained within. She could almost hear the whispers of the ocean in response, a quiet acknowledgement of the power they now held in their hands. With a final glance at the ancient tree, Serena tucked the vial safely away into her satchel, ensuring it was secure before standing up. The grove seemed to exhale, the tension in the water lifting as they prepared to continue their journey. Serena's mind was already turning toward the next phase of their mission, but for now, she allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The essence of life was one of the most difficult elements to gather, and now they had it. With Adrian by her side and the strength of the reef flowing through them, Serena felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were one step closer to completing the ritual and restoring balance to the heart of the reef. Serena stood tall, the vial of essence of life carefully secured in her satchel, her gaze sweeping over the grove. The underwater forest around them seemed alive, its ancient trees whispering in the currents, as though acknowledging the completion of this part of their journey. The air was thick with the energy of the place, the essence of life itself pulsing through the very water surrounding them. In her hands, the heart stone and the tears of the sea felt heavy with power, their importance undeniable. Serena's mind raced through the next steps, her sense of urgency sharpening. While they had gathered the crucial components needed for the ritual, the path forward was not yet clear. The ritual itself would require more than just the right ingredients. It needed the right people, those who could help ensure its success and provide protection against the dangers they still faced. The realization settled over her like a heavy wave. The heart of the reef, the source of life and power for the entire ecosystem, was fragile. They could not perform the ritual alone. While Serena and Adrian had come this far with strength and determination, the reef was vast, its mysteries deep, and its threats unknown. They would need to gather allies, those who shared their cause and were capable of defending the reef from the forces that had already sought to corrupt it. It wasn't just the curse that loomed over them, but the looming darkness that threatened to tear the delicate balance of the ocean apart. Serena felt the weight of the responsibility press on her shoulders as she looked at Adrian, who stood silently by her side, his expression as resolute as ever. Adrian, who had been silently contemplating their situation, nodded in agreement. His thoughts mirrored hers. They had fought their way through treacherous waters, gathered rare and powerful elements, but now the true challenge lay in the ritual itself. Performing it would require more than just the ingredients. It would require the strength and unity of those who could stand with them. There were many who lived within the reefs, creatures of the deep, beings of the tide, who could be called upon to lend their aid. But would they answer? Serena and Adrian both knew that trust had to be earned, alliances forged in the fires of mutual respect and a shared cause. And though they had made great strides, the journey was not over. They would need to find these allies quickly and convince them of the importance of their mission. Serena exhaled slowly, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon of the grove. "We can't wait too long," she murmured, more to herself than to Adrian. "The longer we wait, the greater the risk of the curse reasserting itself. We'll need to act swiftly, gather those we can, and prepare for the ritual. If we fail..." Her voice trailed off, the gravity of the situation evident in her silence. Yet despite the looming uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope in her heart. With the allies they needed, and with their bond stronger than ever, they could still tip the balance in their favor. The heartstone, the tears of the sea, the essence of life, they were all pieces of the puzzle, and now, they needed to find the final pieces. The guardians of the reef, those who would help them ensure the balance was restored and the curse finally broken. Adrian's mind raced as he thought back to their encounters during their journey. The merfolk, graceful and elusive, had watched them from the shadows, their movements always just beyond reach but never fully out of sight. He remembered the way their eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge, as though they were more attuned to the secrets of the ocean than anyone else he had met. They were creatures of the sea, bound to the heart of the reef in a way that humans like himself could never truly understand. If anyone could help them restore balance, it was them. But gaining their trust would not be easy. The merfolk were cautious, guarding their loyalty as fiercely as the waters they called home. Still, Adrian knew that without them, their chances of succeeding in the ritual were slim. Then there was the mysterious figure, the one who had appeared seemingly from nowhere to offer cryptic advice in their most desperate moment. Adrian could still remember the figure's strange aura, an ancient presence, unfathomable and wise, yet somehow otherworldly in a way that unsettled him. What the figure had said, though, had resonated deeply within him. They had been told that the success of their mission depended not just on the ingredients they gathered, but on the allies they could rally from every corner of the reef. The strange words lingered in Adrian's mind like a riddle. The strength of the reef is not just in its heart, but in its people. It was clear now that the figure's message had been more than just advice. It had been a warning, urging them to seek out those who could offer more than just their strength. But who else was there to call upon? The task ahead would require more than just brute force. It would require unity. As the weight of their next steps pressed down on him, Adrian looked at Serena. Her steady gaze mirrored his own resolve, and he knew that she, too, understood the urgency. "The merfolk may be our best chance," he said, his voice laced with both determination and uncertainty. "But we can't forget the others. There are creatures in these waters, beasts of the deep, guardians of the ancient tides. If we're to succeed, we may need to ask for their help as well." He knew the creatures of the deep were not to be taken lightly. They were proud, fierce, and often unwilling to cooperate with outsiders. But the fate of the reef rested in their hands, and Adrian was certain that the creatures, like the merfolk, had their own stake in the reef's survival. The urgency of the situation was clear. Time was slipping away. The curse that had plagued the heart of the reef would not wait for them to gather allies. The very balance of the ocean was at risk, and without the help of those who truly understood the depths of its power, their efforts could be in vain. "We'll need to act fast," Adrian said, his voice firm as he turned to Serena. "We'll start with the merfolk and then seek out the other creatures who may lend us their strength. We can't afford to waste any more time." With resolve settling in his chest, Adrian felt the weight of their mission more than ever, but he also felt something else, a glimmer of hope. They were not alone in this. The reef, in all its mystery and power, had allies waiting to be called upon. And now, it was time to reach out and gather them. As Adrian and Serena made their way back to the surface, the weight of their success and the looming challenges ahead settled heavily on their shoulders. The waters that had once seemed so familiar now felt more like an obstacle than a haven, a constant reminder of the perilous journey still before them. They had gathered the necessary components for the ritual, but the path to breaking the curse was far from straightforward. Their first step was clear. They had to return to the temple where it all began, the sacred place where they had first learned of the curse's power and its devastating effects on the heart of the reef. The temple held the ancient energies required to perform the ritual, and they needed to prepare the space for the final act of their mission. But as important as the temple was, it wasn't the only thing on their minds. Before they could proceed to the temple, however, they knew they had to rally their allies. The merfolk, who had watched over the reef for generations, would be crucial in providing support during the ritual. Their deep knowledge of the waters and their ability to navigate its hidden paths made them invaluable. But the merfolk were a cautious people, slow to trust outsiders. Serena had an unspoken understanding with them, but gaining their full cooperation would take careful persuasion and a demonstration of their commitment to the reef's survival. They would also need to call upon the mysterious figures they had encountered along the way, those who had offered cryptic advice and subtle guidance, who now might hold the key to unlocking the final steps of the ritual. Serena's mind raced with the strategy they would need to employ to unite such disparate forces. She knew that each ally brought a unique strength to the table, but aligning them in a common cause would take time, coordination, and an understanding of their fears and motivations. The heart of the reef was at the center of all things, and its restoration required not only the physical components they had gathered but also the collective willpower of those who lived in its shadow. Serena glanced at Adrian, silently acknowledging the complexity of their task. It would take more than strength to succeed, it would take unity. As the surface drew nearer, the sky above them seemed to be an open canvas, the colors of twilight beginning to paint the world with streaks of purple and gold. The fading light seemed to symbolize both the danger and the opportunity they now faced. With the temple ahead and their allies scattered across the reef, Adrian and Serena knew that every step they took from here would be critical. They would have to move swiftly, but also carefully, knowing that the forces working against them were just as determined. Their resolve was unshaken, the heart of the reef depended on them, and they were ready to do whatever it took to protect it. As the final stages of their quest began to take shape, a sense of urgency settled over Adrian and Serena. The weight of their responsibility felt heavier with each passing moment, the realization that they were on the cusp of a pivotal moment in the fate of the heart of the reef. They had gathered the essential components for the ritual, the heartstone, the tears of the sea, and the essence of life, each piece a crucial part of a delicate puzzle. The pieces were in place, but the final task remained, performing the dark ritual that would break the curse and restore balance to the reef. With the ritual's success hanging in the balance, every decision, every movement, would be critical. Adrian's thoughts were focused, his mind constantly running through the plan they had crafted. He knew that the ritual itself would require every ounce of strength and precision they had. It was not just the physical effort of gathering the elements and aligning them in the temple. The ritual would also demand their emotional and mental resolve. They would be facing the culmination of a journey that had tested their limits in every way possible. But despite the daunting nature of the task ahead, Adrian felt a sense of clarity. They had been through so much together, and their bond had only grown stronger in the face of adversity. They were no longer just two individuals. Together, they were a force capable of withstanding whatever the ritual would demand of them. Serena, too, felt the weight of the task ahead. The ritual was dark, ancient, and fraught with dangers, both known and unknown. She knew the risks, having studied the scroll and the temple's history. But she had also witnessed the strength they possessed when they worked as one. Their combined knowledge, skills, and unwavering commitment to the reef made them uniquely qualified to face the ritual's demands. The thought of failing wasn't an option. Too much was at stake, not just the heart of the reef, but the lives of those who depended on its survival. Serena steadied her breath, knowing that with each step they took, they moved closer to the moment that would define their lives. As the plan solidified in their minds, the sense of destiny enveloped them. They were not just fighting to save the reef, they were fighting for the future of a world that was as fragile as it was beautiful. The dark ritual would test them in ways they could not yet fully comprehend, but they were prepared. Every challenge they had faced up until this point had led them to this moment. The sacrifices, the alliances forged, the dangers confronted, they had shaped them into the individuals standing at the precipice of the reef's fate. And as they exchanged a silent glance, their resolve was unwavering. The journey ahead was uncertain, but they were ready to face it together, knowing that the success or failure of the ritual would shape the course of their destinies forever. Chapter 32: A Treacherous Journey. The horizon was darkened by swirling storm clouds as Adrian and Serena stood on the edge of the reef, preparing for what could be the most perilous part of their mission. The air was thick with tension, and the seas seemed to grow uneasy, mirroring the anxiety that weighed heavily on them. They had gathered most of the necessary components for the ritual: the heartstone, the tears of the sea, and the essence of life. But one crucial element remained elusive, a mythical substance known as the blood of the kraken. This rare and dangerous ingredient was said to possess unparalleled power, capable of amplifying the ritual's magic to a degree that could break the curse once and for all. The blood of the kraken, however, was not easily obtained. It was hidden deep within the abyssal depths, a vast and mysterious underwater trench that few had dared to explore and even fewer had survived. The abyssal depths were infamous for their treacherous nature. The trench stretched for miles, a labyrinth of sharp, jagged rocks and swirling currents that could easily tear apart even the strongest of ships. But it wasn't just the physical dangers that made this part of the journey so daunting. It was the mysterious creatures that called the trench home. Gigantic, terrifying beings lurked in the darkness, waiting for any sign of weakness from those who dared enter their domain. Legends told of monstrous sea serpents, colossal squids, and most ominously, the kraken, a creature so ancient and powerful that its blood was said to be imbued with dark, primal magic. The risks were immense, but the importance of the blood of the kraken was undeniable. Without it, the ritual could not succeed, and the curse would remain unbroken. Serena, ever the calm and collected leader, took a deep breath as she surveyed the churning waters below them. She knew the dangers of the abyssal depths all too well. Her heart ached at the thought of what lay ahead, but she also felt a sense of resolve. They had come this far, overcoming countless obstacles, and turning back now wasn't an option. The weight of their mission pressed heavily on her shoulders, but Serena knew that they were prepared. She glanced at Adrian, who stood beside her, his face set in a determined expression. The trust between them was unwavering. They had faced so much together, and though this next challenge would be their greatest yet, she had no doubt that they could face it together. Adrian, too, felt the gravity of the task ahead. The abyssal trench seemed like an impossible place to survive, let alone retrieve something as dangerous as the blood of the kraken. Yet he was resolute. He had witnessed the strength Serena possessed, the way she could navigate even the darkest of situations with grace and confidence. With her by his side, he knew they could accomplish what seemed impossible. His thoughts raced as he imagined the dangers that awaited them, the crushing pressure of the deep, the terrifying creatures that lurked in the depths, and the uncertainty of whether they would even be able to find the blood of the kraken, let alone survive the journey back. But he pushed these fears aside, focusing instead on their goal. The reef's survival depended on their success. Together, they made their way to the edge of the reef, preparing to dive into the dark waters below. The storm clouds above seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts, casting the ocean in an ominous light. The abyssal depths lay ahead, deep, dark, and fraught with dangers beyond their imagination. But they had come too far to turn back now. As the first tendrils of the abyssal trench loomed ahead, Serena and Adrian exchanged a brief but meaningful glance. Their path was set, and with the blood of the kraken as their final goal, they would face whatever trials awaited them beneath the ocean's surface, together. The fate of the reef, and perhaps their own lives, depended on it. Serena took a final glance at the items they had so carefully gathered, the vial of essence of life nestled securely in her pack, glowing softly with a pulsating golden light, and the small satchel containing the tears of the sea, each pearl shimmering with the ocean's sorrow. She had meticulously checked each item before they set off, knowing the delicate balance of their mission depended on every detail being perfect. The ritual they were preparing for was no small task. It was the last hope for restoring the reef and lifting the curse that had ravaged it for so long. With the most critical components in hand, Serena now turned her attention to the next step in their journey. She needed to ensure they were fully prepared for the dangerous path ahead, where the unknown always lurked just beneath the surface. Her eyes moved to Adrian, who stood a few feet away, his face grim with determination as he methodically sharpened his sword. The rhythmic sound of the blade against the stone echoed softly in the quiet of their small camp. She admired his focus, the way he was always ready for whatever challenge came their way, his calm exterior belying the intensity of his spirit. Adrian had become her anchor in the chaos, always steady and unflinching, and she had come to rely on his strength as much as her own. She watched him for a moment longer, sensing the same quiet resolve in him that had carried them through so much already. Serena felt a brief pang of relief at the sight of Adrian's preparation, but it was fleeting. They were approaching the final stages of their quest, and with the blood of the Kraken still uncollected, there was no room for error. The abyssal depths awaited, its dangers as great as the prize they sought. Serena had heard the legends, tales of monstrous creatures that guarded the Kraken's lair, of treacherous currents that could tear apart even the most well-equipped explorers. But it wasn't the dangers of the trench that worried her most. It was the uncertainty, the fear of the unknown, and the possibility that their efforts might be in vain. Even with all their preparation, there was no guarantee that they would return unscathed, or even that they would be able to retrieve the Kraken's blood at all. But as she surveyed Adrian once more, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Their journey had been fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet they had always managed to find a way through. Every time the odds seemed insurmountable, they had persevered. Adrian's unwavering loyalty and courage had been a guiding force for her, and now, as they stood on the precipice of their final task, she knew that their bond was stronger than any obstacle they could face. The uncertainty of their mission was no less daunting, but it was tempered by the certainty of their partnership. They were in this together, and that made all the difference. Serena exhaled slowly, her thoughts solidifying into a single, focused purpose. She gave Adrian a nod of approval, signaling that they were ready to move forward. He returned her gaze with a quiet smile, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. The weight of their task was heavy, but it was nothing compared to the power they held in their hands. They had gathered the necessary elements. They had survived countless trials together. And now, it was time to face the abyssal depths, to collect the last component of the ritual, and with it, the hope of saving the reef. Serena adjusted her pack and turned toward the ocean, the stormy horizon stretching out before them. With one final glance at Adrian, she felt a surge of confidence. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The abyssal depths are known for their violent currents and the creatures that dwell within, Serena said, her voice carrying a weight of concern. She paused, looking out at the turbulent waters, as though trying to anticipate the challenges that lay ahead. The very mention of the abyssal depths stirred something deep within her, an unease she couldn't shake. While she had faced many dangers on their journey, the thought of entering this treacherous trench filled her with a foreboding sense of the unknown. She had heard the stories, the whispers of ancient, monstrous beings that lurked in the darkest parts of the ocean, waiting for unwary souls to wander too close. And then there were the currents, unpredictable and violent, capable of tearing apart even the most experienced sailors. Serena shifted her weight, trying to steady the flutter of unease in her chest. The blood of the Kraken was a critical element for the ritual, essential for completing their mission, but its location deep within the abyssal depths made it one of the most dangerous parts of their quest. Even the bravest adventurers thought twice before venturing into the trench, knowing that once they entered, there was no guarantee of survival. Legends told of krakens, of beasts that had lived for centuries, their vast tentacles capable of sweeping entire ships to the ocean floor. Serena had no illusions about the task ahead. Retrieving the Kraken's blood wasn't just another challenge. It was a test of everything they had learned, everything they had endured. Adrian's gaze shifted to meet hers, his expression serious but unwavering. "We'll be ready," he said, his voice steady and filled with quiet confidence. He didn't shy away from the dangers they would face. No, Adrian had always been the first to charge forward, his resolve as unbreakable as the steel of his blade. Serena had seen it time and again throughout their journey, his calm in the face of the storm, his ability to remain focused when others faltered. She admired that about him, and she drew strength from it now. They had faced impossible odds before, and though this challenge was unlike any they had encountered, she trusted in their ability to navigate whatever came their way. Still, even with Adrian's unwavering confidence, Serena couldn't help but feel a tightening in her chest. The abyssal depths weren't like the places they had already explored. This trench was a world unto itself, a realm where light rarely reached, and where even the most seasoned explorers had vanished without a trace. The very thought of descending into its blackened waters made her heart race. She had prepared for many dangers, faced storms, fought against monstrous creatures, and navigated treacherous terrain. But the abyssal depths were a different kind of beast. The thought of confronting the Kraken itself sent a chill down her spine. It was a force of nature, a creature of such immense power that even legends had struggled to capture its true nature. Despite the fear that tugged at her, Serena squared her shoulders, steeling herself for the task at hand. "We'll need to be smart," she said, her voice firm now. "The creature that guards the blood of the Kraken is unlike anything we've faced. We can't just charge in blindly." She turned toward Adrian, meeting his gaze once more, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll have to rely on everything we've learned, the magic, the tactics, our strength, and our bond. If we're going to succeed, it will be because we work together. The currents, the creatures, they're just obstacles. And we've faced worse." Adrian looked up from his preparations, his eyes locking with Serena's, filled with a quiet but unshakable resolve. His face, though weathered by the trials they had already endured, remained calm and composed, betraying none of the trepidation Serena herself felt. "We've come this far," he said, his voice unwavering. "We can't stop now, no matter the risks." There was a steel in his tone, a determination that made it clear he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Serena could see it in the way his shoulders squared, in the firm grip he had on his sword. He wasn't just ready, he was resolute, as though the thought of failure was unthinkable. They had already overcome so much, and this final task, though daunting, was one he refused to back down from. Serena nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude for Adrian's unyielding spirit. His confidence had always been a steady anchor for her in the darkest moments. She knew, too, that this mission was no longer just about retrieving the blood of the Kraken. It was about everything they had fought for, everything they had sacrificed. The ritual, the heartstone, the reef, and the future of the ocean itself all rested on their shoulders now. The weight of it was crushing, but seeing Adrian so resolute, so sure, gave her the strength to keep moving forward. She had always been one to consider the risks, to weigh every option before making a move. But with Adrian by her side, she found herself more willing to face the unknown, to leap into the abyss, trusting that together they would find a way through. "The blood of the Kraken is the final piece of the puzzle," Adrian continued, his gaze never leaving hers. His words were simple, but they carried the weight of their entire mission. Serena knew that he was right. They had gathered the tears of the sea, the essence of life, and the heart stone itself, all the components of the ritual except for this one last element. Without the blood, the ritual would be incomplete, the curse would remain unbroken, and the heart of the reef would continue to wither and die. The thought of failing now, of coming this far only to fall short, was unthinkable. They couldn't afford to hesitate. The stakes were too high, and time was running out. Despite her fear, Serena felt a fire ignite within her, a fierce determination that mirrored Adrian's. She took a steadying breath, pushing aside the doubts that lingered like shadows in her mind. This was it, the final stretch. "You're right," she said, her voice steady now, a new resolve taking root in her chest. "We've come too far to turn back. The blood of the Kraken is the key to ending this curse, and we're the only ones who can retrieve it. We're ready. We have to be." She tightened her grip on the satchel that held the vial of essence of life and the tears of the sea. The task ahead would be perilous, yes, but they had faced death before, and still, they had endured. She was not about to let that struggle go to waste. Adrian gave a single, determined nod. There was no hesitation in his eyes now, no trace of doubt. They had walked through fire together, fought side by side against forces that should have been insurmountable, and yet here they stood, together, stronger than ever. "Let's go," he said, his voice low but resolute. "We've faced worse, Serena. And we'll face whatever comes next, too." With those words, he turned toward the water, ready to plunge into the depths once again. Serena followed without a second thought, the bond between them unspoken but undeniably strong. The Kraken might be a monster of legend, but together they were more than a match for it. They had no choice but to succeed. The reef, the Heartstone, and everything they fought for depended on it. Serena nodded, her eyes meeting Adrian's with a flicker of determination, but beneath that, a creeping unease gnawed at her. She had been trained for many challenges, had faced perilous situations and dangers most could never imagine. But there was something about the abyssal depths that unsettled her in a way she couldn't shake. The stories she had heard since childhood echoed in her mind, each one more terrifying than the last. The abyss was a place of nightmares, vast, endless, and hidden from the light of the sun. Creatures twisted by time and darkness dwelled there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the unwary. And even more menacing were the currents, strong enough to tear a ship apart or drag a person to the crushing depths if they weren't careful. The very thought of venturing into such a place sent a shiver down her spine, but she knew there was no turning back. Still, it was not the monsters or the relentless pull of the ocean's depths that filled her with the deepest dread, it was the curse. The weight of the reef's decay, the slow, agonizing spread of the blight that had taken hold, gnawed at her thoughts. She had seen the toll it had taken on the ocean, its once vibrant colors now fading into dull, lifeless hues, its creatures fleeing or perishing. The Heartstone, the ancient source of the reef's power, had withered, and without its restoration, the balance would be lost forever. That thought was more terrifying than the darkness of the abyss itself. The reef, the ocean, and all that depended on it would die. And Serena could not let that happen. Not after everything they had already sacrificed. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her satchel, the weight of the items inside a steady reminder of how far they had come. The tears of the sea and the essence of life were crucial, yes, but without the blood of the Kraken, their journey would be in vain. They had no choice but to face what lay ahead, no matter the risks. The moment they stepped into the abyssal depths, they would be venturing into the unknown, with no guarantee of survival. But Serena had seen enough to know that sometimes, survival meant taking the leap into the dark, trusting that the strength they had within would be enough to carry them through. And with Adrian by her side, she found a semblance of peace. He had always been her anchor, steady in his resolve, and together, they had faced each trial, no matter how impossible it seemed. As the ocean stretched before them, dark and foreboding, Serena took a deep breath, steadying herself. The weight of the task ahead was immense, but the resolve in her heart burned brighter than the fear that lingered in her chest. She could hear the distant calls of sea creatures, the subtle movement of the currents, the pulse of the ocean that had always been a part of her life. But now, that pulse seemed quieter, more distant, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The waters were still, but beneath the surface, there was a tension that told her the abyss was closer than she realized. They were nearing the edge of everything they had ever known, stepping into a place that was older, darker, and far more dangerous than they could possibly understand. Adrian, sensing her unease, gave her a reassuring nod, his expression calm but resolute. He didn't speak, but the way he moved, the certainty in his actions, gave Serena the strength to push past the fear that threatened to overtake her. She had always admired that about him, the way he could face the worst situations with such unflinching resolve. Together, they had come this far, and together, they would see it through to the end. Serena straightened, pushing aside her doubts and focusing on the task at hand. There was no more time for hesitation. The blood of the Kraken awaited, and with it, the key to breaking the curse. The stakes were higher than ever, and no matter how terrifying the journey ahead, she knew they had no choice but to continue. They set out at dawn, the first light of the day struggling to break through the thick clouds that hung heavily overhead. The world above the water was dim, shrouded in a soft, muted gray. As they descended into the depths, the pale hues of the shallow reef gave way to an eerie blackness, swallowing the vibrant colors of the corals and sea life. The waters around them grew colder with each passing moment, the chill creeping into their bones, an uninviting reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. The peaceful beauty of the reef seemed a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on the air. It felt as though the ocean itself was holding its breath, anticipating their journey into the unknown. With each meter they descended, the pressure of the ocean deepened, pushing against them as if the very water wanted to keep them from their goal. Serena's chest tightened under the strain, the weight of the ocean pressing down on her like an invisible hand. The water felt thicker, more suffocating, as though every movement took twice the effort. She glanced at Adrian, his expression set in grim determination, but even he seemed affected by the crushing force of the deep. The soft, comforting hum of the currents above them had faded into the heavy stillness of the abyss, leaving only the distant echo of their own movements. They were no longer in familiar waters. They had entered a realm where even the ocean seemed to reject the presence of life. As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, and the faint light of the surface became a distant memory. Serena's hand instinctively gripped the handle of her dagger, not for defense, but for comfort. The unknown stretched before them, an endless abyss that seemed to go on forever. The water around them grew colder still, its frigid embrace seeping through the layers of their clothing, numbing their limbs. The vibrant life that had once flourished here was now but a shadow, as if the reef itself had been abandoned by the light. The deep-sea creatures they passed were twisted in form, their pale bodies moving like phantoms in the blackness, their eyes reflecting only emptiness. Despite the encroaching darkness, Adrian and Serena pressed forward, their focus unwavering. The abyss may have seemed impenetrable, but they had a mission to complete, and the blood of the kraken lay somewhere in this void. It was the final ingredient they needed, the missing piece to complete the ritual and break the curse that had threatened the heart of the reef. Their journey had brought them here, and there was no turning back now. The pressure, the cold, the darkness, all of it would have to be endured. With each passing moment, the ocean seemed to close in around them, but the thought of the reef's fate pushed them onward, their resolve hardening with every stroke. The deeper they descended, the more the ocean felt alive, its currents twisting with a mind of their own, pulling and pushing against them. It was as though the very sea knew they were intruders, unwelcome in its dark, forbidden depths. Serena could feel the weight of the water pressing on her, not just physically, but mentally, as though it was trying to drain her resolve. She focused on Adrian's steady presence beside her, his quiet determination acting as a constant reassurance. They were in this together, and though the abyss was closing in on them, she refused to let fear overtake her. They had come too far to turn back now. Ahead, in the heart of the depths, the kraken waited, and with it, the chance to save the reef. Serena moved with steady determination, her every sense focused on the shifting currents and the subtle changes in the water around her. She had been in these depths before, though never this far down, and the familiar yet foreboding pressure weighed heavily on her chest. The trench stretched out before them like an ancient wound in the ocean's skin, its jagged edges resembling the teeth of some great, long-dead beast. The surrounding waters were unnaturally still, as if even the ocean was holding its breath, waiting for them to make their way into the gaping maw of the abyssal depths. The silence was oppressive, the usual rhythm of the currents lost in the sheer enormity of the chasm ahead. With each stroke, the darkness grew, swallowing the light from above, until only the faint glow of their bioluminescent markers illuminated the way forward. The seafloor beneath them began to slow downward, the gradual descent turning into a sudden drop-off that seemed to stretch infinitely into the void. The abyss was not just deep, it was a consuming blackness, as if the ocean itself had turned against them. The water around them darkened even further, an impenetrable shadow that seemed to wrap itself around their limbs, tugging at their resolve. The weight of the water pressing against them became more pronounced, the pressure intensifying with every meter they descended. It was as though the very depth of the trench was rejecting their presence, eager to reclaim the ocean's secrets and keep them buried. Serena's eyes flickered over to Adrian, his expression set in grim determination as he followed her lead, his movements synchronized with hers in the eerie stillness. Ahead of them, the trench yawned wide, its edges now sharp and jagged like broken glass. The ground beneath them seemed to fall away completely, a sheer drop that felt like stepping into the mouth of a great beast waiting to devour them whole. Serena didn't hesitate, though a knot of unease twisted in her stomach. She had heard the stories of ships and creatures that had vanished without a trace into the abyssal depths, and the nightmarish things that lurked within. But this was their path, and the blood of the kraken, the final ingredient they needed, lay somewhere within this chasm. The task ahead was daunting, but there was no turning back. The ritual could not be completed without it. Every instinct told her to proceed with caution, but the urgency of their mission pushed her forward. The abyss was alive in its own way, a silent, consuming presence that seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. As they descended further, Serena could feel the pull of the trench, a slow, irresistible force that seemed to reach up and drag them downward. The water grew colder, its icy embrace creeping through their suits and chilling them to the core. Even their light seemed to struggle against the darkness, the faint glow of their markers flickering as if uncertain of their path. Every inch of progress felt like a battle against the immense weight of the ocean itself, as if the trench was actively trying to dissuade them from venturing any deeper. Yet they pressed on, their goal clear in their minds despite the mounting sense of dread that clung to the water around them. In the distance, the trench opened up into a vast, yawning expanse, a black void that seemed to stretch on for eternity. Serena's heartbeat quickened as they neared the heart of the abyssal depths, the final destination of their harrowing journey. The sounds of the ocean seemed to be swallowed by the overwhelming silence, and the water grew eerily still, as though even the creatures of the deep knew to avoid this cursed place. They were close now. The blood of the kraken awaited them in this forsaken chasm, and with it, the hope of completing their mission. But Serena couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Serena's voice barely broke through the oppressive silence of the abyssal depths, yet her words carried the weight of finality. The water around them hummed with an eerie resonance, as though the ocean itself was aware of their presence, watching and waiting for their next move. The vast expanse of darkness ahead was daunting, and with every passing second, the pull of the trench seemed to grow stronger, as if it were calling them deeper into its maw. The shadows stretched endlessly in every direction, and Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but there was no hesitation in her gaze. They had come too far to turn back now. The blood of the kraken was the key to breaking the curse, and it lay within the heart of the trench, somewhere in the blackness they were about to enter. As they neared the entrance, the water temperature dropped further, biting at their exposed skin and numbing their limbs. Every movement felt like it required twice the effort, as though the weight of the ocean itself was bearing down on them, making it harder to breathe and think clearly. Serena's mind raced with every possibility, every potential danger that awaited them in the depths. The kraken's blood was said to be guarded by a creature as ancient and monstrous as the trench itself, a guardian of the chasm who would not let them claim the precious substance without a fight. The thought of that battle, of what they might face, caused a brief flicker of doubt in the back of her mind, but she shoved it aside. Turning to Adrian, Serena gave him a determined nod, silently reaffirming their shared purpose. His expression was just as resolute, though there was an unmistakable tension in the way his jaw clenched. The bond they had forged through their journey was stronger than any fear or uncertainty that lingered. They had faced horrors together before, and though the abyssal depths promised unimaginable dangers, they would face it as one. "Stay close," Serena urged, her voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. They had no idea what awaited them within the trench, but they had no choice but to push forward. There was no turning back now. As they descended, the darkness seemed to envelop them, swallowing the faint glow of their markers and turning everything around them into an impenetrable void. The water around them thickened with a heavy, almost viscous quality, dragging at their movements and making it feel as though they were pushing through molasses. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if the very depth of the trench had a life of its own, waiting to consume them. Every flicker of light, every disturbance in the water seemed to be amplified by the surrounding darkness, sending ripples of anxiety through Serena's chest. They were close now, too close to stop. The deep growl of something unseen reverberated through the water, and Serena's breath hitched. She could feel the presence of the creature they had been warned about, the one that guarded the kraken's blood, lurking just out of sight, biding its time. This was it, the point of no return. Every instinct screamed at them to turn around, to escape while they still could, but Serena knew better. They were here for a reason, and they would see this through to the end. "Let's move," she whispered, and with that, they plunged deeper into the abyss, ready to face whatever emerged from the darkness. Adrian's deep breath filled the space between them, steadying his nerves as his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. His mind raced, but he forced it to stillness, focusing only on the task at hand. The darkness that surrounded them felt like a living entity, pressing in on him from all sides, yet he refused to let it overwhelm him. He had come too far, faced too many dangers, to falter now. Serena stood beside him, just as determined, her eyes fixed on the yawning chasm ahead. The tension between them was palpable, but there was a shared understanding in their silent exchange. This was their moment. The blood of the Kraken was within reach, and they had no choice but to face whatever lay in the depths to claim it. With a swift motion, Adrian pushed forward, cutting through the dense water with a forceful stroke. The closer they got to the trench, the heavier the water became, as though the abyss itself was trying to drag them down. The eerie silence pressed in, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the soft movements of their fins. Every inch they descended made it harder to see, the light from the surface swallowed by the oppressive darkness. Adrian could feel the weight of the ocean around them, the crushing pressure building with each passing moment, but his resolve remained unshaken. He trusted Serena completely, and together, they would retrieve the blood that could end the curse once and for all. As they passed the point of no return, a low, guttural growl echoed from the depths, sending a shiver down Adrian's spine. His grip on his sword tightened, his senses heightened. There was something alive in the darkness, something ancient and powerful that didn't take kindly to intruders. His pulse quickened, but he refused to let fear dictate his actions. He had fought battles before, but this was different. This was no ordinary creature. This was a guardian of the abyss, an entity that had lived for centuries, bound to protect the Kraken's blood at all costs. But Adrian had no intention of letting it stand in their way. Serena's voice broke through the silence, calm but laced with urgency. "Stay sharp," she said, her eyes scanning the murky water ahead. "The creature that guards the blood is close. We can't afford to make a mistake now." Adrian nodded, his muscles coiled and ready. The water seemed to grow colder, the pressure mounting, but he stayed focused, aware of every shift in the current, every ripple in the water. He could sense it now, the presence of something massive moving through the dark water, watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. They moved with precision, keeping their distance from the darkened crevices and the faintest disturbances in the water. Adrian's instincts screamed at him to be ready, his senses heightened to every shift and change around them. With every stroke, the anticipation grew, his heart beating faster as they neared the source of the growl. He could feel the tension tightening in his chest, but he ignored it. They had no time for hesitation. The blood they sought was within reach, and with Serena by his side, Adrian knew they could face whatever came next. As they ventured deeper into the trench, the air seemed to grow thicker, charged with an energy that made the water around them feel alive. "Let's do this," Adrian muttered under his breath, bracing himself for whatever awaited them in the shadows of the abyss. They plunged into the trench, the light from the surface vanishing behind them as they descended into an overwhelming blackness. The water around them seemed to absorb any trace of illumination, making it feel as though the world above had never existed. It was a profound, suffocating darkness, as if the trench itself was a living, breathing entity that consumed all light and hope. Serena's pulse quickened, but she pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. Every muscle in her body screamed against the pressure of the depths, but her resolve held strong. They had no choice but to go deeper, farther into the heart of the abyss where the blood of the Kraken awaited them. Serena activated the small enchanted orb at her side, and a dim blue light blossomed from its core, casting a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated the water around them. The light was enough to see by, but it remained faint, just strong enough to reveal the contours of the trench's walls and the shifting currents around them. The orb pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the ocean itself, keeping them grounded in the vast emptiness of the trench. Adrian, moving close behind Serena, adjusted his position to stay within the protective glow. His sword remained at the ready, his grip firm and steady, though the weight of the ocean pressing down on him made each movement feel heavier. The water was thick and frigid, its coldness seeping into their bones despite the protective layers of their gear. Each stroke they made was met with resistance from the swirling currents, which tugged at their bodies, pulling them toward the abyssal depths with an insistent force. The currents twisted like living things, constantly shifting and lashing out, threatening to tear them from their course. Adrian's muscles strained against the pull, every inch of their journey a battle against the ocean's will. His gaze flickered to Serena, whose face was set in determination, but even she could not completely mask the tension in her posture. They were not merely fighting against the ocean but also against time. The longer they spent in this place, the harder it would be to escape. As they ventured further, the trench seemed to narrow, the jagged rocks on either side closing in like the walls of a prison. The water felt heavier, the pressure increasing with every breath. Serena could feel the weight of the ocean pushing against her chest, but she ignored it, focusing instead on the mission. They were nearing the heart of the trench, and she could feel it, the ancient, primal force that lay at the bottom. The Kraken's blood was close, its presence stirring the waters around them. It was said that only the bravest, or most foolish, dared enter this place, and Serena could see why. The deeper they went, the more the ocean seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a weighty, oppressive force that made every movement feel like wading through thick mud. Suddenly, a sharp pull from the current threatened to drag them into a deeper crevice. Adrian grunted as he fought against it, his sword still firmly in hand as he reached out to grasp Serena's arm, steadying them both. Her eyes met his, a brief, silent exchange that spoke volumes. This was the moment of reckoning, and they had no choice but to face it head-on. With a shared nod, they pushed forward, moving against the current with deliberate force. The trench was alive with tension, and the pulse of the ocean seemed to quicken as they neared the heart of the abyss. Serena's mind raced. What awaited them in the depths was beyond anything they had yet encountered. But there was no turning back now. They moved cautiously, each step deliberate, as they pressed forward into the trench. Every sense was heightened, the oppressive darkness around them making it nearly impossible to see beyond the faint glow of the enchanted orb. Serena's heart beat in rhythm with the strange, unsettling hum that seemed to pulse through the water itself. The current swirled around them, tugging at their limbs with insistent force, but they pressed on, their resolve unwavering. The depths felt alive, as though the ocean itself was watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. It wasn't long before they encountered the first signs of the trench's terrifying reputation. Strange bioluminescent creatures floated past them, casting eerie, flickering light across the dark waters. The creatures glowed with an unnatural radiance, their bodies translucent and wraith-like, leaving trails of light in their wake. Some moved with slow, graceful undulations, their movements gentle and almost mesmerizing. But others were far more unsettling. Their eyes, cold, predatory, and unblinking, locked onto Serena and Adrian as they passed, their teeth sharp and jagged, glistening in the soft light. The creatures were watching, studying, and though most of them kept their distance, Serena could feel their presence like a weight on her chest. Adrian's grip tightened on his sword as one of the creatures drifted closer, its glowing tendrils swaying like the arms of a ghost. His instincts screamed at him to react, but Serena raised a hand to signal for calm. She could feel the tension building in the water, the way the current seemed to shift with each new movement of the creatures. "Stay still," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of the water. "They're drawn to movement. If we stay calm and don't provoke them, we'll be fine." Her words barely registered in the pressure of the abyss, but Adrian nodded, his gaze never leaving the creature. The creature lingered for a moment, its bioluminescent body shimmering in the gloom. Its sharp, predatory eyes flickered from Adrian to Serena, assessing them. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it drifted away, disappearing into the shadows of the trench. Serena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "That was too close," Adrian muttered, his voice low and strained. He glanced at Serena, who met his gaze with a look that was both weary and resolute. The trench was teeming with these creatures, some harmless, others not, and they couldn't afford to become complacent. Every step they took was one closer to the blood of the kraken, but the dangers of the abyss were far from over. They resumed their careful advance, aware now of the many eyes upon them. The glowing creatures weren't the only danger lurking in the depths. The trench was a place of darkness and isolation, where ancient, monstrous beings roamed, their very existence tied to the primal forces of the ocean. Serena could feel the weight of the water around her, the pressure increasing as they went deeper. Every passing moment seemed to pull them further into the heart of the abyss, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something far greater than the bioluminescent creatures was waiting for them, something ancient, something far more dangerous. But they had no choice but to continue forward, each step a little closer to the ultimate prize that would save the reef and perhaps the world itself. Serena's voice was a quiet murmur in the vast expanse of the abyss, but its urgency cut through the heavy, suffocating silence. Her eyes remained fixed on the impenetrable darkness ahead, every movement of the water seeming to conceal hidden dangers. The further they descended, the more oppressive the weight of the ocean became. Every inch of their progress felt like a struggle against an unseen force, pulling them deeper into the unknown. The pressure, both physical and mental, weighed heavily on Serena's chest, but she refused to let it show. Their mission was clear: find the kraken's lair, retrieve the blood of the kraken, and escape without falling victim to the perils of the trench. The deeper they went, the less room there seemed to be for error. Adrian, his expression set and determined, glanced over at Serena, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. He could sense her tension, but he knew she was right. The kraken's lair lay deeper still, hidden near the very bottom of the trench where the waters were darkest and most treacherous. Serena was no stranger to danger, but this felt different. The air, if it could be called that, seemed to thicken around them as the shadows closed in. He focused on the faint glow of their enchanted orb, watching the eerie, shifting light as it illuminated the jagged rocks and twisted kelp that lined the trench. They were closing in on the kraken's territory, and the thought of what lay ahead stirred something primal deep within him. Serena's hand gripped her dagger tightly, the hilt cold against her palm. She had trained for years to face the dangers of the sea, but nothing could prepare her for the unknown horrors that awaited in the deepest parts of the trench. The kraken was a creature of legend. Its sheer size and strength were enough to cause the bravest of sailors to tremble in fear. But Serena was not one to back down. She had faced darkness before, both literal and metaphorical, and this would be no different. The stakes were too high. The blood of the kraken was their only hope of completing the ritual to break the curse, and if they failed here, there would be no second chance. The water around them seemed to grow colder as they pressed onward, the pressure now almost unbearable. The faint glow of the orb revealed an endless stretch of jagged rocks and sharp outcroppings, remnants of the abyssal landscape that had formed over millennia. Every shadow seemed to shift, and Serena couldn't help but feel the sensation of being watched. They were not alone in these depths. She could feel it, the oppressive energy of something ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond their reach, waiting for the right moment to strike. But they had no choice but to continue forward. The lair of the kraken awaited, and with it, the final piece of their mission. "Stay alert," Serena whispered, her voice barely rising above the constant hum of the water. "We can't let our guard down. The kraken's lair is more than just a place. It's a trap, one designed to lure in the unwary." The words seemed to hang in the water like a warning, an echo that reverberated in the deep, empty space around them. Adrian nodded, his jaw clenched, his mind focused on the task ahead. He had faced countless challenges alongside Serena, but none quite like this. The kraken was no mere legend. It was a force of nature, a terror of the deep, and if they weren't careful, it would be their undoing. But they had come this far, and they would face whatever waited in the depths together, no matter the cost. As they descended deeper into the abyssal depths, the currents began to grow more intense, wrapping around them like invisible serpents, pulling and twisting in every direction. Serena's muscles strained as she fought against the relentless force of the water. focus unwavering as she used every ounce of her experience to guide them. Her eyes darted between the jagged rock formations and the ever-shifting shadows, searching for any sign of the path they needed to follow. Each current seemed to have a life of its own, and the deeper they went, the more unpredictable it became. Serena could feel the pressure building with every passing meter, but she knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. They had to stay on course, or the abyss would swallow them whole. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, his senses sharpened to the extreme. The water felt thick and suffocating, its icy coldness seeping into his bones as they plunged deeper. His eyes flickered constantly, scanning the water for any movement, any disturbance that might indicate a lurking danger. He could feel the presence of something just beyond his sight, lurking in the dark, its predatory gaze fixed on them. The Kraken's lair was near, and with it, the possibility of facing something far worse than they had prepared for. His instincts told him that they were being watched, that they were moving closer to a creature older and more dangerous than any enemy they had faced before. With every push forward, Serena's body ached from the strain of maintaining their position against the roaring currents. Her mind raced, calculating their position relative to the trench's depths, remembering every detail of the map she had memorized. The kelp forests they had passed earlier seemed a lifetime away now, replaced by jagged rocks and swirling whirlpools that threatened to drag them under. The water around them was dark, nearly pitch black, and the dim glow of their enchanted orb barely illuminated the path ahead. Each turn brought them deeper into the unknown, into the heart of the trench, where no one had dared to go for centuries. Every fiber of her being screamed to turn back, but Serena pressed on, driven by the knowledge that they couldn't afford to fail now. Adrian remained by her side, his movements precise and calculated. Though his body was beginning to tire from the constant strain, his mind remained sharp, always vigilant. He had faced many battles in his life, but nothing like this, nothing that felt as if the very sea itself was working against them. The shadows in the water seemed to stretch and pulse, shifting with a malevolent rhythm. It was as if the trench itself were alive, its depths teeming with hidden dangers just waiting for a moment of weakness. Adrian's sword was ready in his grip, but his mind was focused on the immediate danger, the currents, the creatures, and the eerie silence that surrounded them. He couldn't let himself be distracted. Not now. Finally, Serena's sharp eyes caught sight of a faint glow up ahead, a flicker of light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. She steered them toward it, her heart pounding in her chest. It had to be the Kraken's lair. But even as she focused on the glow, she knew that this was the most dangerous part of their journey. The lair was said to be a place where even the bravest sailors vanished without a trace, a place where no one was ever meant to leave. The path ahead grew tighter, more treacherous, and the water seemed to press in around them, suffocating them with the weight of centuries of oceanic history. Serena tightened her grip on the enchanted orb, signaling Adrian to stay close, knowing that they were on the cusp of something far more terrifying than they had yet encountered. Suddenly, the water around them seemed to grow colder, the currents swirling with an unnatural intensity. Serena's heart skipped a beat as a massive shadow loomed ahead, blocking their path. The dark water parted like a veil, revealing a creature of nightmarish proportions. Its size was beyond anything they had ever encountered, its form a twisted amalgamation of monstrous limbs and grotesque, undulating mass. The creature's tentacles writhed and twisted through the water, each one as thick as a tree trunk, and at the tips, sharp barbs gleamed with a deadly promise. It moved with a terrifying grace, each motion causing the water to ripple and churn with brutal force. Adrian's grip on his sword tightened, his breath coming faster as the creature's massive form filled their vision. Its eyes, glowing a deep, malevolent red, locked onto them with an intensity that sent a chill through his very soul. The predatory gleam in those eyes was unmistakable. The creature saw them as nothing more than prey. As the massive tentacles swayed, they created violent currents that seemed to pull them closer to the creature's looming form. The creature was waiting, its presence overwhelming, filling the water with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe, let alone think. Every instinct in Adrian's body screamed for him to move, to act, but the sheer size of the beast left him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Serena's mind raced. her eyes darting around as she tried to assess the situation. The Kraken, she thought, her pulse quickening. This was the guardian of the abyssal depths, a creature of legend that was said to devour anything that dared enter its domain. There was no mistaking its size or the malevolent aura that radiated from it. The creature's tentacles swirled closer, each one capable of crushing them in an instant. Yet Serena knew that they had no choice but to face it. They had come too far to turn back now. She steeled herself, her mind shifting into strategy mode, focusing on the movements of the beast and how they could use the water to their advantage. The creature's tendrils began to close in around them, moving with terrifying speed. Adrian and Serena exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They couldn't fight the Kraken head-on. It was too powerful, too vast. Their best chance lay in evasion and using the environment to their advantage. Serena moved swiftly, directing their path toward a large rock formation nearby. The creature's tentacles lashed out in a flurry, but they were able to dodge, using the rocks for cover as the tentacles slammed into the stone with a thunderous impact. Each strike sent tremors through the water, threatening to knock them off balance, but they remained steady, their focus unwavering. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, its red eyes narrowing as it adjusted its position. It was toying with them, circling, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Serena and Adrian were determined. The Kraken might be a nightmare from the depths, but they had a mission to complete. With every passing second, the weight of the moment pressed down on them, but they held their ground. They would not let this monster stop them from retrieving the blood of the Kraken. As its massive form loomed ever closer, Serena's grip on her enchanted orb tightened, and Adrian readied his sword. The real fight was about to begin. The Kraken, Serena breathed, her heart racing as the words left her lips, almost a whisper in the crushing pressure of the abyssal depths. The legendary creature of the ocean's darkest corners. Its name alone was enough to send fear into the hearts of even the bravest sailors. She had heard tales of it as a child, warnings passed down through generations, but never had she imagined she would face it herself. The Kraken's massive form was a living nightmare, a terror that stirred the ancient waters, its very presence like a shadow over the reef. Its tentacles were thick as columns, each one writhing with unimaginable strength, and its glowing red eyes, filled with malice, fixed upon them like an unstoppable force. Serena's breath caught in her throat, but there was no time for fear. They had come too far to let this creature stop them now. The sheer size of the Kraken was overwhelming, its monstrous body filling the water around them as if the very ocean itself had come alive to trap them. The tentacles moved with predatory grace, each one covered in jagged, barbed suckers that glistened like blades in the dim light. They seemed to stretch endlessly, brushing the water with a power that sent shockwaves through the depths. As it approached, the currents shifted, growing stronger with each passing second, pulling at Serena's body and threatening to drag her under. The Kraken was not only a physical threat, it was a manifestation of the abyss, an ancient force with the power to shatter their resolve. Serena's grip on her enchanted orb tightened, her pulse quickening, but her mind remained focused. She couldn't afford to panic. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Adrian's eyes locked with hers, his expression one of grim determination. He had seen countless dangers, fought through unimaginable odds, but even he seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary creature. This was the guardian of the abyssal depths, a monster of legend that few lived to speak of. But they were not here to turn back. Adrian shifted his stance, readying his sword as his body tensed in preparation for the battle ahead. The Kraken was no mindless beast. It was intelligent, strategic, and it would not give up its domain easily. Their movements had to be calculated, precise, and above all, they had to survive long enough to retrieve the blood of the Kraken, the final piece they needed for the ritual that would save the reef. The Kraken's deep, rumbling growl echoed through the cavern, vibrating through the very water around them. It was as if the ocean itself had spoken, a warning, or perhaps an invitation. The creature moved closer, its massive form blocking their escape route, and the pressure around them intensified. The water felt thick, oppressive, like they were moving through tar. Serena could feel the creature's eyes upon them, its gaze cold and predatory, searching for weakness. But there was no time for hesitation. They had no choice but to face this monstrous being head-on, to fight for their lives, for the reef, and for the chance to break the curse that had plagued the ocean for so long. As the Kraken's tentacles swept toward them, Serena's thoughts raced. There was no room for fear, no space for doubt. They had made it this far. They had faced death in countless forms, and they would not let this creature be the end of them. She glanced at Adrian, his face set with determination, and she knew that together, they could overcome this. The Kraken might rule these depths, but they were the ones who had the will to defeat it. They had come to claim the blood of the Kraken, and they would leave with it, no matter the cost. As the first tentacles shot toward them, Serena's grip on her orb tightened, ready for the battle that would decide their fate. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the water, sending shivers down their spines. The sound was deep and menacing, like the growl of a beast that had lived for centuries in the darkest corners of the ocean. It reverberated through the very depths, seeming to shake the water itself, and the pressure around them intensified as if the Kraken's voice carried the weight of the entire abyss. The cold, oppressive darkness deepened, and Serena's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The water around them felt thick with dread, and every instinct screamed at her to flee. But she couldn't. This was it. There was no turning back. They had come for the blood of the Kraken, and this monstrous creature stood between them and their goal. The Kraken's massive form shifted, its enormous body blocking their way. Its eyes glowed with an unholy red light, cold and calculating, studying them with an intelligence that sent a chill through Serena's bones. Each of its enormous tentacles undulated slowly, but the water around them was so thick with the Kraken's presence that it seemed to stretch unnaturally, waiting for the right moment to strike. The creature was no mindless beast, it was a hunter, and they were its prey. Serena gripped her enchanted orb tightly, its faint blue glow casting an eerie light that barely illuminated the surrounding water. She knew that their only hope was to act quickly, decisively. If they hesitated, they might not get a second chance. Adrian's eyes never left the Kraken, his sword held firmly in his hand. His face was set with grim determination, his jaw clenched as the creature loomed before them. He had fought countless enemies, but nothing had prepared him for this. The Kraken was unlike any opponent they had faced, its size and power far beyond anything they could have imagined. But despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, Adrian stood firm. He wasn't going to let this creature stop them. Not now, not when they were so close. He could feel the weight of their mission pressing on him, the fate of the reef resting on their success. He glanced at Serena, catching her eye, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. They had come this far together, and they would finish this together. The Kraken's tentacles moved with terrifying speed, crashing toward them like massive, deadly whips. The water around them seemed to explode with each movement, currents shifting violently as the creature sought to overpower them. Serena darted to the side, narrowly avoiding one of the tentacles as it sliced through the water with lethal precision. The force of the current threatened to rip her away, but she dug her feet into the ocean floor, steadying herself. Adrian wasn't far behind, his sword flashing in the dim light as he slashed at the Kraken's tentacles. The creature recoiled slightly, its growl deepening into a roar that sent vibrations through the entire trench. It was injured, but not defeated. The Kraken would not go down easily. Despite their efforts, the Kraken continued to press forward, its massive form nearly engulfing them in its shadow. The water was thick with its presence, and every movement was a struggle against the powerful currents it created. Serena could feel the pull of the creature's tentacles, each swipe a reminder of the danger they faced. But they couldn't afford to stop, not when they were so close. She pushed herself forward, using her knowledge of the trench to guide them deeper into the abyss, toward the lair where the blood of the Kraken was hidden. The battle raged around them, each strike from the creature a reminder of the stakes. But Serena knew that they couldn't let fear control them. The Kraken was strong, but their resolve was stronger. They would face whatever came next and emerge victorious. Adrian moved quickly, positioning himself between Serena and the creature. His sword was raised, the steel gleaming faintly in the dim light, but his eyes were focused, calculating. "We need to find a way to get past it," he said, his voice tense but controlled. "We're no match for this thing in a direct fight." His mind raced as he considered their options. The Kraken was far too powerful, too massive for them to defeat head-on. Even with all their skill and determination, they couldn't overpower it. Their only chance was to outsmart it, to find a weakness or a way around its immense power. The water around them was thick with the Kraken's presence, every movement of its tentacles sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. Adrian's thoughts were interrupted by a near miss as one of the tentacles lashed out, narrowly missing him. He could feel the pull of the water as the current surged violently in the wake of the creature's strike. His mind raced for a solution, knowing that they had precious little time before the Kraken pressed its advantage. With every passing second, the trench seemed to close in on them, and the pressure of the depths felt like a weight on his chest. They couldn't afford to hesitate. Serena's eyes flickered over the Kraken, calculating. "The blood of the Kraken is close," she muttered, barely audible over the thundering sound of the creature's growls. Her hand tightened around her enchanted orb, its glow casting an eerie, ghostly light on the surrounding darkness. She was no stranger to danger, but the sight of the massive creature so close sent a chill through her. "If we can get past it, we'll have what we need to complete the ritual." But the more she looked at the Kraken, the more she realized how dangerous this would be. They were running out of options, and every moment felt like it could be their last. Adrian's mind worked quickly, searching for a way to outmaneuver the Kraken. "If we can find a narrow passage or an opening in the trench's wall, we might be able to slip past it," he suggested. His eyes scanned the surrounding darkness, looking for any hint of a way forward. The trench was vast, but there had to be something, some hidden path that they could use to evade the Kraken's wrath. The creature's eyes glowed with an unearthly light, its massive tentacles thrashing through the water in a terrifying display of raw power. Every movement of the Kraken made the water churn, pulling at them with an almost magnetic force. They had to be fast. As if responding to Adrian's thoughts, one of the Kraken's tentacles lashed out again, this time heading straight for Serena. Without thinking, Adrian lunged forward, his sword slicing through the water as he deflected the strike. The tentacle recoiled, but the sheer force of its blow pushed Adrian back, and he could feel the ocean's pressure pressing down on him. The Kraken's roar reverberated through the water, the sound like an ancient, primordial fury. It was clear that they were far from safe. But Adrian wasn't about to give up, not now. He turned back to Serena, his eyes fierce. "We can do this. Stay close, and follow my lead." Serena nodded, her mind racing as the urgency of the moment pressed down on her. The Kraken's roar echoed around them, its massive form looming ever closer, its glowing red eyes filled with malevolent intent. She could feel the weight of their situation, knowing that they were running out of time. Her thoughts flickered back to the scroll they had discovered in the temple. It had mentioned a way to subdue the Kraken, but it wasn't a simple task. It required precise timing and the use of a rare artifact, the Siren's Lullaby. The artifact, when played correctly, could lull even the fiercest of beasts into a deep, controlled sleep, but it had to be used at the right moment. The scroll had given no guarantees. Serena's hand went to her satchel, feeling the familiar contours of the small conch shell nestled inside. This was the artifact they had recovered from the Enchanted Garden, a place filled with strange and powerful items that had once been the domain of the ancient sirens. The conch was said to be imbued with the essence of the siren's song, capable of releasing a sound so mesmerizing that it could pacify even the most violent of creatures. But she knew the Kraken wouldn't be so easily swayed. The timing had to be perfect, and the Kraken's aggression made it a difficult risk to take. Her fingers tightened around the smooth, spiraled shell as she slowly brought it to her lips. The water around them swirled with the creature's fury, each movement of its tentacles sending shockwaves through the trench. Serena could feel the pulse of the ocean's pressure building, the Kraken's presence suffocating in its intensity. The conch shell felt warm against her skin, as though it were reacting to the Kraken's energy, ready to respond. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. If she failed, they would be swallowed by the darkness of the abyssal depths, lost to the crushing grip of the kraken. There was no room for error. Adrian, his sword still raised, kept his focus on the creature as it thrashed in the water, its tentacles slashing through the dark, cold currents. He was watching Serena intently, his eyes sharp. "Now, Serena," he urged, his voice tight with both determination and worry. He knew they needed this to work, knew that the kraken had to be subdued for them to continue their quest. Every second felt like a lifetime as he prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. The siren's lullaby was their only chance, but it depended entirely on Serena's timing, and their survival long enough for the song to take effect. Serena closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself in the chaos around her. She could feel the kraken's rage vibrating through the water, a deep, pulsing force that seemed to tear at her focus. But she didn't waver. Slowly, she raised the conch shell to her lips, steadying her breath. Then, with a deep, resonant exhale, she blew into the shell. The sound that emerged was not the shrill call of an animal, but the soft, haunting melody of an ancient song, one that seemed to call to the very heart of the sea. The water around them shifted as the kraken's movement slowed, its thrashing ceasing momentarily. For a brief moment, it seemed as if time itself had frozen. But Serena knew they had only one chance to get this right. She focused all of her energy on the song, praying that it would be enough to subdue the beast long enough for them to pass. Serena's voice was steady, though the tension in her tone was undeniable as she held the conch shell up for Adrian to see. She was well aware of the gravity of their situation. The kraken's eyes burned with fury, its tentacles thrashing through the water with such force that the currents seemed to bend around them. The creature's growls reverberated through the depths, an ominous sound that filled the entire trench with a sense of impending doom. Yet, amidst the chaos, Serena's mind remained focused. The conch shell, the siren's lullaby, was their only hope, and she knew it had the power to subdue the kraken, if they could get close enough to use it effectively. "The kraken is drawn to fear," Serena continued, her eyes never leaving the creature as it hovered just out of reach, its massive form circling them like a predator closing in on its prey. "But if we can get close enough, the conch's song will lull it into a deep sleep. It will calm its aggression, giving us just enough time to slip by." She adjusted her grip on the artifact, the smooth surface of the conch warm against her palm. She had learned about its powers during their journey, but using it against such a formidable beast was far from a guarantee. The kraken's instinct for survival was fierce, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Adrian nodded, his jaw set with determination. "We need to be quick. If we fail, we'll be crushed under the weight of this place, or worse, consumed by the kraken itself." His grip on his sword tightened, though he knew the weapon would be useless against the creature's size and power. Their best chance was to use the conch's magic, but getting close to the kraken would be a dangerous game. Every instinct in Adrian's body screamed for them to retreat, to flee from the creature's terrifying reach. But they had no other choice. They had to rely on Serena's plan, on the strength of the siren's lullaby. They moved in sync, drifting through the water, careful not to make any sudden movements that might alert the kraken to their approach. The massive creature swam lazily around them, its enormous tentacles sweeping through the water, brushing against the ocean floor with terrifying force. Each movement of the kraken seemed calculated, deliberate, as if it could sense their every intention. Serena felt the weight of its gaze on her, its eyes gleaming in the dim light like two glowing orbs, unblinking and unyielding. She could feel the pressure mounting in her chest, the pulse of fear that threatened to slow her movements, but she pushed it down. She couldn't afford hesitation now. They were this close, so close to the only way they could get through this alive. Adrian's hand reached out to steady Serena, guiding her as they drew closer to the kraken. They were mere feet away now, the creature's enormous body rippling through the water like a living mountain. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her focus, drawing on every ounce of courage she had. Her fingers gently brushed the surface of the conch, steadying herself. This was the moment. With a deep, controlled breath, she brought the conch to her lips once more, her body poised to unleash the melody that would determine whether they lived or died. The kraken's jaws gaped wide, its massive teeth glinting in the dark waters, but Serena didn't falter. She pressed her lips to the shell and blew softly, the haunting song flowing from it like an ancient tide, carrying with it the last hope they had for survival. Adrian's words were sharp, the urgency in his voice cutting through the thick tension of the moment. The kraken's massive form loomed before them, its gleaming eyes narrowing as it began to move with a slow, deliberate crawl, its colossal tentacles swaying through the water like giant, twisting vines. Each movement of the creature seemed to shift the currents, the pressure mounting with every inch it closed between them. The dim blue light of Serena's enchanted orb flickered as if the very waters themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. Adrian could feel the weight of time pressing down on them. Each second was a gamble, and they were running out of them quickly. If the kraken reached them before Serena could use the siren's lullaby, they would have no escape. He tightened his grip on his sword, knowing full well that it was not a weapon designed for this fight. Their only chance was the conch shell. It seemed so small and fragile compared to the gargantuan beast, yet Serena had assured him it was powerful enough to subdue the creature. The sound of the kraken's growls echoed in the water, vibrating through their bones. Adrian's pulse quickened. He could feel the oppressive presence of the creature growing stronger with each passing moment, its ancient, primal hunger radiating from every corner of the trench. "Do it now, Serena," he urged, his voice tense but controlled, his eyes never leaving the kraken as it continued its steady advance. Serena didn't need any more prompting. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her resolve remained unbroken. She raised the siren's lullaby to her lips, positioning herself just close enough to the kraken's shifting form to reach it. Her body was taut with the strain of their situation, her senses heightened in the murky water, attuned to the rhythm of the deep. The kraken's tentacles swirled in the darkness, inches from her, the tips brushing against the ocean floor with frightening force. Serena's breath hitched in her chest, but she steadied herself. She knew there was no turning back now. The artifact was their only hope of survival, their only chance of putting the kraken into a deep, enchanted slumber. With a deep, calming breath, Serena pressed the shell to her lips, her hands steady despite the tension that surged through her. She blew softly into the conch, and the eerie, lilting melody that emerged from it sent ripples through the water, breaking the silence of the abyss. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, unlike anything either of them had ever heard before. It resonated deep within the trench, vibrating through the very bones of the sea. Adrian watched with bated breath as the kraken halted in its tracks, its large, bulbous eyes flashing, its movements slowing. The hum of the song seemed to wrap around the creature, pulling it in, calming its aggression, and filling the once violent space with an almost tranquil stillness. The kraken's massive tentacles still, floating motionless in the water as the melodic lullaby washed over it. For a moment, it seemed as though time itself had paused, the only sound the soft, melodic hum of Serena's song. Adrian held his breath, his gaze locked on the creature as it swayed, its fierce red eyes losing some of their malicious glow, replaced by something softer, more passive. Slowly, the great beast began to lower its massive body, its enormous head tilting slightly as it sank into a deep, otherworldly slumber. Serena's song continued unwavering, until the kraken was completely still, its immense bulk drifting peacefully in the water. The danger, for now, was over. But the question remained, would they have enough time to complete their mission before the creature woke? The deep, oppressive silence of the trench wrapped around them as Adrian and Serena crept closer to the kraken, their movements slow and deliberate. Every shift in the water, every tiny ripple felt like a threat, amplifying their sense of urgency. The kraken, with its massive form looming in the dark depths, was a force of nature, its presence an oppressive weight in the water. Its glowing red eyes flickered as it slowly swayed, the rhythmic swishing of its long tentacles sending shockwaves through the ocean, stirring up currents that made the already challenging terrain even more treacherous. Adrian's hand tightened around his sword, his body tense and ready for anything, but the goal was clear, they had to stay out of the creature's reach. One wrong move, one moment of inattention, and the kraken's deadly appendages could snap them out of the water and into its crushing grasp. The two of them stayed close to the cavern walls, using the shadows as their cover, their bodies pressed against the jagged stone formations. Every now and then, they would hear the kraken's massive tentacles brush past, the sharp, wet sound of its barbs slicing through the water. Serena's heart raced, her mind entirely focused on the task at hand. The danger was palpable, a constant, suffocating threat, but she knew they couldn't afford to be reckless. Every movement had to be precise, every step taken with careful consideration. Adrian remained silent by her side, his focus unyielding, his eyes scanning the water for any signs of the kraken's next strike. They could see the faint outline of the creature's body in the distance, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the abyss. With each passing second, the kraken's tentacles came closer, reaching out in a slow, calculated sweep, searching for any sign of their presence. The currents shifted, creating a disorienting whirlpool effect around them. They held their breath, waiting for the right moment to move. Serena's grip on the siren's lullaby tightened, the conch shell cool against her palm. Her heart thudded in her chest, the urgency mounting with every slow, undulating movement of the kraken. She exchanged a glance with Adrian, who nodded slightly, a wordless understanding passing between them. The time was drawing near. They had to get close enough to use the artifact, but it was a race against the kraken's ever-watchful eyes and the increasing tension in the water. When they were finally close enough, the kraken's tentacles momentarily halted, suspended in the water as if sensing something was amiss. Serena took the opportunity, raising the conch shell to her lips with a steady hand. She took a deep breath, focusing on the ancient magic of the artifact, and blew into it. The sound that erupted from the shell was unlike anything they had ever heard, a haunting melody that seemed to resonate through the very core of the ocean. It was eerie and beautiful, its otherworldly notes vibrating through the water and cutting through the suffocating silence of the trench. The music was not just a sound, but a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to align with the deep, ancient forces of the sea. The kraken's body twitched, its massive eyes flashing as the melody of the siren's lullaby reached its ears. The massive creature halted mid-swing, its tentacles frozen in place as the powerful lullaby reverberated through the water, enveloping it in a calming, almost hypnotic aura. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she continued to play the melody, her lips pressed firmly against the conch. The kraken, once thrashing in a frenzy, now seemed to sway gently, its monstrous body shifting as if lulled into a deep, otherworldly sleep. The predator, once a terrifying force, was now reduced to a placid, unconscious giant. Slowly, the tension in the water began to ease, and the immediate danger was finally averted. But the path ahead was still fraught with peril, and the lullaby had only bought them precious moments. The clock was ticking, and they had to act quickly before the kraken awoke. The moment the haunting notes of the siren's lullaby filled the water, the kraken's thrashing subsided. Its massive tentacles, which had been searching frantically for any sign of movement, now hung limply in the water. The creature's glowing red eyes, once wide with predatory intent, began to droop, their fiery light dimming to a soft, flickering glow. The dark, ominous energy that had radiated from it now seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The kraken's immense body, which had once loomed as an unyielding force in the abyss, seemed to soften, its powerful form no longer pulsing with violent energy. The deep, rumbling growl that had vibrated through the water slowly faded away, replaced by the steady rhythm of the creature's breathing, a sound almost peaceful in comparison to the chaos it had brought moments before. Serena kept playing, her hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The melody was ancient and powerful, its magic woven from the very essence of the sea itself. It wasn't just a lullaby. It was a spell that could tame the fiercest of creatures, invoking a deep, serene slumber. But as she watched the kraken's eyes slowly close, her sense of unease remained. They were only moments away from achieving their goal, but there was no telling how long the kraken would remain under the lullaby's spell. Time was now their most precious commodity. Serena felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple as the weight of their task pressed on her shoulders. Every second counted. Adrian, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand, moved cautiously toward Serena's side. His eyes never left the kraken's slumbering form, watching for any sign that the lullaby might falter or that the creature might stir from its deep sleep. Despite the creature's immobility, the depth of the trench still felt oppressive. The silence was overwhelming, thick with tension and uncertainty. The kraken's massive body was now a looming presence, still as the depths surrounding them. Adrian had always been a warrior, but in this moment, he was a silent guardian, ready to act at a moment's notice if anything went wrong. His breathing was slow and controlled, matching the rhythm of the lullaby that seemed to pulse in time with the ocean itself. As the seconds ticked by, the kraken's breathing deepened, its body swaying gently with the current as it drifted further into its enchanted slumber. Its massive tentacles, once sharp and thrashing with deadly intent, now hung lifeless in the water, casting long, eerie shadows across the dark seafloor. Serena's heart rate slowed, her focus unwavering. She could feel the ancient power of the conch shell coursing through her, its magic reaching into the very core of the creature, binding it in a calm that was almost unnatural. It was a delicate balance. Too much power, and the kraken could be killed by the spell. Too little, and it might awaken too soon. She had to maintain just the right amount of pressure, the right amount of enchantment to ensure the lullaby's success. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the last of the kraken's movements stilled. Its eyes, now fully closed, no longer glowed with the menacing red light that had once pierced the dark waters. The creature, for all its monstrous size and terrifying power, lay completely still, enveloped in the deep, magical sleep that Serena had induced. The tension in the water lifted, replaced by an eerie calm. But Serena knew their work wasn't done. They had one final task, to retrieve the blood of the kraken, the last ingredient they needed to break the curse. And now, with the creature's slumbering form before them, they had only a narrow window to act. The quiet of the trench was almost too much to bear as they prepared to retrieve the final piece of their mission. "Now!" Serena whispered urgently, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. The moment was upon them, and there was no time to waste. She immediately pulled the vial from her satchel, her fingers trembling slightly as they clasped the delicate glass. The kraken lay in an unnatural, serene sleep, its massive body drifting gently in the water, unaware of the delicate operation unfolding right beneath its shadow. Serena's heart raced in her chest, but her hands moved with practiced precision. She knew the risks all too well. One wrong move, one noise too loud, and the creature could awaken, plunging them back into the fight they had so carefully avoided. Adrian shifted closer, his movements slow and controlled, eyes scanning the massive beast for any sign of stirring. He didn't dare speak, knowing that even a whisper could shatter the delicate calm that surrounded them. His grip on his sword tightened, instinctively prepared for any danger that might arise, though his focus remained on Serena and her task. The kraken's form loomed ominously in the murky waters, its tendrils still but potent, a reminder of just how fragile their situation was. They had been lucky to make it this far, and they needed to finish the job before the lullaby's effect wore off. Serena positioned herself carefully, the vial in hand, and moved to the base of the kraken's nearest tentacle. The liquid they needed was located deep within its veins, an ancient blood that pulsed with the magic of the ocean itself. Her breath came in slow, steady intervals as she reached out, using the tip of a thin, enchanted needle to pierce the kraken's tough, rubbery skin. The process was painstaking and required immense care, as any misstep could cause the creature to stir, possibly waking it before they had retrieved what they needed. Every movement was deliberate, every shift in position measured. As the needle found its target, a faint pulse of energy surged through the water, a rippling wave of power that seemed to echo from the kraken's body. Serena's heart skipped a beat, but she remained unfazed. The magic was working, the kraken's blood slowly beginning to fill the vial. It was a strange, shimmering liquid, dark and thick, yet almost ethereal in its glow. The blood of the kraken was a key ingredient for the ritual, capable of binding the elements together and sealing the curse once and for all. But it was also rare and dangerous, and retrieving it from the kraken's veins was no small feat. Serena's hands moved faster now, the urgency of the moment pressing down on her. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, The vial was full. Serena carefully withdrew the needle, her eyes never leaving the kraken's slow form. The sleep spell held firm, but she knew they couldn't afford to linger. She quickly sealed the vial and tucked it safely into her satchel, her movements efficient and precise. With the blood of the kraken secured, their task was almost complete. All that remained was to make their way back to the surface, where the ritual could be performed to break the curse. But as Serena looked at Adrian, she knew they were far from finished. The journey ahead would be just as perilous as the one they had already endured, and there was no guarantee that success would come easily. Still, they had what they needed, and for the first time in what felt like ages, hope surged within her. They hurried past the sleeping kraken, moving swiftly through the shadowy water as the weight of their mission pushed them forward. Every part of the trench seemed to grow more foreboding as they descended, the walls narrowing, and the water growing colder. Their every movement was carefully measured, aware that the kraken's slumber would not last forever. The silence of the trench felt suffocating, the only sound their own breathing, echoing in the eerie stillness. As they pressed on, their goal began to take form, a glimmering light at the bottom of the abyss. It was the lair of the kraken, an ancient and treacherous place, known for the wreckage of ships that littered its depths, the skeletal remains of those who had tried, and failed, to retrieve the blood of the kraken. Reaching the lair, they were greeted with a scene both awe-inspiring and grotesque. The cavern stretched out before them, its edges jagged and sharp, the walls adorned with the broken remnants of countless ships. Rotted timbers and shattered sails drifted among coral-encrusted skeletons, the echoes of forgotten lives lingering in the cold, murky depths. Serena's eyes flicked over the wreckage, the sight of it sending a chill through her, but she forced herself to focus. They had no time to dwell on the past. The task at hand was all that mattered. Her hand instinctively went to her satchel, ensuring the vial containing the blood of the kraken was still secure. It would be the key to breaking the curse, but only if they could make it back alive. At the center of the cavern, a glowing crimson pool caught their attention. The water around it shimmered with an otherworldly light, casting an eerie glow across the cavern's wreckage. The blood of the kraken lay within this pool, a powerful, living essence that pulsed like a heartbeat. It was the very lifeblood of the creature, its magic as ancient as the ocean itself. Serena's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight. The crimson liquid rippled and swirled with a strange, seductive energy, and she felt its pull deep within her bones. This was the final piece they needed, the element that would bind the forces of the ritual together. Adrian's voice broke through her thoughts, his tone urgent. "We need to act quickly. The kraken won't stay asleep forever." Serena nodded, shaking off the weight of the sight before her. They had come too far to hesitate now. She had no intention of allowing the kraken's power to slip through their fingers. She motioned for Adrian to approach the pool with her, knowing that the blood of the kraken was volatile and could react to their presence. The pool seemed to recognize them, its surface rippling with a pulse of dark energy, as if aware of their intentions. But Serena held firm, her resolve strengthening as she moved closer. They hovered at the edge of the pool, knowing they had to be precise. The blood of the kraken could not be collected carelessly. Any disruption could trigger the kraken's wrath and awaken the beast in an instant. Serena crouched beside the pool, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for a ceremonial dagger. The task was delicate, and the risks were high, but the stakes had never been clearer. With a steady hand, she drew the blade across the surface of the pool, allowing the blood to flow into a second vial that she had prepared. The liquid was thicker than any she had ever encountered, and its pull was almost magnetic. As the vial filled, Serena glanced at Adrian, meeting his eyes with a silent understanding. The final piece was in their grasp. They had come this far. Now, all they had to do was make it back, and hope that the ritual would be enough to break the curse. Serena's hands moved with practiced precision, the tip of her ceremonial dagger gently skimming the surface of the glowing crimson liquid. Each movement was deliberate, calculated, as if the slightest misstep could undo everything they had fought for. The blood of the kraken, thick and pulsing with an eerie energy, swirled into the vial she held with steady hands. Despite the weight of the task and the danger lurking in every shadow of the Kraken's lair, she remained calm, her focus absolute. This was the final element they needed to break the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries, and the stakes had never been higher. The pool seemed to resist the extraction, its surface rippling in waves of dark energy, but Serena was undeterred. She had come this far, and nothing would stop her now. As the vial filled, the crimson liquid seemed to come alive, shifting with a mesmerizing glow. The air around them felt charged, thick with the power of the Kraken's blood. Serena could feel its weight in the air, pressing down on her chest like a physical force. The cavern, once still and silent, now hummed with a low, vibrating resonance that seemed to echo from the very walls. She could sense the immense power contained within the blood, a magic older than the ocean itself, and for a moment, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, that perhaps they were playing with forces beyond their understanding. But she pushed the thought aside. There was no turning back now. They had no choice but to finish what they had started. The vial was full, its contents a deep, swirling crimson, and Serena sealed it quickly, her breath catching in her throat. She glanced at Adrian, who stood watch, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness of the lair for any signs of movement. The Kraken still slumbered, unaware of their presence, but they knew that time was not on their side. Serena tucked the vial carefully into her satchel, securing it among the other items they had gathered on their journey. The weight of the small vial was significant, and as she adjusted it, she could feel the enormity of the task that lay ahead. They had what they came for, but now they had to return, and the journey back would be no less perilous. "We have everything we need," Serena said, her voice quiet but firm, as she stood and took one last look at the Kraken's lair. The massive cavern was both awe-inspiring and unnerving, filled with the remnants of past attempts at retrieving the blood, the skeletal remains of those who had failed. It was a graveyard of ambition, a reminder of the dangers they had faced, and the dangers still ahead. But Serena pushed the unsettling thought aside. The ritual would work. It had to. The reef's survival, and their own, depended on it. Adrian nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "Let's get out of here," he said, his voice low. They didn't speak further, knowing that every second they lingered increased the risk of the Kraken awakening. Together, they began to move toward the entrance of the cavern, the vial of Kraken's blood their final and most dangerous prize. As they swam through the lair's dark waters, Serena felt a sense of finality settle over her. They had come this far. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain: the fate of the reef was now in their hands. As Serena and Adrian turned to leave the Kraken's lair, a deep, rumbling growl reverberated through the cavern, stopping them in their tracks. The water around them seemed to tremble as the massive creature's eyes snapped open, glowing with a malevolent red light. Its immense form, once motionless and serene, now began to twitch with violent energy. The effects of the siren's lullaby were fading far quicker than they had anticipated, and the Kraken was rousing from its deep slumber with terrifying speed. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she turned to face the creature, her instincts screaming that they were no longer safe. The Kraken's tentacles, each one thick and formidable, writhed in the water with primal fury. They slapped against the rocky seafloor, sending shockwaves through the cavern. A low, guttural roar erupted from the creature, vibrating the very bones in Serena's body. The air seemed to grow colder, and the once oppressive darkness of the trench deepened, as though the ocean itself had become more hostile in response to the Kraken's awakening. The threat was undeniable now. If they didn't act quickly, they would be swallowed by its wrath, consumed by the very creature they had only moments ago successfully subdued. Adrian was the first to react, his grip tightening on his sword as he took a step forward, positioning himself between Serena and the Kraken. His gaze was locked on the creature, calculating its every movement. "We need to move now!" he shouted, urgency in his voice. The Kraken's tentacles lashed out with terrifying speed, and the water around them grew turbulent as it sought to strike. Serena's pulse quickened, her eyes scanning for any way out of the cavern before the Kraken could retaliate. She felt the weight of their situation. This wasn't just a fight for survival anymore. It was a race against time. The kraken's roar intensified as it began to rise, its enormous form pressing forward in the water with a deadly grace. Tentacles reached out, grasping at the water as though it could feel the vibrations of their movements. Serena's mind raced. They had no time to escape through the trench as they had planned. Too many currents would pull them deeper into the kraken's territory. She needed to think, to find another way. Her eyes darted around the cavern, seeking any possible escape, any hidden path they might use to evade the creature. The vial of kraken's blood hung heavily in her satchel, a reminder of the power they had come for. But the danger was now more immediate than the success of their mission. With a fierce determination, Serena grabbed Adrian's arm. "This way," she urged, pulling him toward the far side of the cavern where a narrow passage seemed to wind deeper into the trench. It was a risk, but it was the only option. As they swam toward the passage, the kraken's tentacles swept through the water, closing in on them with terrifying precision. They barely managed to evade a deadly strike, the force of the tentacles passing sending ripples through the water that nearly knocked them off course. But they kept moving, pushing themselves toward the safety of the unknown passage, knowing that their chances of survival were slipping away with each second that the kraken stirred. "Go!" Adrian shouted, his voice laced with urgency as he grabbed Serena's hand and yanked her toward the exit. The water around them churned violently as the kraken's tentacles lashed through the depths, creating powerful currents that threatened to pull them back. Serena's heart raced as she struggled to keep up with Adrian's swift movements, her mind still spinning from the chaos of the kraken's awakening. Every instinct told her to flee, to escape the creature's wrath, but the overwhelming pull of the ocean and the weight of the task they had completed kept her focused. The kraken was no longer a distant threat, it was a living nightmare, and it was hunting them now. Adrian led the way, his powerful strokes cutting through the water with determination. Serena could feel the force of the currents tugging at them, as though the very ocean itself was conspiring to drag them back to the kraken's grasp. The passage they had entered was narrow, and as they swam deeper into its dark depths, the water grew colder, the pressure of the trench closing in on them. Serena glanced back, only to see the cavern they had left filling with a cloud of swirling darkness as the kraken's enormous body surged toward them. It was relentless, and with each passing moment, it grew closer, the sound of its furious roars echoing through the water. The tension in Serena's chest tightened as she kicked harder, trying to keep pace with Adrian despite the overwhelming pressure of the water. The kraken's monstrous form was fast approaching, its tentacles now slicing through the water with precision, seeking to ensnare them in its deadly grip. Serena's pulse quickened as she felt the cold embrace of its wrath closing in. The narrow passage seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of them, and she couldn't shake the fear that they might not make it out in time. Adrian's grip on her hand was the only anchor in the chaos, a lifeline as they hurtled toward safety. "Keep going!" Adrian called, his voice cutting through the rush of water as he glanced back, his jaw clenched in determination. His eyes locked onto the dark opening ahead, their only hope of escape. Serena pushed herself harder, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. The passage was growing steeper, but she could see the faintest flicker of light ahead, signaling the end of their underwater labyrinth. The kraken's roar grew more distant, but the threat was still there, hovering just behind them. Their survival depended on reaching the exit before the creature could track them down again. With one final burst of energy, they surged toward the opening, emerging from the dark passage into a slightly shallower part of the trench. The pressure lifted immediately, and the rushing current of water seemed to subside, giving them a brief respite. Serena gasped for air, the first breath she had taken in what felt like an eternity. She glanced back, her body tense with anticipation, but the kraken was no longer in sight. For a moment, it felt as though they had outrun death itself. But Serena knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. The kraken would not be easily defeated, and they still had a long way to go before their mission was complete. They raced out of the cavern, the water now a violent maelstrom of swirling currents as the kraken's fury intensified. Its monstrous form loomed in the distance, its tentacles lashing out in a frenzy, creating waves of force that sent tremors through the water. Each of its strikes created ripples of power, propelling them backward with terrifying speed. The very ocean seemed to conspire against them, the currents growing more treacherous as they tried to escape. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she fought to keep her head above the relentless tide, her muscles burning from the effort of swimming against the pull of the abyss. The kraken's shrill roars echoed through the water, a constant reminder that it would not let them go easily. Adrian's grip on her hand tightened, urging her forward as he pushed them both through the tumultuous water. His eyes remained fixed on the narrow passage ahead, the last stretch of open water that would lead them to the relative safety of the reef. Serena's breath came in short gasps, her body moving on instinct as the kraken's presence grew ever more oppressive behind them. The creature's immense form was now only a few paces away, its sharp tentacles slicing through the water, the tips glinting ominously in the dim light. Each passing second felt like an eternity as they raced toward freedom, the weight of the water pressing down on them from all sides. The currents grew fiercer, twisting and pulling them toward the abyss, but Serena and Adrian kept their focus. They knew that one wrong move could send them spiraling back into the kraken's grasp, but the thought of the blood of the kraken safely secured in Serena's satchel gave them the strength to keep moving. They swam with a ferocity born of desperation, relying on every ounce of their training and survival instinct to stay ahead of the monstrous creature. Adrian's determination was unwavering, and Serena mirrored his resolve, pushing herself beyond her limits, her eyes locked on the faint light of the surface that seemed so far away yet so close. With one final burst of energy, they broke free of the kraken's reach, the darkness of the trench giving way to the dim glow of the reef above. The water lightened around them, the pressure easing as they ascended through the layers of the ocean. The sounds of the kraken's roars grew muffled behind them, the distance between them and the creature increasing with every stroke. Serena felt a surge of relief flood through her, but she didn't dare slow down. The kraken was relentless, and while they had escaped the immediate danger, it was only a matter of time before it would return in search of revenge. Finally, with one last push, they breached the surface, gasping for air as they emerged into the calm waters of the reef. The kraken's roar was now a distant memory, replaced by the soothing sounds of the ocean around them. They had made it. Their bodies were exhausted, their muscles aching from the brutal swim, but they had survived. Serena and Adrian exchanged a look of quiet triumph, knowing that they had just narrowly escaped the grasp of death. But even as the adrenaline began to ebb, the reality of their mission pressed on. They still had one final step to complete, and the reef's fate rested on what came next. When they finally broke the surface, gasping for air, the sky above was painted with the colors of twilight. The warm hues of orange and pink bled into the fading blue, casting a soft glow over the water. The cool evening air felt like a balm against their burning lungs, though it did little to erase the deep fatigue that had settled into their bones. Their bodies ached from the grueling journey, each movement heavy and sluggish, but the sight of the peaceful horizon was a welcome contrast to the terror they had just faced. The kraken was now a distant memory, its fury replaced by the calm stillness of the ocean at dusk. They had made it out, against all odds. Adrian leaned back, floating on the surface for a moment, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his breath. His eyes were half-lidded, still processing the enormity of what they had accomplished. They had ventured into the heart of darkness, fought a creature from legends, and survived the abyssal depths, all to retrieve the blood of the kraken. The vial containing the precious substance was now secured in Serena's satchel, the final piece of the puzzle that would allow them to break the curse that had plagued the reef. He allowed himself a rare, fleeting smile, the thrill of their success warming him from the inside out, but it was quickly tempered by the weight of what came next. Serena, too, floated beside him, her face a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Her heart still raced from the adrenaline of their escape, but she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride for how far they had come. They had faced the kraken and the abyssal depths together, their bond forged in the fires of their trials. Despite the dangers they had encountered, they had always found a way to overcome them. But she knew they weren't done yet. The blood of the kraken was the last of the ingredients needed to break the curse, and while their victory felt sweet, the final step was still ahead of them. The ritual would be the ultimate test of their resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last light of day casting long shadows across the water, Serena turned her gaze to the reef in the distance. They were so close now, only one final journey left to complete. But the reef was still in danger, the curse hanging over it like a dark cloud. The ritual would take everything they had, and there was no room for failure. Serena tightened her grip on the vial, feeling the weight of their task settling on her shoulders. She glanced at Adrian, his face set with determination, and knew he shared the same resolve. The reef's fate, and their own, rested in their hands. With a final deep breath, Serena pushed herself forward, ready to take the last steps of their journey. Adrian followed closely, his presence a steadying force beside her. Together, they swam toward the reef, the water growing warmer as they neared its familiar embrace. Their bodies were weary, their spirits tested, but there was no turning back now. The curse that had plagued the reef for so long was about to be broken, and they would be the ones to do it. The end of their long journey was within reach, and despite the exhaustion, they couldn't help but feel a sense of hope flickering in their chests. As they swam back toward the sanctuary of the reef, the weight of their journey began to settle in, pressing down on them like the ocean's own heavy currents. Their bodies ached from the battles they had fought, from the strain of navigating the abyssal depths and facing the monstrous kraken. Each stroke felt more laborious than the last, but it wasn't just their physical exhaustion that weighed on them. The mental toll of everything they had endured was starting to sink in, the terrifying unknowns, the constant threat of failure, and the haunting moments of fear that had gnawed at them along the way. Yet, despite everything, they were alive, and they were returning with the blood of the kraken, the final piece of the puzzle to break the curse on the reef. They had made it this far. Adrian's eyes scanned the horizon ahead, the reef slowly coming into view as the colors of the setting sun shimmered off the water's surface. The gentle sway of the corals seemed almost welcoming, a stark contrast to the chaos and danger they had just escaped. Despite their weariness, a sense of calm began to settle over him. The reef, their home, was within reach, and with it, the final step of their journey. He glanced over at Serena, who swam beside him with her usual quiet strength, her expression determined but softened by the relief that came with knowing they had survived. Their shared glances spoke volumes, words unnecessary after everything they had been through together. There was no doubt that the challenges they had faced had changed them, and forged a bond that went far beyond mere partnership. Serena's thoughts mirrored Adrian's as she looked at the reef growing closer. The sanctuary that had been her home for so long, and the place she had fought so desperately to protect, was now within her grasp. Yet, the thought of the final ritual still loomed large in her mind. They had come so far, and the weight of their mission pressed heavily on her chest. The blood of the kraken was now in their possession, but it was only one part of the equation. The ritual that would break the curse, and save the reef, would require more than just ingredients. It would require precision, timing, and strength, both physical and emotional. Serena could feel the sense of responsibility growing inside her, knowing that everything hinged on their next steps. But there was no room for hesitation. They had faced unimaginable dangers together, and they had emerged stronger for it. The journey had changed them both in ways they hadn't yet fully understood. They had started as two individuals with a shared goal, but along the way, they had become something more, partners, comrades, and friends, bound by the trials they had faced and the trust they had built. Serena's heart felt lighter now, knowing that they had made it through the worst of it. But her mind was already turning toward the final challenge, the one that would determine the fate of the reef. She could feel the pull of the place, the weight of her responsibility, and the uncertainty of what was to come. But with Adrian beside her, she knew they could face whatever awaited them. Together, they were unstoppable. As the reef came fully into view, its vibrant corals and tranquil waters a stark contrast to the dangers they had left behind, a deep sense of resolve settled over them both. Their bond had deepened in ways words couldn't fully express. Each challenge they had faced had been a test, not only of their physical strength but of their trust in each other. They had learned to depend on one another, to read each other's intentions without speaking, and to fight side by side without hesitation. The thought of what lay ahead didn't seem quite as daunting anymore. They had come this far, and they would finish what they had started. The reef would be saved, and the curse would be broken, not by any one person alone, but by the strength they had found together. With the final piece of the puzzle in hand, the blood of the kraken secured within a vial, Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the heart of the reef, their minds sharp with purpose. The shimmering coral structures surrounding them seemed to glow with an ethereal light, as though the reef itself was aware of the impending ritual. The weight of the moment hung in the air, thick and unspoken. They had gathered every ingredient, faced unimaginable dangers, and fought through the darkest depths of the ocean. But as they prepared for the final step, the truth of their task settled heavily within them. The ritual was not just a simple incantation to break a curse. It was a battle against the very forces that had corrupted the reef. The hardest part, they both knew, was still to come. Serena's gaze shifted to the swirling waters below, the heart of the reef pulsing with a quiet, almost mournful energy. The ritual would call forth the power of the reef itself, the ancient magic that had once protected it, and bind it to the heartstone, the symbol of their hopes for renewal. But the dark force that had cursed the reef had taken root deep within the waters, twisting the life force of the ocean. It would not yield easily. Serena could feel the weight of that darkness, like a shadow lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. They were prepared, but the uncertainty of what might happen when the ritual began gnawed at her resolve. She turned to Adrian, catching his eye, and the unspoken understanding passed between them. This was no longer just about them, but about everything they held dear. Adrian felt the same weight, but his determination had only grown stronger with each challenge they faced. The journey had tested him in ways he hadn't anticipated, but it had also shown him the depth of his own strength and his reliance on Serena. Their partnership had evolved into something far more powerful than he could have imagined. As they stood there, ready to perform the ritual, he knew that it was their bond, their shared commitment to the reef, that would see them through. The blood of the kraken was the final ingredient, but it was their unity, their combined strength, that would make the magic work. He reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Serena's shoulder, a silent promise that they would face whatever came together. The ritual would require them to channel their own life force, drawing on the strength of the heartstone and the essence of the reef itself. They had no guarantees, no assurance that it would work. The heart of the reef had been ravaged by the curse for so long, and the force that had taken hold within the depths was powerful and relentless. The magic of the kraken's blood was ancient and volatile, and it would not be tamed easily. But with every step they had taken, they had proven that they were capable of overcoming the impossible. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the kraken, and gathered the sacred elements. The final challenge would test them, but they would not falter. Not now. Not when everything was at stake. With the preparations made, they stood ready, their hearts in sync, as they began the incantation that would channel the power of the blood of the kraken and the heartstone. The water around them seemed to respond, the currents shifting as if aware of the change in the air. They could feel the energy building, the power surging around them, but also the darkness, coiling beneath the surface like a serpent waiting to strike. They could not let it take hold. As they spoke the final words, the magic began to swirl, a brilliant light glowing from within the heartstone, binding the forces of the reef to the ancient power they had unearthed. The battle had begun, and only their resolve would determine whether they could restore the heart of the reef, or lose everything in the process. Chapter 33: The Ritual's Challenges. The air was thick with tension as Adrian and Serena stood at the heart of the reef, their bodies drawn taut with anticipation. The sacred site, an ancient clearing surrounded by towering coral pillars, felt both otherworldly and intimate, its deep-rooted power almost tangible. The sky above hung heavy, clouds swirling in ominous patterns that seemed to reflect the turmoil inside them. The calm, glittering water surrounding them appeared serene, a sharp contrast to the chaos that churned within their hearts. Though the surface was tranquil, they could both sense the volatile energy beneath, waiting to be unleashed. This was the moment they had been preparing for, the culmination of everything they had endured, and yet a part of them could not shake the apprehension that lingered in the air like an unseen storm. As the winds began to stir, carrying the scent of salt and impending rain, Serena's grip tightened around the vial of kraken's blood, the final ingredient needed to break the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. The ritual was their last hope, But it was no simple task. The forces they were about to invoke were ancient and unpredictable, and the Heartstone, once the source of balance, would either be restored or destroyed in the process. Serena glanced at Adrian, her heart beating a little faster, her mind racing through the steps they needed to follow. They had survived unimaginable dangers to gather the elements for this moment, but now, as they prepared to channel the energy of the reef itself, they knew the stakes were higher than ever. The calm waters around them hid the dangerous unknowns they would soon face. Adrian's eyes were fixed on the horizon, his jaw set in a firm line. His thoughts, like Serena's, were consumed by the weight of their task, but he refused to let fear take root. He had fought alongside her through every trial, and he wasn't about to let that journey end in failure. The ritual's power would not be easy to control, but it was their only chance to restore the heart of the reef and break the curse once and for all. As the wind howled louder and the first droplets of rain fell, he felt the power of the reef resonate deep within him, a silent call to act. They had prepared for this moment for so long, and though they couldn't predict what would happen next, they both understood that they were ready to face whatever came. Serena stood at the center of the sacred circle, her body steady despite the maelstrom of emotions swirling inside her. In one hand, she clutched the vial of blood of the Kraken, its crimson contents glowing ominously in the dim light. Her other hand held the Heartstone, the radiant gem pulsing with an ethereal light that seemed to hum in harmony with her heartbeat. The Heartstone had always been a symbol of the reef's life force, and now, it was their beacon of hope, the key to unlocking the balance they so desperately needed. As she carefully surveyed the ritual setup, her eyes traced the placement of each ingredient, knowing that even the smallest disruption could cause failure. The air around her thrummed with power, the elements they had gathered, each one a vital piece of the puzzle, forming a delicate balance that could not be disturbed. The tears of the sea glistened like liquid moonlight, their soft, iridescent glow casting faint shadows on the surrounding coral. Each pearl held the weight of the ocean's sorrow and its hope for renewal, and their beauty was almost too haunting to behold. Nearby, the essence of life radiated a gentle, golden warmth, as though the very essence of the sea's vitality had been captured in its liquid form. It shimmered faintly, its presence almost soothing, as if it were the calm before the storm. Each ingredient seemed alive, its energy flowing with purpose, and together they formed a powerful nexus of magic that would either save the reef or destroy it. Serena's pulse quickened as she felt the weight of their responsibility settle heavily upon her. She and Adrian had come so far, and now, with everything in place, they were on the verge of something far greater than they could have imagined. Around them, the winds began to shift, growing louder as the storm that had been building above them intensified. The elements they had gathered began to vibrate, their energies responding to the call of the Heartstone. The air felt thick, heavy with the anticipation of what was to come. Serena's grip on the Heartstone tightened, her breath steadying as she focused her thoughts on the task ahead. She knew this moment was critical. The ritual required perfect timing, a precise release of energy that would bind the forces together in harmony. The blood of the Kraken, the final ingredient they had risked so much to retrieve, was the key that would unlock the magic necessary to break the curse. With one last glance at Adrian, she felt a surge of determination. They were ready. The reef's fate, and their own, rested in their hands. Serena's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their implications. She glanced at Adrian, her gaze unwavering, though a flicker of uncertainty passed through her eyes. The ritual was not just a test of strength or endurance. It was a trial that would push them to their limits, demanding not only their physical prowess but their very souls. The curse they sought to break had been centuries in the making, and the ritual was crafted to ensure that only those truly worthy could disrupt the ancient forces at work. Serena knew the challenges they would face were not just external. The ritual would confront their deepest fears, their most hidden doubts. It would ask them to give of themselves in ways they could never have anticipated. As she took a steadying breath, Serena couldn't ignore the uneasy flutter in her chest. She had faced dangers before, but this was different. The Heartstone pulsed softly in her hand, its energy reassuring yet overwhelming in its intensity. The blood of the Kraken, the essence of life, and the tears of the sea, they were all powerful elements, But without the strength of their bond, they would be useless. The ritual required them to align their will, their hearts, and their purpose with the forces they were about to unleash. It was no longer just about completing a task. It was about proving that they were the right ones for this moment, that they could rise to the challenge and face whatever trials lay ahead, no matter how daunting or dangerous. The path we've walked has been difficult, but this will test us in ways we haven't yet imagined. Serena continued, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the air itself might listen and respond. But together, we can endure. We've already shown that our bond is our strength. Now, it will be the foundation upon which we succeed. She turned to face him fully, a sense of quiet resolve settling over her. The fear was still there, lingering beneath the surface, but it no longer had the power to paralyze her. They had come this far, and though the ritual would push them to their breaking points, Serena knew they were ready to face whatever came next, together. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight grounding him in the present moment. The tension in the air was almost tangible, thick with the energy of what was about to unfold. The sky above them seemed to hold its breath, the storm clouds swirling in anticipation, mirroring the uncertainty within his own heart. Yet, as he stood beside Serena, he felt a surge of conviction that erased any lingering doubt. They had come so far, faced the abyss, outsmarted the kraken, and gathered the elements necessary to break the curse. Each challenge had tested them, yes, but it had also shaped them, forging a bond that was unbreakable. They were no longer just allies in a mission. They were a team, united by the trials they had faced and overcome. Despite the weight of the ritual before them, Adrian felt a quiet strength settle in his chest. The fear that had once clawed at him in moments of uncertainty was replaced by a fierce determination. His mind flashed back to the darkest moments of their journey, the times when victory seemed impossible, when it felt as if they were standing at the edge of a precipice with no way forward. Yet they had pressed on. Serena had always been his anchor, her resolve unwavering in the face of danger, and he had learned to trust her completely. Now, as they stood at the heart of the reef, ready to face the ultimate test, he knew that whatever happened, they would face it together. Adrian's voice was steady, the certainty in it unmistakable. We've faced everything this reef has thrown at us. We can do this. The words were not just for Serena. They were a reminder to himself as much as they were to her. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the kraken, and gathered the sacred elements. This final step was theirs to take, and no matter the trials the ritual would throw their way, he believed in their ability to overcome it. Together, they were unstoppable. With a final glance at Serena, Adrian stepped forward, his resolve clear. The ritual would not break them. They were ready. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she raised the heart stone above her head, its radiant glow casting shimmering patterns on the water's surface. The words she spoke were ancient, their meanings lost to time, but their power was undeniable. Each syllable reverberated through the air, carrying with it the weight of centuries of forgotten magic. Her voice remained steady, though inside, the urgency of the moment pressed upon her. As the final words left her lips, the world seemed to hold its breath, and for a fleeting moment, all was still. Then, the energy in the air surged, crackling like static, as if the very fabric of the reef had been awakened by her invocation. The waters around them began to stir, responding to the call of the ritual, swirling in chaotic patterns as if some ancient force had been disturbed from its slumber. Serena could feel the energy building, vibrating through the very ground beneath her feet, rushing up her spine and out through her hands that still held the heart stone. The air around them grew heavy, thick with raw, untamed power. Her mind raced as she tried to focus, keeping the heart stone aligned with the precise position she had studied, aware that even the slightest misstep could undo everything they had worked for. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, a growing force that threatened to overwhelm them both. Despite the intensity of the storm brewing around them, Serena remained resolute. She could hear the deep, rhythmic pulse of the heartstone, now vibrating in perfect harmony with the elements they had gathered. The energy was no longer just a force in the air, it was a living, breathing entity, intertwining with the very fabric of the reef. Serena's breath was shallow, her hands beginning to tremble from the strain, but she knew she had to push through. This was the culmination of everything they had fought for, and there was no turning back now. As the ritual reached its zenith, the water began to glow with an otherworldly light, casting everything in a surreal, ethereal glow. The heartstone pulsed with a life of its own, signaling that the ritual was nearly complete. As the ritual deepened, the first test of their resolve materialized with a sudden, violent tremor that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The calm water surrounding them began to stir, escalating into violent waves that crashed against their legs. Serena's eyes widened in shock as a massive whirlpool rose from the depths, its swirling vortex spinning with a relentless, menacing force. The water was no longer their ally. It became an adversary, thrashing and pulling with a violent grip. The currents churned in erratic patterns, attempting to drag them toward the abyss at its center. Serena felt the weight of the challenge pressing down on her, the heartstone in her hands vibrating violently as if it too was reacting to the growing chaos. Her concentration wavered for a moment as the whirlpool's force intensified. It was as if the very elements themselves were fighting against her, testing her worthiness to wield such power. Serena's voice faltered for an instant, her words breaking as the water tugged at her body, pulling her toward the vortex's edge. Her mind raced. She had prepared for physical trials, but this level of raw elemental power was beyond what she had expected. The ritual she had carefully studied now seemed like an insurmountable challenge, the weight of her responsibility nearly overwhelming. Despite the struggle, she fought to stay grounded, to maintain the chant, her hands tightening around the heartstone, willing it to stabilize the storm raging around them. Adrian, standing steadfast beside her, could see the strain in Serena's face as the power of the whirlpool tested her limits. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to fend off anything that came their way, but he knew this battle was not one of physical force. It was one of willpower. He could feel the growing pull of the whirlpool, the water swirling faster with each passing second, yet Serena's determination never wavered. Her eyes locked onto the heartstone, her chant growing stronger, and slowly, the violent currents began to ebb. It was a battle of wills, and despite the ferocity of the challenge, Serena's resolve was unbreakable. The whirlpool began to subside, its pull weakening until the water stilled once more, the challenge overcome, but only just. The first test had been passed, but they both knew that greater trials awaited them still. Adrian's voice cut through the roar of the swirling water, a desperate anchor in the chaos. He turned to Serena, his expression fierce and unwavering as the whirlpool continued to rage around them, its pull growing stronger. The water whipped at their faces and tugged at their limbs, threatening to rip them apart. Yet, in the midst of the storm, Adrian's gaze remained fixed on Serena, watching her every move as the ritual took all her focus. He could see the strain in her face, the way the currents tugged at her, trying to break her concentration. He knew that if she faltered, they would lose everything, and the curse would remain unbroken. "Stay with me, Serena!" Adrian shouted again, his words a lifeline amidst the chaos. He reached out, grabbing her arm to steady her as the whirlpool's force grew more violent. Her face was pale, and her breath came in shallow gasps, but she held the heartstone tightly, her voice still chanting the ancient words. The whirlpool's center was a maelstrom of dark water, churning with an almost sentient fury, but Adrian could see the flicker of determination in her eyes. Despite the violent assault of the elements, she didn't let go. She couldn't. Adrian could feel the pressure mounting around them, the water trying to pull them in different directions, but he refused to let the fear take root. He gripped her arm harder, pulling her closer, ensuring she wouldn't break free of the pull. "We've come too far to give up now," he urged, his voice steady with conviction. The ritual was their only hope, and there was no turning back. With every ounce of his strength, he held his ground, refusing to let the whirlpool overwhelm them. Together, they would finish what they had started. Together, they would break the curse. Serena's jaw clenched as she fought to maintain the flow of the ritual, her voice growing more determined with each passing second. The air around them pulsed with the energy of the heartstone, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Every word she uttered seemed to steady the turbulent waters, but the forces pressing against her were relentless. whirlpool's pull threatened to tear them apart, but Serena refused to be shaken. Her grip on the heartstone tightened, her body tense with concentration as she resisted the storm. Her chant grew louder, each syllable a declaration of defiance against the chaos that sought to overpower her. Beside her, Adrian's presence was a grounding force, unwavering and resolute. He stood close, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to defend them both if needed. But he didn't need to fight with steel. His strength came from the quiet support he offered Serena. His eyes remained locked on her, watching as she fought the water's violent current. As the minutes dragged on, the weight of their shared resolve seemed to bolster Serena's efforts. With Adrian's silent encouragement, she found the strength to push harder, her chant resonating more powerfully with each breath. Slowly, the ferocity of the whirlpool began to wane, its violent pull easing just enough for them to take a breath. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the whirlpool's grip on them loosened. The water around them began to calm, the swirling vortex dissolving into nothingness as if it had never been there at all. Serena took a shaky breath, her body still trembling from the effort, but there was a quiet triumph in her eyes. The ritual had been tested, and they had passed. The storm that had threatened to break them had been quelled, and the heartstone's glow intensified in response, signaling that the first challenge had been overcome. Adrian's hand brushed against hers in a brief moment of solidarity, their bond stronger than ever as they prepared to face whatever came next. The mist descended swiftly, thickening around them with an unnatural haste. It was cold and damp, the air heavy with a suffocating weight that seemed to cling to their skin. As it wrapped around them, the whispers began, soft at first, like distant murmurs, but quickly growing louder, filling their minds with an endless barrage of doubts. Serena could hear her own voice echoing in her head, taunting her with the possibility of failure. "You can't do this," the whispers hissed. "You're not strong enough. The reef will fall. You will never succeed." Each voice carried a distinct tone, pulling at her fears, exploiting every vulnerability she had ever hidden. The weight of those whispers pressed on her chest, like the coldest of chains. Beside her, Adrian's face twisted with frustration as the whispers bombarded him as well. His hand tightened around the heartstone, but even the warmth it emitted couldn't chase the chill of the mist. "This isn't real," he muttered through clenched teeth, trying to steady himself against the onslaught of voices. Yet even his unwavering resolve was shaken by the doubt creeping into his mind. The voices became more insistent, clawing at his confidence, feeding off every flicker of hesitation. "You're not enough," they taunted. "This is your fault." The pressure of it all was overwhelming, threatening to pull him under, to erode the very foundation of their mission. But Serena could see through the fog of whispers. Her eyes locked onto Adrian's, and she knew that they had to stand together, through every fear, every dark thought that crept into their minds. She took a steadying breath, her voice quiet but fierce. "We're not alone," she said, grounding herself in the truth of their bond. "We've faced worse. This is just a trick, a test of our resolve. We've made it this far, and we're not turning back now." Adrian's gaze met hers, and for a moment, the fog seemed to recede, the whispers faltering. Their shared strength was a defiance to the mist's insidious grip. Together, they stood firm, their resolve rekindling like a spark in the heart of a storm. Serena's breath quickened, her heart hammering in her chest as the voices swirled around her. Each word they whispered seemed to claw at her confidence, eroding her sense of purpose. "You're not worthy," they hissed, their cruel tones echoing in her mind. The weight of their accusations crushed her, and for a fleeting moment, she almost believed them. The fear she had buried deep within herself began to rise, fear of failure, fear of not being enough, fear that everything they had done would be for nothing. Her hands, gripping the heartstone, began to shake uncontrollably, her resolve weakening with each passing second. She had always been the one to keep pushing forward, but now the crushing weight of the curse threatened to pull her into the darkness. As the mist thickened, the voices seemed to swirl within her thoughts, growing more personal, more intimate. The things she had never dared to acknowledge, the doubts about her own worth, her fear of letting everyone down, began to surface, each whisper a reflection of her deepest insecurities. The waters around her seemed to ripple with the energy of those doubts, the curse feeding off her fear, pushing her to question everything she had ever believed about herself. Her vision blurred for a moment, and she felt her knees begin to falter under the weight of the storm inside her mind. Was she truly the one meant to break this curse, or was she simply a pawn in something far greater than herself? But then, through the fog of her self-doubt, she felt Adrian's presence beside her, steady and unwavering. His quiet strength seemed to anchor her, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this. She forced herself to focus on his steady breathing, the sound of his heartbeat, and the weight of his hand on hers. She was not alone in her struggle. Together, they had overcome every obstacle that had come their way. "We can do this," she whispered, barely hearing her own voice over the din of the curse's whispers. She took a deep breath, pushing the fear aside, and steadied her trembling hands. The voices might haunt her, but they would not define her. With renewed strength, she gripped the heart stone tighter, letting its warmth ground her in the present moment. The voices clawed at Serena's mind, each syllable like a cold knife sinking deeper into her thoughts. "You're not strong enough to break the curse," they hissed, their venomous whispers seeping through the air, wrapping around her like tendrils. The words struck her like blows, rattling the foundation of her resolve. The fear she had tried to suppress, the fear of failure, the fear of being overwhelmed by a task too great for her, rose like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. She could almost feel the weight of every failure that had ever been. Every time she had fallen short of the expectations placed on her. Every time doubt had crept in. Her breath became shallow, her pulse quickening as the reality of their words sunk in. Maybe they were right. Maybe she wasn't strong enough to bear the weight of this curse, to save the reef and those she cared about. "Others have tried before you, and they failed," the voices continued, their taunting whispers swirling in the depths of her mind. "You are nothing compared to them." Serena could see images flashing before her eyes, faces of those who had come before her, each one marked by failure. Their expressions were hollow, broken, their attempts futile. The reef, once vibrant and full of life, had slowly succumbed to the curse, just as the voices promised. It seemed as though the weight of history itself was against her. Each passing second, the pressure grew heavier, the air thicker with the dark power of the curse that sought to drag her under. The very thought of it, the idea that all her efforts, all their sacrifices, might be in vain, was enough to send a tremor of panic through her. But as the voices continued their assault, Serena found a flicker of clarity within herself. She closed her eyes, shutting out the haunting whispers, and reached deep into her core. She thought of Adrian, standing beside her with unwavering strength. She thought of the reef, the creatures that had trusted her, the lives that depended on her success. She wasn't alone, not anymore. The curse might have been powerful, but so was she, and so was the bond she shared with those who had fought alongside her. With a slow, steadying breath, Serena refused to let the darkness consume her. She would not be another failure. "I will break this curse," she whispered fiercely, her voice now louder than the whispers. "I won't let it win." Adrian could feel the same icy grip of doubt creeping into his thoughts, but he refused to allow it to take root. The voices, slick with malice, slithered through the fog, whispering their poison into his mind. They spoke of his past mistakes, his fears of inadequacy, the times he had faltered in the face of overwhelming odds. For a moment, his thoughts wavered, as if the curse itself was trying to unravel his resolve. But deep down, he knew that they couldn't afford to give in to fear, not now, not when the end was so close. He had faced darkness before, but it had never consumed him, and it wouldn't consume him now. He had a purpose, and he would see it through, no matter the cost. His gaze shifted to Serena, who was visibly struggling against the barrage of doubts threatening to drown her. She seemed so small in the face of it all, her shoulders trembling, her breath shallow as she fought to hold on to her focus. Adrian's heart ached at the sight of her, but he also felt an unshakable certainty rise within him. They were in this together, and together, they could face anything. He reached out and took her hand, his fingers curling around hers with firm reassurance. The warmth of her touch grounded him, pulling him back from the brink. Their connection was their strength, and no voice, no matter how insidious, could break it. "Don't listen to them, Serena," Adrian said, his voice steady and unwavering as he squeezed her hand tighter. "We're stronger than this. We've come too far to give up now." His words were more than just a plea. They were a reminder of the battles they had already fought, the obstacles they had already overcome. Together, they had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the kraken, and gathered the sacred elements to break the curse. Their journey had not been without its sacrifices, but it had also been one of growth, of learning to rely on each other. Serena had always been the one to lead with courage, but now, Adrian's voice was a force of strength in her ear, a beacon that reminded her of everything they had fought for, and everything they still stood to lose. "We're almost there," he said softly, his eyes locked on hers with a quiet conviction. "Together, we'll finish this." Serena's gaze met Adrian's, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to pause. His unwavering confidence cut through the fog of doubt and despair that had clouded her mind, the oppressive mist around them suddenly feeling less suffocating. In his eyes, she saw the same determination that had kept them moving forward through every trial they had faced. It was as if his belief in her, in them, was a steady anchor in the storm, grounding her when everything else seemed ready to slip away. Her heart steadied as she drew strength from that connection, a quiet understanding passing between them that no matter how fierce the battle, they would face it together. With a deep, steadying breath, Serena nodded, her resolve slowly solidifying. The voices, their whispers of failure, of weakness, began to fade into the background, unable to compete with the force of her focus. She could feel the weight of the curse pressing in, but the grip it had on her was weakening. Adrian's hand in hers was a lifeline, a tether that reminded her of the purpose they shared. Their bond had been forged through trials, tested in moments of fear and uncertainty, and it had only grown stronger with each step they took together. In his presence, the despair that had threatened to consume her seemed smaller, less powerful. Together, they pushed back against the cacophony of voices, their unity forming an unbreakable shield against the despair that tried to engulf them. As they stood side by side, Serena felt the weight of their journey, the sacrifices, the challenges, the shared victories, settle into her bones like a quiet, unshakable force. The mist that had clouded her mind began to recede, and in its place, clarity and purpose filled her heart. They had come this far, and they would not let anything break them now. The ritual was almost complete, and with Adrian's strength beside her, Serena knew they had the power to finish what they had started. Together, they would break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. As Serena and Adrian stood united, the oppressive mist began to wane, the eerie whispers that had once filled the air growing fainter with each passing second. The ethereal fog that had threatened to break their resolve now seemed to retreat, like a dark tide receding from the shore. With every breath, the air around them felt less heavy, the weight of doubt and despair lifting, replaced by the renewed clarity of purpose. The voices that had taunted and manipulated them fell silent, their power fading as if they were never truly there. Serena's mind, once clouded by the mist, now felt clear, her heart no longer burdened by the lingering fear that had tried to take hold. As the last remnants of the fog evaporated, the waters around them settled into an eerie stillness. Gone was the disorienting haze that had made them question their strength. In its place, the vibrant, tranquil reef emerged, its vibrant corals swaying gently in the soft currents. The once turbulent waters had transformed, as if reflecting the shift in their spirits. The calmness of the reef felt like a peaceful embrace, offering a moment of respite before the final trial. The shimmering surface of the water caught the faint light of the setting sun, casting a golden glow across the landscape, a quiet promise that the worst was behind them. The once overwhelming challenge now seemed smaller, its power diluted by the unwavering bond between them. As the last of the mist lifted, Serena and Adrian shared a look, a wordless exchange of acknowledgement for the strength they had found in each other. They had overcome the darkness, the voices, and the despair. Together, they had broken through the forces that had tried to tear them apart, emerging stronger and more determined than ever. The reef, once cursed, now stood before them, waiting for the final act of the ritual. They were ready. The heart of the reef would be restored. The air thickened with an unsettling charge, the once calm waters now churning with malevolent energy. A dark shadow crept across the reef, casting an eerie pall over the once vibrant landscape. The sky above, once clear, now roiled with ominous storm clouds, their swirling tendrils darkening the heavens. The distant rumble of thunder reverberated through the air as jagged flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, painting the ocean in stark, fleeting brilliance. The water grew colder, the temperature dropping in a suffocating wave that clung to their skin. Serena and Adrian's bodies stiffened in the sudden chill, their breath visible in the now frigid air. As the storm surged, a sinister presence rose from the depths. From the depths of the reef, an immense serpentine creature began to emerge, its massive, sinuous form slithering through the water with terrifying grace. Its scales, a deep obsidian, shimmered like the surface of the abyss, reflecting no light, absorbing all around it. The creature's eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, locked onto them with an unblinking, predatory stare. It was the embodiment of the curse, a monstrous manifestation of the darkness that had plagued the reef for so long. The serpent's enormous coils twisted and undulated, its body causing the water to swirl violently as it made its approach. With each movement, the ocean seemed to grow darker, the once peaceful reef now a battleground between the forces of light and shadow. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but she refused to show fear. She turned to Adrian, finding his eyes locked with hers, their shared determination unwavering. This was it, the final trial, the last obstacle standing between them and the restoration of the reef. The serpent, its massive form now looming just below the surface, roared, the sound like the crash of thunder itself, and the waters around them surged in response. The challenge was clear. They would have to face this embodiment of the curse head-on, and only through their combined strength could they hope to overcome it. The storm above them intensified, but in the face of the serpent's fury, Serena and Adrian stood resolute, knowing that only together could they complete the ritual and restore the heart of the reef. The creature loomed before them, its massive form dwarfing everything around it. Its scales, as black as the void itself, shimmered with a dark luster that seemed to absorb the very light around it. The serpent's eyes, glowing an eerie red, pierced through the storm, burning with an ancient malice. Each breath it took sent ripples through the water, and its immense body coiled in slow, deliberate motions, as if savoring the impending clash. Its very presence seemed to warp the atmosphere, the water growing colder and the sky darker, as if nature itself bowed before the dark magic it embodied. The tension in the air was suffocating, and the weight of centuries of curse pressed upon the duo. Despite the creature's overwhelming power, Adrian and Serena refused to let fear take hold. Every instinct screamed at them to flee, to escape the monstrous embodiment of darkness, but they stood their ground. Their bond was their strength, something that no creature, no matter how powerful, could shatter. They had fought side by side through countless trials, and this moment would be no different. They had come too far, had endured too much, to let the creature's fearsome presence break their resolve. The serpent's roar, a sound that reverberated through the very fabric of the reef, only fueled their determination, making their hearts beat faster, but never faltering. The storm above raged on, but they focused on each other, on the mission at hand. The curse that had plagued the reef for centuries had manifested in the form of this serpent, but Adrian and Serena were not the same as those who had come before them. They were not destined to fail. Their strength lay not just in their individual powers, but in their unity, their trust in each other. As the serpent reared back, preparing to strike, they steeled themselves for the final challenge. This would be the ultimate test of their resilience, but they were ready. With the heartstone in hand and the weight of everything they had fought for resting on their shoulders, they knew that they had the power to confront the darkness, to shatter the curse once and for all. Together, they would face the serpent and emerge victorious. Serena's words hung in the charged air, the gravity of the moment settling heavily on their shoulders. She could feel the pulse of the heartstone in her hand, its warmth a stark contrast to the coldness of the water around them. The stone had been the beacon guiding their journey, But now, in the face of the creature's overwhelming power, its true purpose became clear. They were standing at the precipice of everything they had fought for, the weight of the reef's curse pressing down on them. The serpent's eyes glowed with a fiery malice, but Serena knew that the stone alone wouldn't be enough. It was their bond, their unbreakable connection, that would channel the Heartstone's power and allow them to strike at the very heart of the curse. Adrian stood beside her, his grip firm on his sword, but his gaze locked on the Heartstone with a mixture of awe and resolve. He could feel the truth of Serena's words deep within him. The Heartstone was the key, but the power they needed to unleash it wasn't just in the stone itself. It was in the shared strength between them. All the trials, the hardships, the dangers they had faced together had forged a bond that now seemed unshakable. Adrian knew they had come to the final test, one that would demand everything from them, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. But they had already proven that they were stronger together than they could ever be apart. This was their moment, the culmination of their journey. With a final glance at each other, they shared an unspoken understanding. The serpent loomed before them, the embodiment of everything they had fought against. But it was nothing compared to the power of their unity. Serena took a deep breath, steadying herself, and raised the Heartstone high. The water around them seemed to pulse in response, the storm above mirroring the surge of energy beginning to gather. Adrian stepped closer, his presence grounding her, and together they focused all their strength, all their resolve, into the Heartstone. The power surged through them, a flood of light that cut through the darkness of the curse, as they prepared to strike at the heart of the serpent, and the very core of the curse itself. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward, the blade gleaming with a cold, unwavering light in the midst of the storm. The air crackled with tension, the fury of the serpent's presence challenging him, but he didn't flinch. His muscles coiled, ready for action, and his heart beat in sync with the pulse of the Heartstone, which Serena still held high. The moment they had prepared for, the moment when everything would be decided, was finally here. There would be no hesitation, no second thoughts, only the final, decisive strike. The serpent's red eyes burned with hatred, but Adrian's resolve burned hotter. This was the end of the curse, and he was ready to see it through to the very end. With a steadying breath, Adrian advanced, his footsteps sure despite the chaos swirling around him. The storm raged above, the sea foamed and churned beneath their feet, but nothing could sway him from his purpose. He knew what was at stake. The Heartstone's power was a beacon, guiding them toward the defeat of the ancient curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. The serpent's massive form coiled and shifted, its malice palpable, but Adrian's focus never wavered. His bond with Serena, their shared strength, gave him the courage to face the terrifying creature. The sword was an extension of his will, and as he raised it high, the storm seemed to quiet in anticipation, waiting for the first strike to be made. Serena's voice called to him, steady and calm despite the chaos, urging him to press on. Adrian met her gaze for a brief moment, and in that shared look, he knew they were ready. They had come this far, endured so much, and now there was nothing left to do but finish it. With a single, fluid motion, Adrian swung his sword, its edge cutting through the air with a resounding hum. The battle had reached its climax, and as the blade collided with the serpent's dark magic, the world seemed to hold its breath. The Heartstone pulsed with an intense light, and the very ocean around them trembled as the final battle unfolded. Serena and Adrian moved as one, their synchronized actions a testament to the trust and unity they had forged throughout their journey. With the Heartstone raised high, Serena poured every ounce of her energy into it, feeling its pulsing warmth radiate through her hands as she recited the final words of the ancient ritual. The very air around them seemed to hum with power, the storm intensifying as the sea churned violently beneath them. The creature, sensing the impending threat, let out a deafening roar, its serpentine body undulating as it coiled tighter, preparing to strike with lethal force. The water around them swirled and crashed, but Serena held her ground, her voice unwavering as she continued the chant, drawing strength from the bond she shared with Adrian. Adrian, his sword held firmly in his grip, never took his eyes off the serpent as it wound itself through the water. its dark scales gleaming menacingly in the storm's light. Every muscle in his body tensed with the weight of the moment, the final battle that would either free the reef from its ancient curse or see it fall deeper into darkness. His pulse quickened as the serpent reared back, its massive jaws opening wide, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But Adrian had no fear. He had come too far and sacrificed too much to let this be the end. With a roar of his own, he charged forward, his movements fluid and precise as he closed the distance between himself and the creature's heart. His sword, gleaming with a resolve as sharp as its edge, cut through the air like lightning. With one mighty thrust, Adrian's sword found its mark. The blade sank deep into the creature's massive body, aiming directly for the heart that beat with the curse's malevolent power. Time seemed to slow as the sword connected, the force of the strike reverberating through the water. The serpent let out an ear-piercing scream, its body jerking violently as the curse's magic began to unravel. Serena's voice reached a crescendo, the final words of the ritual ringing out as the heart stone flared with blinding light. The ocean seemed to hold its breath as the creature writhed in pain, its form beginning to dissolve, the dark magic dissipating like smoke. In that moment, Adrian and Serena's hearts beat as one, knowing they had finally broken the curse and freed the reef from its grip. At the precise moment Adrian's sword struck true, Serena channeled every last bit of her strength into the heartstone. The gem pulsed with a blinding light, its energy surging through her body like a torrent of raw power. She raised the heartstone high, directing its radiant glow straight into the creature's heart, aiming for the very core of the curse that had bound the reef for centuries. The energy that flowed from the stone was pure and unrelenting, crackling through the water in a cascade of light and force. The sea seemed to tremble with the sheer intensity of their combined power, the very fabric of the ocean shifting in response to the ritual's culmination. As the energy from the heartstone collided with the serpent's core, the creature's body convulsed violently, its scales glowing with a fiery intensity. The combined force of Adrian's sword and Serena's magic was like a wave crashing against the dam, shattering its defenses in an instant. The dark magic that had fueled the creature began to unraveling like threads caught in a fierce wind. The creature's once menacing form started to distort and flicker, its eyes losing their malevolent glow as the curse's grip began to loosen. Serena's voice echoed in the water as she poured every ounce of her focus into the heartstone, the light growing brighter with each passing second. The serpent let out one final, ear-splitting roar as its body disintegrated into nothingness, consumed by the force of their combined attack. The waters around them, once churning with darkness and malice, began to calm, the pressure of the curse lifting like a weight from the ocean's shoulders. The heartstone pulsed one last time, its glow fading as the final remnants of the creature's magic faded into the ether. Serena lowered the stone, her hands trembling with the aftermath of the ritual's power, while Adrian stood by her side, both of them breathless but triumphant. The reef, finally freed from its centuries-old curse, began to heal, the waters now peaceful and vibrant, as if the ocean itself had exhaled a long-held breath. The creature's roar echoed through the water, a deafening sound that reverberated deep within their bones. Its massive form writhed in agony, as if every inch of its being was being torn apart by the force of the curse shattering. The dark magic that had sustained it for centuries began to unravel, its once powerful presence weakening with each passing second. The storm above them, once a swirling mass of dark clouds and violent lightning, started to break apart. The clouds dissipated in a flurry of movement, their oppressive grip lifting from the reef as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the sky. The air seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the water, once violent and churning, began to settle, calming in the wake of the creature's defeat. As the dark energy that had surrounded the creature began to dissolve, the water around Serena and Adrian shifted, becoming clear and peaceful once more. The oppressive weight that had hung over them for so long lifted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the reef began to breathe again. The serpent's form, once a looming, terrifying presence, slowly began to break apart. Its body, now nothing more than a fading shadow of its former self, unraveled like a rotting vine, dissipating into the ether as the curse that had bound it was undone. The once menacing red glow in its eyes faded, leaving nothing but the remnants of what had been. the creature was no more. With the final remnants of the dark energy vanishing into the deep, the waters around them settled into an unnatural stillness. The sun's light now bathed the reef in a warm, golden glow, its rays casting a peaceful glow across the once turbulent ocean. The calm was a stark contrast to the chaos they had just endured, but it was a calm that spoke of renewal, of the curse being lifted and the balance restored. Serena and Adrian stood together in the tranquil water, their bodies tired but their spirits alight with the knowledge that their journey had come to its triumphant end. The reef, at long last, was free. As the last remnants of the creature dissolved into the depths, the waters around Serena and Adrian calmed, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. The once turbulent sea was now tranquil, reflecting the bright sun overhead, which seemed to shine more brilliantly than ever before. The weight of their victory began to settle in, their breaths coming slower as the adrenaline from the battle ebbed away. The reef, once a place of darkness and despair, was now alive with vibrant colors, the coral reefs glowing in hues of pink, gold, and azure. The air felt fresher, the ocean no longer weighed down by the curse that had plagued it for centuries. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and the natural beauty of the reef had been restored. Serena glanced at Adrian, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment and relief. Their journey had been fraught with danger, each challenge testing their strength, courage, and bond. Yet, in the end, they had faced everything together. The trials had not only tested their physical limits but had also strengthened their connection. She could see it in his eyes, the unspoken understanding that they had emerged from the abyss not just as survivors, but as partners, their bond forged through every trial they had endured. What had started as a journey to break a curse had now become a testament to their resilience and to the unshakable trust they had in each other. They stood together, gazing out over the now peaceful reef, their hearts finally at ease. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: their journey was far from over. The curse had been broken, the heart of the reef restored, but the bond they had forged through this epic trial would remain unbroken. In each other, they had found something stronger than any force the world could throw at them, a connection that could withstand even the darkest of trials. With the reef safe and the prophecy fulfilled, Serena and Adrian knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as partners, as equals, and as something more. Exhausted but triumphant, Serena and Adrian shared a quiet moment of relief, their embrace a comforting anchor in the wake of their monumental battle. Their bodies ached, the weight of their journey pressing against them, but there was a deep sense of peace that washed over them, knowing that the ritual was complete. The curse that had bound the reef for centuries had been broken, its dark influence dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Around them, the reef seemed to breathe anew, vibrant and alive, a testament to the power of their efforts. The once shadowed waters now gleamed with life, the coral reefs flourishing, and the creatures of the deep returning to their natural rhythms. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world around them felt right again. As they stood there, their bodies still pressed together, the weight of the moment sank in. It wasn't just the end of a journey, but the beginning of something more. The challenges they had faced together had tested every fiber of their being, but through it all, their bond had only grown stronger. Their shared victories, their triumphs over fear, doubt, and the forces that sought to tear them apart, had forged something lasting. There was no denying it. What had started as a mission to save a cursed reef had blossomed into something far deeper, an unspoken understanding, a partnership that went beyond words. In each other, they had found not just allies, but something worth protecting, something irreplaceable. Yet, as they pulled back from the embrace, the realization hit them. While the curse was broken, their journey was far from over. They had freed the reef, but the world was vast, and their adventures had only just begun. There would be more challenges, more unknowns waiting to be faced, but now, they knew that they had the strength to face anything that came their way. Whatever the future held, they would meet it side by side, with a bond that nothing could break. The road ahead was uncertain, but Serena and Adrian had already proven that together, they could conquer whatever trials the world set before them. The future stretched out before them, an expanse of uncertainty that once felt overwhelming, but now held a glimmer of promise. The trials they had endured, The battles fought, the sacrifices made, had forged a new outlook in both of them. No longer burdened by fear or doubt, they stood together with the quiet assurance that they were ready for whatever came next. For the first time, the unknown didn't seem like an insurmountable wall, but a path to be walked side by side. The weight of the past had been lifted, and with it came a renewed sense of purpose, a belief that no challenge, no matter how great, was beyond their reach. Adrian glanced at Serena, his hand brushing hers, a silent promise passing between them. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about living fully, embracing the life they had fought for. They had faced darkness together and emerged stronger, their bond solidified by every test they had endured. Whatever lay in their future, they now knew they could rely on each other, not just as allies in battle, but as partners in all things. The road ahead might be treacherous, but with their combined strength, they could carve a way forward, one step at a time. In the quiet stillness of the reef, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they allowed themselves to simply be. They were no longer chasing a solution, no longer racing against time. The curse had been broken, the prophecy fulfilled, and the future lay open to them, full of endless possibilities. Serena and Adrian stood together, not knowing exactly what tomorrow would bring, but with the steadfast conviction that, whatever it was, they would face it together, united, strong, and with hope for the journey that lay ahead. Chapter 34: An Unexpected Setback. The tranquility of their victory was shattered as an unnatural cold seeped into the water around them, a stark contrast to the warmth of their triumph. Adrian's breath caught as he watched the vivid corals surrounding the heart of the reef lose their brilliance, their radiant hues draining into muted grays. Serena's pulse quickened, the residual joy from their success giving way to dread as an eerie darkness seemed to crawl from the depths. The energy that enveloped them was heavy and suffocating, pressing down on their spirits like an unseen weight. It was as if the reef itself was recoiling, rejecting the harmony they had just restored. "This isn't right," Serena whispered, her voice tight with concern. The Heartstone, which had pulsed with a radiant, life-affirming energy moments ago, now flickered faintly in her grasp, its glow dimming with every passing second. Adrian tightened his grip on his sword, scanning their surroundings for a source of the disturbance. But there was no physical enemy to confront, only the ominous sensation of something ancient and malevolent stirring beneath the surface. The realization dawned on both of them almost simultaneously. The ritual had not fully banished the curse. Instead, it had awakened something far more sinister, a deeper darkness that had lain dormant, hidden even from the prophecy. As the oppressive energy continued to spread, the water around them grew colder, and an unnatural silence settled over the reef. The vibrant life that had returned after the ritual now seemed to retreat into the shadows, leaving Adrian and Serena standing alone in the eerie void. "We may have broken the curse," Adrian said, his voice steady despite the tension in his posture. "But this feels like the curse's source. And it's not going to let us leave so easily." Serena nodded, her grip on the Heartstone tightening as determination flickered in her eyes. Their journey was far from over. What they had faced so far had only been the beginning of a battle against an even greater force. Serena's fingers tightened around the Heartstone as a chill spread through her body, its feeble flicker casting faint shadows on her face. Just moments ago, the stone had been a beacon of triumph, its brilliance a testament to their hard-fought victory. Now, its dimming light felt like an omen, each sputter a warning of something lurking beyond their understanding. Her chest tightened, the air around her seeming heavier, oppressive, as if the reef itself was holding its breath. "Adrian," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rhythmic pounding of her heart. "Something's wrong." Adrian's jaw tightened as he scanned their surroundings, his instincts honed by years of navigating treacherous seas urging him to prepare for the worst. The vibrant corals, which had bloomed with life just moments before, now seemed muted and lifeless, their energy leaching into the encroaching darkness. He gripped the hilt of his sword, muscles coiled, ready to spring into action. "I feel it too," he admitted, his gaze darting between the fading light of the Heartstone and the growing shadows around them. There was no immediate threat he could see, but the sensation in the water was unmistakable. a cold, invasive presence that set every nerve on edge. "We didn't finish it," Serena murmured, her voice trembling with realization. "The curse, or something deeper, it's still here." Adrian moved closer to her, their bond a tangible source of strength as they braced for whatever was coming. The once triumphant energy of the ritual had shifted into something darker, a foreboding that seeped into their bones. They were no longer standing in the heart of a restored reef, but in the threshold of a new battle, one they hadn't anticipated but would have to face together. A low, resonant rumble rolled through the reef, reverberating in their chests and rattling the delicate coral structures around them. Serena staggered, barely keeping her footing as the seafloor quaked beneath them, sending plumes of sand swirling into the water. It felt as if the ocean itself had come alive, its once protective embrace now hostile and unyielding. The pressure in the water intensified, pressing against their bodies and filling their ears with a haunting, droning hum. "What's happening?" Serena gasped, clutching Adrian's arm as the vibrations grew stronger. Above them, the light from the sun dimmed as a shadow slid across the surface, stretching and twisting like an ominous shroud. The reef, once vibrant and full of life, seemed to shrink beneath the encroaching darkness. The water turned colder, the chill biting at their skin despite their adrenaline-fueled movements. Around them, the coral's colors continued to drain away, fading into ghostly shades of gray, as if the very soul of the reef was being siphoned away. Adrian tightened his grip on his sword, his knuckles whitening as he scanned the gloom for any sign of what was causing this shift. "Something's coming," Adrian muttered, his voice low and steady despite the tension coiling within him. Serena nodded, her gaze darting through the murk, trying to pierce the oppressive shadows. The air, or rather the water, was thick with anticipation, a primal warning that they were no longer alone. The reef felt smaller, as if the vast ocean had closed in around them, and every instinct screamed that whatever was approaching would test them in ways they had not yet imagined. Adrian's voice cut through the oppressive silence, sharp and tense. "What's happening?" he asked, his eyes darting around the shadowed waters. The ocean that had once been vibrant and alive now seemed suffocatingly still, as though holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. His grip on his sword tightened, the familiar weight of the weapon providing little comfort against the encroaching dread. Serena stood beside him, her hands trembling as she clutched the dimming hearthstone, its flickering light casting ghostly reflections on the surrounding coral. "I don't know," Serena admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. She could feel the energy in the water shifting, a heavy, malevolent presence pressing down on them. The once lively reef now seemed hollow and lifeless, the fading coral like skeletal remains of a world that had already begun to die. Her instincts screamed at her to move, to run, but there was nowhere to go. "It's as if the curse, it wasn't fully broken," she said, her voice faltering as she tried to make sense of what she felt. "Something is fighting back." As if in response to her words, a low rumble rolled through the reef, shaking the seafloor and dislodging fragments of stone and coral. The vibrations rippled through the water, a warning of something vast and terrible stirring in the depths. Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, their fear mirrored in each other's eyes, but beneath it was a shared determination. Whatever was coming, they had faced impossible odds before, and together, they would face this new threat, no matter how insurmountable it seemed. Serena's heart raced in her chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the eerie stillness around them. The curse had been broken, she was certain of it. She had seen the dark creature dissolve into nothingness, its malevolence dissipating into the ether. She had felt the ritual's magic surge through her, powerful and undeniable, like the closing of a book on an ancient tragedy. But now, that triumph seemed fragile, as though their hard-won victory was unraveling before her eyes. It felt wrong, as if something unseen was clawing its way back into the world they had fought so desperately to save. Her eyes fell to the hearthstone in her hand, its once brilliant glow reduced to a weak, unsteady flicker. The vibrant hues of the reef had dulled, the life it once radiated fading as shadows encroached from every direction. A gnawing doubt began to take hold of her mind. Was the ritual incomplete? Had they overlooked something crucial? Or was this the curse's way of striking back, more vengeful and insidious than before? The weight of her uncertainty pressed heavily on her, but she couldn't afford to falter. Not now. Adrian's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Serena, we need to move. Something's coming. She looked up to see his unwavering gaze, the resolve in his expression anchoring her. She gripped the heartstone tighter, drawing on what little light it still offered. Whatever was happening, they would face it together. She swallowed hard, forcing her fear aside. You're right, she said, her voice steadier now. If the curse is fighting back, then we'll find a way to stop it, for good this time. Serena's voice trembled as she spoke, the confusion and fear in her tone mirroring the turmoil within her. We did everything right, she murmured, clutching the dimming heartstone as though its failing light could provide answers. The ritual was supposed to break the curse, to restore the reef. But this feels like something else entirely. Her gaze darted across the darkening waters, her mind racing to make sense of the oppressive energy enveloping them. It wasn't just the curse returning. It felt deeper, more ancient, as if they had unknowingly awakened a force far beyond their comprehension. Adrian placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, his grip firm despite the tension in his jaw. Then we'll face it, he said, his voice low but resolute. We didn't come this far to let the reef fall into darkness again. If this is something new, we'll figure it out, together. He scanned the surrounding waters, his instincts warning him to stay vigilant. The unease thickened around them like a living entity, its presence growing stronger with every passing moment. Whatever they had unleashed, it wasn't bound by the rules of the curse they had fought so hard to destroy. Serena nodded, drawing strength from Adrian's unwavering determination. She straightened, her grip on the heartstone tightening as she willed its fading light to persist. You're right, she said, her voice steadier now. If this is something else, then we need to understand it, and stop it before it spreads. The fear in her chest remained, but it was tempered by a spark of resolve. Whatever they were up against, they couldn't afford to hesitate. Together, they would uncover the truth, no matter how dark or dangerous it proved to be. The once calm water erupted into a chaotic swirl, currents tugging at Adrian and Serena as if trying to drag them into the abyss. Waves of force rippled through the reef, dislodging fragments of coral and stirring up clouds of silt. In the midst of this upheaval, an eerie green light began to rise from the depths. It shimmered with a sickly hue, starkly different from the vibrant, life-giving radiance of the heartstone or the soothing glow of the enchanted elements they had gathered. This light carried a sense of malice, an unnatural energy that made the very water around them feel tainted and cold. Serena clutched the heartstone, its faint pulse barely visible in the face of the malevolent glow. Her breath caught as the light grew brighter, spreading like a toxic stain through the surrounding water. The weight of it pressed against her chest, an unshakable sense of dread creeping into her thoughts. Adrian drew his sword, the blade catching the eerie green reflection as he stepped closer to her, his eyes narrowing in determination. Whatever was rising from the depths, it was unlike anything they had encountered before. As the light approached, its source became terrifyingly clear. A massive figure began to materialize in the murky depths, its outline twisting with shadows and unnatural energy. It wasn't like the creature they had faced before. It was something darker, a force born of corrupted magic and ancient anger. The water around them seemed to hum with its power, the sound both a warning and a promise of the chaos to come. Adrian and Serena stood together, their bond the only anchor against the oncoming storm, bracing themselves for a confrontation they could barely begin to comprehend. From the depths of the swirling green light, a figure began to take shape. Dressed in tattered robes that rippled like liquid shadow, their form was ghostly and ever-shifting, as though they were part of the water itself. The edges of their silhouette bled into the surrounding currents, making it impossible to tell where they ended and the ocean began. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and unnervingly smooth, like a predator stalking its prey. Each step seemed to carry the weight of untold centuries, and with every ripple of their robes, the water grew colder, heavier. The figure's eyes glowed with a piercing green light, twin orbs of malice that burned through the murky water. The intensity of their gaze made Serena take an involuntary step back, her instincts screaming danger. Adrian tightened his grip on his sword, his jaw clenched as he stood his ground against the oppressive energy radiating from the figure. Around them, the currents became erratic, whipping in all directions as if caught in the grip of a violent storm. The reef trembled, the once bright corals now dull and lifeless in the presence of this malevolent force. An aura of palpable hatred emanated from the figure, distorting the water around them and creating an unnatural silence broken only by the low hum of their power. Serena's heart raced as she realized this was no remnant of the curse. They were facing the curse's true origin, a being whose presence corrupted everything it touched. The air felt heavy with their intent, and in the depths of her mind, Serena could feel whispers, fragmented thoughts of despair and futility. But she forced herself to focus, locking eyes with Adrian. Together, they would face this shadow of ancient wrath, no matter what it took. Serena's breath caught in her throat, her mind racing as the figure's identity became clear. This wasn't just a shadow or a remnant of dark magic. It was the spirit of the ancient sorcerer who had cursed the reef centuries ago. The stories she had read described his power as vast and unrelenting, but nothing had prepared her for the sheer weight of his presence. The water around him seemed to pulse with his essence, every movement radiating the oppressive force of the curse he had created. She could feel the raw malice emanating from him, a malevolence so profound it seemed to seep into the very core of her being. The sorcerer's aura was overwhelming, a suffocating presence that twisted the currents into frenzied chaos. His glowing green eyes fixed on Serena and Adrian, burning with a hatred that had festered for centuries. It wasn't just anger, it was an ancient, unyielding wrath directed at those who dared to challenge him. The water between them seemed to grow heavier, pressing against their bodies as if trying to force them to their knees. Serena clutched the heartstone tightly, its flickering light a fragile beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Beside her, Adrian raised his sword, his stance unwavering despite the palpable fear that hung in the air. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as the sorcerer's gaze bore into them, as though he was measuring their resolve, testing their worth. Serena's pulse quickened, but she refused to look away, finding strength in the steady presence of Adrian at her side. She realized that their victory over the curse had been incomplete. The ritual had drawn the sorcerer back from whatever abyss he had been trapped in. Now, they faced the ultimate challenge, not just breaking the curse, but defeating the very source of its power. Together, they would have to stand against an ancient force far greater than anything they had encountered before. "You dare to break my curse?" The sorcerer's voice boomed, a sound that reverberated through the water like a thunderclap, shaking the very bones of the reef. It wasn't just a voice, it was a force, a tidal wave of rage and power that pressed against Serena and Adrian, making it hard to breathe, to think. The reef, which had begun to show signs of life after the ritual, now trembled as though it, too, feared the sorcerer's wrath. Coral structures groaned under the weight of the vibrations, and schools of fish scattered into the darkness, fleeing the oppressive energy that emanated from the spirit. "Did you think it would be so easy to undo what I have wrought?" The sorcerer continued, his words laced with a venomous mockery that chilled Serena to the core. His glowing green eyes burned with malice as he surveyed them, his spectral form twisting and reforming as though he was part of the water itself. He moved closer, and the currents around him grew stronger, swirling with a chaotic energy that threatened to pull Serena and Adrian off balance. The sorcerer's presence was a reminder of the depth of his power, the centuries of pain and destruction his curse had caused, and the sheer audacity it had taken for them to challenge him. Serena felt her grip tighten on the heartstone, its flickering light barely holding against the sorcerer's overwhelming energy. She could feel the weight of his gaze, the disdain he held for their defiance. Adrian stood firm beside her, his sword gleaming faintly in the dim light, but even he seemed momentarily shaken by the force of the sorcerer's words. Serena's heart raced, but she forced herself to meet the sorcerer's eyes. "It's not about ease," she said, her voice trembling but steady. "It's about what's right. Your time is over, and we won't let you keep this reef in darkness any longer." Adrian stepped forward, his posture resolute, though he knew the blade in his hand was little more than a symbol of defiance against a force as ancient and potent as the sorcerer. His heart raced, not from fear, but from the weight of the moment. This wasn't a battle of steel and strength, it was a battle of wills. "We've broken your curse, and the reef will be free," he declared, his voice cutting through the oppressive aura the sorcerer radiated. His words echoed, firm and unwavering, as if to challenge the very forces of darkness that had held the reef in its grip for centuries. The sword gleamed faintly in his hand, but it wasn't the weapon that gave him courage. It was the resolve burning in his chest, the knowledge that they had come too far, sacrificed too much to back down now. The sorcerer's eyes glowed brighter in response, the green light flaring like an inferno. The water around them swirled violently, a chaotic storm of swirling currents and dark energy that pushed against them. Yet Adrian stood tall, refusing to retreat an inch. He could feel the weight of the sorcerer's malice pressing on him, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. The reef, once vibrant and full of life, had fallen silent in the presence of this malevolent force. The coral seemed to shudder, and the shadows deepened, but Adrian's resolve only strengthened. He wasn't just fighting for the reef, he was fighting for Serena, for their future, and for everything that the curse had stolen from this sacred place. "You're too late," Adrian finished, his voice still defiant, though the sorcerer's presence made every word feel like a challenge to the very forces of nature. Behind him, Serena stood with the Heartstone, her grip tightening as she summoned the last reserves of their power. The sorcerer's laughter echoed in the water, mocking and cruel, but Adrian refused to let it shake him. He knew that, no matter how powerful the sorcerer seemed, he and Serena had something far greater, the strength of their bond, the hope of the reef, and the combined will to see this through to the end. The sorcerer's laugh echoed through the water, cold and mocking, reverberating with an ancient bitterness that sent a ripple of fear through Serena and Adrian. It was a laugh that seemed to seep into their very souls, chilling them to the core. "Fools!" he hissed, his voice like the scraping of bones against stone. "The curse was only a part of my power. You may have weakened it, but the darkness that created it remains, and it is eternal." His words were venomous, each syllable dripping with malice, as if the very essence of the reef had been tainted by his presence long ago. The oppressive aura around him grew stronger, suffocating the water in a dense, suffocating fog. The vibrant beauty of the coral faded further, replaced by the darkness that clung to the sorcerer's every word. Serena's heart raced as the realization set in. They had underestimated the depths of the sorcerer's malevolence. The curse they had broken was only a fraction of the power he wielded. His claim that the darkness was eternal filled her with dread, but also a surge of defiance. She glanced at Adrian, the determination in his eyes matching her own. They had come this far, and they would not let fear guide their actions now. They had faced trials beyond measure, and they would face this one together. Still, as the sorcerer's form twisted and writhed in the water, his very presence distorting the currents, Serena couldn't help but feel the weight of his threat. How could they fight something that seemed as infinite as the sea itself? "You may have drawn me back with your little ritual," the sorcerer continued, his voice a low growl. "But now you shall pay the price for your insolence." His words stung, each one a promise of unimaginable torment. The water around them swirled violently, the sea itself seemingly enraged by his presence. The Heartstone in Serena's hand flickered, its glow dimming under the weight of the sorcerer's power. For a moment, the very heart of the reef seemed to tremble, the last remnants of light and life being swallowed by the encroaching darkness. But Serena and Adrian stood firm, their bond unbroken, their resolve steeled by the love they had fought for and the future they refused to let slip away. The sorcerer may have been ancient and powerful, but together, they were more than the sum of their fears. As the sorcerer's words hung heavy in the water, the eerie green light around him intensified, pulsing like the beat of a malevolent heart. It spread swiftly, radiating through the reef like a plague, infecting everything it touched. The water, once clear and full of life, grew thick with a sickly hue, the purity of the ocean's depths corrupted by the sorcerer's power. The vibrant corals, which had once shimmered in brilliant colors, began to wither, their hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. The graceful movements of the fish and sea creatures, once a symphony of vibrant motion, turned frantic and disorganized, as as if they sensed the impending doom that loomed over their home. The very currents seemed to twist, no longer flowing with the rhythm of the reef, but spiraling into chaos as the sorcerer's dark energy spread outward like an infectious disease. The reef's life force, once radiant and thriving, was slowly suffocating under the oppressive weight of the sorcerer's magic. The delicate, living ecosystem seemed to recoil from the encroaching darkness, the currents themselves growing heavy and sluggish. Schools of fish darted in all directions, desperate to escape the doom that hung over them. Even the seaweed, which had swayed gently in the underwater currents, now lay lifeless, its tendrils limp and devoid of movement. It was as if the very heart of the reef was being torn apart, consumed by the evil force the sorcerer had summoned. The once thriving sanctuary of life was now a barren, decaying wasteland. And all the while, the sorcerer stood at its center, his green eyes burning with malicious satisfaction, feeding off the devastation he wrought. In Serena's hand, the heart stone flickered weakly, its once vibrant glow now faint and struggling to hold its ground against the overwhelming power of the darkness. The soft pulse of its light seemed to waver with every passing second, as though it, too, felt the weight of the sorcerer's presence and feared its imminent extinction. The stone had been their hope, the last remaining symbol of the reef's restoration and their triumph. But now, it appeared to be faltering in the face of the sorcerer's ancient magic. Serena's fingers tightened around it, as if willing the heart stone to draw on whatever strength remained within it. But the longer she stood against the growing power of the sorcerer, the more she realized how dire their situation had become. The battle was far from over, and this time, it felt as though the very soul of the reef was at stake. Serena could feel the weight of the sorcerer's dark magic closing in on her, a suffocating presence that seemed to reach into her very soul. The water around her, once filled with the vibrant hum of life, now felt heavy, thick with the poison of the sorcerer's curse. It was as though every pulse of energy in the reef was being drained, swallowed by the darkness that spread from the depths. The heart stone in her hand, once a beacon of hope, flickered weakly as if struggling to survive against the overpowering force that surrounded them. The vibrant corals, the shimmering fish, the very essence of the reef, seemed to wither in unison, as though the life of the ocean itself was being extinguished before her eyes. Each moment that passed was a slow, agonizing unraveling of everything they had fought for. Desperation clawed at her heart as the reality of their situation sank in. Their victory, hard-earned and costly, now seemed like a fleeting illusion. The sorcerer's power was undoing everything they had done, erasing their triumph with each surge of darkness that spread through the waters. Serena's breath came faster, the weight of their failure pressing down on her chest as she struggled to maintain her focus. The reef, once a place of vibrant life and beauty, was slipping away, its fragile existence crumbling beneath the sorcerer's curse. The power they had gathered, the heartstone, the ritual, the sacrifices, was now being overshadowed by the dark force that had first brought the reef to its knees. If they didn't act quickly, everything they had worked for would be lost, and the reef would fall into eternal decay. In that moment, Serena realized that they were standing on the edge of annihilation, their final chance slipping through their fingers like the sands of time. She glanced at Adrian, her heart heavy with the weight of what they stood to lose. But even in the face of overwhelming despair, something inside her ignited, a spark of determination, a refusal to let the reef fall into darkness. She had come too far, fought too hard, to let it all end now. They had broken the curse before, and she wasn't about to let it consume everything they had sacrificed. She gripped the heartstone tightly, drawing on every ounce of strength and hope she had left. It wasn't over yet, not while they still had a chance to fight back. "There has to be a way to stop him," Serena said, her voice trembling as her eyes met Adrian's, the weight of the situation pressing down on her shoulders. She felt a cold dread spreading through her chest, but beneath it, a fire of determination sparked. The darkness swirling around them was suffocating, but she refused to let it claim the reef. The heartstone still pulsed weakly in her hand, its glow a flickering beacon in the oppressive shadows that crept through the water. They had fought too hard, endured too much, for it all to be taken away in an instant. She clenched her fists, fighting against the surge of hopelessness threatening to overwhelm her. They couldn't let the sorcerer win, not after everything they had sacrificed. Adrian stood beside her, his face grim but resolute, his sword still in hand as if ready for whatever came next. He could feel the magic pressing in, suffocating the very essence of the reef. The once thriving marine life was retreating into the darkness, and the vibrant corals were beginning to crumble, their colors fading into a dull, lifeless hue. The sorcerer's curse had been more than just an obstacle. It was the embodiment of a nightmare, and it was now unraveling everything they had fought to protect. Adrian's mind raced, searching for any solution, any way to turn the tide in their favor. "We can't let him undo everything," he echoed, his voice low but filled with an unwavering determination. He knew there had to be something they could do, some way to fight back against the curse that threatened to consume everything. Serena's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on the figure of the sorcerer who loomed over them, his form still shifting with the force of his dark magic. She could feel the pressure of the water around her, the oppressive energy of the sorcerer's presence tightening with every passing moment. But as she stood there, clutching the heartstone in her hand, a realization began to settle over her. The heartstone was the key, not just to the curse, but to everything they had worked for. She wasn't just holding on to a relic of power, she was holding on to hope. If they could channel its energy correctly, if they could focus its light in the right way, they might just stand a chance against the sorcerer's dark magic. The question was, how? She turned to Adrian, her eyes filled with urgency. "We need to find a way to use the heartstone, to focus its power, to push back against his darkness." It was their last hope, and she wasn't going to let it slip away. Adrian's mind raced, scrambling to make sense of the rapidly unfolding chaos around them. The ritual had been their best hope, a carefully crafted plan to undo the curse that had haunted the reef for centuries. But facing the sorcerer himself, his dark magic far more potent than they had anticipated, was an entirely different battle. Adrian's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of weakness in the sorcerer's power, but the water was thick with the sorcerer's malevolent influence. The heartstone, now flickering weakly in Serena's hand, was their last remaining hope. They had to figure out how to make it work, or everything they had fought for would be lost. Adrian clenched his jaw, frustration rising as he realized that this battle was far from over. It wasn't just about defeating the sorcerer, it was about finding the strength to hold on to everything they had just fought to restore. His gaze locked with Serena's, his heart pounding in his chest as he spoke the words he knew had to be true. "The heartstone," he said, his voice cutting through the tension in the water. The stone was their only remaining connection to the light that had once powered the reef's natural beauty. But right now, it felt fragile, barely clinging to life under the weight of the sorcerer's curse. Adrian's mind whirled with thoughts of how to empower it, how to amplify its energy before the sorcerer could finish undoing their victory. "It's the key," he repeated, his voice steady despite the storm of uncertainty swirling around them. "We need to find a way to strengthen its power, to push back against his darkness." The solution, however, remained elusive, until now, when it was clear that only by harnessing the Heartstone's full potential could they hope to defeat the sorcerer once and for all. Serena's heart skipped a beat as Adrian's words sank in, a flicker of hope rekindling within her. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, but Adrian's resolve fueled her own. She had been holding on to the Heartstone, feeling its power wane with every passing second, but now she understood what they needed to do. The stone wasn't just a symbol of the reef's life, it was a conduit, a force waiting to be fully awakened. But to do that, they needed to act quickly. She met Adrian's gaze, determination flooding her veins. "We can do this," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "Together, we can channel the Heartstone's power and push back the darkness. We just need to find the right way." Time was running out, but with Adrian by her side, Serena believed they could still turn the tide in their favor. They had faced down impossible odds before, and they would do it again. Before they could make their move, the sorcerer struck with terrifying speed. A dark energy, thick with malevolent intent, surged toward them in a crushing wave. The water around them seemed to warp and twist, coiling like serpents before it, as if it were alive with the sorcerer's fury. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest, his instincts screaming at him to act. He raised his sword, hoping to deflect the incoming magic, but the sheer power of the attack overwhelmed him. The dark torrent hit him like a freight train, the force of it knocking the breath from his lungs and sending him hurtling through the water. His sword, useless against the onslaught, flew from his hand as his body was flung backward with a bone-rattling impact. The world spun in an agonizing blur as Adrian slammed into the coral, the sharp edges of the reef cutting into his side. Pain exploded through his body, but he barely registered it, his mind reeling from the overwhelming force of the sorcerer's magic. For a moment, he could only taste the bitter salt water in his mouth as he struggled to push himself upright. The darkness still swirled around him, the sorcerer's power crackling through the water, leaving behind an oppressive void in its wake. The reef, once vibrant and full of life, now seemed tainted, suffocated by the sorcerer's magic. Adrian's head throbbed with pain, but his gaze never left Serena, the last hope of their victory. Serena's heart lurched as she saw Adrian being sent careening into the reef, his body crashing against the coral with sickening force. Her blood ran cold as she watched him struggle to rise, knowing that they couldn't afford to lose him now. The sorcerer's laughter echoed through the water, a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. But she didn't hesitate. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Serena clenched her grip on the heartstone, willing its fading light to shine once more. She couldn't allow the sorcerer to win, not after everything they had fought for. As Adrian recovered, she readied herself, determined to fight back with everything she had, her resolve stronger than ever before. "Adrian!" Serena's voice cracked through the water, sharp with panic as she darted toward him. Her heart hammered in her chest as she saw him struggling to rise, his movements sluggish from the force of the attack. The once vibrant coral beneath him seemed to darken, turning to shades of gray as the sorcerer's dark magic continued to press in on them. Serena's instincts screamed for her to reach him, to pull him from the crushing weight of the sorcerer's malevolent force. But the water around them was thick with the oppressive energy that the sorcerer wielded. Every stroke she took felt as though she were swimming through treacle, the dark current pulling at her, tugging her back toward the heart of the reef. The air was electric, the water charged with an unnatural cold as the sorcerer's magic intensified. A suffocating presence surrounded them, squeezing the very life out of the reef. Serena felt it pressing against her chest, like invisible hands clawing at her heart, threatening to tear her apart. The heart stone in her hand flickered weakly, its once brilliant glow barely a whisper of light against the sorcerer's darkness. She could feel the power of the curse pushing back, trying to reclaim what they had so painfully fought to break. The reef, the very thing they had worked so hard to save, seemed to be slipping from their grasp as the waters around them churned with growing malice. "Adrian!" she called again, her voice hoarse as she reached him, pulling him up with whatever strength she had left. His body felt heavy against her, as if the sorcerer's magic had already begun to drain him of his vitality. Serena could see the determination in his eyes, though, the same fire that had driven them both this far. They had been through too much, faced too many dangers, to let the sorcerer win now. With her heart pounding in her ears, Serena forced herself to focus. "We can't give up," she whispered fiercely, clinging to the faintest spark of hope. "We'll finish this together." Serena's grip on the heartstone tightened as panic surged within her. She could feel the stone's diminishing strength, its once brilliant glow now a faint pulse of light in her hand. The sorcerer's presence loomed over them, an insurmountable shadow pressing down on the reef, suffocating its very life force. The coral around them continued to wither, turning black under the weight of the dark magic. Every breath Serena took felt like she was suffocating, the water around her thick with the sorcerer's malignant energy. She had to act, had to find a way to turn the tide before they were consumed by the very darkness they had fought so hard to break. The heartstone's flickering light was barely noticeable now, struggling against the onslaught of the sorcerer's power. Serena's mind raced as she searched for a solution. She had no time to think of strategies or spells. They were locked in a fight against time itself. The realization hit her like a crushing wave. The stone could not be used on its own. It needed needed something more, something that neither she nor Adrian had anticipated. The ritual had been meant to break the curse, not to confront the sorcerer directly. In her desperation, Serena remembered the bond they shared, the strength they had drawn from one another throughout their journey. The power of the Heartstone was not solely its own. It was a reflection of their unity, of the strength of their combined wills. "Adrian," she whispered, her voice trembling as the weight of the moment bore down on her. "It's us. The Heartstone needs both of us to unleash its true power." Her heart raced as she reached out to him, her gaze meeting his. They had always been stronger together, drawing on each other's strength when the odds seemed insurmountable. This was no different. Serena could feel it in her bones. If they could harness the bond between them, if they could combine their wills with the Heartstone's fading light, they might stand a chance. "We need to channel everything we have, Adrian. This is our only chance." As the sorcerer's dark magic pressed in around them, Serena's mind grasped at the remnants of hope. In the midst of their peril, her thoughts returned to the prophecy, those ancient words that had once seemed distant, now taking on a new, urgent meaning. She remembered how they had read the prophecy together, how it had spoken of a union born of the depths of the reef, a bond stronger than any magic or curse. It had always been there, embedded in the words she had thought were simply guiding them toward the ritual. But now she understood, the union spoken of wasn't just a ritualistic requirement, but the strength of their relationship, their shared journey. Their connection was the key. The prophecy hadn't just referred to the physical bond of the Heartstone or the elements they had gathered. It had been speaking of something much deeper. It was their unwavering trust in each other, the way they had supported one another through every challenge, every moment of doubt and fear. It was their shared determination to free the reef, a bond built on their unspoken understanding and loyalty. Serena's heart raced as she realized that their connection had been the true source of their strength all along. The Heartstone wasn't just a tool to be wielded, it was a conduit for the love and unity they had forged in the depths of the reef, in the face of overwhelming darkness. With newfound clarity, Serena knew what she had to do. She turned to Adrian, her eyes locking with his, and in that moment, everything fell into place. "It's us, Adrian," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, but it carried the weight of their shared purpose. "Our bond is the key. The prophecy was never just about the stone. It's about what we've become together. We need to merge our strength, our hearts, to make the Heartstone truly powerful." The realization filled her with a sense of peace amid the chaos. Their journey had led them here, and together, they would be the ones to bring the reef its salvation. Serena's voice was urgent, but beneath the desperation, there was a quiet certainty that took root deep within her. She helped Adrian to his feet, her hands steady despite the chaos unfolding around them. His expression was clouded with confusion and pain, but when their eyes met, a spark of understanding ignited. "Adrian, we have to do this together," she repeated, her voice firm, cutting through the overwhelming darkness. "The prophecy, it's our bond that can save the reef. We need to combine our strength, to channel it through the Heartstone." The weight of her words hung in the water between them, as though the very currents of the reef had heard them and paused in anticipation. Adrian's chest heaved with the effort to stand, his body battered from the sorcerer's attack, but there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. He knew what Serena was saying. He could feel it now, the truth of it, the deep connection that had grown between them throughout their journey. It was more than just a shared goal or mutual respect. It was the strength of everything they had faced together. From the moment they had set foot on this cursed reef, they had fought side by side, and now, their unity would be the weapon that would defeat the darkness. "Together," he echoed, his voice raw but resolute. "Let's do this." Serena placed the Heartstone between them, its light flickering weakly in her hand, but she felt a surge of warmth as she held it. She knew what they had to do. They had always been more than the sum of their parts. Together, they had overcome every challenge the reef had thrown at them, and now they had to do the impossible. Serena reached for Adrian's hand, her fingers curling around his, and in that moment, their bond solidified. The heart stone pulsed, drawing strength from their touch, and as they channeled their will into it, a surge of power began to build. Their shared connection flowed through the stone, and the water around them began to stir with the energy they had unleashed. Adrian nodded, the realization hitting him with the force of a wave. His gaze locked with Serena's, a silent understanding passing between them. They had fought side by side throughout their journey, and now, standing together at the very heart of the reef, they were stronger than they had ever been. Without a word, they moved in unison, positioning themselves beside one another, their hands locking around the heartstone. The weight of the moment pressed down on them, but it no longer felt like a burden. Instead, there was a calm certainty in their connection, a shared purpose that anchored them in the midst of the storm. With their hands wrapped around the heartstone, they focused entirely on the energy that flowed between them. Their thoughts aligned, their breaths steady, and their hearts beat in synchrony as they poured everything they had into the gem. It was more than just a physical act. It was the summation of every challenge they had faced, every moment of doubt and triumph that had brought them to this point. Adrian could feel Serena's strength, her resolve, and it fueled him as much as the power of the heartstone itself. Together, they summoned their will, their love, and their unshakable belief in one another, willing the gem to harness all of it into a force that would drive back the darkness. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the heartstone began to glow. Its light flickered, then surged with a brilliance that outshone the storm-clouded waters around them. The sickly green light that had suffocated the reef began to retreat, pushed back by the force of the heartstone's renewed energy. The once dying corals started to regain their color, their vibrancy returning as the power coursing through the gem spread throughout the reef. Adrian felt the shift, the light expanding outward, unraveling the sorcerer's magic, and for the first time since the battle had begun, he felt the oppressive weight of darkness begin to lift. They were winning, but it was only together that they could break the curse once and for all. The sorcerer's furious howl reverberated through the water, a chilling sound filled with rage and desperation. His form writhed, shifting and distorting as the heartstone's light pushed back the darkness that had once been his dominion. The very water around them seemed to convulse, reacting to the force of the magic clashing with the heartstone's brilliance. Yet, as the light intensified, the sorcerer's eyes burned brighter with malevolence. He was not ready to concede defeat. His power had been ancient, and he would not be undone so easily. The once vibrant reef now felt as though it teetered on the edge of destruction, caught in the balance between salvation and annihilation. The sorcerer's lips curled into a snarl as his dark magic swirled around him, coalescing into a swirling vortex of malevolent energy. The water began to boil, rippling with a sickly glow as the ocean itself seemed to recoil at his will. With a violent gesture, the sorcerer released his magic, unleashing it in a brutal tidal wave of shadow and fury. It surged toward them like a monstrous storm, the pressure from its force making the very air crackle with tension. Adrian and Serena braced themselves, feeling the full weight of the sorcerer's rage bearing down on them. It was as though the ocean itself was turning against them, the dark magic now a tangible presence, crushing the very water that had once been their ally. But Serena refused to falter. Her grip on the heartstone tightened, and with Adrian's strength at her side, they summoned every ounce of energy left within them. The light from the heartstone flared in defiance of the sorcerer's onslaught, a beacon of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. The maelstrom of magic roared as it collided with the heartstone's energy, creating a violent, pulsing barrier of light and shadow. The water around them churned, twisted, and shook with the impact. But through the chaos, they held steady, their bond unbroken. The sorcerer's magic was fierce, but together, they were stronger. The light from the heartstone grew brighter still, pushing forward, determined to shatter the sorcerer's last attempt to reclaim the reef as his own. Serena and Adrian stood resolute, their connection unyielding in the face of the sorcerer's final onslaught. Their hands clasped around the heartstone, they channeled every ounce of strength, love, and determination into the gem. It pulsed with a brilliant light that seemed to grow with each passing second, its power surging like a beacon against the encroaching darkness. As the heart stone blazed with a radiance that rivaled the sun, its light cut through the sorcerer's magic with precision, burning away the tendrils of shadow that had once been his dominion. The water around them shimmered as the light spread, the darkness cracking like brittle ice beneath its heat. The sorcerer, once a towering figure of malice, began to tremble under the intensity of the heartstone's light. His form wavered, flickering like a fading mirage, his power no match for the combined force of the bond between Serena and Adrian. As the heartstone's glow reached its apex, the darkness surrounding him began to unravel, like the threads of a broken tapestry. The ocean itself seemed to reject the sorcerer's presence, the currents pushing him away as the light from the heartstone intensified, a blinding force that could no longer be denied. His eyes, once filled with fury and malice, began to dim, the life behind them fading as his physical form disintegrated, piece by piece. With a final, defiant hiss, the sorcerer's body shattered into nothingness, his power dissipating into the ether like smoke on the wind. The water around them calmed, the oppressive energy lifting as the last remnants of the dark magic were eradicated. The heartstone continued to glow, though now with a gentler light, its power stabilizing as the balance was restored. Serena and Adrian stood together, their arms still intertwined around the heartstone, breathing heavily but victorious. The reef, once tainted by the sorcerer's curse, was now free, its beauty restored, its future uncertain, but full of promise. The darkness was gone, and with it, the sorcerer's reign had ended, leaving only the tranquility of the restored waters behind. The sorcerer's scream echoed through the water, a final, desperate cry that reverberated across the reef as his form began to crumble away. His body, once powerful and commanding, unraveled in the face of the heartstone's radiant force. The darkness that had clung to him began to dissolve like smoke in the light, leaving behind only the faintest remnants of the malice that had once defined him. His voice, filled with disbelief and fury, trailed off as if the very energy sustaining him was being torn away, his essence being consumed by the overwhelming power of Serena and Adrian's bond. His eyes, glowing with malignant intent only moments before, now flickered with a last flash of horror before they faded entirely. The water around them seemed to react to his unraveling, the oppressive energy that had once held it in thrall now evaporating into the currents. As his form continued to disintegrate, the shadow he cast over the reef receded, leaving the ocean clearer, purer, and free of the curse that had tainted it for so long. The dark magic that had flowed from him began to dissolve into nothingness, its grip on the reef finally broken. With every passing second, the sorcerer's presence grew fainter, his scream more distant, until it was nothing more than a whisper lost to the vast depths of the ocean. As the last of his body dissolved into the water, the sorcerer's words hung in the stillness, a faint echo of his defeat. "This cannot be," he had said, his voice full of disbelief and unspoken fear. But it was. The curse had been broken, the darkness eradicated, and the sorcerer's power was no more. The waters, once choked with his malignant influence, now pulsed with a quiet peace, their currents gentle and calm once more. Serena and Adrian stood at the center of the reef, the heartstone still glowing brightly in their hands, their bond stronger than ever as they gazed upon the restored beauty of the reef. The battle was over, and the darkness had been vanquished. With a final, blinding burst of light, the sorcerer's form dissolved entirely, his presence vanishing from the waters as if it had never been. The dark magic that had once suffocated the reef was shattered in an instant, unable to withstand the intensity of Serena and Adrian's united strength. The oppressive energy that had weighed heavily on the ocean lifted, and in its place, a pure, radiant light flooded the reef, brighter than the sun's rays at their zenith. The heartstone, glowing fiercely in their hands, pulsed with the power of their bond, and with it, the sorcerer's curse unraveled completely. As the light expanded, the transformation of the reef was immediate and awe-inspiring. The once faded corals, stripped of their vibrancy by the sorcerer's malice, now bloomed back to life in a burst of colors more vivid than before. Pink and purple hues shimmered in the sunlight, while greens and blues swirled like ribbons of living paint across the seabed. Fish, once driven away by the toxic energy, returned in swarms, their scales flashing in the sunlight as the water cleared. The once dying flora swayed gently with the currents, vibrant and thriving once again. The heart stone's energy had breathed life back into the very heart of the reef, restoring it to its former splendor. The waters themselves seemed to rejoice, their depths no longer murky and dark but clear and full of possibility. The once muted sounds of the reef, silenced by the curse, returned with a symphony of life. Corals creaked as they expanded, fish fluttered through the water, and the gentle hum of a healthy ecosystem resumed its natural rhythm. Serena and Adrian stood at the center of it all, their hearts still pounding from the intensity of the battle, but now filled with a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. The curse was gone, the reef was free, and as the heart stone continued to glow softly in their hands, they knew their journey had not only saved the reef, but had forever forged a bond between them, one that would withstand any challenge that lay ahead. Exhausted but triumphant, Serena and Adrian collapsed onto the now stable ground of the reef, their bodies shaking with the lingering tension of their battle. The heartstone, still cradled in Serena's hands, emitted a soft, steady glow, its radiance now a comforting warmth instead of the blinding force it had once been. The pair sat there in silence for a moment, the weight of their victory settling in, their breathing slow but heavy. The water around them was calm, the once oppressive energy gone, leaving the reef feeling peaceful and restored. They had done it. After all the trials, all the struggles, they had finally broken the curse. The battle with the sorcerer had pushed them to their limits, testing not only their physical endurance but the strength of their bond. The fear, the doubt, and the desperation that had gnawed at Serena in the darkest moments of their struggle seemed like distant memories now. She looked at Adrian, his face worn with exhaustion but filled with a quiet pride. Their unity had been the key. Their connection, forged in the heart of the reef, had been powerful enough to face down the sorcerer's dark magic in triumph. It was something neither of them had expected, yet in that moment, it felt as if everything had led them here, to this point of absolute clarity. Adrian's heart still raced from the intensity of the final confrontation, his body aching from the effort of withstanding the sorcerer's onslaught. Yet, as he sat beside Serena, he felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The reef was no longer shrouded in darkness. The creatures that had once fled from the depths were now returning, swimming cautiously but steadily back to their homes. The coral was alive again, vibrant and full of color, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the ocean seemed to breathe freely. It had all been worth it. The sleepless nights, the endless struggles, the uncertainty of whether they would succeed. Serena's mind replayed the final moments of their victory, the way their hands had locked around the heartstone, their wills and hearts aligned in one powerful surge of energy. It had been a gamble, a last-ditch effort when all seemed lost, but it had worked. They had unlocked something deeper than the magic of the heartstone, something rooted in their bond, in their shared purpose. It had not just been about breaking the curse, it had been about proving that together, they could overcome anything. The reef, the very symbol of the curse's hold, was now free, restored, and brimming with life once again. Though the immediate danger had passed, Serena knew their journey was far from over. The power they had unleashed, the depths of their bond, had changed them both. It had solidified their connection, forged a deeper understanding between them, and left them with a sense of purpose that they hadn't had before. The future was still uncertain, and there would undoubtedly be more challenges to face. But now, with the heartstone in their hands and the reef at peace, they were ready. Together, they had overcome the impossible, and nothing, not even the darkest forces of magic, could stand in their way now. As they lay on the soft, sun-kissed sands of the reef, the waters around them now tranquil and serene, Serena took a deep breath, feeling the tension slowly ebb away from her muscles. The battle was over, and the peace that had returned to the reef was a reflection of the calm within her. The dark clouds of fear and uncertainty that had once loomed over them had dissipated, replaced by a bright, unbroken sky. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, they had been fighting for their lives against a force so powerful it seemed insurmountable. But now, the water lapped gently at the shore, and the vibrant marine life returned to their habitat, undisturbed. The oppressive energy had been replaced by a quiet, almost sacred stillness. Serena turned to Adrian, who lay beside her, his chest rising and falling in steady breaths, his expression soft yet filled with a quiet pride. Despite the weariness that clouded his eyes, there was a deep sense of satisfaction, an unspoken acknowledgement of everything they had accomplished. They had been pushed to the brink, faced the darkest forces the reef could conjure, and yet, in the end, it was their bond, stronger than ever, that had seen them through. Serena's heart swelled with gratitude as she looked at him, her smile a reflection of the unspoken words between them. There was no doubt in her mind that their shared journey had shaped them into something stronger, something unbreakable. They had fought not just for the reef, but for each other, and it had been worth every sacrifice. As the gentle breeze brushed across their faces and the sun's warmth wrapped them in its embrace, Serena knew that this moment of peace was hard-earned. The reef, once cursed and dark, now flourished with life once again, just as their bond had flourished amidst the challenges they faced. It was a new beginning, not only for the reef but for the both of them. No longer would the shadows of the past haunt them. Instead, they had forged a future together, one where they could face whatever the world had to offer with strength and unity. Together, they had survived the worst, and together, they would navigate whatever came next, forever side by side. As they lay there, the soft sounds of the ocean lapping against the shore, Serena and Adrian both knew that the path ahead would not be without its challenges. The reef was safe for now, but the world beyond it still held uncertainties, and the trials they had faced together were only a glimpse of the obstacles they might encounter in the future. Yet, instead of fear or hesitation, a sense of quiet determination filled them both. They had been tested in ways they never imagined possible, and each trial had only forged their bond stronger. Whatever came next, they would meet it not as individuals, but as a united force, their strength drawn from one another. The weight of their past struggles seemed to vanish as Serena glanced at Adrian, the steady rhythm of his breathing a reassurance. They had faced dark magic, powerful sorcery, and even moments of doubt, but together they had prevailed. Their connection was no longer just a matter of physical proximity or shared purpose. It had become something more profound, something unbreakable. Serena felt a deep, unwavering certainty that no matter how daunting the future appeared, they would always find a way through it. Their love, their unity, was the greatest force they possessed, and nothing would ever diminish its power. As the sun began to sink lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the waters, Serena knew that this moment was not just an end but a beginning. The future was vast, filled with both unknowns and possibilities. But for the first time, she no longer felt the weight of fear pressing down on her. With Adrian by her side, there was no doubt in her heart. Together, they could face anything. The world ahead might be uncertain, but as long as they stood together, united in purpose and love, they knew there was nothing they couldn't overcome. The challenges that awaited them were simply the next chapters of their shared story, and they would face them as they always had, side by side. Chapter 35, A Desperate Plan. The waters around them were eerily calm, the storm that had once raged with such fury now nothing more than a fading memory. But Adrian, ever vigilant, knew that the battle was far from over. The Heartstone, still clutched in Serena's hand, pulsed faintly with a subdued glow, its power drained yet still present. The dark magic that had once suffocated the reef had been pushed back, its presence now a mere whisper in the depths. However, Adrian's instincts told him that the victory they had achieved was incomplete. The sorcerer's defeat had been only a part of the greater struggle. Something deeper remained, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. The faint glow of the Heartstone was a reminder of the unfinished ritual, its energy fragile yet still vital. Adrian's thoughts raced as he scanned the now still waters, every muscle in his body tense, prepared for whatever threat might emerge next. The curse had been broken, yes, but the true nature of the danger had always been more than a single battle. It was a battle for balance, for restoring harmony to the reef and ensuring the dark forces would never rise again. They had defeated the sorcerer, but the ritual's final steps remained, and without them, the safety of the reef would be uncertain. Adrian could feel the weight of their task still pressing down on them, the knowledge that only by completing the ritual fully would they secure the peace they had fought so hard to attain. Serena floated beside Adrian, her gaze fixed on the still waters beneath them, A mix of relief and unease etched across her features. The battle with the sorcerer had drained them both, the physical and emotional toll of the ritual weighing heavily on their bodies. Though the immediate danger had passed, and the oppressive storm had dissipated, the sense of victory was bittersweet. The reef, for the moment, appeared serene, but Serena knew better than to trust the calm. The curse had been weakened, yes, but not fully eradicated. They had only managed to hold the darkness at bay, and the danger lurking in the depths was far from over. As the heart stone pulsed weakly in her hand, Serena's thoughts raced, the weight of their incomplete task pressing heavily on her. The ancient reef, with its vibrant life and intricate balance, was still fragile. The malevolent energy that had once plagued the waters had receded for now, but without completing the final steps of the ritual, they risked allowing the darkness to resurface even stronger. Serena could feel the uncertainty gnawing at her, the knowledge that they couldn't afford to rest on their laurels. Every moment they spent lingering in the aftermath was a moment the reef remained vulnerable. She turned to Adrian, silently urging him to focus. They had come too far to let the darkness reclaim what they had fought to restore. "We need to finish this," Adrian said, his voice low but resolute, a quiet fire burning beneath his exhaustion. Despite the weight of fatigue pressing against him, his resolve didn't waver. His eyes flicked to the heartstone, still clutched in Serena's hand, its once vibrant glow now little more than a faint flicker beneath the dim waters. The stone had been their greatest ally, the key to breaking the curse, but its power had been stretched thin in the battle. The ritual, as potent as it had been, had only scratched the surface. Without a way to fully restore the heartstone's energy, their victory could be fleeting, and the danger they'd faced could return with a vengeance. Adrian's gaze hardened, his mind racing for solutions. They had come so far, fought so hard, but they weren't done yet. The ritual wasn't enough on its own, he continued, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. "We need to find a way to fully restore the Heartstone's power and finish what we started." He glanced at Serena, his unwavering determination matching hers. Time was running out, and every moment they hesitated was another moment the darkness could return stronger than before. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, they couldn't afford to stop now. The reef, their bond, and the Heartstone all depended on them pushing forward, no matter how exhausted they were. Serena nodded, her expression tight with the weight of their predicament. The aftermath of their battle with the sorcerer still clung to her, the sting of his dark magic lingering in the depths of her bones. Despite the clarity of Adrian's words, doubt gnawed at her. The sorcerer's magic had come at them like a tidal wave, overwhelming them both in ways they hadn't anticipated. The Heartstone, their beacon of hope, now flickered weakly in her hand, its power drained from the prolonged assault. "But how?" she murmured, the question heavy with a mix of fear and frustration. "The sorcerer's magic nearly destroyed us, and we're running out of time. If we don't act now..." Her voice trailed off as she glanced at the still, dark waters around them, the once vibrant reef now eerily silent. It felt as if the ocean itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next wave of destruction. Despite her resolve, a sense of urgency tightened her chest. The task before them seemed almost impossible. There was no clear answer, no path laid out before them. But Serena could feel it deep in her gut. The Heartstone still held potential, the ritual had worked in part, and the bond between her and Adrian was the key. But how? She had no answer yet, only a burning need to act before the darkness crept back to reclaim what they had just fought to save. Adrian's mind raced, the weight of their situation pressing down on him with each passing moment. The prophecy had brought them to this point, a beacon that had guided them through every challenge. But now, they were adrift, with no clear direction and the stakes higher than they had ever been. The ancient reef, though momentarily safe, was still hanging by a thread. The Heartstone's weakened glow reflected the uncertainty that clouded his thoughts, and he felt the suffocating weight of their dwindling time. Each second spent searching for answers was a second the darkness had to regroup. But despite the chaos swirling around him, Adrian's thoughts began to sharpen, the fog of fear lifting just enough for clarity to break through. Then, Like a flicker of light in the darkness, an idea began to take root in his mind, a desperate, risky plan that might just give them a fighting chance. His heart raced as he considered it, the very real possibility that it could either save them or doom them both. He turned to Serena, her eyes filled with the same exhaustion and uncertainty he felt. The plan would require more than just strength and will. It would test every ounce of their bond, pushing them to their limits. But with no other viable option in sight, Adrian knew they had no choice. The path was unclear, but it was the only one they had left. He steeled himself, determined to see it through, even if the cost was unimaginable. Adrian's voice was low and steady, though a flicker of unease passed through his eyes as he spoke. The Abyssal Trench was a place of legend, a forbidden area at the very edge of the reef, where the sea's power seemed to converge into something far darker and more volatile. It was said to be the source of the reef's ancient magic, both a cradle and a prison for the forces that shaped the coral and the creatures that inhabited it. Despite its importance, no one dared to approach it, for the trench was not just a geographic feature. It was a realm of raw, unrestrained energy, capable of twisting reality itself. But as Adrian's gaze fixed on the faint, flickering light of the Heartstone in Serena's hand, he felt a growing certainty. If there was any hope of restoring its full power, the Abyssal Trench was their last chance. Serena's heart skipped a beat as she considered the risk. The trench was a place of myths and warnings, a deadly place where the very air seemed to hum with foreboding. No one who ventured there ever returned unchanged, or sometimes at all. Yet Adrian's words struck a chord deep within her. They had already faced unimaginable dangers, and though fear gnawed at her insides, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was the only path left to them. The reef, the Heartstone, and their own bond were all tied to that dark, mysterious trench. Serena's grip on the Heartstone tightened, its flickering glow seeming to pulse in response, as if urging them onward. "If it's the only way," she whispered, determination setting into her features, "then we have to go. Together." Serena's words hung in the water like a heavy cloud, the weight of them sinking deep into Adrian's chest. The Abyssal Trench was not just a place of danger, it was a place of death, a chasm that swallowed all who dared enter its depths. The currents in that area were legendary for their strength, capable of dragging even the most skilled swimmers into the dark abyss, where the pressure of the water was so immense it could crush the bones of any who ventured too far. But it wasn't just the relentless pull of the currents that made the trench so deadly. The creatures that dwelled in its shadows were older than the reef itself, ancient beings twisted by the raw magic of the deep, their forms so monstrous that the stories of them were whispered in fearful tones among the oldest tribes. Serena's voice trembled, not just with fear but with a deep understanding of the stakes. The trench was a place that no one, no matter how powerful, had ever escaped from, and the thought of confronting its horrors sent a shiver down her spine. Despite the fear that gripped her, Serena could see the resolve in Adrian's eyes. His unwavering determination, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, stirred something within her. She knew that there was no other choice. The Heartstone's faint glow in her hand was all the proof they needed that the ritual wasn't complete. "I know the risks," Adrian replied, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling around them. "But if we don't do this, the reef, the Heartstone, it will all be lost. We've already come so far." His words were simple, yet they carried the weight of everything they had fought for. Serena swallowed hard, pushing her fear aside. She had seen what they were capable of together, and though the trench was a place of darkness, she knew they couldn't afford to turn away. "Not now." "Then we do it," she said, her voice firm, matching Adrian's resolve. "Together." Adrian's words were like a steady anchor in the storm of doubt swirling around Serena. His hand, warm and sure, grasped hers, grounding her in the moment. She could feel the strength in his touch, the determination that had never wavered, not even in the darkest of times. His conviction was unshakable, and though the Abyssal Trench was a place of unimaginable danger, Serena couldn't deny the truth in his words. The Heartstone still flickered weakly in her grasp, its power barely enough to protect them, let alone restore the reef. She had fought so hard to get here, to break the curse and save everything they had come to care for. Turning back now wasn't an option. The fear that had gripped her moments before began to ebb away, replaced by a quiet, steely resolve. She looked into Adrian's eyes, seeing not just the weight of their shared struggle, but the unwavering trust they had in each other. They had faced impossible odds before and emerged stronger, together. "You're right," she said, her voice calm but resolute, the uncertainty fading into a focused determination. "We'll finish this, Adrian. Whatever it takes." With those words, they both knew there was no turning back. The path ahead would be treacherous, but they would face it side by side, united in purpose. Serena's gaze lingered on the abyssal trench, a chasm of inky blackness that seemed to pulse with an ancient, foreboding energy. The stories of sailors lost to its depths, of creatures beyond imagination lurking within, echoed in her mind. It was a place where the very ocean seemed to swallow all light, a gateway to the unknown that few dared to enter and even fewer returned from. Yet, despite the overwhelming sense of dread that tightened her chest, she could feel the pull of something more, a bond with Adrian, a shared purpose that had brought them this far. She had witnessed his bravery, his willingness to face the impossible, and for a moment, the thought of retreating seemed inconceivable. Turning back to Adrian, Serena saw the quiet fire in his eyes, the same unyielding resolve that had carried them through their darkest moments. There was no room for fear now, not when the fate of the reef, and everything they had fought for, hung in the balance. She knew this was their only chance, and no matter the peril that awaited them, they would face it together. Serena exhaled slowly, her mind sharpening with clarity. "We're in this together," she whispered, her voice steady now, even in the face of the terrifying unknown. Together, they would plunge into the abyss. Serena's voice was firm as she spoke, the weight of their task pressing down on her. She could feel the urgency of the situation, the need to move swiftly before the dark forces of the reef gathered strength once more. Every moment spent in hesitation was a moment that the curse could regain its power, and she couldn't afford to let that happen. The abyssal trench was dangerous beyond imagination, a place where the ocean's deepest secrets were buried, but the Heartstone's restoration depended on them navigating its depths and finding what they needed. The risk was immense, but Serena knew there was no other path. If they wanted to save the reef, they had no choice but to press on. Adrian nodded, his jaw set with the same determination that matched her own. The weight of the challenge ahead was undeniable, but they had faced the impossible together before. Now, they would need to rely on each other even more than before. Serena could see the resolve in his eyes, mirroring her own, and she felt a flicker of hope. They had overcome every obstacle that had come their way, and this was no different. "We'll need to stay focused," she continued, her grip tightening around the Heartstone. "The darkness won't give up easily, but neither will we. Let's finish this." Adrian's mind raced as he outlined their plan, his voice steady despite the danger that lay ahead. The abyssal trench was a perilous place, and reaching its heart would require every ounce of their skill and strength. The currents there were known to be relentless, pulling even the most experienced sailors to their doom. But with the Heartstone in their hands, they might be able to harness the magic of the reef to steady their course. It was their best chance, though the risks were immense. Once they reached the core of the trench, they would have to pour everything into the Heartstone, channeling their energy and their bond to restore its full power. The gamble was high, but in this moment, there was no other option. Serena listened carefully, her heart pounding in her chest as Adrian spoke. The plan was dangerous, and there was no guarantee it would work, but she trusted him. They had always found a way together, and this time would be no different. As she glanced at the Heartstone in her hand, she could feel its faint pulse, a reminder of the hope they still held. If they could reach the heart of the trench and use the magic that lay within, they might finally break the curse for good. The stakes were higher than ever, and failure wasn't an option. With a determined nod, Serena met Adrian's gaze, her resolve firm. "Let's do it," she said. With a deep breath, Adrian and Serena began their descent toward the abyssal trench. The water around them darkened as they ventured deeper, the light from the Heartstone growing dimmer with every passing meter. The trench loomed ahead, its depths an ominous shadow that seemed to swallow the very light of the world. Every part of the ocean felt alive with ancient power, its energy both alluring and dangerous. The currents grew stronger, pulling at them as if trying to keep them from the heart of the abyss. But they pressed on, knowing that their fate was tied to the magic of the reef, and that the only way to restore the Heartstone's full power was to reach its deepest core. Their bond, the strength of their connection, was the only thing that would guide them through the treacherous waters. Serena felt a surge of determination course through her as she clutched the Heartstone, its pulse weak but still present. The journey had been long, and the sacrifices had been many, but this final challenge would determine everything. She could feel the pull of the trench, the powerful currents attempting to drag them off course, but she refused to let go of the stone. Adrian was right beside her, his resolve unwavering. Together, they would face whatever dangers lay ahead. The Heartstone might be flickering, but as long as they fought together, they still had a chance to restore it, to free the reef from the curse that had plagued it for so long. The trench was their last hope, and they would not turn back. As they descended into the depths, the world above seemed to vanish, leaving only the vast, suffocating darkness of the trench. The water around them turned cold, the temperature dropping with every meter they sank. The once vibrant hues of the reef gave way to an eerie, impenetrable blackness, as if the very essence of the ocean had absorbed all light. The currents became more violent, thrashing around them, urging them to turn back, to give in to the abyss's pull. But Serena and Adrian held fast, their grip on the Heartstone steady despite the fierce resistance. Its faint, pulsing glow was their only beacon, flickering in the overwhelming dark like a fragile star. They could feel the weight of the trench, its oppressive presence pressing in on them, but their shared determination fueled their every movement. The deeper they went, the more disorienting the trench became. The water grew heavier, colder, as if the darkness itself was a living force, trying to suffocate them. Every few seconds, the currents seemed to shift, tugging in different directions, as if trying to drag them into the unseen depths below. Serena's breath quickened, the cold water biting at her skin, but she focused on the Heartstone's light, letting its faint pulse guide her forward. Adrian was close behind, his eyes locked on the stone as it flickered with an almost desperate energy. The further they ventured, the more the ocean seemed to close in around them, but they refused to stop. The Heartstone was their only hope, and with every ounce of strength, they pushed deeper into the trench, determined to reach its heart and restore the magic before it was too late. The trench was every bit as treacherous as the legends had promised. Unseen creatures stirred in the darkness, their bodies shifting through the shadows like specters of the deep. Every now and then, pairs of glowing eyes would flicker in the gloom, watching with an intelligence that seemed almost unnerving. The creatures, grotesque and ethereal, slithered past them, their movements fluid and unnatural, vanishing into the murk before they could fully be seen. The water around them was thick, oppressive, laden with a heaviness that weighed down on their bodies and minds. Every stroke felt harder, as though the very depths of the trench sought to pull them into its cold embrace. It was a place untouched by light, untouched by time, where the forces of nature twisted in ways they couldn't begin to understand. The magic in the trench was unlike anything Serena had ever felt before. It pulsed around them, swirling with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. The air, if it could even be called air beneath the water, was charged with an unseen force, a hum of power that vibrated through their bones. It was as though they were swimming through the very fabric of the ocean's mysteries, every inch of the trench steeped in forgotten magic and dark secrets. The Heartstone in Serena's hand seemed to respond to the energy, its light flickering erratically as if struggling to adapt to the strange, alien forces at play. Every breath felt harder to take, and each stroke forward seemed to drag them deeper into a world they were not meant to enter. Yet they pressed on, the pull of the Heartstone and the desperate need to restore its power pushing them forward through the labyrinth of ancient, untold forces. At last, they reached the heart of the trench, a vast and foreboding chasm that seemed to swallow the very light around them. The water here was no longer just cold and dark, it thrummed with raw, untamed power, as though the ocean itself had become a living, breathing entity. The energy in the depths crackled like static in the air, sending jolts of unease through their bodies, and making the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Every movement they made stirred the water, but it felt as if the trench itself was watching, waiting. The sense of ancient power was overwhelming, and the silence was broken only by the sound of their own labored breathing. The heart of the trench was a place where time and space seemed to bend, as though they had crossed into a realm that was both part of the world and yet wholly separate from it. As they descended further into the abyss, the water became thick with an almost tangible magic, distorting the very air around them. The boundaries between the physical world and the magical realm had all but disappeared. Serena could feel the magic crawling across her skin, not with the warmth of life but with the cold, distant touch of something older, something that had existed long before the world they knew had come to be. The heart stone pulsed erratically in Serena's hand, its glow weak and uncertain, as if it too struggled to comprehend the power swirling in the depths. The walls of the chasm seemed to pulse in time with the stone, vibrating with an energy that was not meant for mortal beings. In this place, it was as if reality itself was suspended, a thin veil between the known and the unknown, waiting for them to act before the forces beyond their control consumed them entirely. "This is it," Adrian said, his voice barely audible above the deafening roar of the currents that whipped around them. The trench seemed alive, pulsating with an energy so powerful that it felt as though the very water itself could tear them apart. His eyes met Serena's, filled with a fierce determination that mirrored her own. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The heart stone flickered weakly in Serena's hand, its light dim and fragile, but still holding the potential for the power they so desperately needed. The currents threatened to pull them deeper into the chasm, but they both knew that the only way out, the only way to restore the reef and break the curse once and for all, was to tap into the very core of their strength, and to place everything they had into the stone. Serena nodded, her heart pounding as she steadied herself, feeling the weight of the moment settle in. The magic of the trench wrapped around them like a living, suffocating thing, but she knew Adrian was right. They had faced impossible odds before, and together, they had always found a way. This time would be no different. She reached out, her fingers closing around the heart stone as she felt the warm hum of its energy course through her. She could sense the magic pulsing within, responding to her connection with Adrian, to the bond they had formed through their trials. But it wasn't enough yet. They needed to combine everything, their energy, their resolve, and their love, and pour it into the stone, in the hope that it would ignite with the power to defeat the darkness that had plagued the reef for centuries. The stakes had never been higher, and there was no room for failure. Serena nodded, her grip tightening around the heart stone as a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, the uncertainty of their plan gnawing at her resolve. The energy surrounding them felt almost alive, as if the trench itself was watching, waiting for them to falter. She glanced at Adrian, searching his face for reassurance, but she saw the same determination that had been there from the start. There was no turning back now. The heart stone pulsed faintly in her hand, its glow a fragile beacon in the overwhelming darkness. But she couldn't shake the thought, what if they poured everything into the stone, and it wasn't enough? What if this last gamble, this desperate effort, only fueled the magic of the trench, drawing them further into its grip? Adrian met her gaze, his expression unshaken, though his own mind was filled with the same questions. The fear of failure was a burden they both carried, but he knew that the risk was their only option. They had already come so far, overcome so many obstacles together, and to turn back now would be to surrender everything. "If it doesn't work," he said softly, his voice steady despite the storm raging around them, "then we fight until we can't fight anymore. But I believe in us, Serena. I believe in what we've built, and I believe that together, we can make this work." His words, though simple, carried the weight of everything they had endured and the hope of what they could achieve. Serena took a deep breath, drawing strength from him, from their shared bond. There was no more room for doubt. Together, they would either restore the heart stone or face whatever came next, but they would do it side by side. Adrian looked at her, his expression unwavering, his resolve as solid as the stone they held between them. The turbulence of the trench, the darkness pressing in from all sides, seemed to fade as he spoke those words. In that moment, everything felt singular, focused, their bond, the Heartstone, and the perilous path they had chosen. His gaze met hers, and in his eyes, Serena saw no hint of hesitation, only an unshakable trust. They had weathered every storm, crossed every impossible threshold together, and now, with the Heartstone pulsing faintly between them, they stood on the precipice of their final challenge. There was no turning back, no room for fear. They were in this together, and no matter what the trench threw at them, they would face it side by side. Serena's heart steadied as his words settled within her, a calm in the midst of the chaos. The doubts that had once threatened to overwhelm her began to dissolve, replaced by a quiet strength she had only found when they were together. She tightened her grip on the Heartstone, feeling its fragile glow pulse in sync with her heartbeat, and nodded in agreement. Together, she repeated, her voice steady now, infused with the same unshakable certainty she saw in him. The power of the trench surged around them, but their bond, deeper and stronger than any magic they had encountered, anchored them. Whatever was to come, they would face it with everything they had, knowing that together, there was no force they couldn't overcome. They positioned themselves at the edge of the chasm, their bodies braced against the violent pull of the trench's raw power. The Heartstone pulsed between them, a beacon of fragile light in the overwhelming darkness. The energy of the trench thrummed with an ancient, almost sentient force, wrapping around them like tendrils, probing and testing. The currents lashed at their limbs, the pressure of the water pushing against them as if to force them into the abyss. Every fiber of their being screamed in resistance, but they held firm, united by the silent vow that had carried them through every challenge up to this moment. As they stood on the brink, the very air felt charged, thick with the weight of magic older than time itself. It was as if the ocean was alive, watching, waiting, testing their will. The trench seemed to be alive with intent, daring them to make the final leap into its depths, to risk everything in the name of restoration. The force around them was almost suffocating, as if the ocean itself were aware of the stakes and sought to drown their resolve. But even as the trench's power threatened to overwhelm them, Serena and Adrian's hands remained steady on the Heartstone. Together, they summoned all their strength, their minds and hearts linked by a single purpose: to overcome the darkness that had plagued the reef for so long. "Now," Adrian said, his voice steady as the tension in the air seemed to freeze for a moment. His gaze was fixed on Kale, unwavering, as if he were reading the storm within him. There was a quiet authority in his tone, not demanding but firm, as though he knew the weight of what needed to be done. Adrian's posture was relaxed, yet every muscle in his body was poised for whatever came next. Despite the chaos that had surrounded them, there was a calming certainty in his presence, a stark contrast to the unpredictability of the world outside. His eyes, dark and intense, met Kale's with a silent understanding, a bond forged through the trials they had faced together. The air between them was thick with the unspoken trust that had been built, layer by layer, through their shared experiences. Kale felt a shift, something deep within him that resonated with Adrian's unwavering stance. The storm inside him, the one that had been swirling with doubts and fears, seemed to quiet in the face of Adrian's calm certainty. There was no need for further explanation, no need for words to fill the gap between them. Kale knew, without question, what Adrian meant, what this moment called for. The weight of the situation still hung heavy in the air, but with Adrian's quiet command, it felt manageable, even surmountable. Kale took a deep breath, his gaze softening as he steadied himself. He had always trusted Adrian. Now, more than ever, he knew that together they could face whatever came next. Together, they synchronized their thoughts, their hearts, and the very essence of their beings, channeling every ounce of their energy into the Heartstone. It was as if time itself slowed, their worlds narrowing down to that single moment, that single connection with the powerful artifact. The stone, dormant for so long, began to hum softly at first, a low vibration that resonated deep within them. As they poured their collective strength into it, the stone's glow flickered to life, faint at first, then growing steadily in intensity. Its light began to pulse, vibrant and almost otherworldly, as it absorbed the raw energy of the trench that surrounded them. The currents of water, once a gentle force, now writhed violently, as though reacting to the power being unleashed. The very depths of the ocean seemed to tremble as the stone grew brighter, casting an eerie, radiant glow in every direction, its energy surging outward like a beacon. But as the stone absorbed more power, the sea around them became a maelstrom, the currents whipping with fury, as if trying to tear them away from their focus. The pressure of the water threatened to crush them, the force of the waves almost too much to withstand. Still, they held firm, bodies pressed together, their bond stronger than the storm that raged around them. Cale and Adrian's hands remained tightly locked around the stone, their muscles straining, but their resolve unyielding. The power of the trench fought against them, but it was nothing compared to the force of their unity. With each passing moment, their shared will pushed back the chaos, their connection becoming a steady anchor in the turmoil. The light of the Heartstone grew brighter, more unyielding, as they drew upon the very heart of the ocean, their trust in each other the only thing keeping them from being consumed by the fury of the sea. The Heartstone's light blazed with an intensity that eclipsed everything around it, a brilliance so pure and powerful that it seemed to outshine the very darkness of the trench. The shadows that had once cloaked the deep waters began to recede, retreating from the surge of light like a storm being pushed away by the rising sun. The energy of the stone crackled through the water, vibrant and alive, casting sharp beams of radiant glow that illuminated every crevice and cavern in its reach. As the light expanded, the very fabric of the trench seemed to pulse in response, as if the depths themselves recognized the arrival of something ancient and powerful. It was as though the ocean had been waiting for this moment, holding its breath as the Heartstone awakened. The currents shifted and swirled around them, not with the fury of the storm, but with a rhythmic, almost reverent flow, as the magic of the reef seemed to align itself with the light. In that moment, the energy surged through their bodies like an unstoppable wave, linking their minds, hearts, and souls into a singular force. Their thoughts melded together, and for a brief, fleeting instant, they felt as though they were one, united not just in purpose, but in essence. The Heartstone's power coursed through them with an intensity that was almost overwhelming, but instead of fear, there was a profound sense of clarity, of understanding. The magic of the reef, ancient and untamed, intertwined with the prophecy that had bound them to this moment, while the strength of their bond, founded in trust, love, and shared experience, anchored them, steady and unyielding. Everything, every choice, every sacrifice, every step they had taken, culminated in this pure, blinding moment of light. It was a manifestation of their journey, of everything that had led them here, and as it grew brighter, more intense, the world around them seemed to dissolve into nothing but the radiance, a force greater than any one of them, yet intimately their own. With a final, explosive surge of energy, the Heartstone shattered, its brilliant light fracturing in 1,000 directions like shards of a broken star. A massive wave of raw, uncontainable power erupted from the stone, sending ripples of energy cascading through the trench and surging outward into the reef. The force of the release was like the ocean itself had taken a deep breath and then exhaled, a breath that carried the weight of centuries of waiting. The water around them trembled, the currents twisting and spiraling in response to the stone's final, cataclysmic pulse. The once oppressive darkness that had clung to the reef for so long dissolved in an instant, swept away by the pure, cleansing force of the stone's light. The shadows receded, as if they could no longer survive in the presence of such brilliance, leaving behind a renewed world bathed in the glow of their victory. The curse that had plagued the reef and its inhabitants for so long was finally, completely broken. It had been a weight on the land, a stain on the water, a curse that had lingered far too long, but now it was nothing but a memory, erased in the wake of the Heartstone's destruction. The reef, once shrouded in despair, now pulsed with new life, the magic of the ocean vibrant and healing in the stone's absence. The once muted colors of the coral and seaweed began to bloom in hues more vivid than ever before, as though the very life of the ocean was celebrating its freedom. And beneath the surface, there was a profound stillness, a peace that had been absent for ages, filling the waters and the hearts of those who had fought to see this moment. The darkness, the fear, the curse, gone. In its place, only light and hope, the future of the reef now untouched by the shadow of its past. Exhausted but victorious, Adrian and Serena drifted in the now tranquil waters, their bodies barely moving as the weight of their journey settled in. The tumultuous currents that had once threatened to tear them apart had calmed, leaving behind only a stillness that spoke of the battle's end. Their breaths were slow and heavy, each one a reminder of the strain they had endured. But there was no fear now, only the deep satisfaction of knowing they had achieved what seemed impossible. The Heartstone's remnants, now little more than fragmented pieces, gently sank into the depths, disappearing into the dark expanse below. It was as if the ocean itself had claimed the last traces of its ancient power, and with that, the weight of their mission was finally lifted. The waters around them, once charged with oppressive energy, now felt weightless, as though the very fabric of the abyssal trench had been released from its centuries-old burden. The abyssal trench, once a place of darkness and mystery, now lay in peaceful silence, its brooding power spent. The secrets that had lingered in its depths, twisted and hidden for so long, were finally laid to rest, no longer to haunt the reef or the world above. It was a place transformed, no longer the prison of its past but a quiet testament to the triumph of those who had come to face its terror. The waters were clear, the oppressive weight of the curse lifted, and the oppressive force that had held sway over the trench was no more. In the eerie calm that followed, there was a sense of closure, of something profound having ended. For Adrian and Serena, it was more than just the completion of a task. It was the peace they had fought so hard to bring to a place that had long suffered in silence. The abyssal trench was no longer a place of torment. It had become a place of rest, where even its deepest secrets could finally fade into the deep, forgotten. They had done it. The weight of the words hung in the still water, the quiet echo of their victory resonating through their minds. The curse was broken, the reef saved from the darkness that had threatened to consume it for so long. It was an achievement that seemed impossible in the beginning, but now, as they hovered in the calm waters, it was a reality. The once feared abyssal trench was no longer a place of danger. Instead, it had become a symbol of their triumph. The reef, once choked by the curse's grip, now shimmered in newfound life, its vibrant colors returning to the coral and seaweed, its waters restored. There was a profound peace that settled over them, a silent acknowledgement that they had achieved something monumental, not just for the reef, but for themselves. As they began the long journey back to the surface, a quiet sense of contentment filled the spaces between them. The currents that once felt oppressive now seemed gentle, almost soothing, as though the ocean itself was guiding them home. But amid the relief and the peace, they knew something deeper had been forged between them. The bond they shared, the bond that had carried them through every trial, every moment of doubt, was stronger than ever. It was more than just an alliance formed in the face of danger. It was a connection that had grown from mutual respect into something far deeper. They moved together in perfect synchrony, each knowing what the other needed, each providing strength when the other faltered. It was a partnership built not only on their shared purpose but on a trust that had been tested and proven in the deepest, most perilous waters. As they made their way to the surface, the promise of what they had achieved together lingered between them, unspoken but understood. And though the Heartstone was gone, its light lived on within them, an enduring presence that neither time nor distance could diminish. The stone's power, once contained within its fragile form, had now become a part of them, woven into the very fabric of their beings. Its glow no longer radiated from a physical source, but from within, shining brightly in their hearts and minds. It was a quiet, steady light, a beacon that would never flicker out, no matter the darkness that might come. The strength they had drawn from the Heartstone during their trials was now something they carried with them, a gift that transcended the object itself. The light had become an inseparable part of their journey, guiding them even in their moments of uncertainty. A reminder that they were never alone, that they had the strength to face whatever lay ahead. This inner light was not just a symbol of the magic they had unlocked or the power they had wielded. It was a reflection of their resilience, their unity, and their unwavering commitment to one another. It was a bond forged through adversity, stronger and more unyielding with each passing challenge. No matter what the future held, they now knew that they had the strength to overcome it. The Heartstone had given them a gift beyond its physical power. It had shown them what they were capable of when they stood together. And with that gift, they faced the unknown future with a newfound certainty. The light within them would guide them, just as it had led them to this victory, and with it, they would find their way through whatever shadows might linger on the horizon. Chapter 36: The Final Confrontation. The sea roiled with an unnatural fury, its waves crashing violently against the once stable reef as though some malevolent force had awakened within the deep. The water churned with a relentless energy, twisting and surging as if it were alive, responding to some unseen command. The once calm surface had transformed into a chaos of frothing waves, each one crashing with greater force than the last, as though the ocean itself was rebelling against the peaceful stillness it had known moments before. The salt water sprayed into the air, stinging like icy needles, and the currents seemed to grow stronger with every passing second, threatening to pull everything back into the depths from which it had just emerged. It was as though the sea had been disturbed, and its anger knew no bounds. Above them, the sky was no better, dark and oppressive, swirling with clouds that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The storm that had gathered was unlike any natural tempest, its energy crackling with a strange and ominous force. The air was thick with tension, the kind of heaviness that pressed against the chest and made it hard to breathe. Bolts of lightning arced across the sky, illuminating the clouds in sharp, jagged flashes that lit up the world for brief, blinding moments. Thunder rumbled deep in the heavens, a low, threatening growl that echoed across the water, as if the very atmosphere had been set aflame with dark magic. The storm was no mere weather event, it was a manifestation of something darker, something ancient that had stirred in the wake of the ritual's completion. The calm that had settled over the trench after the Heartstone's power had been released was now shattered, replaced by a suffocating sense of impending doom. It was as though the world itself had shifted, the equilibrium disrupted by the very forces they had set into motion. A cold fear crept into their hearts, not from the storm itself, but from the realization that something far more dangerous was at play. The earth seemed to tremble beneath them, and the ocean's depths felt deeper, darker, as though something was stirring, waking from a long slumber. What had once been an accomplishment now seemed tainted, overshadowed by the uncertainty that loomed overhead. The storm was a warning, a herald of something that was not yet finished, and whatever it was coming for them. Adrian gripped the hilt of his sword with a firm, unwavering hand, his knuckles pale against the dark metal as his eyes remained fixed on the horizon. There, on the distant edge of the sea, the storm was gathering its strength, swirling with unnatural intensity. The once-calm waters were now a battleground for the elements, the waves crashing higher, their crests jagged like the teeth of some ancient beast. He could feel the tension in the air, the oppressive weight of the storm pressing down on him. His body was taut, every muscle coiled in preparation, instinctively drawn to the danger that loomed just beyond the horizon. There was no time to question what would come, only to face it head-on. His grip on his sword was more than just a reflex. It was a silent vow to stand his ground, no matter what threat emerged from the depths of the storm. Beside him, Serena stood just as resolute, her posture straight and unwavering, but her gaze betrayed the unease gnawing at her. The flicker of fear in her eyes was fleeting, quickly masked by the determination that followed, but it was enough to show the weight of what they were about to face. Her hands were clasped together, her fingers curled slightly as though bracing against an invisible force. The wind whipped through her hair, tugging at her clothes as she turned her eyes back to the horizon. She, too, could feel it, the presence of something far older and far more dangerous than anything they had encountered before. The Heartstone's destruction, while it had freed the reef from its centuries-old curse, had unknowingly awakened a far greater evil, one that had slumbered beneath the waves, waiting for just this moment. The moment the stone was shattered, the seal had been broken, and now there was no turning back. The power that had been unleashed was unlike anything they had ever faced, a force rooted in the deepest shadows of the world. The Heartstone's destruction had freed the reef, yes, but it had also freed something else, a dark and ancient presence that had laid dormant for centuries, its influence festering in silence, waiting for the right moment to strike. The very waters around them seemed to hum with this newfound threat, the air thick with an almost palpable malevolence. Adrian and Serena knew that the battle they had won was not the end, but the beginning of something far worse. The storm wasn't just a natural phenomenon, it was a manifestation of the force they had awakened. The battle that had just begun would test not only their strength but their very will to survive against the power that had waited for centuries to break free. They had no choice but to face it together, knowing that the stakes had just risen to a level they could never have anticipated. "They're coming," Serena whispered, her voice barely audible over the deafening roar of the wind. Her words were barely a breath, yet they cut through the tension in the air with a sharp clarity. She could feel it now, the unmistakable presence of dark forces drawing nearer, like an unseen tide slowly creeping up on the shore. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, each gust of wind seeming to carry with it the weight of something ancient and malevolent. The horizon was a blur of swirling clouds and thunder, the storm intensifying as if it, too, sensed the impending arrival of the darkness. Despite the chaos of the storm, a quiet stillness settled in her chest, a foreboding calm that screamed of danger drawing closer, faster. It was a feeling she couldn't shake, a pressure that built with each passing second, squeezing the air from her lungs. As the force drew closer, the very atmosphere seemed to change. The wind shifted, a deep, oppressive chill creeping into the air, biting at her skin even through the layers of her clothing. Her heart raced, the rhythm frantic in her chest as the weight of what was coming grew heavier. It was as though the world around her was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to be unleashed. The ground beneath her feet felt unsteady, the sea still churning violently, but now, even the waves seemed to bow under the invisible pressure closing in from all sides. The sense of impending doom thickened the air, each heartbeat echoing louder in her ears as she instinctively reached for her sword, its reassuring weight a small comfort against the growing terror. The darkness wasn't just a shadow, it was an entity, and it was drawing nearer, as if the very fabric of reality was starting to unravel in its wake. Serena's breath came in shallow gasps, her chest tightening as the suffocating weight pressed against her like a physical force. Every instinct screamed for her to run, to flee from whatever was coming, but she stood rooted to the spot, her eyes locked on the horizon. She knew that running would accomplish nothing. This was no storm, no ordinary force of nature. The darkness that approached was something far older, something far more dangerous than anything they had yet faced. It was as if the storm itself had become a harbinger, a messenger for a greater evil that had been awoken. The power of it vibrated in the air, wrapping around her, seeping into her very bones. She could feel it closing in, the final moments before the reckoning, and in that instant, she realized that the true battle was about to begin. She wasn't just waiting for the storm to arrive, she was waiting to face the very heart of the darkness itself. Adrian nodded, his expression hardening with resolve as he stared out at the encroaching storm. His jaw was set tight, the muscles in his face working beneath the strain, as if he could already feel the weight of the battle ahead pressing down on him. The wind howled louder, but it was nothing compared to the roar of determination rising within him. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, the familiar weight a silent promise to himself and to Serena. There was no turning back now. The forces they had once only sensed in fleeting moments were here, descending upon them with a fury that would test everything they had fought for. But in this moment, Adrian found clarity. Despite the uncertainty and the danger, there was no question in his mind about what they had to do. He would face whatever was coming, whatever horrors lay beyond the storm, with Serena by his side. The bond between them was unspoken, but it was as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. Adrian could feel it in the air between them, in the way Serena stood tall beside him, her own resolve solidifying in the face of the storm. The flicker of fear that had passed through her moments ago had settled into something more determined, more fierce. She was ready, he could see it in her stance, in the way her hand hovered near her weapon, prepared to strike when the time came. They were a team, bound not only by the shared trials they had endured but by the unwavering trust they had built in each other. Together, they had faced impossible odds and emerged victorious. This time would be no different. The storm and the dark forces could come, but Adrian knew they would meet them head-on, their strength combined, their purpose clear. "We'll face them together," Adrian said, his voice steady and firm. The words were more than a promise. They were a declaration of their unity, an unshakable truth that the storm could not break. As the wind whipped around them, his voice carried with a force that defied the chaos, reaching Serena with the clarity of a vow. The darkness might be gathering, but it would not divide them. They had come this far, and they would go further, side by side, to protect what they had fought so hard to preserve. The moment stretched, the weight of it hanging in the air, before Adrian stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the storm, the flickering shadows that now loomed at the edge of the sea. With Serena beside him, he was ready to face whatever came next. Together, they were stronger than anything that could come for them. The water around them began to churn violently, the once calm and steady currents now whipped into a frenzied turmoil. The waves crashed with ferocity, the sea itself seemingly rebelling against the stillness that had once reigned. The dark, turbulent waters surged higher, their crests frothing with unnatural energy, as if some immense force was rising from the depths below. Adrian and Serena stood firm, their bodies bracing against the power of the ocean's wrath, but even they could feel the heavy weight of the shifting tide pressing in around them. It was no longer just the storm that threatened them. It was the presence of something far more sinister, something that had been lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to strike. The very ocean seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, as if the sea itself was being pulled under the grip of something ancient and powerful. From the depths of the abyss, they saw it, the figures they had feared, rising from the darkened waters like shadows made flesh. They emerged slowly, their forms indistinct, cloaked in swirling tendrils of darkness that seemed to bend the very light around them. The creatures were like phantoms, their bodies shifting and warping, too elusive to define clearly, as though the darkness itself had come alive, taking on form in a twisted mockery of life. Their presence filled the water, suffocating the space with an overwhelming sense of dread. Every movement they made sent ripples through the sea, distorting the water and warping reality itself. The figures were not solid, but neither were they purely ethereal. Each one seemed to exist in a liminal space between the worlds, their shapes flickering in and out of existence, impossible to fully comprehend or escape. As they drew closer, their eyes glowed with a malevolent, unholy light, a sickly hue that pierced the darkness like shards of ice. It was a gaze that burned with hatred, with an ancient, unfathomable rage that seemed to seethe with the fury of ages long past. Their eyes locked onto Adrian and Serena, cold and knowing, and in that moment, the very air seemed to grow colder, the space between them thick with dread. The sound of their voices echoed around them, not in words but in whispers, low, guttural, and haunting, voices that seemed to come from the very depths of the ocean, carrying with them the weight of the damned. The whispers twisted in the air, promises of pain, of ruin, and of the end of all things. The figures spoke without words, but their presence, their eyes, and their whispers conveyed everything that needed to be understood. They were here to finish what had been started, and no force would stop them. "You dared to defy us?" One of the shadowy figures hissed, its voice slithering through the air like a serpent, cold and venomous. The words wrapped around them, thick with malice, as if the very sound of them carried the weight of 1,000 years of wrath. The figure's form twisted in the shadows, its movements serpentine and fluid, its edges blurring in and out of focus like a mirage. The air seemed to tremble with the force of its words, each syllable laced with an ancient, unnatural power. The creature's eyes gleamed, glowing like embers in the dark, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to narrow, their focus drawn entirely to the menacing figure before them. There was no escape from the confrontation. The shadows had already claimed this space, and every ounce of the ocean's power seemed to echo the threat that reverberated from its hollow voice. "The curse was our creation," the shadow continued, its tone dripping with bitter pride. It loomed closer, its presence a suffocating force, as though the very darkness it emanated was an extension of the cursed bond it spoke of. A bond that could not be broken, not by any mortal, not by any force that dared to challenge the ancient laws we set in place. Its voice seemed to warp, echoing in their minds, as if it was speaking not just through sound but through the very fabric of their consciousness. The shadows around them writhed, alive with the energy of the curse, recalling the long-held grip it had over the reef. The weight of the past pressed in on them, the sins of the ancient curse wrapping around their hearts like chains, threatening to drag them back into the abyss of darkness from which it had emerged. "Yet you have meddled with forces beyond your understanding," the figure hissed, its eyes narrowing with a mix of fury and contempt. The words sliced through the air, punctuating the depth of their transgression, a declaration that they had crossed a line that could not be undone. The darkness seemed to pulse with an almost tangible anger, the very water around them growing colder, thicker, as if the ocean itself recoiled at their interference. Serena could feel the weight of the accusation in the air, the full extent of the danger they had unwittingly invited upon themselves. The shadows were no longer simply figures. They were an ancient force, a malignant will that had waited in the depths for this very moment, and it would not be so easily defeated. The price for their actions had just begun to reveal itself, and in that instant, they realized how deeply they had disturbed a power that no mortal had any right to challenge. Adrian stepped forward, his movements precise and deliberate, the weight of his resolve steadying his every action. The dim light of the storm-fueled sea cast jagged reflections across his sword, its blade gleaming with a cold, unwavering light, as if it too had sensed the gravity of the moment. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, even as the dark figures loomed before him, their presence oppressive and suffocating. His grip tightened around the hilt of the weapon, the familiar weight grounding him, centering him in the face of the ancient threat that had risen from the depths. Every fiber of his being screamed with the desire to protect, to finish what they had started, and with his every step toward the figures, he made his declaration. This was not a battle he was willing to lose. He was not going to allow the darkness to win. His voice rang out with authority, firm and unwavering, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere like a blade of its own. "We broke your curse, and we'll finish what we started," Adrian said, his words carrying a weight that matched the blade in his hand. The wind howled around them, but it was drowned by the conviction in his voice. Serena stood beside him, her own gaze locked on the figures, but it was Adrian's words that anchored them both, a challenge thrown into the abyss. The very air seemed to quiver in response, as if the shadowy figures had not expected such defiance. But Adrian was undeterred. He had felt the darkness coil around the reef, seen the destruction it wrought, and he knew that now, standing at the edge of the abyss, they had to be the ones to stop it. The curse might have been broken, but the true battle was still to come, and Adrian would not let it drag them back into the void. "You won't harm this reef or anyone else ever again," Adrian continued, his voice lowering but growing no less intense. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, not just for victory, but for redemption, for the lives that had been shattered by the curse and for the future of the reef that now depended on their courage. His words struck like a vow, carrying the weight of the promise that he and Serena had made to the creatures of the reef and to the world they both sought to protect. The shadows that surrounded them writhed in response, a tremor of anger rippling through the air. But Adrian's stance remained strong, unyielding. This was a fight that was no longer just about survival. It was about righting the wrongs of the past and ensuring that nothing, not even the ancient shadows of the deep, could threaten the peace they had fought so hard to restore. With a final, resolute breath, Adrian prepared himself for the battle that was sure to come, knowing that this time, he would not back down. The shadow figures laughed, a sound so hollow and distorted that it sent an icy shiver crawling down Serena's spine. It was as if the very air around them thickened, the laughter reverberating through the water like the screech of some ancient creature, echoing from the deepest recesses of the abyss. Each laugh was laced with disdain, an unfathomable cruelty that seemed to pierce the soul itself. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, her hand tightening around her weapon as she fought to steady herself against the overwhelming presence of the dark figures. The sound was like a warning, a reminder that they were standing in the presence of something far older and more dangerous than they had ever imagined. The laughter seemed to curl around them, coiling in the corners of her mind, mocking her and Adrian for daring to believe they could defeat it. "Foolish mortals," one of the figures sneered, its voice a slithering hiss that seemed to vibrate the very water around them. The words were spoken with a venom that dripped from every syllable, as if the figures saw their challengers as little more than insects to be crushed beneath their weight. Their forms flickered and shifted, growing more indistinct with each movement, as if the very darkness they emanated was alive, feeding off their arrogance. Serena's grip on her sword tightened even further, her muscles tensing, but the figure's cruel words seemed to press in on her, suffocating her resolve. There was a realization dawning in her mind. This battle was not as simple as they had hoped. The curse had only been the beginning, and they were about to face something far worse than they had prepared for. The Heartstone was only a part of our power. The shadow continued, its voice growing colder, more menacing. The true source of the curse lies within us, and it cannot be destroyed so easily. The words echoed in the air, each one weighing heavier than the last, as if the very concept of defeat was foreign to the figures. The water around them seemed to shift in response, swirling with a new intensity, as if the curse itself was alive and growing stronger with every passing second. Serena's stomach twisted with the realization that they had been naive, that they had thought breaking the Heartstone was the final step. The darkness they faced now was deeper, more ingrained in the very fabric of this world. The figure stood as a testament to an ancient power, a force that had been entwined with the reef for centuries, and it was far more resilient than they had ever anticipated. The true battle, Serena realized, was only just beginning. Serena's heart sank at their words, the realization of their true power crashing down upon her like a wave. The shadows surrounding them seemed to grow deeper, more suffocating, as the figure's taunts reverberated in her chest. A sense of hopelessness clawed at her, threatening to unravel everything she and Adrian had fought for. Yet, even as the cold fingers of despair reached toward her heart, she refused to yield. She had seen too much, endured too much, to let this be the end. Her thoughts steadied, and with a deep, deliberate breath, she pushed the fear aside. There was still strength within her, still a spark of the power that had once protected this place. She would not falter now, not when so much was at stake. The dark forces hissed in anger, the sound almost tangible, vibrating through the very water that surrounded them. It was a hiss that seemed to come from everywhere, a collective noise that filled the space with an unsettling, primal fury. Their figures twisted and writhed, morphing into shapes that grew ever larger, more monstrous, as though the very act of their rage was warping them, making them into something more than shadow. The tendrils of darkness that curled around them lengthened and expanded, coiling like serpents ready to strike. As they surged forward, their movements were fluid and terrifying, each step an echo of the malevolent energy that pulsed from within. Adrian could feel the temperature of the water drop, the suffocating presence of the figures closing in on them, and for a brief moment, he feared that the shadows might overwhelm them entirely. The ocean itself seemed to respond to their fury, the once steady currents now violently whipping around them. The water churned and thrashed, as if it had become a battleground, and the waves rose higher, cresting with an almost unnatural force. Serena felt the power of the ocean shifting, the raw energy of the sea vibrating in every fiber of her being. The water around them seemed to grow heavier, more oppressive, as if it, too, was caught in the thrall of the dark figure's rage. The waves crashed down with greater intensity, their roar drowning out everything else, as if the ocean itself was retaliating, fighting to push the darkness back. The figures fed off the turmoil, their forms growing ever more distorted with every wave that slammed into them. But the energy they exuded only served to fuel the storm, making it worse, amplifying the threat they posed. The battle between light and dark was no longer confined to their wills alone. It was being fought in the very heart of the ocean. Adrian and Serena stood firm, their feet rooted in the shifting water, their senses attuned to the chaos around them. The dark forces were closing in, their malevolent power building with every passing second, but the pair refused to yield. They were the last line of defense, and they would not allow the sea to be overtaken. As the waves crashed around them, Serena drew on every ounce of her magic, the light around her intensifying as she fought to push back against the overwhelming tide. Adrian stood resolute, his sword raised high, the gleam of the blade a stark contrast to the darkness that loomed. Together, they faced the advancing shadow, the ocean itself a mirror of their battle, two forces locked in a fight for survival. But even as the darkness surged toward them, they knew one thing: they would not let it consume the reef, no matter the cost. Adrian braced himself, every muscle tensed in preparation for the oncoming surge of darkness. His sword was gripped tightly in his hand, its hilt slick with seawater, but its weight felt familiar, grounding him in the chaos that raged around them. The faint light from Serena's magic flickered in the distance, casting an ethereal glow on his face, but even that seemed insignificant in the face of the approaching storm. His eyes narrowed, scanning the shifting shadows that loomed just beyond the edge of his vision, and for a moment, he was reminded of every battle they had faced together, every moment of doubt and fear they had overcome. The looming figures would be the greatest challenge yet, but they had faced impossible odds before. They would do it again. With a deep breath, Adrian steeled himself. His heart beat in sync with the crashing waves around them, and in that moment, he was more certain than ever they would not falter. "Stay close," Adrian said, his voice steady and commanding, though beneath the calm exterior, the adrenaline was building, a rush of heat spreading through his veins. He glanced at Serena, his gaze meeting hers with quiet intensity, willing her to understand the weight of his words. They had always been stronger together, and this moment would be no different. The ocean was a force of nature, but they, too, were a force to be reckoned with. Serena's magic had been the key in breaking the curse. Now it would be their combined strength that would hold back the darkness. The shadows moved, swirling with malice, but Adrian stood firm, knowing that with their bond, they could withstand even the darkest of storms. His heart pounded with the knowledge that this was it, the final push, the last stand to save everything they had fought for. "We'll need to combine our strength, just like before," Adrian continued, his voice unwavering despite the maelstrom around them. The words were not just a plan, they were a promise. Every word carried the weight of their shared history, every battle they had fought side by side, every victory they had claimed. They had learned to work in unison, their strengths complementing each other in ways that went beyond mere physical power. Serena's magic was an extension of the ocean itself, a force that could shape the world around them, while Adrian's sword was the steady, unyielding blade that cut through any obstacle in their path. Together, they formed a balance, a harmony of light and steel that no darkness could hope to overcome. As the shadows lunged forward, Adrian's grip on his sword tightened. They would fight together, and they would win. Serena nodded, her heart pounding in her chest as she steadied her breath. The air around her seemed charged with energy, and she could feel it humming beneath her skin, a deep, resonating power that had been growing inside her ever since the ritual. It was an unfamiliar sensation at first, wild and untamed, like a storm on the edge of her consciousness. But now, it was a part of her, a force she could control if she only focused enough. She closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself, letting the magic course through her veins like a river finding its path. It was a power not just drawn from the ocean, but from the very heart of the reef, from everything it had protected and nurtured for centuries. The energy was vast, almost overwhelming, but Serena welcomed it. She had learned to embrace it, to harness its strength when it mattered most. As the power inside her surged, Serena reached out with her mind, her senses, extending her focus toward Adrian. She could feel his presence beside her, solid and unwavering, his strength anchoring her own. The bond between them had always been a quiet force, a silent understanding that they were better together. It was this connection, this unspoken partnership, that allowed their magic to intertwine seamlessly. Her eyes flickered to him, catching his gaze for a brief, silent moment. She didn't need words to communicate the trust she had in him, the certainty that they could overcome anything as long as they stood together. The flicker of his own magic was like a mirror of hers, a steady, guiding flame in the storm that surrounded them. Together, they would become more than the sum of their parts. They would be unstoppable. Serena's focus sharpened, her fingers twitching with the raw power that now hung beneath her skin. She let her energy expand, flowing outward like a thread connecting them, linking her magic to Adrian's with a sudden, electrifying intensity. Her breath caught as the magic began to intertwine between them, her power feeding into his strength grounding hers. It was was a delicate balance, a perfect synchronization that had become second nature to them. She could feel the forces of the ocean stirring around them, as if the very currents were bending to their will, and in that moment, Serena knew they were ready. The darkness that threatened to consume everything would have to face them both, united in their strength, and she was determined that it would not win. Their hands clasped together, fingers intertwining with a strength that came from more than just the physical touch. It was the joining of their very spirits, their essences merging into one. In that instant, Serena and Adrian's connection deepened beyond words, their hearts beating in synchrony, their breaths aligning with a shared purpose. The magic they had once harnessed separately now flowed through them as a unified force, seamless and powerful, like the surge of a tidal wave crashing against the shore. The energy between them pulsed, growing in intensity, resonating with a force that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality around them. It was as though the ocean itself had lent them its power, and the strength of the reef, the Heartstone's legacy, and their unbreakable bond all combined to create something unstoppable. The warmth of their shared magic surrounded them, a protective shield that shielded them from the suffocating darkness creeping ever closer. Reaching deep within herself, Serena drew on that lingering energy, the remnants of the ancient magic that had once shielded the reef from harm. She could feel it, faint but familiar, pulsing within the very currents of the ocean. Her fingers tingled with the power of it, and she whispered an incantation under her breath, her voice a soft hum that mingled with the sound of the waves. Slowly, the water around her began to react, responding to her call. The darkness that had seemed to dominate the space started to retreat, its hold loosening as the faintest glow began to spread from Serena's outstretched hand. The light was soft at first, almost fragile, but it grew steadily, a quiet but defiant force that illuminated the water around her like the first light of dawn. The glow intensified, its warmth seeping into the depths of the ocean, a stark contrast to the cold shadows that pressed in on them. Serena's heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the water, a steady flow of power that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. The light spread further, coiling around her like an embrace, filling the space with a gentle, luminous energy. It wasn't the full force of the Heartstone, but it was enough. The darkness recoiled, as though it couldn't bear the touch of the light. Serena's eyes narrowed in focus, her magic growing stronger as she called on the last remnants of the reef's ancient protection. Her resolve hardened like iron, and she knew that no matter how deeply the shadows sought to bury them, she would stand firm, pushing back against the tide until the last flicker of light had driven them away. "We won't let you win," Serena said, her voice cutting through the suffocating silence, strong despite the fear that gnawed at her insides. Her words trembled on the edge of defiance, yet she held her ground, staring unflinchingly at the shadowy figures before her. Each breath she took felt heavier than the last, the oppressive presence of the dark figures pressing down on her, but she refused to be swayed. The air seemed thick with the weight of their power, and the shadows flickered like smoke in the wind, but Serena's gaze never wavered. She knew the stakes of this battle, felt the enormity of what they were up against. But more than that, she felt the strength of the ocean around her, the unseen currents of life that pulsed beneath the waves. And she understood, in the deepest part of her being, that she couldn't allow this darkness to claim what was precious. The reef, the ocean, the very life that thrived within it, none of it would fall under their shadow. The words rang out again, firm and unwavering. This reef, this ocean, and everything within it are worth fighting for. Serena's heart surged with purpose as she spoke, each syllable a declaration of everything she held dear. Her hands, glowing with the remnants of the ancient magic, spread wide as if to embrace the very waters that had nourished and protected them. Around her, the water shifted, the currents responding to her call, as if the ocean itself was listening, standing with her in this fight. The weight of the reef's legacy, the countless generations of creatures and life that had flourished here, was now in her hands. Her voice carried, a beacon of hope in the midst of a storm, reverberating through the water and into the very depths of the abyss. She knew that the darkness threatened to swallow them whole, but she also knew the power of the sea, the strength of the world that had survived for centuries. She wasn't alone in this fight. "We will end your reign of terror," The final words echoed through the water with a force that seemed to push back against the shadows. Serena's resolve burned brighter now, fueled by the belief that this battle, no matter how dire, could be won. The darkness had ruled here once, but it had been broken, and Serena would see to it that it would never rise again. With every ounce of energy she had, she drew upon the ocean's vast, unyielding strength, her magic a flickering flame that would not be extinguished. Her heart pounded in time with the rising tide, each wave of light pushing back the encroaching shadow. The figures before her might have thought they had the upper hand, but Serena's words and the power of the reef would prove otherwise. This was not just a fight for survival. It was a fight for the future of the ocean, for every living thing that called it home, and she would not let it fall into darkness again. A blinding light erupted from them, pure and radiant, pushing back the oppressive shadows that threatened to swallow them whole. The brilliance of it was staggering, like the first rays of dawn breaking through the blackest night, burning with a ferocity that made the very water around them shimmer and ripple in waves of light. It was a force unlike anything they had summoned before, both their magic and the ocean's power woven together into a single, blinding strike. The light surged outward, cutting through the murky darkness, illuminating the vast expanse of the trench with a force that was almost physical. For a heartbeat, it felt as though time itself had stopped. Everything, from the shifting waves to the very breath in their lungs, held in suspension as the light moved to reclaim the space that had once been lost to shadows. They were not just fighting back the dark, they were reclaiming what had been stolen, restoring balance to a world on the brink of destruction. The shadowy figures recoiled, their forms twitching and warping as the searing light bore down on them. A guttural hiss escaped from one of the figures, and then another, a sound that reverberated through the water like the screech of a tortured beast. The darkness writhed, twisting and contorting in pain, as though the light was a poison, searing through their very being. They had been born from the void, but now, as the light cut through them like a blade, their forms began to falter, disintegrating at the edges. The hissing grew louder, desperate, as though the very foundation of their existence was being unraveled by the purity of the light. The figures shrank back, their malevolent presence weakening with each passing moment. The combined force of Adrian and Serena's magic, the light of their unity, was a force far more powerful than anything the shadows had anticipated. They could feel it, the darkness faltering, retreating, unable to withstand the overwhelming brilliance that now surged through the waters. But the dark forces were not so easily defeated. Despite the blinding light that had surged through them, they regrouped with a malevolent force, drawing from the very depths of their power. The shadows that had been pushed back began to reassemble, swirling and shifting with unnatural precision, like tendrils of a dark storm gathering on the horizon. The water around them seemed to darken as the darkness thickened, the once shimmering surface now obscured by an oppressive, suffocating veil. The figure of each shadow became indistinct, merging into something far more terrifying, a massive, writhing mass that loomed over the reef, its presence like a suffocating cloud. The very ocean seemed to recoil from it, as if the forces of nature themselves were repelled by the magnitude of the darkness now taking shape. The air grew colder, the pressure mounting as if the ocean itself was holding its breath in dread. "You cannot destroy us," the dark force snarled, its voice a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from every shadow in the mass. The words vibrated through the water, carrying a venomous certainty that sent a shiver down Serena's spine. There was a chilling finality to their tone, as though they knew, deep down, that this was not just a battle of magic. It was a battle for something far older and far darker than anything they had faced before. The shadows twisted, expanding outward, their edges blurring into a sickening haze that seemed to seep into every corner of the ocean. "We are eternal," the voices hissed in unison, an overwhelming sound that filled the space with a sense of doom. The darkness pulsed with a life of its own, and for a moment, Serena felt the weight of their words settle like a cold stone in her chest. This wasn't just a force of nature, it was a force of existence itself, one that had endured through time, lurking beneath the surface of the world, waiting for the perfect moment to rise again. "We are the darkness that dwells in every heart, the fear that never dies," they continued, their voice now merging into one, an endless chorus of malice and ancient power. The mass of shadow seemed to expand, its presence growing with each word, swallowing the light that had been fighting back the tide. The very fabric of reality around them trembled under the weight of their words, as though the darkness was speaking not just to them, but to the very ocean, the very earth, reminding them of a truth they had long since forgotten. Serena's grip on her magic tightened, but the shadowy force before them only seemed to grow stronger, feeding off their fear, off the uncertainty that flickered in their hearts. She could feel it then, the slow, creeping doubt that threatened to take root. These were not mere creatures of the dark. They were embodiments of something deeper, older, and far more dangerous. And yet, in the face of that overwhelming power, Serena knew they could not give in. This was their fight, their world to protect, and no matter how eternal the darkness claimed to be, they would stand firm, refusing to let it consume everything they loved. Adrian's fingers tightened around Serena's hand, the pressure a steady anchor in the midst of the rising chaos. His heart raced in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins, but there was no hesitation in his grip, no sign of faltering. The weight of the shadowy force before them pressed down on him, a suffocating force that threatened to crush all hope, but Adrian stood firm, unwavering. His gaze never left the writhing mass of darkness that loomed above them. He could feel the magic pulsing through Serena's hand, a quiet, steady rhythm that mirrored his own resolve. Together, they had weathered storms, fought battles both external and internal, and now, with the very fate of the reef at stake, Adrian knew they could not, would not, give in. This darkness might be ancient, eternal even, but their bond was just as strong, and he would not let it break. The weight of the words felt like a vow as they left his lips, his voice steady despite the terror that sought to claw at the edges of his mind. "Then we'll fight you until there's nothing left." The finality in his tone, the unyielding certainty of it, echoed in the stillness that followed, a challenge that rang louder than any roar of the storm. In the face of such overwhelming evil, there was a strange kind of clarity in Adrian's heart. He knew there would be no retreat, no surrender. This was the moment they had fought for, the culmination of everything they had endured. He could feel the weight of Serena's power beside him, the two of them a force to be reckoned with, and the thought steadied him. They were not alone in this fight. The reef, the ocean, the very magic of the world around them was on their side. As he spoke, Adrian's mind raced through every possible outcome, but he cast them aside, focusing instead on the present, on the here and now. The darkness before them wasn't just a threat, it was a test of everything they had fought to protect, everything they had come to value. His sword, still gripped tightly in his hand, was a symbol of his commitment, but it was Serena's magic that would light their way. Together, they could defeat this evil, not just by the strength of their powers, but by the strength of their bond, their shared purpose. The shadows may have claimed to be eternal, but Adrian knew this moment, this fight, was theirs. With Serena at his side, he would fight until the last breath, until the darkness was no more. There would be nothing left for it to claim. Nothing. With a deafening roar, the shadowy mass surged forward, its tendrils of darkness whipping through the water like writhing serpents, each one reaching out with malevolent intent. The very air around them seemed to thicken as the mass of shadows advanced, its immense power distorting the world around it, warping the space with every movement. The blackness seemed to stretch endlessly, a void that swallowed the light and chilled the very bones. Each tendril writhed and lashed through the water with terrifying speed, moving toward them with a predatory hunger. The shadows were more than mere darkness. They were alive, a sentient force determined to crush everything in its path. Adrian could feel the overwhelming presence of it, the weight of an ancient evil bearing down on them. But even as the darkness drew nearer, there was no fear in his heart. He knew what he had to do. Beside him, Serena's magic flared to life, a radiant light that contrasted sharply against the encroaching dark. With a single, sharp breath, she drew on the power within her, the energy that had been building since the ritual, and summoned it to her hands. The water around them began to glow with an ethereal light, the magic flowing from Serena in waves, each pulse a beacon against the encroaching evil. Adrian, feeling the surge of her power, joined his own magic to hers, the energy of the reef blending with their combined will. Together, they focused their strength into a single point, a concentrated force of light that shimmered in the heart of the ocean, radiating outward. The barrier they created was a tangible force, a shield of pure light that pushed back against the darkness, as if the very fabric of reality itself was being woven into their defense. The tendrils of shadow that reached for them recoiled in the face of the barrier, hissing in fury, but the light was unyielding, expanding to hold them at bay. For a moment, there was stillness, an eerie calm that hung in the air as the shadows lashed and recoiled against the light. The tendrils strained against the barrier, their twisted forms pressing in, desperate to break through. But Adrian and Serena stood resolute, their eyes locked on the writhing mass, their hands still firmly clasped together. The magic between them hummed with the intensity of their shared resolve, growing stronger with every passing second. The darkness, despite its overwhelming strength, could not penetrate the light they had forged together. It seethed and fumed, but it was powerless in the face of their united front. Adrian felt the energy from Serena surge through him, an unspoken promise that they would not be broken. With their combined strength, they had created a barrier that was as much a testament to their bond as it was to their determination. The shadows would not take the reef, not while they still stood. The battle raged with an intensity that seemed to shake the very core of the reef, the clash of light and dark creating an unstoppable force that reverberated through the water. The ocean, once calm and tranquil, now churned violently, as though the elemental forces themselves were caught in the struggle between the two opposing powers. Waves slammed against the reef with unrelenting fury, crashing against its jagged cliffs and sending spray into the air like the roar of 1,000 storms. The water around them was a swirling tempest, thrashing with the force of the shadows that fought to break through the radiant barrier Adrian and Serena had created. The very elements seemed to be at war, light against dark, hope against fear, each moment bringing more destruction to the reef, yet Adrian and Serena's resolve never wavered. The storm itself seemed to bend to their will, a reminder of the immense power they wielded together. They were fighting not just for the reef, but for the world itself, and the weight of that truth only made their magic burn brighter. Adrian's sword flashed with brilliant light as he swung it, each strike infused with the energy of the reef and the strength of his will. His muscles burned with the effort, every movement sending shockwaves of power through the water, but there was no slowing him down. The shadowy tendrils came at him with merciless speed, but each one was met with the searing light of his sword, disintegrating upon contact. His focus was unyielding, each slash a promise to protect the reef, to stand beside Serena against the darkness that sought to consume them. He could feel the power of Serena's magic beside him, a constant, radiant force that flowed from her with every breath. It was as if their combined strength had become a living thing, an unstoppable current that surged and pulsed with life. They moved in perfect synchrony, their every action a reflection of their shared purpose, their bond growing stronger with each challenge they faced. Beside him, Serena's magic flared to life, a radiant light that contrasted sharply against the encroaching dark. With a single, sharp breath, she drew on the power within her, the energy that had been building since the ritual, and summoned it to her hands. The water around them began to glow with an ethereal light, the magic flowing from Serena in waves, each pulse a beacon against the encroaching evil. Adrian, feeling the surge of her power, joined his own magic to hers, the energy of the reef blending with their combined will. Together, they focused their strength into a single point, a concentrated force of light that shimmered in the heart of the ocean, radiating outward. The barrier they created was a tangible force, a shield of pure light that pushed back against the darkness, as if the very fabric of reality itself was being woven into their defense. The tendrils of shadow that reached for them recoiled in the face of the barrier, hissing in fury, but the light was unyielding, expanding to hold them at bay. For a moment, there was stillness, an eerie calm that hung in the air as the shadows lashed and recoiled against the light. The tendrils strained against the barrier, their twisted forms pressing in, desperate to break through. But Adrian and Serena stood resolute, their eyes locked on the writhing mass, their hands still firmly clasped together. The magic between them hummed with the intensity of their shared resolve, growing stronger with every passing second. The darkness, despite its overwhelming strength, could not penetrate the light they had forged together. It seethed and fumed, but it was powerless in the face of their united front. Adrian felt the energy from Serena surge through him, an unspoken promise that they would not be broken. With their combined strength, they had created a barrier that was as much a testament to their bond as it was to their determination. The shadows would not take the reef. Not while they still stood. The battle raged with an intensity that seemed to shake the very core of the reef. The clash of light and dark creating an unstoppable force that reverberated through the water. The ocean, once calm and tranquil, now churned violently, as though the elemental forces themselves were caught in the struggle between the two opposing powers. Waves slammed against the reef with unrelenting fury, crashing against its jagged cliffs and sending spray into the air like the roar of 1,000 storms. The water around them was a swirling tempest, thrashing with the force of the shadows that fought to break through the radiant barrier Adrian and Serena had created. The very elements seemed to be at war, light against dark, hope against fear, each moment bringing more destruction to the reef, yet Adrian and Serena's resolve never wavered. The storm itself seemed to bend to their will, a reminder of the immense power they wielded together. They were fighting not just for the reef, but for the world itself, and the weight of that truth only made their magic burn brighter. Adrian's sword flashed with brilliant light as he swung it, each strike infused with the energy of the reef and the strength of his will. His muscles burned with the effort, every movement sending shockwaves of power through the water, but there was no slowing him down. The shadowy tendrils came at him with merciless speed, but each one was met with the searing light of his sword, disintegrating upon contact. His focus was unyielding, each slash a promise to protect the reef, to stand beside Serena against the darkness that sought to consume them. He could feel the power of Serena's magic beside him, a constant, radiant force that flowed from her with every breath. It was as if their combined strength had become a living thing, an unstoppable current that surged and pulsed with life. They moved in perfect synchrony, their every action a reflection of their shared purpose, their bond growing stronger with each challenge they faced. Serena, too, was relentless, her magic expanding outward in radiant waves that pushed back the shadows with each burst of energy. Her hands moved gracefully through the water, drawing symbols of power in the air, her fingers leaving trails of light that cut through the darkness like a blade. Each pulse of her magic seemed to grow more powerful, more refined, as if the energy of the reef itself had become one with her. She could feel the darkness pressing against her, trying to claw its way through her defenses, but she refused to yield. Her heart was as strong as her will, and she channeled every ounce of her determination into the battle. The light around them flared with blinding brilliance, pushing back the encroaching dark, and for a moment, Serena felt an overwhelming surge of power, a sense of clarity that told her they were on the cusp of victory. With Adrian by her side, their combined forces were more than a match for the ancient evil that sought to destroy them. The darkness might have been eternal, but their strength, their unity, was a force far more formidable. The shadowy mass writhed and twisted, its form splintering under the relentless assault of light. The darkness, once a solid and menacing presence, now faltered, its edges dissolving like smoke in a fire. Each pulse of light from Serena and Adrian's combined magic cut through the blackness, tearing at its twisted shape. The shadows screeched in agony, their unearthly cries echoing through the water, vibrating in the very bones of the reef. It was as though the darkness was alive, a living thing that had been wounded, and its thrashing became more frantic, its tendrils lashing out wildly in a desperate attempt to hold on to its form. But with every strike of light, the shadows unraveled more, their power waning, unable to withstand the growing intensity of the magic they faced. The ocean around them seemed to ripple with the force of the battle, the water itself trembling under the weight of their struggle. The dark forces screamed in rage and pain, their voices merging into a haunting cacophony that reverberated through the depths. But even their fury could not stop the tide of light pushing against them. Each movement of the shadowy mass seemed more sluggish, more disjointed, as though it was being held together by sheer force of will alone. The tendrils, which had once been swift and sharp, now flickered like dying embers, their edges fading as if the light was burning them away from the inside. Adrian and Serena stood at the center of the maelstrom, their hands still joined, their combined power the only thing holding the darkness at bay. Every breath they took seemed to fuel the magic, their bond growing stronger as the light intensified, creating an unyielding barrier between them and the remaining shadows. The screams of the dark forces grew more dissonant, their cries less certain, as if they knew their end was near, that their time in the world was coming to a close. It was as though the very essence of the reef had come alive, fighting alongside them to banish the darkness once and for all. The magic of the ocean, once dormant, now surged with an energy that matched their own. Serena could feel it, the pulse of the reef's heart, beating in time with her own, a resonance that spoke of an ancient power deep within the ocean's depths. The light around them was not just their own, it was the very soul of the sea, the ancient, enduring force that had kept the darkness at bay for centuries. With each burst of light, it was as if the reef itself was pushing back against the encroaching void, summoning every last ounce of its strength to protect the world it had guarded for so long. The water around them shimmered, alive with the magic of the reef, as though the ocean itself had taken up arms against the dark, lending them the power they needed to finish this battle. The darkness, once so certain of its victory, was now crumbling, its power dissolving as the light grew brighter, stronger, more unstoppable. With a final, resounding roar of power, Adrian and Serena unleashed a surge of magic that erupted from them like a tidal wave of light. Their combined strength poured into the strike, their magic converging into a single, blinding pulse that shot through the heart of the shadowy mass. The very ocean seemed to hold its breath as the light collided with the darkness, the impact sending shockwaves through the water, rippling outward in every direction. The shadows twisted and buckled under the force, their form beginning to unravel as the pure energy of the light tore through them. For a brief moment, there was an eerie silence, nothing but the suspended tension of the moment, before the darkness shattered in a violent explosion of sparks, each one fizzing out like dying embers. The air was thick with the residual energy of their magic, crackling with the remnants of the battle, but the darkness was no more. The ocean's surface rippled with the final echoes of the clash, the last vestiges of shadow fading into nothingness. The storm that had raged overhead, its violent winds and churning clouds, seemed to breathe its last breath. The tumultuous skies began to clear, the darkness retreating as quickly as it had come. The oppressive weight that had hung over them, the sense of impending doom that had suffocated the air, lifted as if some great unseen hand had swept it away. The storm clouds, heavy and swollen with malevolent energy, began to break apart, dissipating into thin wisps of mist that vanished into the blue expanse above. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world felt still, an unnatural peace settling over the ocean as the magic of the battle slowly faded. It was as though the land, the water, and the air were taking a collective breath, savoring the calm that had returned after the chaos. The very elements seemed to rejoice, the wind now soft and gentle, the waves quiet and lapping against the reef in a serene rhythm. And then, as if the world itself had been reborn, the light of dawn broke through the dissipating clouds, spilling over the horizon in a flood of golden warmth. The first rays of the sun painted the ocean in hues of orange and pink, casting a soft glow over the reef. The water shimmered, now clear and calm, its depths once again untouched by the darkness that had plagued it. The coral, vibrant and alive, seemed to breathe in the light, their colors richer than they had ever been. Serena felt the weight of the battle lift from her shoulders, the tension in her body melting away with the return of peace. Adrian, too, could feel the change, the exhaustion that had gripped him now tempered by the quiet triumph of their victory. Together, they watched the dawn break over the sea, the final remnants of the battle dissipating with the fading shadows. The world was still and beautiful, a reflection of the light they had restored. It was over. The fierce battle that had raged against the shadows, the violent clash between light and dark, had finally come to an end. Adrian stood, panting heavily, his body aching with the weight of the fight, but his heart was light. Serena, beside him, was equally exhausted, but there was a quiet triumph in her eyes. The darkness that had once consumed the reef, that had spread its insidious tendrils throughout the waters, had been defeated. It had been a battle like no other, one that had tested their limits, stretched their powers beyond anything they had imagined, but they had succeeded. The evil that had threatened everything they held dear had been vanquished, its power broken by the unyielding strength of their bond, the intensity of of their shared magic. In that final moment, when they had released the blast of light that had torn through the heart of the darkness, Adrian had felt it. The moment the shadows crumbled and disintegrated, their essence scattering like ash in the wind. The reef, once darkened by the curse, now shimmered with an almost palpable vibrancy. The sea, calm and clear, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The once ominous and twisted coral was now vibrant and alive, its colors rich and glowing with the light that had returned. The waters had settled, the currents gentle once more, as if the ocean itself had been reborn. The ancient magic of the reef, which had been obscured and twisted by the dark forces for so long, had been restored to its rightful place. Serena could feel it, too, the deep, resonant hum of the ocean's power, alive and thriving beneath the surface, as though the very heart of the reef had awakened. The air was thick with the scent of salt and seaweed, and it felt more alive than ever. The curse that had plagued the land, the sea, and all the creatures within it was now broken, leaving behind only peace. Serena turned to Adrian, her eyes shining with gratitude, love, and exhaustion. They had done it. They had faced the darkness together, and now the reef was safe, its ancient magic restored. It was a victory not just for them, but for the entire ecosystem that depended on the balance the reef provided. The weight of the battle, the toll it had taken on both of them, seemed to fade as the magic of the reef wrapped around them like a protective embrace. Adrian, too, felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing they had not only preserved the reef but had also freed it from the ancient grip of darkness. The world felt still now, calm, and for the first time in a long while, serene. They stood together on the edge of the reef, their bond stronger than ever, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it as they always had, united and ready to protect the magic they had fought so hard to restore. Breathing heavily, Adrian lowered his sword, the weight of the battle finally lifting from his shoulders. His body ached with the intensity of the fight, the strain of every swing, the exhaustion from the magical force he had wielded, and the tension that had built in every moment of uncertainty. Yet, despite the fatigue that clouded his limbs, there was a deep, undeniable sense of relief that washed over him. The darkness that had once threatened to consume everything was gone, shattered by their combined strength. He glanced at Serena, her face flushed with exertion but her eyes glowing with the same shared triumph. Her grip on his hand remained firm, grounding him in the midst of the quiet that had descended over the reef. They had faced the impossible, and together they had won. The echoes of the battle slowly faded into the distance, leaving behind only the soft lapping of the waves against the reef's jagged rocks. Serena's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest rising and falling as the last remnants of the magical energy they had unleashed faded from her. She turned her gaze to the horizon, where the first light of dawn filtered through the dissipating storm clouds, casting a soft, golden glow over the tranquil waters. The ocean, once wild with fury, now lay calm, its depths still, its surface peaceful. The shadows that had plagued them, the forces that had tried to tear their world apart, had been obliterated, leaving only the restoration of the balance they had fought so hard to protect. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a quiet joy that only came after a hard-won victory, and yet there was an exhaustion that weighed on her too. The battle had taken everything out of her, but the relief that flooded her chest made it all worth it. She turned her gaze back to Adrian, her heart full, and nodded softly, as if to say she too recognized the enormity of what they had just accomplished. "We did it," Adrian said, his voice a low, relieved murmur as he met her eyes. There was a slight tremor in his words, a testament to the overwhelming mix of emotions that surged through him: pride, relief, gratitude, and a deep sense of awe at what they had just overcome. His sword, now lowered and gleaming faintly in the growing light of day, seemed a distant memory, its weight insignificant compared to the bond they had forged in battle. The world around them, once full of chaos and darkness, was now beginning to heal. Their fight had not only saved the reef, but it had also strengthened their connection, proving that together they could face any darkness, any challenge. Serena squeezed his hand tighter, her silent agreement clear. The battle was over, the darkness defeated, and the reef was safe once more. They had not only survived but had triumphed, and that shared victory would remain with them forever. Serena nodded, her gaze fixed on Adrian, her eyes shimmering with the overwhelming mix of joy and exhaustion that filled her. She could feel the weight of the battle lifting from her, replaced by an intense relief that seemed to radiate from the very core of her being. The tears that welled up in her eyes weren't just from the physical toll of the fight or the emotional strain. It was the culmination of everything they had endured together. Her body trembled, not from fear or pain, but from the sheer release of tension. The last remnants of their magic still hummed faintly in the water, a testament to their victory, but the reality of their success had yet to fully sink in. The reef was safe, the darkness banished, and in that moment, Serena realized just how deeply their bond had grown. Through everything, through the storms, the shadows, the fear, they had made it. And now, standing side by side with Adrian, she felt the full weight of their triumph. For a moment, Serena's world seemed to narrow to just the two of them, their hands still clasped tightly together. The ocean around them, now calm and peaceful, mirrored the stillness in her heart. It had been such a long, harrowing journey, but here they were, standing together in the light of a new day. She squeezed Adrian's hand, her grip filled with both gratitude and unspoken words. The magic, the power they had shared, had been their lifeline, but it was their trust in each other that had truly carried them through. Every challenge they had faced had only served to strengthen their resolve, and now, as the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, it was impossible to deny the magnitude of what they had accomplished. The world felt different now, like it was holding its breath in the aftermath of a storm, waiting to bloom into something brighter. "We did," Serena said, her voice soft but steady, as if affirming not just their victory but the bond that had made it possible. Her words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything they had fought for. In that one sentence, there was the promise of everything they had shared and the knowledge that they were no longer just two individuals fighting against the odds, but a united force that had, together, reshaped the future. Tears slid down her cheeks, not out of sorrow, but out of a deep sense of fulfillment. They had won, not just for themselves, but for the reef, for the ocean, and for everything that had been threatened by the darkness. The battle was over, but their journey was far from finished, and as Serena stood there beside Adrian, she knew that whatever came next, they would face it together, stronger than ever. As the first rays of sunlight began to stretch across the horizon, they kissed the surface of the ocean with a warmth that seemed to ignite the very waters beneath. The reef, once dark and haunted by the curse, now pulsed with a soft, radiant glow, as though it were coming alive with the new day. The delicate coral shimmered in hues of pink, gold, and vibrant blue, each shade brightened by the sun's touch, its colors more vivid than they had ever been. The water itself seemed to hum, alive with the magic of renewal, the ancient energy of the reef no longer corrupted by darkness. It was as if the ocean was breathing in the light, embracing the transformation that had come with the end of the curse. The air was clear, the once heavy, oppressive atmosphere now filled with a sense of calm and possibility, as though the world had been given a fresh start. Adrian and Serena stood side by side at the edge of the reef, their bodies still trembling from the battle, but their hearts now lighter than they had ever felt. They had fought not just for their lives, but for something much greater, the very balance of the world that had been teetering on the edge of ruin. They had faced the darkest forces and had come out on the other side, not just as survivors, but as victors. The bond they had forged in the heat of battle, the magic they had combined, was something unbreakable. The light that now touched their skin was not just the sun's glow, but a reflection of the strength they had drawn from each other. Together, they had broken the curse and restored the ancient power of the reef, a feat that would ripple out into the world for generations to come. They stood in quiet awe of the transformation around them, their hearts beating in unison, grounded in the truth of their shared victory. The world, so often fraught with uncertainty and danger, felt different now, brighter somehow, as though the darkness had been fully banished and only light remained in its wake. Serena felt a deep sense of peace, the weight of the past months of struggle and fear lifting from her shoulders. Adrian, too, felt the shift within him, the exhaustion fading as the immense weight of their victory settled into his bones. They had not only saved the reef, but they had also discovered a bond deeper than either of them had imagined. And as they stood together, side by side, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that they had emerged victorious, they knew that the future, though uncertain, would hold no more darkness that they could not face together. But as the last of the darkness receded into the depths of the ocean, Adrian and Serena both understood the truth of their victory. It was not the end, but merely the beginning of a new chapter. The ocean, vast and endless, still whispered its secrets beneath the surface, holding mysteries and challenges yet to be uncovered. While the reef was safe, its ancient magic restored, they knew that there was still much to explore, much to protect. The forces of darkness they had defeated were just one shadow in the grand expanse of the world, and they had only scratched the surface of the ocean's deeper, more profound mysteries. Serena could feel it in her bones, the pull of the sea's untold stories, the beckoning call of the unknown that still waited for them in the distant waters. There would be more battles, more tests of strength and will, but this time, they would not face them as strangers to each other. They had learned what it meant to fight side by side, to stand united in the face of overwhelming odds. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden light across the sparkling ocean, Serena felt a sense of quiet determination settle over her. She turned to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with a promise that was both unspoken and unbreakable. The bond they had forged in the fire of battle had grown into something stronger than either of them could have anticipated. It was not just a partnership of magic and strength, but a connection of hearts, one that had been tested and solidified through every trial they had faced. No longer were they simply allies, but something more, a union that defied the darkness they had conquered. They had proven, in the most challenging of circumstances, that together they were unstoppable. The future, though unknown, no longer seemed daunting. For whatever lay ahead, they knew they would face it with unwavering resolve, bolstered by the strength of their shared bond. The world stretched out before them, wide and full of possibility, but they stood on the threshold of that new beginning with the certainty that nothing could tear them apart. The ocean might still hold dangers, hidden threats that lurked in its unfathomable depths, but Adrian and Serena were ready to meet them. They had each other, and that was more than enough. The struggles they had endured had proven that no curse, no shadow, could ever break the strength they had found in one another. It was not just their magic that made them strong, but the unwavering trust, the shared history, and the unspoken understanding between them. Whatever challenges awaited, they would face them as they always had, together, united by a bond that was stronger than any force of darkness the world could throw at them. The journey ahead would be long and uncertain, but as they looked out over the horizon, they knew they were ready for whatever came next. Chapter 37 Sacrifices Made. The ocean stretched out before them, its surface still and serene, the calm water reflecting the early light of day in a peaceful embrace. It was a deceptive tranquility, one that masked the weight of what was to come. Beneath the surface, the abyssal trench lay in eerie silence, its once feared depths now a shadow of their former self. The dark, malevolent magic that had corrupted the trench for centuries had waned, but it had not been fully erased. The power that had bound the trench in darkness still lingered in its murky depths, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The weight of this knowledge hung heavily in the air, a tension palpable even in the stillness of the sea. Adrian and Serena stood at the water's edge, the impending ritual now looming before them, each knowing the gravity of what was about to unfold. The final ritual, the one that would determine the fate of the trench and all the magic that had once bound it, was upon them. The air was thick with anticipation, the currents seeming to pause in respect for the magnitude of the moment. Serena could feel the pulse of the magic in the water, the ancient power that had long been held in check, now stirring restlessly beneath her feet. Every breath she took felt heavy, laden with the knowledge that once this ritual was completed, there would be no turning back. The consequences of their actions, of breaking the curse, of releasing the forces they had yet to fully understand, would reshape everything. Yet despite the uncertainty that still loomed, there was a quiet resolve in both of them. They had come this far, and now, with the final steps ahead, they would face whatever came next together. Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the reef, their feet firm against the rocky ground as the first light of dawn spilled over the horizon. At their feet lay the shattered remnants of the Heartstone, its fragments glowing faintly in the dim morning light, casting soft, ethereal shadows that seemed to dance across the wet stones. The ocean stretched endlessly before them, its surface calm and unassuming, as though unaware of the storm that had raged beneath it. The fragments, once a symbol of power and hope, now seemed fragile, delicate, as though they held the last threads of a life-or-death decision within their cracked surfaces. The weight of everything they had fought for pressed heavily on their shoulders. The ritual, which had already demanded so much from them, battles fought at great cost, allies lost along the way, and secrets that had been uncovered, tearing through their understanding of the world, had left them both drained. Yet despite the sacrifices they had made, they knew that the hardest part was yet to come. The air around them hummed with a quiet intensity, the silence amplifying the gravity of what they were about to attempt. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, a steady drum of anticipation, but also of fear of what might happen once the final steps of the ritual were taken. Everything had led to this moment, yet the enormity of their task, the potential consequences of what they might unleash or undo, weighed heavily on her mind. They had already proven their strength in the face of unimaginable trials, but now they were standing on the precipice of something far greater. Their bond, their combined magic, would either restore the balance of the reef or send it spiraling into an even darker chaos. As they looked at each other, the unspoken understanding between them was clear. Whatever the outcome, they would face it together. The Heartstone's shattered pieces lay at their feet, a symbol of both the end of one journey and the beginning of the next. The ritual had already cost them dearly, but the final act of reclaiming the magic of the reef would be the most demanding test of all. Adrian's gaze was unwavering as it rested on the Heartstone fragments scattered at his feet, their faint glow a reminder of the monumental task that lay ahead. His mind was clouded with the weight of what was to come, the ritual that would determine the fate of the reef, but at a cost neither of them could fully comprehend. The magic required was not enough to undo the darkness that had corrupted the waters. It demanded more. There was a price to be paid, a personal sacrifice that would bind the curse's end to the very essence of the one who gave it. This wasn't just a matter of power or will, but of something irreplaceable, something that would leave a permanent mark. Adrian had known this from the moment they had first set out on this perilous journey, but knowing it intellectually and facing it in the cold light of reality were two vastly different things. The sense of impending loss gripped him tightly, his heart heavy with the knowledge that whatever they had worked for, whatever they had suffered for, would come at a profound personal cost. As the early light of dawn cast long shadows across the reef, Adrian could feel the tension in the air, thick with the knowledge of the sacrifice that awaited. His chest tightened with the unspoken truth that, in the end, it would be he who had to give up what mattered most to him, something that could never be reclaimed. The fear of what that loss would mean for him, for Serena, and for their future together lingered like an invisible weight pressing on his soul. He had prepared himself for this moment, had accepted the inevitability of it long ago. But now that the time had arrived, the reality was far more crushing than he had imagined. It wasn't just the loss that terrified him, it was the uncertainty of how the ritual would unfold, of what exactly he would lose, and whether it would truly be enough to restore balance to the reef. As his hand brushed against the broken pieces of the heartstone, the magnitude of the sacrifice took root deep within him. This was the final test, the true price of their victory, and Adrian could only hope that it would be enough to restore what had been lost. Serena's voice was soft but heavy, the words carrying a depth of emotion that Adrian could feel even without looking at her. She stared down at the heartstone fragments, her eyes distant as she absorbed the full weight of their journey. Every step, every challenge, every sacrifice had led to this point, and yet now that the moment had arrived, the enormity of it felt even more daunting. Her expression was unreadable, as if she had already closed off the part of herself that might falter in the face of the impossible choice ahead. The quiet between them stretched, filled only by the soft crash of waves against the rocks, as though the very ocean was holding its breath. "We've come so far," she continued, her gaze still fixed on the shattered stone. "But we both knew it would come to this." There was no fear in her words, no regret, only an acceptance that had settled deep within her, forged in the fires of all they had endured together. Adrian glanced at her, his heart aching with the weight of the unspoken understanding between them. She was right, of course. From the very beginning, they had known that the final ritual would not be without sacrifice. It had been the only way to truly break the curse and restore balance to the reef, yet knowing it would happen and facing it were two entirely different things. As much as Serena's words were filled with a kind of quiet resolve, Adrian could see the subtle strain in her posture, the way her hands clenched around the edge of her cloak, as if holding on to whatever fleeting strength remained. She had carried her burden for so long, and now, with the ritual looming, it was time to pay the ultimate price. There was no turning back, no way to avoid the sacrifice. And though their hearts were heavy, both of them knew that this was the only way forward, the only way to ensure the darkness was gone for good. It was a cruel irony that their victory would come at the cost of something irreplaceable, but they would face it together, as they had always done. Adrian turned to Serena, his heart aching as he saw the unwavering determination in her eyes. It was the same fierce resolve that had carried them both through every battle, every trial they had faced together, but now it cut through him like a blade. The thought of her enduring a sacrifice, the very essence of herself, to end the curse left him breathless. He had always known that this final act would demand more than magic. It would demand everything. Yet the idea that she might offer up her own personal price, that she might take on the burden of this final step, gnawed at him. His voice came out hoarse, trembling with the weight of his feelings. "You don't have to do this, Serena," he said, his words barely a whisper against the sound of the waves crashing around them. "This is my fight. My sacrifice should be enough." The truth of it hit him hard. He had always known this was the price of their victory, but to see her ready to shoulder it alongside him felt like an unbearable burden. His gaze locked with hers, a silent plea for her to reconsider, to allow him to bear the cost alone. But in her eyes he saw the same acceptance, the same unspoken bond that had always drawn them together. It was more than just a shared mission, it was a deep, irrevocable connection. Adrian knew that Serena, like him, would never let the other carry such a weight alone. Yet the thought of her giving up something so irreplaceable, something she could never get back, twisted his heart. His chest tightened as he took a step toward her, reaching for her hand, the touch warm but full of desperation. He would not, could not, let her pay the price for both of them. But Serena, as always, was steadfast. She was determined to see this through, even if it meant sacrificing herself in the process. And though the ache in Adrian's heart only deepened, he understood that this moment, this decision, was one they would make together, whether he wanted it or not. Serena shook her head, her silver hair catching the first light of dawn, shimmering like the surface of the sea as it rippled in the breeze. Her gaze softened, but her voice remained firm, carrying an unwavering conviction that struck Adrian like a force of nature. "No, Adrian. she said, the words laced with a depth of understanding that only someone who had walked beside him through every trial could hold. This isn't just about you or me. She paused, taking a slow breath, as though gathering the weight of the moment into herself. It's about the reef, the magic that binds us all, and the future we want to protect. Her eyes met his with a quiet intensity, as though she could see past their personal fears, past the sacrifice looming ahead, to the larger picture, the one where the reef and the balance of the world they had fought for were restored. The truth of her words lingered in the air, undeniable and irrefutable. This wasn't just their battle. It was everyone's, and the cost was something they both had to bear. Her words settled into Adrian's chest, a mixture of admiration and heartache welling up inside him. The prophecy had called for both of them, and despite the personal stakes, they had already been bound by it long before they had ever understood the true depth of their connection. We're in this together, she added, her voice steady, the faintest trace of resolve threading through every syllable. Adrian could feel her resolve like an unbreakable thread weaving between them, and though the ache in his chest grew deeper, he couldn't deny the truth of what she said. They had come this far together, facing impossible odds side by side, and there was no way to walk away now. The magic that had bound them to this moment, to the fate of the reef, was a force they could no longer deny. As much as he wanted to shield her from the cost of it, he knew that their futures were forever entwined in this fight. Serena's unyielding determination filled him with the same fierce resolve, and though the sacrifice was still a heavy burden, he understood that, in the end, it would be worth it, for them, for the reef, for everyone. Adrian clenched his fists, the tension in his muscles a physical manifestation of the storm of emotions that churned inside him. The urge to protect her, to shield Serena from the pain that was about to unfold, almost overwhelmed him. His heart felt heavy with the thought of her bearing such a burden, of her sacrificing something irreplaceable, when he would do anything to carry it for her. His gaze flickered to the shimmering fragments of the heartstone, and then back to Serena, whose expression held steady resolve. Every part of him screamed to find a way, any way, to spare her from what the prophecy had foretold. But as much as he fought against it, he knew the undeniable truth. She was right. The prophecy had been clear, and they had already come too far to turn back now. The price of restoring the reef, of breaking the curse that had plagued them for so long, required both of them to make a sacrifice, one from the land, and one from the sea. The weight of that truth settled over him like a dark cloud, suffocating in its finality. The realization hit him with the force of a crashing wave, the cold sting of acceptance mixing with the lingering warmth of his emotions. Adrian had always known that this moment would come, that they would face a choice either of them was prepared for. But now that it was here, the clarity of it felt brutal. The curse could not be undone with only one sacrifice. The balance demanded both. His mind raced back to everything they had fought for, the countless battles, the allies lost, the hard-won victories, and the truth that had always loomed in the background. Only by giving up something precious could they restore balance to the reef. His eyes met Serena's again, and in that look, he saw the same quiet acceptance that had carried them through the darkest moments of their journey. She had known from the start that this was the cost, and now, as they stood on the precipice of that final decision, the bond between them felt stronger than ever. They had come this far together, and now, together, they would face whatever lay ahead, no matter the price. Serena reached out, her hand finding his with a gentle but firm touch, as if her very presence could anchor him in the storm of emotions that threatened to pull him under. Her skin was warm, her fingers steady as they closed over his, and in that moment, Adrian could feel the strength that had carried them both this far. Her touch was more than just a physical connection. It was a reminder of everything they had already endured, every trial they had overcome together. Her eyes met his, filled with a quiet but resolute determination that made his heart ache with both admiration and sorrow. "We've faced every challenge together, Adrian," she said softly, her voice unwavering despite the gravity of the moment. "We can do this. We have to." Her words, though simple, held an unspoken promise, a promise that no matter what the cost, they would face it side by side. Serena's resolve was like a steady flame, burning through the fear and doubt that had taken root in his heart. She had always been his strength in the darkest of times, and now, as they stood on the precipice of their final trial, her belief in them, in their bond, filled him with the courage he had nearly lost. Adrian squeezed her hand, feeling the weight of her words settle into his chest. She was right. They had come this far together, and together, they would face whatever lay ahead. It wasn't just about breaking the curse or restoring the reef. It was about their journey, their shared strength, and the unbreakable connection between them. Adrian's resolve solidified, hardening like steel forged in the heat of battle. As he stood there, feeling the weight of the decision that loomed before them, he realized just how deeply he had come to care for Serena. What had begun as an alliance born of necessity had evolved into something far stronger, far more meaningful. Her strength had drawn him in from the very start, her courage a beacon in the darkest moments of their journey. But it was her unwavering commitment to the reef, to protecting everything they had fought for, that had inspired him to be better, to push forward even when the odds seemed insurmountable. Serena's dedication to this cause had become a part of him, and in her, he saw a reflection of his own deepest desires, of a future where the reef thrived, and where they could stand together, free of the shadows that had haunted them for so long. With that realization, the truth became clear. He could not, would not, let Serena face this alone. The cost of the final ritual was too high, too personal, and despite the fear gnawing at his insides, he could not stand by and let her bear the weight of it on her own. He had already witnessed her strength, her willingness to sacrifice everything for the greater good. But now, as their shared destiny hung in the balance, he understood that their bond was not just one of necessity. It was one of mutual trust, respect, and love. They had come this far together, and together, they would face whatever price the prophecy demanded. He would not let her go through this final test without him by her side, no matter the cost. Adrian's voice broke through the heavy silence, rough with the emotions that churned within him. He knew the question had to be asked, that it was the final step in this long journey, but the words tasted bitter on his tongue. His heart was heavy with the weight of the decision they both had to make, and as he looked at Serena, the gravity of the moment settled over him like a shroud. The ritual that would break the curse and restore balance to the reef required a sacrifice, something precious, irreplaceable, and he had always known that this day would come. But asking Serena what she would be willing to give, what part of herself she would have to part with, felt like asking her to give up everything they had fought for. His voice, when it came, was softer than he intended, trembling with the rawness of his feelings. "What will you give?" he asked quietly, the words barely more than a whisper in the stillness between them. The question echoed in the space between them, heavy with the implications of what it meant. Serena stood before him, her expression unreadable, but the tightness in her jaw and the steady resolve in her gaze told him she already knew what the answer would be. It was a question no one could ever fully be ready to answer, and yet, in the silence that followed, Adrian knew they both understood the cost of their mission. To break the curse, to restore the reef, would demand the ultimate price. And while part of him wished he could bear that burden for her, he knew this was a choice neither of them could escape. What would she give? The question hung in the air like the calm before a storm, waiting for her answer, waiting for them both to come to terms with the sacrifice that would bind them together forever. Serena's gaze shifted toward the horizon, where the ocean stretched out in endless expanse, a vast, undulating world she had known and loved since she could remember. The water had always been a part of her, its ebb and flow as familiar to her as the beating of her own heart. But now, as the weight of their decision pressed upon them, she could feel the bittersweetness of that connection. The ocean had been her home, but it had also been her cage. The curse that bound her to the reef had granted her the unique ability to protect it, to be its guardian and its steward. Yet that very power had come at a high price, the price of her freedom. She had never been able to leave, to step beyond the boundaries of the reef without suffering a deep, unrelenting pull that dragged her back. Serena's voice was steady, though a hint of sadness lingered beneath her words as she turned back to Adrian. "My freedom," she said, her eyes locking with his, as though the truth she was about to share might carry more weight than the curse itself. The curse that bound me to the reef also gave me the ability to protect it, but it came at the cost of my freedom to leave. She swallowed hard, a faint tremor in her voice as she spoke the next part, the part she had been dreading. If we break the curse, I'll be released from my duties, but I'll lose my ability to return to the sea as I am now. The finality of her words hung in the air, heavy with the realization that the ocean she had once called home would no longer be her place of refuge. Whatever the cost, the sacrifice would reshape her, and the bond she had with the sea would be irrevocably changed. Adrian's heart clenched tightly at the thought of Serena giving up her connection to the ocean, the very essence of who she was. The weight of her sacrifice pressed on him like a physical force, suffocating in its intensity. He had known the ritual would demand much from both of them, but hearing it so plainly spoken, knowing what it would cost her, struck him harder than he could have ever anticipated. To take away her freedom, to sever her ties to the sea that had been her home and her strength, felt like a betrayal to the very essence of her spirit. He could see it in her eyes, the quiet resolve, the acceptance of what needed to be done. But the idea of her losing that bond, of watching her drift away from the place that had shaped her, felt like something irreparable, something that would change her in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. His voice caught in his throat as he reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he tried to find the words to express the turmoil in his chest. Serena. The single word held everything, his fear, his sorrow, his overwhelming desire to protect her from this fate. He couldn't imagine her without the ocean, without the power that coursed through her, the part of her that had always seemed inseparable from the very water she had sworn to protect. It wasn't just her freedom she was sacrificing, but a part of herself. The thought of her enduring that loss, of watching her step away from the world she knew, twisted something deep within him. He wanted to protect her, to shield her from this pain, but he knew, just as she did, that it was the price they had to pay. Serena smiled softly, a sadness in her eyes that spoke volumes of the weight of her decision, but beneath that sadness was an unmistakable sense of acceptance. She had long known that the price of restoring balance to the reef would come at the cost of her own freedom, and now, as the moment drew nearer, she could feel the finality of it settling over her like a shroud. But even in the face of such a profound loss, there was a quiet strength in her. "It's a small price to pay for the lives that will be saved," she said, her voice steady, though the underlying emotion trembled like the pulse of the ocean itself. "For the future of the reef." She glanced out toward the water, where the waves kissed the shore, a reminder of the world she had protected for so long. Her smile deepened, though it remained bittersweet. "And I'll still have my memories, my love for the sea," she added, her voice softening as if reassuring herself. "That will never change." It was a promise, a quiet vow that no matter what was lost in the ritual, no one could take away the bond she had with the ocean. Though the physical ties that bound her to it would be severed, the essence of her connection, the love, the devotion, the sense of belonging, would remain untouched. The sea would always be a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her soul. And with that, she was ready to face whatever came next, knowing that her sacrifice was for something greater than herself. Adrian's throat tightened as he spoke, the weight of his decision pressing down on him with every word. The ocean had always been his domain, the ship his sanctuary. For years it had been more than just a vessel, it was his home, his passion, the culmination of his dreams and hard work. But now, as the reality of the sacrifice they both had to make became clearer, Adrian understood that nothing he had could outweigh the importance of breaking the curse and restoring balance to the reef. "And I'll give up my ship, my life as a captain," he said, his voice thick with emotion, but unwavering. The words were harder to say than he had imagined, as though something inside him was being torn away with each syllable. He took a deep breath, steadying himself as the decision solidified within him. "The ship has been my home, my life's work," he continued, his gaze steady despite the turmoil swirling in his chest. "But to break the curse, I'll relinquish my claim to the ocean, to the freedom I've known." His hands tightened at his sides, the loss of the life he had built on the waves sinking in. "I'll settle on land, build a new life there." The idea of leaving the sea, of stepping away from the freedom it had always given him, was almost incomprehensible. But as the words left his mouth, he felt the certainty of his choice take root. Serena's sacrifice had been clear from the start, but now, his own commitment to the cause, his own willingness to give up everything he knew, became undeniable. Together, they would face the future, whatever it held. Serena squeezed Adrian's hand, her heart heavy with the weight of his sacrifice. She could see the storm of emotions brewing in his eyes, the unspoken pain of what he was about to give up, the freedom of the open sea, the ship that had been his constant companion, and the life he had built upon the waves. For Adrian, the sea was not just a place. It was a part of him, a living, breathing extension of his soul. Giving it up wasn't just a matter of relinquishing a possession, it was an act of profound loss. Serena could feel the enormity of it in the way his hand trembled in hers, the subtle weight of what he was preparing to give up. And yet, she also saw the resolve in his gaze, the unwavering commitment that came from something deeper than personal desire. She understood, more than anyone, that this was the only way to break the curse, to restore balance, and save the reef that had bound them both. She knew the ocean was Adrian's world, the place where he had always felt free, and to see him willing to sacrifice that was a testament to the bond they had forged, a bond that had been tested through every trial they had faced. This wasn't just about the reef or the magic. It was about them, about their shared purpose, their unity in the face of an impossible choice. Serena's heart swelled with gratitude and love for him, knowing that the strength of their connection was what made this sacrifice possible. He would give up everything for the greater good, for them, and for the future they would build together, no matter where that might be. Serena's voice trembled, not with fear, but with the weight of what lay ahead. The calm before the storm seemed almost unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Her heart pounded in her chest as she turned to Adrian, her eyes searching his for any sign of doubt, but finding none. The decision had been made, the sacrifices were clear, and now the moment had come to face whatever the ritual would demand of them. She could feel the magic of the reef swirling around them, alive with anticipation, as though it too understood the magnitude of what was about to unfold. Her hand still held his, steadying herself against the storm of emotions inside her, but her voice remained soft, almost fragile. "Are you ready?" she asked, her words carrying a quiet finality. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the heartstone fragments, the remnants of a power that had once held them both captive. His expression was calm, but beneath the surface, his thoughts raced. Everything they had fought for, everything they had endured, had led to this moment. The time for hesitation was past. He could feel the pull of the sea, the life he would have to leave behind, and yet he knew there was no other path. The curse would be broken, and the reef would be saved, but not without sacrifice. His grip on her hand tightened, a silent promise that no matter what came, they would face it together. "I'm ready," he said, his voice steady, though it carried the weight of everything he was about to lose. In his heart, there was no other choice. Adrian's gaze locked with Serena's, and for a moment, the weight of their shared journey seemed to hang between them. There was a deep sorrow in his eyes, the kind that comes from knowing that some parts of oneself must be left behind in the pursuit of something greater. Yet, beneath the sorrow, there was a resolve that burned brighter than any storm. His hand, still holding hers, tightened slightly, a gesture that spoke of his unwavering commitment. He had known from the start that this day would come, the moment when the cost of breaking the curse would be paid in full. But even with the sacrifice looming, he felt an inner strength he hadn't anticipated, born from the very connection they had forged through every battle, every trial they had faced together. His voice, though thick with emotion, rang with a quiet firmness as he spoke the words they both knew had to be said. "Yes," he said, the words simple yet laden with everything they had fought for. It was a final step toward the end of a journey that had shaped them both in ways they had never imagined. "Let's end this." The words were not just a call to action, they were a promise, one that affirmed their shared purpose and the bond that had grown stronger with each passing challenge. There was no turning back now, but Adrian had no regrets. Whatever came next, he would face it with Serena at his side. Together, they would end the curse and protect the reef, no matter the cost. Adrian and Serena knelt side by side on the reef, their fingers lightly brushing the heartstone fragments that lay between them. The moment felt suspended in time, as if the very world was watching, waiting for them to make the final choice that would change everything. The air around them crackled with a palpable tension, the ancient magic of the reef stirring in response to their combined resolve. Though the forces that had bound the ocean's power were now weaker, remnants of that energy still clung to the depths, vibrating with the urgency of what was to come. The water around them shimmered, its surface glowing with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse with life, as if the ocean itself was awakening to their intentions. The sea, so often a force of chaos and power, now seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a moment of fragile stillness. As the magic of the reef gathered, it wrapped around them both, cool and warm all at once, like a familiar embrace, its essence old and ancient, yet somehow new. Serena's heart beat in time with the subtle rhythm of the water, the vibrations sinking deep into her soul. She could feel the strength of the sea flowing through her, like a current pulling her towards something greater, something beyond herself. Beside her, Adrian was equally attuned to the pulse of the water, his body tense with concentration. Their bond, forged in the heat of battle and sealed through shared sacrifice, thrummed in the air around them, growing stronger with each passing second. The sea, the heartstone, the very earth beneath them, they were all alive with the knowledge that this ritual would either end in destruction or salvation. But whatever the outcome, they knew they would face it together. Serena's fingers trembled slightly as she placed her hand over the heartstone fragments, her touch warm yet filled with an electric anticipation. The pieces, once whole and powerful, now lay scattered in a broken circle between them, their glow faint but unmistakably present. Adrian's hand settled beside hers, the contact solid and steady, grounding them both. Together, they felt the pull of the reef's ancient magic, a force that had shaped the tides of fate for centuries, now awakened by their combined presence. As they began to chant the words of the ritual, their voices blended into one, the ancient incantations flowing from their lips as if they had been spoken 1,000 times before. There was no room for hesitation. This was the culmination of everything they had endured, every sacrifice made, every bond formed. The words seemed to echo not only through the air but also beneath the water, reverberating deep into the heart of the ocean itself. The water around them seemed to respond in kind, rippling with energy, as though the very currents were alive with the magic they invoked. The sea, once turbulent and wild, now pulsed with a steady rhythm, in sync with the ritual they were performing. The energy surged through their bodies, filling the air with an electric hum that resonated with the power of their shared sacrifice. It was as if the reef itself was listening, attuned to the resonance of their hearts, and the purity of their intent. The magic of the reef, though weakened, now surged in waves around them, drawn to the strength of their bond and the determination that anchored them. With every word they spoke, the heartstone fragments began to glow brighter, their light flickering in harmony with the flow of the ritual, as the ocean held its breath, waiting for the curse to finally be broken. As the words of the ritual spilled from their lips, the heartstone fragments began to react, the magic within them awakening in response to the power of Serena and Adrian's united resolve. The fragments trembled, their faint glow deepening, then blossoming into a brilliant radiance that illuminated the reef in a shimmering halo. Each pulse of light seemed to carry the weight of the ocean's ancient power, growing more intense with every uttered word. The energy within the heartstone swelled, its magic responding to the purity of the sacrifices that had been made, both personal and profound. The very air around them thickened with magic, and the water itself seemed to hum, a soft vibration rising from the depths, as though the ocean had finally recognized their commitment to its survival. With each passing moment, the stone fused together, its fractured pieces drawing toward one another as if bound by an invisible force stronger than gravity itself. As the heartstone began to reassemble, the ocean reacted with a force all its own. The currents around them twisted and swirled, coming alive in a dazzling display of light and shadow. The water seemed to pulse with energy, moving in rhythm with the growing power of the ritual. It was as if the ocean had become sentient, swirling in patterns that mirrored the intensity of their connection. Waves of light spiraled around Serena and Adrian, the glow from the heartstone blending seamlessly with the movement of the sea. The currents wrapped around them like a protective cocoon, drawing them deeper into the ritual's heart. For a moment, the world outside their circle ceased to exist, leaving only the two of them and the ocean's undulating rhythm. The magic, ancient and raw, surged through them, binding them to the sea and to each other in ways they had never imagined, as the Heartstone's power finally reached its peak. With a final, resounding word, the air seemed to tremble, the ritual reaching its peak. The Heartstone flared with a brilliant, almost blinding light, its power amplified by the sacrifices Serena and Adrian had made. It was as though the very heart of the ocean had responded, a pulse of pure, untainted magic radiating outward from the stone. The light grew blinding, searing through the depths and over the surface of the water, sweeping over the reef like a wave of cleansing fire. The energy surged in every direction, an unstoppable force that rippled through the ocean, its warmth and light touching every corner of the sea, breaking the darkness that had clung to the reef for centuries. The curse, once so deeply entrenched, began to dissolve, its remnants fading away like mist before the dawn. As the power of their sacrifices was unleashed, the energy spread further, past the reef and out into the open ocean, unraveling the twisted remnants of the curse with each passing moment. The water, once heavy with the oppressive weight of the darkness, now shimmered with a newfound purity, its surface gleaming with the light that poured from the Heartstone. The magic surged through the currents, sweeping across the sea like a fresh breeze, invigorating everything it touched. The darkness, once so all-encompassing, was eradicated, dissolved into nothingness by the force of the light. In its place, the ocean breathed freely again, the ancient magic that had protected it for so long now restored to its rightful balance. For the first time in centuries, the reef stood unburdened, its true power freed, and the bond between the sea and those who had fought for it stronger than ever. The light enveloped them in a radiant cocoon, the world outside fading into nothingness as the energy of the Heartstone consumed everything around them. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, the ocean holding its breath, the air thick with magic and the profound weight of their shared sacrifice. Adrian and Serena could feel the raw power of the ritual surrounding them, as though the ocean itself was acknowledging their commitment, its pulse in harmony with theirs. There was no sound, no movement, only the unbroken brilliance of the light that seemed to stretch forever. And then, slowly, the light began to fade, retreating like the tide, leaving only the faint glow of the Heartstone's final remnants in the water. As the light dimmed, a quiet stillness settled over the reef, but within Adrian and Serena, the reality of their sacrifices sank deep. Serena's connection to the sea had changed. She could feel the pull of the ocean within her, the steady rhythm of its currents that had once been a constant presence now slipping through her grasp. A bittersweet ache filled her chest as the bond she had carried for so long weakened, its ties loosening in a way that was both painful and relieving. She was free, but at what cost? Adrian, too, felt the sharp pang of loss. The ship, the freedom of the open sea, the life he had built upon the waves, it all felt distant now, like sand slipping through his fingers. His heart ached at the thought of leaving it behind, but he knew this was the only way to truly end the curse. The ocean was still within him, but its presence would never be the same again. Both of them had given up pieces of themselves, and though their hearts remained entwined, the weight of what they had sacrificed would stay with them forever. As the last traces of the light faded and the ocean settled into a calm tranquility, Adrian and Serena felt a profound sense of peace wash over them, tempered by the weight of their sacrifices. There was an undeniable stillness in the water, a deep quiet that had not been there before. The curse was broken, the oppressive darkness that had clung to the reef for so long now gone, leaving behind only the vibrant, untamed magic of the ocean. The reef, once a shadow of its true self, was now alive again, its power restored, the balance between land and sea finally renewed. They had given everything to protect it, and in the quiet aftermath, there was a clarity, a certainty, that they had done what they set out to do. The cost had been immense, yet the beauty of the world around them, the promise of a future untouched by the curse, made it all feel worth it. Serena looked out across the water, her silver hair glistening in the soft light of the rising sun. The sea, once a realm that held her captive, now felt like a place of freedom, freedom she had fought for, alongside Adrian, with everything she had. She could feel the magic of the reef pulsing, alive and vibrant, resonating within her as it never had before. Adrian, standing by her side, felt the weight of the ocean in his heart, but there was no regret. The life he had known was gone, but it had been replaced with something deeper, something more meaningful. They had succeeded, and though their personal losses would stay with them, there was no question in their minds that the sacrifice had been worth it. The world they had saved was beautiful, and for the first time, they could truly breathe in its new dawn. Together, they had restored balance, and that was the greatest gift of all. Serena turned her gaze to Adrian, her heart brimming with emotions she could hardly put into words. The bond they had forged throughout their journey, the shared trials and sacrifices, had brought them to this moment, a moment of both profound loss and deep fulfillment. She could feel the weight of everything they had endured pressing against her chest, but beneath it was an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Gratitude for his unwavering strength, for his support when she had faltered, and for the sacrifices he had made to ensure the reef's survival. She had always known he was a man of great heart, but now, seeing him beside her, standing in the quiet aftermath of their battle, she felt as though she was finally seeing the full depth of his soul. Her voice was soft, but it carried all the sincerity of her feelings. "Thank you," she whispered, the words a gentle release of the gratitude that had built up inside her. "For everything." The simple phrase felt like a lifetime of emotions packed into a single breath. A thank you for his courage, his sacrifice, and the quiet moments when he had been her anchor. Serena's eyes glistened with tears, but they were not tears of sorrow. Instead, they were tears of quiet recognition and deep affection for the man who had stood by her side, through every storm and every challenge. They had come through this ordeal together, and in the stillness that followed, Serena knew that no matter where their paths took them next, they would always be bound by this shared experience. Adrian's smile was soft but filled with an intensity that matched the depth of his words. As he looked at Serena, he saw not just the woman who had fought beside him, but the one who had shown him a new perspective on life, one where the things that truly mattered were worth fighting for, even at the greatest cost. His eyes softened as he took a step closer to her, the weight of their shared journey settling between them, but also lightening the burden they had carried. In Serena, he had found not just a companion, but a reminder that some battles were more than just about survival. They were about protecting what was precious, what was worth preserving, and what was worth sacrificing for. His voice, though quiet, was firm with conviction. "No, Serena." "Thank you," he said, his gaze never leaving hers, "for showing me that some things are worth fighting for, worth sacrificing for." In that moment, Adrian understood something he hadn't before. True strength wasn't just about wielding a sword or commanding a crew. It was about the willingness to give everything for something greater than oneself. Serena had been that greater thing for him. She had awakened a sense of purpose in him that transcended the world he had known, and now, standing in the aftermath of their victory, Adrian realized that he had given up his freedom and his future not just for the reef, but for her, and for the life they might build together in its wake. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the lingering clouds, casting a warm, golden glow across the reef, Adrian and Serena stood side by side, their hands still intertwined. The sea before them, calm now but still holding its secrets, seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if acknowledging the monumental change that had taken place. Though the storm had passed, and the reef had been freed from its curse, neither of them could ignore the weight of the journey that had brought them here. The battle was over, but the world they now faced was different, and the challenges ahead would not be easily overcome. Yet, as they stood there in the fragile peace of dawn, they knew something had shifted, not just in the world, but within them as well. Their bond, forged in the crucible of their shared sacrifices and strengthened by the trials they had faced, was unbreakable. No longer was the ocean the only force that bound them. It was the love and respect they had cultivated for one another, the deep understanding that came from having laid everything bare in the name of something greater than themselves. The future was uncertain, but for the first time, they faced it with the certainty that they would meet it together. Whatever lay ahead, whether it be new adventures, dangers, or quiet moments of peace, They would face it side by side, their hearts intertwined by the sacrifices they had made and the unspoken promise of all that was yet to come. As the sun slowly rose over the horizon, its golden light spilling across the calm waters of the reef, a sense of renewal filled the air. The ocean, once dark and tumultuous, now shimmered with a soft, inviting glow, reflecting the warmth of the dawn. Serena and Adrian stood together at the edge of the reef, their gazes fixed on the vast expanse of water before them. The future stretched out before them, a world full of untold possibilities. Though the path ahead was still uncertain, there was a quiet strength between them, a shared understanding that no matter what challenges they might face, they were no longer bound by the past. The weight of their sacrifices had not been in vain. The magic of the ocean, now restored, seemed to pulse with new life, mirroring the hope that blossomed in their hearts. With each breath of the salt-tinged air, they felt the promise of a fresh start, one where the bond they had forged could guide them through whatever awaited. The sun's rays wrapped them in a warm embrace, and for the first time, they saw the future not as a distant, daunting unknown, but as a realm full of potential. Together, they were ready to step forward, their hearts full of hope and the unspoken vow to embrace whatever came next, knowing they would face it hand in hand. Chapter 38: The Ritual's Success. The first light of dawn crept over the horizon, its golden hues spilling across the surface of the tranquil sea. The water, once dark and turbulent, now shimmered in the soft glow of morning, as if reborn along with the reef itself. Adrian and Serena stood at the very heart of the reef, their hands still clasped tightly together, a silent testament to the strength of the bond they had forged. The remnants of the ritual's magic still hung in the air, crackling faintly like the lingering echo of an ancient spell, swirling around them in a gentle but persistent hum. The world felt suspended in time, the calm after the storm both surreal and comforting. Between them, the Heartstone lay, now whole and pulsing with a steady, tranquil light. Its once fractured surface had fused back together, and it glowed softly with the power of their sacrifice and the magic of the ocean. It was a symbol of the battle they had fought, the curse they had broken, and the future they had restored. In the quiet, still moments that followed, they both allowed themselves a brief sense of peace, knowing that the cost had been great, but the reward even greater. The reef was free, the magic of the ocean revived, and together, they had achieved what once seemed impossible. The ritual was complete. As the last echoes of their chant faded into the stillness of the morning, a palpable shift seemed to sweep through the reef, as if the very essence of the ocean had taken a deep, rejuvenating breath. The once darkened waters, tainted and clouded by the curse that had plagued them for centuries, began to clear, revealing their natural beauty once more. The depths, once shrouded in shadow, now shimmered with a crystalline blue, reflecting the first rays of sunlight like a vast, serene mirror. The water's clarity was a stark contrast to the murkiness it had once held, a sign of the curse's final dissolution and the reef's restoration. The coral, which had been stripped of its brilliance under the weight of the curse, now pulsed with vibrant hues, fiery reds, deep oranges, and cool blues, each reef formation glowing with newfound life. The once lifeless and desolate underwater gardens were now bustling with energy, the air thick with the movements of creatures returning to their rightful home. Schools of fish darted through the colorful coral, their scales flashing like sparks of light in the clear water. Sea creatures of every size and shape glided effortlessly through the lush landscape, their movements creating a symphony of motion that spoke of the reef's rebirth. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the ocean was alive, thriving, and full of promise once again. Adrian stood still for a moment, the weight of the moment sinking deep into his bones. A rush of relief washed over him, mingling with awe and disbelief as he took in the sight of the vibrant reef around him. The curse that had loomed over them for so long, the darkness that had threatened not only the reef but everything they had fought for, was finally gone. The waters were clear, the coral radiant, and life had returned to its natural rhythm. He could scarcely believe it, but the unmistakable feeling of peace that filled the air confirmed what they had accomplished. They had done it. The ancient curse that had held the reef captive for centuries had been broken, and with it, a new chapter had begun. He turned to Serena, his gaze softening as he saw her standing beside him, her eyes wide with wonder. The transformation of the reef seemed to mirror her own sense of amazement, her features illuminated by the light that now bathed everything in warmth. She took in the beauty around her, her breath steady but full of quiet awe, as if she were seeing the world anew. For a moment, Adrian simply watched her, her strength, her resolve, her unshakable commitment to the ocean and everything it stood for. Together, they had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. And now, in the calm after the storm, the reef was not only saved, it was reborn, just like the bond between them. "We did it," Adrian murmured, his voice thick with emotion, the words barely escaping his lips as if he still couldn't fully grasp the enormity of their victory. He felt a sense of awe settle in his chest, a heavy but satisfying weight that pushed against the tension that had gripped him for so long. The relief of knowing that the battle, the sacrifice, and the trials they had endured were finally behind them washed over him in waves. It was a feeling he hadn't allowed himself to experience until now, the profound peace that came from knowing they had succeeded, that they had freed the reef and broken the curse. The weight of everything they had given up, of the battles fought and lost, seemed to lift, leaving only the raw and tender realization of what they had truly accomplished. As he stood beside Serena, their hands still linked in a quiet bond of shared triumph, Adrian's heart swelled with gratitude. They had faced so much together, pushed to their limits, yet here they were, victorious. He turned his gaze toward her, the soft glow of the reef's renewal reflecting in her eyes, and felt a deep swell of affection and admiration. In that moment, it was clear to him that their journey wasn't just about breaking a curse or saving a reef. It was about the bond they had forged in the fire of their struggles. "We did it," he repeated, as if saying it aloud made it more real, more permanent, and more meaningful than anything else. Serena nodded, her eyes fixed on the heartstone, the light from its gentle pulse reflecting in her gaze as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. The stone, now whole and radiant, symbolized everything they had fought for, every sacrifice made, every challenge overcome. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, charged with the magic of the ritual, and the very ocean beneath them felt as though it had taken a deep breath. Her heart raced with a flood of emotions, relief, joy, and the faintest tremor of disbelief, as she absorbed the full weight of the moment. After everything they had endured, after the darkness that had held the reef captive for so long, it was finally over. She had never imagined she'd live to see this day, the day the reef would be free. "The curse is broken," she whispered, her voice thick with the weight of her emotions, the words carrying a deep resonance that seemed to echo through the water around them. Her throat tightened as she said them, and she felt a rush of gratitude and sorrow all at once. The reef, her home, the place that had both bound and defined her, was now free to thrive again. It was no longer a place shrouded in darkness, its beauty obscured by the curse that had held it hostage for centuries. "The reef is free," she repeated, her voice quieter this time, as though saying the words aloud could make them real, could make the finality of it sink in. With the curse lifted, the ocean could heal, and so could they. A soft, warm breeze swept across the water, ruffling the surface and carrying the familiar scent of salt. It was a scent that had once been heavy with the weight of uncertainty, but now, it felt light, infused with the promise of new beginnings. The air was cool and refreshing against their skin, a stark contrast to the oppressive heaviness that had hung over the reef for so long. The ocean, once dark and foreboding, now seemed to hum with a quiet peace, its vastness no longer a realm of danger and fear but a sanctuary of balance restored. The shifting tides, once tumultuous and wild under the curse's influence, now ebbed and flowed gently, as if the sea itself had exhaled a long-held breath, embracing the stillness that came with its newfound freedom. The currents that had once been chaotic and violent, stirring up the depths in an eternal battle of opposing forces, now swirled in harmonious patterns, their rhythm steady and soothing. The water around them sparkled in the early light, as though every drop had been washed clean, rejuvenated by the magic of the ritual and the sacrifices made. Beneath the surface, the coral swayed lazily, vibrant with color, teeming with life once more. Fish darted through the clear water in playful spirals, and the ocean floor gleamed, its once dull sands now gleaming with an untouched beauty. It was a tranquil scene, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the ocean was not just a place of refuge but of rebirth. Its true nature restored, its spirit renewed. Serena closed her eyes, her breath steady as she let the magic of the reef wash over her like a gentle wave. The energy that had once bound her so tightly to the ocean, to the very heart of the reef, now felt different, lighter, freer, but still deeply intertwined with her spirit. She could feel the shift within her, a subtle but profound change that resonated through every fiber of her being. The curse that had once tethered her to the water, a relentless force that dictated her every action, was no longer a weight on her soul. She was no longer a prisoner of her duties, no longer confined by the boundaries of her curse. And yet, as she stood there, surrounded by the ocean's newfound serenity, she realized that her bond to the sea was still intact, stronger than ever, but no longer born from obligation. It was now a choice, a connection forged through love and devotion, not by magic, but by her own will. The sacrifice she had made, the freedom she had given up, no longer felt like a loss. It felt like a gift, something she had willingly given to ensure the future of the reef, to protect the life that swam within it, and to preserve the delicate balance of the ocean. The cost of breaking the curse had been great, but standing there, feeling the reef pulse with vitality and strength once more, Serena knew it had been worth it. The freedom she had chosen was not one of physical escape, but one of peace and purpose, a peace that resonated deeply within her, as though she had finally found her true place in the world. The ocean, now vibrant and full of life, was her home, and always would be, but it was her love for it, not the curse, that would keep her tethered to its waters. Adrian watched Serena, his heart swelling with admiration and gratitude as he saw the quiet strength in her eyes. She had given up so much, her freedom, the very essence of who she had been, for the sake of the reef, for its survival and its future. It was a sacrifice few could understand, but he saw it in the way she stood there, resolute and calm, despite the weight of what she had let go. Her connection to the ocean had always been deep, intrinsic, and to give that up was no small thing. Yet, despite the pain of the loss, there was a light in her, a peace that spoke to the quiet pride of knowing she had done what was necessary, what was right. And as he reflected on his own sacrifices, Adrian felt the weight of his decision settle into him once more. He had let go of his ship, his life as a captain, the freedom of the open sea that had defined him for so long. But he had done it willingly, for the same cause, for the reef that had bound them together. The life he had once known had been full of adventure, of endless horizons and uncharted waters, but now that sense of freedom had been replaced by something far deeper. His sacrifice had been for the reef, yes, but also for Serena, for their bond, and the future they were now building together. Both of them had made sacrifices, but in doing so, they had created something far more lasting, a legacy stronger than anything either of them could have achieved alone. But as Adrian stood there, the sunlight glistening on the now vibrant reef, he felt no trace of regret. The weight of the sacrifices they had made, the ship he had relinquished, the life he had left behind, felt like a distant memory now, overshadowed by the strength of what they had accomplished together. The reef, once cursed and shrouded in darkness, now thrived, its colors vibrant, and its waters clear. It was a reflection of the bond they had forged, unbreakable, enduring. What they had given up no longer felt like a loss but a necessary part of the journey, a price for the greater good. The reef had been restored, but so too had they, transformed and bound together by the trials they had overcome. The bond they shared now was something deeper than any physical connection. It wasn't just about the battles they had fought or the magic they had wielded. It was the shared understanding, the silent acknowledgement that they had stood side by side, faced impossible odds, and emerged stronger for it. Their sacrifices had intertwined their fates in a way that transcended mere action. They had rebuilt not only the reef but the very foundation of their future. In this moment, standing together amidst the life that now flourished around them, Adrian knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as equals, their souls bound by the very sacrifice that had saved them all. Serena opened her eyes, her gaze locking with Adrian's. In that moment, everything they had endured, all the pain and the sacrifice, seemed to converge into the depth of her look. Her heart swelled with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow, a quiet understanding passing between them, unspoken but deeply felt. The world around them, the restored reef, the clear sky above, the ocean now calm, seemed to fade as she focused entirely on him. Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of all they had been through, the trials they had faced together, and the price they had both paid. "Thank you," she whispered, the words heavy with meaning, a promise, and a final release of all the tension that had built up during their journey. Adrian held her gaze, the sincerity in her eyes echoing in his chest. He could feel the depth of her gratitude, but also the quiet pain that lingered from the sacrifices they had made. What they had accomplished, what they had lost, was more than he had ever imagined when they first set out on this journey. He knew, without a doubt, that the reef was not the only thing that had been restored. Their connection, forged in the fires of adversity, was something that no curse, no distance, could undo. His heart swelled with its own quiet gratitude as he reached out, brushing his thumb across her hand, silently offering his thanks in return. Adrian shook his head, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his lips, though the weight of their shared journey still lingered in his gaze. He couldn't let her bear all the gratitude alone, not when everything they had accomplished had been as much her doing as his. Her strength, her unwavering determination to protect the reef and everything within it, had been the bedrock of their success. It was that same strength that had kept them moving forward, even when the path had seemed impossible, when the curse had loomed over them like an insurmountable shadow. Serena had faced every trial with courage, never faltering, and in her, he had found not only a partner but someone who had shown him what it meant to fight for something greater than oneself. He reached for her hand, his fingers gently wrapping around hers, the familiar warmth of her touch grounding him in the present moment. "No, Serena. Thank you." His voice was soft but firm, imbued with a sincerity that came from the heart. He was speaking not just to the woman beside him, but to the force of nature she embodied, the fierce protector of the sea, the one who had borne so much of the burden for the reef. She had believed in the impossible, in a future where the darkness could be defeated and the ocean could be restored. It was her belief, her hope, that had kept them both going when all seemed lost. "For your strength, your courage," he continued, his eyes searching hers, as if trying to convey all the emotions he could never quite put into words. "And for believing in this, in us." He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, the connection between them now something deeper than just physical. It was a bond forged in their sacrifices, their shared moments of despair and triumph. Adrian knew, in his heart, that none of this would have been possible without her, without Serena's ability to see the world as it could be, not just as it was. The future now felt as vast and boundless as the ocean itself, and as long as they faced it together, he knew they could conquer whatever came next. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its golden rays casting a warm glow over the reef, now alive with vibrant colors and life. Adrian and Serena stood side by side, the weight of the past lifting as the world around them seemed to breathe in harmony once more. The ritual that had brought them to this point had not only shattered the curse but had also redefined their lives. The magic that had bound the reef in darkness was gone, but what remained was a sense of renewal, a promise of a future shaped by their sacrifices and the bond they had forged together. In the quiet that followed, as the waves gently lapped at the shore, they understood that this was not merely an end, but the beginning of a new journey. The battles they had fought, the sacrifices they had made, had carved a path for the future. The reef, free from the curse, stood as a testament to their resolve. And as they looked ahead, they knew that whatever challenges the future held, they would face them together, bound not by a curse, but by the love and strength they had discovered within themselves. The Heartstone, now whole and glowing with a gentle, steady light, stood between them like a living testament to the power they had called upon and the balance they had reclaimed. Its soft pulse echoed the rhythm of the ocean, resonating with the energy that had been restored to the reef. It was a physical manifestation of their journey. Each shard, each piece of the stone, had been a step in the path they had walked together. The trials, the losses, the fear, it had all led to this moment, a culmination of everything they had endured. Yet, despite its weight and the sacrifices it represented, the stone radiated a warmth that felt like the embrace of the sea itself. More than just a symbol of the past, the heart stone was a beacon of hope, casting its light into the future. It reminded them that even in the darkest times, there was the potential for renewal. Their victory had restored not only the reef's magic but also the possibility of a new beginning. The future, once uncertain and clouded with the threat of the curse, now seemed full of promise. With the Heartstone as their guide, they knew they could face whatever lay ahead, knowing that their bond, shaped by the sea, the sacrifices, and the trials they had overcome, was unbreakable. Serena turned her gaze to the horizon, her silver hair fluttering gently in the warm breeze. The ocean before her was vast, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, its surface shimmering with the promise of new beginnings. The waters, once a source of danger and uncertainty, now held a quiet, almost inviting serenity. Yet, beneath the calm, a sense of curiosity and wonder stirred within her. She had given so much of herself to the reef, to the magic that had bound her to it, and now, with the curse broken, the future seemed as open and boundless as the sea itself. But with that freedom came uncertainty. What would her life be now? What path lay before them both, after everything they had sacrificed? Her question hung in the air, soft but profound. What now? Her voice was laced with a quiet vulnerability, a longing to know what the next chapter of her life would hold. Despite all the victories and the hope that now radiated from the restored reef, a part of her still wondered where their journey would take them. The ocean, once a prison, had become her sanctuary, but now it seemed as though the entire world was open to them, its vastness both a promise and a challenge. She turned back to Adrian, her eyes searching for answers, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it together, as they always had. Adrian followed Serena's gaze, his heart calm as he took in the endless expanse of the ocean, its deep blue now reflecting the light of a new day. The vastness of the sea stretched before them, no longer a reminder of what had been lost, but a symbol of all they had gained. The wind whispered through the trees, the same gentle breeze that had carried them through countless trials. The ritual, the sacrifice, it was all behind them now, and as he stood beside Serena, he felt the weight of their journey slowly lift. They had faced the darkness, overcome the impossible, and in doing so, had forged something stronger than any curse. In this moment, there was no fear, no lingering doubts. There was only peace, and the realization that they had done more than survive, they had transformed. Now, he said, his voice steady, yet filled with a quiet resolve, we live. His gaze met hers, and the sincerity in his eyes was undeniable. We honor the sacrifices we've made, and we build a new future, together. The words hung in the air between them, a promise as vast and limitless as the ocean itself. There was so much to look forward to, so much to rebuild. And they would do it side by side, with the same strength and courage that had carried them through their darkest hours. The future was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, Adrian felt no fear, only the boundless hope that came from knowing they had each other. They stood there for a moment longer, side by side, the ocean's rhythmic waves crashing gently against the shore as if mirroring the steady beat of their hearts. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with the weight of their shared triumph. The reef, once tainted by darkness, now thrived with life, its vibrant colors reflecting the healing power of their actions. Fish darted through the crystal-clear waters, and the coral that had been choked by the curse now swayed with the flow of a rejuvenated current. The air was different, fresher, alive with the scent of salt and new beginnings. As the reality of their victory settled in, it was almost overwhelming. The curse that had plagued this place for centuries was gone, and they had played a part in its undoing. But more than that, they had both discovered something in the process, something neither of them had expected. It wasn't just the restoration of the reef, nor the breaking of a centuries-old curse that had come to define them. It was the bond they had formed, the deep connection that had grown between them in the face of overwhelming odds. They had both sacrificed so much, yet what they had gained, this future, this life they could now build together, was worth every hardship. They had found in each other the strength to keep going, A future worth fighting for, one that was no longer shaped by the past but by the possibilities of what was to come. And for the first time, the horizon before them seemed not just wide and endless, but full of promise. With one last glance at the Heartstone, now glowing softly with the magic they had restored, they turned away from the ritual site. Their hands clasped tightly together, as if solidifying the promise they had made to one another, to face whatever came next, no matter how uncertain. The sea stretched out before them, once a realm of fear and darkness, but now a vast expanse of possibility. The storm that had plagued their lives, the curse that had twisted the ocean's magic, was gone, and in its place was a newfound sense of peace. The waves lapped gently against the reef, carrying with them the scent of salt and renewal, as if the ocean itself had been reborn alongside them. As they walked side by side toward the future, the weight of their shared sacrifices settled in, but so did a profound sense of hope. They had fought together, given everything they had for this moment, and emerged stronger for it. Whatever challenges awaited them, they knew they would face them together, united by their bond and the strength of the journey they had shared. They had not only restored the balance of the reef but had forged a connection that would see them through any storm, a love born from sacrifice and resilience. And as they walked into the light of a new day, they knew their story was far from over. It was just beginning. Chapter 39, A New Beginning. The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays stretching across the vast expanse of the ocean, illuminating the crystal-clear waters of the reef. Serena glided through the water with an ease she hadn't felt in centuries, her movements fluid and graceful as she danced with the currents. The weight of the curse that had bound her to the reef for so long had lifted, leaving her feeling lighter than she ever thought possible. She reveled in the freedom that came with the restoration, the feeling of being unburdened, of no longer being a prisoner to the very magic she had once been bound to. The water, once an indifferent and isolating force, now seemed to embrace her, welcoming her into its depths as an equal. Her silver hair, now flowing freely behind her, shimmered like a trail of moonlight in the sun-dappled water. As she swam through the reef, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The coral beds, vibrant and alive, stretched in all directions, teeming with the life that had returned with the breaking of the curse. Fish darted in and out of the coral, their scales glinting in the sunlight, while the once murky waters had transformed into a brilliant tapestry of blue and green. Serena could feel the magic of the reef in the very currents around her, but now it was no longer the oppressive force it had once been. The Heartstone, its light glowing softly in the heart of the reef, had become a beacon of protection, not a chain. It pulsed with a rhythmic energy, a guardian of the balance they had fought so hard to restore. For the first time in ages, Serena felt a deep sense of connection to the sea without the shadow of the curse looming over her. She was no longer bound by duty or sacrifice. Instead, she swam with purpose, her every movement an expression of newfound freedom. The bond she shared with the ocean had evolved, no longer dictated by the curse's magic but by her own will and love for this place she had long protected. As she lingered in the reef, gazing out at the horizon, she knew that though the past had shaped her, it was the future that now beckoned. With Adrian by her side and the curse broken, she could finally embrace the endless possibilities that lay ahead, free to chart her own course in the vast, open sea. Serena broke the surface of the water, her breath coming in steady gasps as the warm breeze kissed her skin, ruffling her silver hair. She squinted against the sunlight, her gaze lifting to the horizon that stretched out before her. The ocean, once a vast and dark expanse filled with the weight of her curse, now appeared boundless and full of promise. The deep blues of the sea were no longer tainted by the shadow of the magic that had once chained her to the reef. Instead, the water gleamed with a clarity and vibrancy that reflected the freedom she had longed for. She could feel the vastness of the world around her, and for the first time, the endless ocean no longer felt like a prison, but a place of possibility, where the future was hers to shape. The weight that had burdened her for centuries was gone, replaced by a lightness she hadn't even realized she had been missing. No longer was she tethered to the reef by the ancient magic that had bound her to its shores. The curse had stolen her ability to leave, her connection to the sea a bittersweet reminder of the life she had been forced to forfeit. Now, as the heart stone pulsed gently at the heart of the reef. Its magic no longer held her captive. It was a protector of the balance, not a binding force. Serena felt the profound relief of freedom fill her chest, as if she had finally taken a deep breath after years of suffocating under the weight of responsibility. For the first time in her life, Serena felt truly free, her heart no longer divided between duty and desire. The reef, the ocean, and all its secrets no longer held her in place. She was unshackled, and with that freedom came a newfound sense of wonder. The world around her seemed to shimmer with potential, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to dream. She was no longer defined by the curse or the sacrifices she had made for the reef's survival. With the sea spread out before her, its vastness offering both comfort and challenge, Serena knew that the future she had been denied for so long was now hers to explore. She could choose her path, no longer bound by the past, but free to embrace whatever the ocean might offer. The sensation of freedom washed over Serena like a wave crashing against the shore, exhilarating, wild, and completely surreal. For centuries, her life had been defined by the curse that bound her to the reef, her every thought, every breath, every action dictated by the ancient magic that forced her to protect this place. She had lived with the weight of it, the constant reminder of her responsibility, her connection to the sea, and the loss of her own freedom. But now, as the magic that had once chained her to the reef dissipated, she felt the world around her in a way she never had before. The heaviness was gone, replaced by an almost dizzying sense of possibility. It was as if the reef itself had released its grip on her soul, and for the first time, Serena was not just a guardian of its secrets, but a woman with choices. Every step she took felt lighter, as if the waters themselves were welcoming her back into their embrace. She no longer had to live in service of the reef's ancient magic. Instead, the sea was now a place of wonder, of freedom, and even of uncertainty. The thought of not knowing what lay ahead used to frighten her, but now, it was a thrill, an adventure waiting to unfold. The future, once a closed door, was now a vast, open horizon, and for the first time, she could truly see the endless possibilities before her. But with that exhilaration came a deep sense of unfamiliarity. Serena had lived for so long with the singular purpose of protecting the reef that the idea of living without it was both liberating and daunting. She had spent centuries watching over the sea, knowing that her duty came at the cost of her personal desires. Now, as the future stretched out before her, open and unknown, she found herself standing at a crossroads. The path ahead was unwritten, and she was free to choose it. Serena wasn't sure where she would go or what she would do, but for the first time, she felt an undeniable sense of hope, tempered with the realization that she was no longer bound by the past. The future was hers to shape, and in that uncertainty, she found the strength to embrace it. Adrian stood on the shore, his gaze fixed on the horizon, but there was an unmistakable sense of anticipation in the way he stood. His figure, tall and steady against the gentle waves, was a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the ocean. The golden light of the sun painted him in soft hues, casting a warmth that matched the peace settling within Serena's heart. She could feel his presence even before she saw him clearly, and the thought of him waiting for her there, grounded and unwavering, filled her with a sense of belonging she hadn't known she could feel. Serena swam towards him, her movements smooth and effortless in the clear, warm water. The sea, which had once been her prison, now felt like an ally, parting easily around her as if to guide her to the shore. Every stroke felt freer than the last, the currents now gentle, almost encouraging. She felt the pull of the sand beneath her, the sensation of leaving the water behind, a transition she had never known without the weight of the curse. As she neared the shore, she allowed herself to shift from her mermaid form, the smooth scales and shimmering tail transforming into legs, the familiar feeling of human form grounding her once more. Her feet sank into the sand, and she felt the earth beneath her like a connection to this new life. With a quiet, almost effortless movement, Serena stepped fully onto the shore, her heart pounding with both exhilaration and quiet pride. The transition from sea to land, from a creature bound to a curse to a woman walking freely in the world, felt like a reclamation of something she had almost forgotten. The confidence that filled her was new, but it was unmistakable. The confidence of someone who had weathered storms, fought for freedom, and emerged stronger on the other side. As she approached Adrian, the weight of the past seemed to fall away entirely, and all that remained was the present, with Adrian standing before her as a symbol of all the possibilities yet to come. Adrian's smile was like a beacon in the soft light of the day, his eyes bright with warmth and a hint of anticipation. As Serena approached, his gaze softened, and for a moment she saw only the unspoken understanding between them. The air around them seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a reflection of the calm that had settled over the reef, now free of the curse. His presence was steady and grounding, like an anchor in the vast sea of possibilities stretching before them. She could feel the depth of his gaze, as if he were waiting for her to answer not just with words, but with the truth that had been building within her since the ritual. "How does it feel?" His voice was rich with curiosity, but there was something else there too, something tender, as though he truly wanted to know how this moment of freedom and transformation felt for her. It was a question that seemed to encompass not just her release from the curse, but everything that had brought them here, the trials they had faced, the sacrifices they had made, and the bond that had grown between them. There was a weight to the question, a depth that mirrored the changes she was experiencing, both within herself and in the world around her. Serena stood before him, her feet sinking slightly into the warm sand, and she felt a sense of calm that she had never known before. The answer was simple yet profound. "It feels like I'm finally home," she said, her voice steady, but filled with an emotion she could barely put into words. Home, not just in the sense of the reef or the ocean, but in a deeper way. Home within herself, free of the constraints that had defined her for so long. She met Adrian's gaze, her heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude, love, and the knowledge that whatever came next, they would face it together. Serena inhaled deeply, the salty tang of the ocean air filling her lungs, a sensation that felt both foreign and exhilarating after so many years of confinement. She stood with her eyes closed for a moment, letting the warmth of the sun soak into her skin, a gentle contrast to the coolness of the water that still clung to her. It was a new sensation, one she hadn't allowed herself to fully experience in centuries. The sunlight seemed to wrap around her like a soft embrace, as if the world itself was welcoming her into a future she had longed for but never dared to imagine. For the first time in so long, she felt truly free, her body alive with the energy of the earth and sea, no longer tethered by the weight of the curse. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed brighter, more vibrant. The familiar expanse of the ocean stretched out before her, but it was no longer a source of sorrow or a longing, it was a place of endless possibility. She turned to Adrian, her voice filled with wonder, unable to fully grasp the enormity of what had happened. "It feels incredible," she said, the words coming out in a soft, breathless whisper. There was an amazement in her tone, as if she were speaking not only about the freedom she had gained but also about the relief that washed over her, the realization that she could now exist on her own terms. It was a feeling she hadn't allowed herself to hope for, and yet here it was, unfolding around her. "I can't believe it's really over," Serena continued, her voice thick with emotion. She reached out to touch Adrian's arm, grounding herself in the reality of the moment. "The curse is gone," she said the words slowly, almost as if she were still coming to terms with the fact that the burden she had carried for so long was truly lifted. The weight that had defined her for centuries had vanished, leaving only the open horizon before her. It was a feeling of rebirth, of stepping into a world where she could finally make her own choices, free from the past that had bound her. As she looked at Adrian, the sense of gratitude and joy was overwhelming, knowing that this new beginning was not just hers alone, but theirs, shared together. Adrian's gaze softened as he watched Serena, his heart swelling with a mixture of pride and tenderness. He had seen the weight of the curse on her for so long, the invisible chains that had bound her to the reef, and the sacrifices she had made for the greater good. Now, standing before him, she was no longer defined by that burden. She was, for the first time, truly free. He could see the change in her, the way the light seemed to shine brighter in her eyes, as if a veil had been lifted, allowing her to fully embrace the world around her. The thought of her now being able to live her life on her own terms filled him with a deep sense of peace. "You're free now, Serena," Adrian continued, his voice steady but full of emotion. He stepped closer, the words carrying the weight of everything they had fought for. "You can live your life however you choose. No more duties, no more sacrifices, just you." The thought of her being able to choose her own path, to walk through life without the heavy weight of responsibility bearing down on her, was something he never imagined would be possible. He had seen her give so much of herself to the reef, to the curse that had held her captive, and now she had a chance to reclaim her life, to shape it into something entirely her own. His words were simple, but they held a depth of meaning that Serena could feel in her very bones. Adrian had witnessed her struggles, the inner turmoil she had fought to keep hidden, and now, with the curse broken, she stood before him with a new freedom, a new lease on life. The possibility of choosing her own path, of forging a future without the looming shadow of the past, was a gift she hadn't allowed herself to dream of. As she looked back at Adrian, his unwavering support and love giving her the strength to face the unknown, she realized that the future, whatever it might hold, was no longer a burden. It was a new beginning, one they would face together. The words hit Serena with a mixture of joy and uncertainty, swirling in her mind like the currents of the sea she had once been bound to. She had dreamed of this day for so long, the day when the curse would finally be broken, when she could be free, unshackled by the ancient magic that had defined her existence. For years, her every thought and action had been consumed by her duty to the reef, her role as its protector. Now that the weight of that responsibility had lifted, she felt a rush of relief, but it was quickly followed by a wave of uncertainty. The world she had known was gone, and in its place was a vast, open horizon. She could feel the pull of endless possibility, but it was tempered by the fear of the unknown. She had spent so much time wondering what it would be like to have this freedom, imagining all the things she could do, the places she could see, and the life she could build for herself. Yet now, with the curse broken, Serena found herself hesitating. What would she do with this newfound freedom? For so long, her life had been defined by duty, by a singular purpose that had given her existence meaning, even as it had stripped her of so much else. Now, with that purpose no longer holding her in place, the idea of charting her own course felt both exhilarating and overwhelming. Her heart ached with the desire to find her own path, but there was a fear that lingered, a fear of choosing the wrong direction or being lost without the guiding force of the curse to keep her anchored. As she stood there, her thoughts swirling, Serena realized that the future was no longer something that had been dictated for her. It was something she could shape, something she could embrace fully. But with that realization came the weight of choice, choices she hadn't had to make in centuries. Where would she go? What would she do? The answers weren't clear, and for a moment, the vast expanse of the ocean before her seemed both infinite and intimidating. Yet, as she looked at Adrian, standing beside her with quiet understanding in his eyes, she felt a spark of hope. Perhaps, she thought, she didn't have to figure it all out alone. With him by her side, she could find her way, one step at a time. "Do you have any plans?" Adrian asked gently, his voice laced with both curiosity and understanding. He could see the conflict in Serena's eyes, the way her thoughts seemed to be pulled in every direction at once, unsure of where to go or what to do. For so long, she had been bound by duty, her life mapped out for her by the curse and the role she played in protecting the reef. But now that the chains had been broken, he could sense her hesitation, her uncertainty about what this newfound freedom truly meant. He didn't want to pressure her. He simply wanted to offer her a chance to talk, to let the weight of the question linger between them without expectations. Serena paused for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the horizon as though the answer might be waiting for her out there, beyond the vastness of the sea. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions, relief at being free, excitement for the possibilities that lay ahead, but also a deep sense of apprehension. She had lived her life for so long with one clear purpose, one clear calling. Now, with the curse lifted, she was standing on the edge of something new, something she had never imagined would be hers. The idea of making plans, of choosing a future, felt both liberating and terrifying at the same time. I don't know yet, Serena replied slowly, her voice soft but resolute. I've never had the chance to think about what comes next. For so long, I didn't think I would ever have a choice. She turned to face him, her expression one of both vulnerability and hope. But now, with the curse gone, I have to figure that out. I want to find a path that's mine to walk. I just don't know where it leads. She looked down at the sand for a moment, her fingers brushing over the grains. But whatever it is, I know I want to take it with you, Adrian. I want to see what the future holds, together. Serena looked out at the ocean, her gaze distant as her mind wandered through a sea of conflicting thoughts. The gentle rhythm of the waves against the shore seemed to echo the tumult within her. For centuries, she had been bound to the reef, her every action dictated by a sacred duty to protect it. Now, with the curse broken, the weight of responsibility had lifted, but its absence left a hollow space inside her. She couldn't deny that the reef had been her purpose, the place where her identity had been forged. Yet, as the world around her unfolded in new possibilities, she felt an unfamiliar stirring, a longing for something more, something beyond the life she had known. I'm not sure, she admitted, her voice tinged with both uncertainty and a hint of wonder. I've spent so long protecting the reef, it's hard to imagine my life without that responsibility. She turned to Adrian, searching his eyes for understanding, as if she could find the answers to her unspoken questions there. It was all I knew, all I ever did. But now, that's over. And even though it feels strange to let go of that part of me, I can't ignore the part of me that wants to explore, to see what's out there. She gestured toward the endless horizon, as though the world itself was calling to her. There's so much I've never experienced, and now I can. The realization was both exhilarating and daunting. Serena's pulse quickened as she allowed herself to imagine a future without the endless cycle of duty, without the ever-present burden of the curse. The world, so vast and unknown, stretched out before her like a blank canvas, waiting to be filled with new adventures and discoveries. The thought of leaving the reef behind, of stepping away from the life she had always known, was a challenge. But it was also an opportunity, one that she could seize now, free from the constraints that had once defined her existence. She turned back to Adrian, her eyes alight with a newfound sense of possibility. Now I can see the world, experience life as I've never been able to before. Her voice was filled with a quiet determination, as though the first step into that unknown future had already been taken. Adrian reached out, his fingers brushing gently against hers before his hand closed around hers, steady and reassuring. The warmth of his touch grounded her in that moment, offering both comfort and understanding. He could feel the quiet tremor of uncertainty running through her, the weight of the decision she faced pressing down on her shoulders. His voice was soft, but filled with conviction, as he spoke, trying to ease the burden of the unknown that lingered in her heart. You don't have to decide everything right now, he said, his tone gentle yet firm, like a promise. Take your time. The world is out there, waiting for you. And whatever you choose, I'll support you. Serena looked into his eyes, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to pause. His words wrapped around her like a protective embrace, providing a sense of peace she hadn't realized she needed. The fear that had been gnawing at the edges of her thoughts seemed to dissipate in the face of his unwavering belief in her. It was as if, with his words, Adrian was giving her permission to step into the world, to explore her own path, without the pressure of immediate answers. He was right. She didn't need to have everything figured out right away. For the first time in centuries, she had the luxury of time, of choice. She squeezed his hand in return, a quiet, grateful smile curving her lips. His support, his unwavering presence, meant more to her than she could express. It was no longer just about the reef or the curse. It was about the future they could build together, whatever shape that might take. Thank you, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. In his presence, she felt braver, as if the vast world beyond the reef was no longer a source of fear, but a place of endless possibility. Whatever path she chose, with Adrian by her side, she knew she wouldn't be walking it alone. Serena smiled, her heart swelling with warmth at Adrian's words. There was something so deeply comforting in his presence, a steadiness that had anchored her during the most turbulent moments of their journey. He had always been there for her, first as an ally, then as a partner, and now, she realized, something more. Their connection, once built on shared struggle and sacrifice, had transformed into something deeper, something unspoken but undeniable. Each challenge they had faced together had only strengthened the bond between them, turning the impossible into something achievable, turning near survival into a deeper understanding of one another. As the curse that had bound her for so long finally lifted, Serena felt an unfamiliar lightness settle over her. The weight that had kept her tethered to the reef, the very thing that had defined her existence for centuries, was gone. With it, a flood of new possibilities washed over her, possibilities she had never dared to consider before. But it wasn't just about her newfound freedom. In the quiet moments, the ones that passed without words, she realized that the path ahead wasn't something she needed to walk alone. Adrian, who had stood by her side through every trial, was now more than just a companion. He was someone with whom she could imagine building a future, someone who had become as essential to her life as the very sea that had once claimed her. The weight of this realization was both exhilarating and humbling. With the curse broken and the magic of the ocean now restored, there was no longer any barrier between them. Serena's future was hers to shape, but she no longer had to face it alone. The world seemed vast, filled with unknowns, but for the first time, she felt ready to embrace it, not just for herself, but for the two of them. Together, they had already achieved the impossible, and now, whatever lay ahead, it felt like they could face it with the same strength and unity that had carried them through the darkest moments of their journey. "Thank you, Adrian," Serena said softly, her voice filled with gratitude as she squeezed his hand gently. The weight of her words was undeniable, a reflection of everything they had been through together. In that simple gesture, she poured all the emotions that had built up over the course of their journey: relief, admiration, and the deep, unspoken connection that had only grown stronger with time. Adrian had been her rock, her constant ally through every trial, and now, in this moment of newfound freedom, she was finally able to acknowledge just how much his presence had meant to her. Without him, none of this would have been possible. Adrian's eyes softened as he looked at her, his heart swelling with affection. He had always known Serena's strength, but over the course of their journey, he had come to admire her in ways he hadn't expected. She had been the one to protect the reef, to fight against the curse and the darkness that threatened it, but it was her unwavering spirit, her ability to push through even when it seemed impossible, that had truly captivated him. In her, he saw not just a fierce protector of the ocean, but a woman who had endured so much and yet still found the strength to fight for something greater. Her words, simple as they were, meant more to him than anything else. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the soft crash of the waves on the shore the only sound between them. It was as if the world had paused, allowing them a quiet space to reflect on everything that had led them to this moment. The reef was free, the curse was broken, and they had both sacrificed so much to restore the balance. But in that silence, Adrian realized something else. He had found something beyond just victory. He had found a deep, lasting bond with Serena, one that transcended their shared struggles. As the sun continued to rise higher in the sky, bathing the world in golden light, Adrian squeezed her hand in return, a silent promise that no matter where their paths led, he would always be there for her, just as she had been there for him. He smiled, his eyes filled with affection and warmth, as he looked at her. "You don't have to thank me, Serena," Adrian said, his voice steady but soft. His gaze lingered on her, filled with a tenderness that had grown deeper over the course of their journey. They had fought side by side, facing each trial, each challenge, as equals, two souls bound by a shared purpose. He had seen her at her strongest, at her most vulnerable, and through it all, his admiration for her had only grown. To him, their victory had never been about individual triumph, but about what they had built together. It was this bond, this partnership, that had carried them through the darkness, and now, it would guide them toward whatever the future held. Serena's heart swelled at his words, the sincerity in his voice wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. He had always been there, offering unwavering support, even when the path had been uncertain or treacherous. He never hesitated, never faltered, and that was something she had come to cherish deeply. "I know," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, her gaze meeting his with a look that spoke volumes. She had always known he was by her side, but hearing him say it now, acknowledging their shared strength, made her heart ache with a bittersweet joy. The weight of their sacrifices had been immense, yet in this moment, the promise of facing the future together made it all seem worthwhile. As the sound of the waves gently lapped against the shore, the world around them felt infinitely still, as though time had paused to allow them this moment of connection. The path ahead was still unknown, filled with both uncertainty and possibility, but standing here with Adrian, Serena felt a sense of peace settle over her. She no longer carried the burden of the curse, nor did she stand alone in facing the future. The road ahead was wide open, and with Adrian by her side she felt ready to walk it, wherever it might lead. Together they had broken the curse, restored the balance, and now they would face the unknown with hearts full of hope and hands firmly clasped. The thought of facing the future alongside Adrian filled Serena with an overwhelming sense of hope. For so long, her existence had been defined by solitude, bound to the reef, her life tethered to a responsibility that left little room for anything else. She had been the protector of a realm she could never truly leave, isolated in her duty and in the curse that bound her to the depths. But now, with the weight of that curse lifted, she could finally breathe freely. She wasn't alone anymore. Adrian had become her constant, her partner, and more than that, he was her companion in this newfound freedom. The idea of exploring life beyond the reef, beyond the confines of her past, no longer seemed like an impossible dream. It was a reality, one that she could embrace. As she stood there, with the sea stretching out before her and Adrian beside her, the future no longer seemed daunting or uncertain. For so long, the thought of stepping into the unknown had been overwhelming, terrifying, even, but with Adrian by her side, the unknown had transformed into something exhilarating. There was a spark of adventure in the air, a sense of boundless possibility that Serena hadn't felt in centuries. The world that had once seemed distant and unreachable was now within her grasp, waiting for her to explore it, to experience it in ways she had never been able to before. The journey ahead felt like an open road, full of potential and promise, and with Adrian's unwavering presence beside her, she felt a surge of excitement that she hadn't expected. What once felt like a future clouded with uncertainty and fear now felt like a grand adventure, one she was more than ready to embark on. The idea of building a life, not defined by the reef or by the curse, but by the choices she made, was both liberating and thrilling. Serena could feel the pull of the world, the promise of new experiences, and the joy of discovering what lay beyond the horizon. And with Adrian there, their bond growing stronger with every passing day, she knew she wouldn't be facing it alone. Together, they would navigate the vastness of the world ahead, carving out a future that was all their own, filled with the kind of freedom and possibility Serena had always longed for. The words left Serena's lips with a certainty that surprised even her. She had spent so much of her life feeling alone, her existence defined by the reef and its endless demands. But now, standing on the shore with Adrian by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of connection to him, a bond that had grown deeper with each challenge they had faced together. The thought of venturing into the unknown, of embracing the freedom she had fought for, was no longer a solitary endeavor. She couldn't imagine stepping into this new life without him. "Wherever I go," she said, her voice steady but filled with the spark of excitement that had been slowly growing in her heart, "I want you to be a part of it." The statement wasn't just a wish, it was a declaration, a promise that whatever came next, she wanted to face it with him, by his side. Adrian felt the weight of her words settle in his chest, a warmth spreading through him. Serena had always been someone who carried the weight of the world on her shoulders, someone who had borne the burden of her role as protector for centuries. But in that moment, as she spoke to him, he realized just how much she had changed. The transformation wasn't just physical, from the sea-bound curse to her newfound freedom, but emotional as well. She was no longer the solitary guardian of the reef, She was someone who had learned to open her heart, to trust in others, and in him. Her words were a gift, a promise that their journey together had only just begun. He met her gaze, his eyes filled with a quiet affection. There was no question in his mind, he was in this with her, wherever they went. For Serena, the prospect of a shared future felt like a dream that was finally becoming real. She had never allowed herself to hope for this kind of connection, not in the way she had with Adrian. Their bond had started as necessity, forged in the fires of their struggle, but over time it had blossomed into something deeper, something enduring. Now, with the curse broken and the reef restored, there was no more reason to hold back. The future was theirs to shape, and for the first time in centuries, Serena was free to choose it. To choose him. The thought of experiencing the world beyond the reef, of building a life filled with new memories and adventures, felt both thrilling and comforting. And in that moment, with Adrian's steady presence beside her, Serena knew that whatever came next, they would face it together, united in a bond that was stronger than any curse or uncertainty. Adrian's smile deepened, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of affection and unwavering resolve. The words Serena had spoken touched something deep within him, a reminder of just how far they had come together. What had begun as a shared purpose to break a curse had blossomed into something far more profound. In the past, he had been content with the freedom of the open sea, his ship his only companion. But now, as he stood on the shore beside Serena, he realized that the adventure he had longed for was no longer about the endless horizon or the call of the wind. It was about the connection they had forged. The thought of facing the unknown alongside her filled him with a sense of purpose and certainty. He had come to care for her in ways he hadn't expected, and the idea of exploring the world together, of sharing in the joys and challenges that lay ahead, was all he needed to feel complete. "I wouldn't have it any other way," he said, his voice steady with the weight of his conviction. There was no hesitation in his words, no doubt lingering in the quiet between them. Adrian had spent years navigating the unpredictable waters of the sea, always seeking the next great adventure, but it was in Serena's presence that he had found something far more meaningful than anything he could have imagined. Their bond had been tested and tempered by fire, forged in the crucible of their shared trials. From the first moment they had met, they had been pushed to the limits of their endurance, yet every challenge had only served to draw them closer. He had come to realize that this was the true adventure. Being with Serena, facing the world with her by his side, was the greatest journey he could ever embark on. And as they stood there, hand in hand, with the sun warming the horizon, Adrian knew that whatever awaited them, they would face it together. Serena could see the certainty in Adrian's expression, the quiet strength in his voice, and it filled her with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She had feared, at times, that her freedom might be a burden, that the world she was about to step into would feel foreign and empty. But with Adrian's words, with his unwavering support, she realized that she was not stepping into it alone. She had someone by her side, someone who understood her in ways no one else ever could. His promise, as simple as it was, meant everything. It was the anchor she hadn't known she needed, grounding her as she faced the vast unknown ahead. Together, they would navigate whatever came next, and for the first time in her life, Serena felt a deep sense of peace. With Adrian's unwavering presence beside her, the future no longer felt daunting. It felt like a shared adventure waiting to unfold. They stood side by side on the shore, their feet sinking into the soft sand as the gentle waves lapped at their ankles. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays warm and golden, casting a soft glow across the horizon. The sound of the ocean, once a source of uncertainty and danger, now felt like a lullaby, its rhythm soothing and familiar. Around them, the world seemed to hum with life and possibility, every element in perfect harmony. The Heartstone's magic still pulsed softly beneath the water, a quiet reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the sacrifices they had made. The reef, once shrouded in darkness, now thrived under the protection of their shared efforts, its waters clear and vibrant, teeming with life. The weight of the curse had been lifted, and with it, the burden that had defined Serena for so long. For the first time in ages, there was no shadow looming over her, no unfulfilled duty to tie her to the past. It was a moment of pure relief, a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding for centuries. Serena's heart swelled with a deep sense of peace, a stillness she hadn't known in years. The relentless responsibility of guarding the reef, of maintaining the delicate balance between the magic of the sea and the world above, had defined her existence for so long. But now, as she stood there, the future stretched before her like a vast, uncharted sea, full of endless potential. There were no longer any invisible chains holding her to the water's depths, no magic dictating her every action. She was free, not just from the curse, but from the role she had been forced into. She could finally live her life on her own terms. The thought was both exhilarating and overwhelming, but most of all, it was liberating. No longer did she have to fear the unknown, for it was hers to explore. The world was wide and waiting, full of experiences she had only dreamed of during her years of isolation. Looking out over the ocean, Serena felt a quiet certainty settle in her chest. The future was not a mystery she had to solve, it was a promise. And as she turned her gaze toward Adrian, standing next to her, she knew she was no longer alone in facing it. Their bond, forged in the heat of their shared struggles, was stronger than anything the world could throw at them. Together, they had faced the darkness, and together, they would step into the light. She had found something she never expected, a partner, a companion, someone who would stand by her no matter what the world had in store. The sun shone brighter in that moment, not just overhead but within her, filling her with a hope and determination she had never known before. With Adrian by her side, she was ready to face whatever came next, and she no longer feared the uncertainty of the future. As they strolled along the beach, the soft sand giving way beneath their feet, the world around them felt expansive, brimming with the promise of new beginnings. The sky stretched out in an endless expanse of blue, and the sound of the waves crashing gently against the shore seemed to carry away the weight of the years that had come before. Each step they took, side by side, felt like a step towards something greater, something unknown but full of potential. The air was thick with possibility, as though the very land beneath their feet was alive with the energy of change. Serena could feel the tide of her own emotions shifting, a sense of liberation swelling within her with every passing moment. For so long, she had been defined by her duty to the reef, by the curse that had tethered her to the ocean and its secrets. But now, as she walked alongside Adrian, her heart light and unburdened, she realized that the future was hers to shape. With every step, Serena could feel herself shedding the remnants of the past, the invisible chains that had once anchored her to the depths. The fear of what lay ahead, the uncertainty that had always followed her like a shadow, was beginning to fade. She was free from the obligations that had governed her life for centuries, free from the weight of a responsibility that had never truly been her choice. The past no longer had a hold on her, and she was ready to embrace whatever came next with open arms. The horizon before them seemed infinite, the possibilities stretching as far as her imagination could reach. No longer constrained by the boundaries of the reef, Serena was filled with a quiet sense of confidence, the kind that comes from knowing you are in control of your own destiny. The road ahead was unwritten, but that was no longer a source of fear. Instead, it was a thrilling adventure waiting to unfold. As they continued walking, hand in hand, Serena looked at Adrian, the one person who had stood by her through every trial, every challenge. His presence at her side, steadfast and unwavering, gave her the strength to face the future without hesitation. She knew that, together, they could face whatever the world had in store for them. No longer was she the solitary guardian of the reef, bound to its fate by a curse. Now she was a woman with a future to build, and she was ready to embrace it with everything she had. The bond they shared was unbreakable, forged through their shared struggles and triumphs. Serena felt a deep sense of peace in that certainty. No matter where their journey took them, no matter the twists and turns the future held, she was ready. And as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the beach, Serena realized that the world had never felt so wide, so full of promise. A new beginning stretched before Serena, a vast, uncharted horizon brimming with possibilities. The weight of the past, of the curse and the duty that had once defined her, had been lifted. What remained was an open road, and Serena felt an exhilarating rush of freedom. It was a rare gift, the chance to start fresh, and she understood now more than ever that she was ready. The past had shaped her into who she was, but it would no longer dictate the course of her life. With every breath she took, she could feel herself stepping into this new chapter, each moment one of growth and change. The world was no longer a place of boundaries and constraints. It was a landscape of potential, just waiting to be explored. As she turned to Adrian, her heart swelled with gratitude and a quiet joy. Their bond had been forged in the crucible of hardship, but now it was something deeper, something unshakable. Adrian, her ally, her partner, had been with her through every trial, every fear, and every sacrifice. Together, they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, and now, they stood side by side on the cusp of a brighter future. Serena knew that whatever lay ahead, she would never have to face it alone. Adrian was by her side, and together they would build a life based on the choices they made, not the obligations that once bound them. The promise of this shared future filled her with warmth and excitement, a feeling she had never known before. With the weight of the past behind them, the future now shimmered with endless possibilities. There were still unknowns, still questions about what this new life would look like, but Serena felt ready to embrace the adventure. The freedom she now had was not just the absence of the curse. It was the freedom to choose, to explore, to live without the constraints of the life she had once known. As the sun continued to set, casting its golden hues across the horizon, Serena felt a sense of peace wash over her. This was the beginning of something extraordinary, something that would be shaped by their shared dreams, their love, and the strength they had discovered in each other. And with that, she was ready. Chapter 40. Embracing the Future. The sun sank lower into the sky, casting a rich, amber glow across the calm waters of the reef. The fading light painted the ocean in hues of gold and deep orange, reflecting off the smooth surface like liquid fire. The day had passed slowly, a time for quiet reflection and the soft reverence that follows profound change. After the weight of the ritual, the lifting of the curse, and the promise of a new life, the world around them seemed to breathe with a gentleness that matched their hearts. The once turbulent sea now stretched before them in peaceful stillness, as if the entire world had paused to give them space to absorb the magnitude of what had just unfolded. As twilight settled softly over the water, Adrian and Serena stood side by side, their hands naturally finding each other's. They gazed out at the vast, endless horizon, where the ocean met the sky in a seamless blur of colors. There were no words between them, only the shared quiet of the moment, a silent understanding that the world had changed, and so had they. The future lay before them, uncertain yet filled with promise, and for the first time in a long while, both felt the weight of the past lifting. Together, they had faced the storm, and now they were free to walk forward, wherever that journey might lead. The sea, once a source of endless challenge, now seemed to promise adventure, a new chapter, and the chance to write their own story. The reef, once darkened by the weight of an ancient curse, now shimmered with renewed vitality, its once muted colors bursting into life. Coral, vibrant in shades of pink, orange, and lavender, stood tall and proud, reaching for the sun-dappled surface above. Schools of fish glided effortlessly through the crystal-clear waters, their scales catching the light and flashing like sparks of color against the backdrop of the deep blue. The water, once murky and tainted, was now a brilliant, transparent turquoise, reflecting the endless sky above. Every inch of the reef seemed to pulse with energy, a living testament to the restoration they had fought so hard for. At the heart of it all, the heart stone pulsed steadily, its soft glow a constant reminder of the power they had harnessed and the balance they had restored. Its light was no longer a sign of captivity or darkness, but a beacon of hope and renewal, anchoring the reef in its newfound harmony. The stone's energy radiated outward, infusing the waters with peace and stability, while the life that surrounded it thrived in abundance. For the first time in centuries, the reef was free to flourish, its vibrant ecosystem flourishing without the shadow of the curse looming over it. And as the currents gently shifted through the coral, it was clear that this was only the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with life, hope, and endless possibility. But tonight their thoughts were not consumed by the burdens of the past or the immense victory they had secured. The weight of centuries of darkness had been lifted, but they didn't linger on that triumph. Instead, their minds were fixed on the vast, open future ahead of them. A future that, for the first time, was no longer governed by the constraints of ancient curses or the heavy mantle of duty that had defined so much of their lives. Tonight, it was the promise of freedom that filled the air, freedom to decide, to choose, to dream. They stood together, side by side, contemplating the endless possibilities that lay before them. No longer bound by the sacrifices they had once made, the world was now open to them in ways they hadn't even allowed themselves to imagine. It was a future that was theirs to shape, not defined by any past obligation or shadow, but by the decisions they would make together. For the first time, they were free to carve their own path, one that was filled with hope, adventure, and the deep connection they had forged in the fires of their shared journey. And as they looked toward that horizon, there was only one certainty in their hearts. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Adrian stole a glance at Serena, his gaze lingering on her as the last rays of the setting sun bathed her face in a warm, golden light. The shadows of the day stretched long across the water, but it was the serenity in her features that captivated him. There was a softness there, a peacefulness that seemed to settle over her like a gentle tide. The weight of centuries of sacrifice, of duty, had lifted from her shoulders, leaving her with a calmness he had never seen before. It was as though the very essence of who she was had been set free, her heart unburdened at last. The transformation in Serena wasn't just physical, it radiated from within her, from the depth of her spirit. She was no longer tied to the reef by the curse, no longer bound by the heavy responsibilities that had once shaped every aspect of her life. With that newfound freedom, the world around them seemed to shift, expanding into a realm of endless possibilities. No longer confined by duty, she was free to explore her desires, to shape her own path. And in that moment, as the sun dipped lower, Adrian knew that whatever the future held, it would be filled with choices they would make together, side by side. Serena turned her gaze toward the horizon, her eyes tracing the edge where the sea met the sky. The expanse before her was vast, an endless stretch of water shimmering in the fading light. She took in the beauty of it, the way the waves rolled gently in, catching the amber glow of the setting sun, and felt a quiet awe wash over her. There was so much she had never seen, so much she had never experienced, all hidden beyond the familiar waters of the reef. She could feel the pull of that unknown, that beckoning sense of adventure that had been suppressed for so long by the weight of her curse. For the first time in centuries, she was free to look out at the world without the burden of responsibility anchoring her to one place. The horizon seemed infinite, full of opportunities and promises, waiting for her to take the first step. But as she stood there, contemplating all the possibilities, a part of her still lingered in the past, tethered to the reef, to the life she had known and the sacrifices she had made. What would it mean to leave all of that behind? Could she really walk away from the place that had been her home for so long, the place she had fought to protect? Adrian's voice brought her back to the present, his question simple but weighted with meaning. "What do you see when you look out there?" She glanced at him then, meeting his gaze with a small, reflective smile. She realized that the answer was not just about the world that lay beyond the water, but about the future they could build together, wherever that might take them. The possibilities were endless, and for the first time, she felt ready to face them, no longer as a prisoner to her past, but as someone who could choose her own destiny. Serena's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, the endless expanse of water stretching before her like a promise. The colors of twilight melted together, golden hues fading into soft purples and deep blues, as if the sea and sky were conspiring to create a canvas of infinite possibility. "I see a world full of wonder," she said softly, her voice carrying a reverence that matched the beauty before them. Each word was laden with emotion, a quiet acknowledgement of how much she had longed for this freedom. "So much I've never experienced, so many places I've only dreamed of. And now I can explore them, without fear, without the weight of the curse holding me back." Her thoughts drifted to the years she had spent tethered to the reef, her life defined by duty and sacrifice. She had protected this place with everything she had, enduring centuries of isolation and longing, her dreams of the world beyond reduced to fleeting imaginings. Now, the curse was gone, and with it, the invisible chains that had bound her to the reef. A spark of excitement flickered in her chest at the thought of stepping into the unknown. The idea of walking on foreign shores, seeing unfamiliar skies, and experiencing life in its fullness was no longer an unreachable fantasy. It was a tangible reality, waiting for her to claim it. She turned to Adrian, her expression a mixture of wonder and determination. "There's so much to discover," she continued, her voice steadier now, filled with the kind of hope she hadn't dared to feel before. "For the first time, the horizon doesn't feel like a boundary. It feels like an invitation." Her words hung in the air between them, the weight of her newfound freedom mingling with the anticipation of the journey ahead. In her heart, she knew that whatever lay beyond that line where the sky met the sea, she wouldn't face it alone. Adrian nodded, his gaze shifting to the horizon Serena had been so transfixed by moments before. He understood the weight of her words, the profound liberation they carried. Her dreams of freedom mirrored something deep within him, a longing he hadn't realized he shared until now. For years, his life had been defined by duty as much as hers had, though of a different kind. His pursuit of treasure, and his unwavering responsibility to his crew had consumed him, leaving little room for self-discovery or thoughts of a life beyond the sea. Yet, as he stood here beside Serena, he felt a shift within himself, as though the tides were finally turning. The curse's end marked more than just the salvation of the reef. It signaled the close of a chapter in both their lives. Adrian couldn't deny the bittersweet ache of leaving behind the world he had known, a life of adventure, of navigating treacherous waters and chasing elusive dreams. But now, for the first time, the idea of stepping into the unknown didn't carry the weight of obligation. It carried the thrill of possibility. A future untethered by the past awaited him, and he wasn't afraid to face it. Not anymore. "You're right," he murmured, almost to himself. "The horizon feels different now, like a door that's finally open." Turning back to Serena, he saw the reflection of his own hope shining in her eyes. It wasn't just the allure of freedom that stirred him, but the knowledge that they would face this uncharted future together. The bond forged between them in the crucible of their shared trials felt unbreakable, a foundation upon which they could build something new. For the first time in his life, Adrian felt as though the choices before him weren't a burden but a gift. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready to embrace it, with Serena by his side. "Where do you want to go first?" Adrian asked, his tone warm and filled with genuine curiosity. He turned his gaze to Serena, watching as a thoughtful expression flickered across her face. She tilted her head slightly, her silver hair catching the last rays of the setting sun, and a smile began to form on her lips. He could see the possibilities forming in her mind, the vastness of the world finally within her reach. It wasn't just a question of where she wanted to go. It was the realization that she could go anywhere, unbound by the limitations that had defined her existence for so long. Serena's eyes drifted back to the horizon, her smile growing. "Everywhere," she said softly, her voice brimming with wonder. "I want to see it all. The bustling cities, the quiet forests, the mountains that stretch into the clouds. I've spent so much of my life tethered to this reef, dreaming of what lay beyond it. Now, I don't have to imagine anymore." She glanced at him, a playful glint in her gaze. "I want to start with the places I've heard stories about, the ones that felt like distant fairy tales. And I want to see them not just with my eyes, but with you by my side." Her words struck a chord in Adrian, filling him with a quiet sense of awe. He had traveled the seas for years, seen countless shores and distant lands, but hearing her speak of exploration so fervently reminded him of the magic he had forgotten existed in the journey itself. For Serena, the world wasn't just a map of destinations, it was an unfolding adventure, a canvas waiting to be painted with her newfound freedom. "Then everywhere it is," he said, his voice resolute yet light. "We'll make those dreams real, one step at a time." He reached for her hand, his fingers curling gently around hers, and together they stood, looking out at the horizon that promised so much more than either of them could have ever imagined. Serena turned to him, her silver hair catching the soft hues of twilight, her eyes alight with a brightness Adrian hadn't seen before. "Everywhere," she said, her voice carrying a spark of uncontainable excitement. A smile broke across her face, transforming her usually composed demeanor into something radiant and alive. "There's so much to see, to explore. Places I've only dreamed about, stories I've only heard in passing. Now I can finally go and see them for myself." Her words spilled forth with a mix of awe and determination, as though the weight of her newfound freedom was finally sinking in. Adrian felt his chest tighten at the sight of her. She wasn't just excited, she was liberated. The burdens that had once held her back were gone, leaving behind someone who was ready to embrace the world with open arms. He couldn't help but smile in return, her enthusiasm as infectious as the sunrise after a long, stormy night. "You've spent so long protecting this place, Serena. You've earned the right to see what lies beyond it," he said softly. His gaze lingered on hers, steady and full of warmth. "And I'll be right there with you, every step of the way." Serena's expression softened, her excitement mingling with something deeper. "More than anything," she continued, her voice quieter but no less heartfelt, "I want to do it with you." She reached for his hand, her fingers curling around his as if grounding herself in the moment. "It wouldn't feel the same without you by my side." The sincerity in her tone was undeniable, and Adrian felt his resolve strengthen. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, not as individuals bound by duty or circumstance, but as partners ready to carve out a future of their own making. Her words sent a warm surge of emotion through Adrian, anchoring him in the present, while his mind flickered through the memories of their journey. They had faced countless dangers together, treacherous seas, ancient curses, and moments where the odds of survival seemed non-existent. Each trial had tested them, pushing them to their limits, but it had also drawn them closer, revealing the strength of their partnership. It wasn't just camaraderie or shared purpose that had bound them, it was something deeper, something unspoken yet undeniable. Standing beside her now, Adrian felt the weight of everything they had overcome, and the bond that had grown stronger with every storm they weathered. He glanced at Serena, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her expression filled with quiet determination. She had been a force of nature, unyielding, resilient, and fiercely protective of what she loved. And yet, in the moments they had shared, he had also seen her vulnerability, her capacity for hope, and her unwavering courage. Those glimpses had etched themselves into his heart, making it clear that their connection was unlike anything he had known before. It wasn't just a partnership born of necessity. It was something rare and precious, a bond forged in the fires of adversity that had become unbreakable. As the soft sound of the waves filled the air around them, Adrian felt a certainty settle in his chest. Whatever the future held, it was something they would face together. Their journey had taught him that some things were worth fighting for, worth sacrificing for, and this, what they had, was one of them. He reached for her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers, grounding himself in the moment. "We've come so far," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of all that remained unspoken. "And wherever we go from here, I know it'll be worth it, because we'll be facing it together." Adrian's words carried a quiet sincerity that resonated deeply with Serena, his voice soft yet unwavering in its conviction. She turned to look at him, her heart swelling as his expression reflected a vulnerability she had rarely seen. His life, once defined by the endless pursuit of treasure and fleeting glories, had been transformed by their journey together. Now, standing here on the shore, he was no longer the man who had arrived seeking riches. He was someone who had discovered the value of connection, of purpose beyond himself. The weight of his admission lingered in the air, grounding the moment in an unshakable truth. "You've changed me too," Serena said, her voice barely above a whisper as she met his gaze. "I spent so long believing that my life was only about duty, about protecting the reef at any cost. But you've shown me that there's more. That I can choose my own path, and that I don't have to face it alone." Her words hung between them, carrying the unspoken acknowledgement of how much they had grown, not just as individuals, but together. It wasn't just about the adventures that lay ahead or the challenges they had overcome. It was about the bond that had carried them through, giving them the strength to envision a brighter future. Adrian's hand reached for hers, his grip firm yet gentle, as if to anchor them both in the moment. "We've both spent so much time tied to things we thought defined us," he said, his tone tinged with a bittersweet understanding. "But now, we get to decide what matters. And for me, it's this, being with you. Building something real, something that lasts." His voice softened at the last words, but the depth of his meaning was undeniable. Together, they stood at the edge of an unknown future, not as individuals chasing separate destinies, but as partners, ready to face the world side by side. Serena's hand clasped Adrian's, the warmth of his touch grounding her in the present, a tangible reminder of the journey that had brought them here. For so long, her life had been defined by the shadow of the curse and the unrelenting demands of her duty. But now, as her fingers intertwined with his, she felt a profound sense of connection, not just to him, but to the life that lay ahead. "We've both been given a second chance," she said, her voice steady and resolute, carrying the weight of their shared struggles and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Her gaze lingered on his face, taking in the strength and vulnerability that made Adrian who he was. She saw in him the same determination that had carried them through their darkest moments, and the same hope that now fueled her own dreams. "To live, to love, to build a future that's ours," she continued, her words brimming with quiet conviction. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about seizing the opportunity to create a life free of the chains that had bound them for so long. Her heart swelled with the knowledge that they had fought for this freedom, together, and she was determined not to let it slip away. Adrian's fingers tightened around hers, his expression softening as he nodded. "Neither do I," he said simply, his voice carrying the same quiet intensity. His presence was a constant source of strength, and the bond they had forged felt unbreakable. Together, they had faced trials that tested their limits, but now, they stood on the precipice of something new. As they looked out toward the horizon, the unspoken agreement between them was clear: they would not waste this chance. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them hand in hand, ready to shape a future defined not by fear or obligation, but by love and possibility. Adrian's chest tightened with a wave of emotion as he met Serena's steady gaze. For much of his life, he had been driven by a restless pursuit of adventure, of treasures hidden in the farthest corners of the world. He had prided himself on his ability to seize what he wanted without hesitation, forging ahead without regret. But standing here now, he felt something shift within him. The treasures he had once sought seemed hollow compared to what he had found in Serena. She wasn't a conquest or a fleeting desire. She was his anchor, the person who made him see life in a way he never had before. As he looked at her, illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun, he felt a certainty he had rarely known. For all the maps he had studied and voyages he had undertaken, none of them could have led him to this moment. The realization hit him like a rising tide. The life he wanted wasn't tied to a ship or a distant horizon. It was here, standing beside him, embodied in the woman who had shown him that true strength wasn't about chasing the next adventure but about choosing to stay and build something meaningful. She had redefined what treasure meant to him, and he couldn't imagine facing the future without her. Adrian's hand brushed against hers, the simple gesture carrying the weight of his newfound clarity. "I never thought I'd find something like this," he admitted softly, his voice rough with emotion. "I've spent my life chasing things I thought would make me whole, but none of it ever did. You've changed that, Serena. You've shown me what it means to truly live, and now, I want to spend the rest of my days living that life with you." Adrian's smile deepened, a quiet confidence radiating from him as he spoke. "Then let's not waste a moment," he said, his voice steady with resolve. The wind carried his words across the gentle waves, as if the sea itself bore witness to their shared promise. His eyes, warm and unwavering, met Serena's, and for a moment, the enormity of what they had overcome hung in the air between them. They had faced curses, storms, and dangers that would have broken others, yet here they stood, stronger for it. His words weren't just a declaration, they were a commitment, a vow to embrace whatever lay ahead. Serena felt her heart swell at his words, a rush of excitement mingling with the quiet strength of their bond. The idea of venturing into the unknown, no longer bound by fear or duty, filled her with a sense of wonder she hadn't felt in centuries. "The world is out there, waiting for us," he had said, and she believed him with every fiber of her being. The horizon stretched before them like an open canvas, the possibilities endless. They had earned this chance, this freedom, and she was determined to savor every moment of it by his side. Her fingers tightened around his, a silent acknowledgement of the partnership they had forged. The setting sun bathed them in a golden glow, its light a reminder of the new beginning they were stepping into. As they stood together, their hands entwined, Serena felt a deep sense of peace and anticipation. "Whatever it holds," Adrian had said, "we'll face it together." And she knew they would. The challenges ahead didn't daunt her. They only made the future more thrilling. With Adrian beside her, she felt invincible, ready to turn the dreams that had once seemed so distant into a reality. Together, they would write a new chapter, one filled with adventure, discovery, and the kind of love that could weather any storm. Serena smiled, the expression soft and genuine as a profound sense of contentment washed over her. The vastness of the horizon mirrored the possibilities that now stretched before her, a future unbound by the chains of the past. The thought of writing this new chapter alongside Adrian filled her heart with a quiet joy. Their journey had been fraught with peril and sacrifice, yet here they were, standing on the cusp of something extraordinary. For the first time in centuries, she felt truly free to shape her destiny, not alone but with someone who understood her heart as deeply as Adrian did. The future felt like an open book, its pages blank and waiting to be filled. Serena could almost picture the stories they would create together, exploring distant lands, uncovering hidden wonders, and savoring the simple moments that would weave their lives together. There would be laughter, born of shared adventures and whispered secrets, and love, the steady anchor in a world of endless change. The possibilities seemed limitless, each one brighter and more vivid with Adrian by her side. He wasn't just a companion for the journey. He was the reason she looked forward to the road ahead. As the last light of the setting sun danced across the waves, Serena felt a surge of gratitude for everything that had brought them to this moment. The trials they had faced had shaped them, but they no longer defined them. Together, they could craft a story that was entirely their own, a life not just of surviving but of truly living. She glanced at Adrian, his presence steady and reassuring, and knew with unwavering certainty that whatever lay ahead, they would embrace it hand in hand, ready to fill each page with adventures, with laughter, and with a love that would endure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in soft hues of twilight, a sense of quiet peace settled over the landscape. The fading light turned the sky into a tapestry of rich purples and oranges, while the calm waves whispered their own ancient secrets. Adrian and Serena stood side by side for a moment, taking in the beauty of the scene around them, before they turned away from the reef. Hand in hand, they walked away from the place that had once held them both captive, a place now imbued with the memories of their shared struggles and victories. With each step, they felt the weight of their past lift, replaced by the anticipation of what lay ahead. The air around them felt lighter, freer, as if the very land itself was welcoming them into this new chapter. The burdens of the curse and the responsibility that had bound them to the reef were no more. The oppressive weight that had shaped their every decision was gone, leaving them with a rare and beautiful opportunity, the chance to define their future, unencumbered by the shadows of what had come before. Serena, once trapped in a life defined by duty and sacrifice, now felt the thrill of possibility coursing through her veins. And Adrian, freed from the call of treasure and the weight of his own expectations, found himself imagining a life he never thought he could have, a life of choice, of shared experiences, and of love. They walked together, each step a declaration of the new path they would carve out for themselves. The horizon before them, once distant and uncertain, now seemed full of promise. The road ahead would not always be easy, and challenges would inevitably arise, but for the first time in a long while, they felt equipped to face whatever came next. Their journey was no longer defined by the past, but by the future they would create together, two souls bound not by circumstance, but by a love that had been tested and had triumphed. Hand in hand, they moved forward, ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead, knowing that together they could conquer anything. The sea stretched out before them, an endless expanse of shimmering blue that seemed to hold infinite possibilities. The gentle rhythm of the waves lapping against the shore echoed in the stillness of the evening, a soft reminder of the vastness of the world and all it had to offer. As they walked along the sand, their footsteps left a trail behind them, soon to be washed away by the tide. But in that fleeting moment, their marks were left on the earth, an emblem of the new beginning they were stepping into together. Each step they took was a declaration of freedom, of a life unbound by the past, and of the future they would now create side by side. The air was thick with the scent of salt water and the promise of adventure, and Serena felt a surge of excitement she hadn't known in centuries. For so long, she had been confined to a singular existence, bound by duty and the weight of her curse. But now, with the horizon before her, she realized just how much she had missed, how much there was still to see, to learn, and to experience. And with Adrian beside her, the world felt open, its mysteries ready to be discovered. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she knew they would face them together, their bond a source of unwavering strength. Adrian glanced at Serena, his heart swelling with both love and anticipation. The road ahead was uncertain, but with her by his side, it felt less daunting. The thrill of the unknown was no longer something to fear, but something to embrace. They had both been freed from the chains of their pasts, and now, with each step along the shore, they could feel the weight lifting from their shoulders. Their journey, one that had already been filled with so much pain and triumph, was now entering a new chapter. It was a chapter of choice, of freedom, and of a future they would build together, no longer held back by the things that had once defined them. The world was theirs to explore, and together, they would make it their own. As they walked further from the shore, the night air grew cooler, carrying with it the distant scent of salt and the promise of new beginnings. The sound of the waves gently lapping against the sand was a comforting, rhythmic pulse, like a lullaby for the earth itself. Behind them, the reef lay in peaceful silence, its vibrant coral and the heart stone soft, pulsing light now bathed in the glow of twilight. The once cursed waters, which had held such weight and danger, now felt transformed, a symbol of the balance and freedom they had restored. The past was no longer a chain, and the future stretched out before them, full of promise. Serena's heart quickened with each step, the sense of possibility growing stronger the further they walked from the reef. The darkness of the night felt full of potential, and though she had spent so much of her life tied to the sea and its mysteries, the open road ahead was now where she could truly make her mark. No longer held back by the shadow of the curse, she was free to choose her own path. With Adrian beside her, her confidant and her equal, she felt ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing they would face it together. The challenges that had once loomed so large now felt surmountable, and the dreams that had once seemed impossible began to take shape. The future awaited them, bright and boundless, calling to them with its promises of adventure and discovery. There was no destination in mind, no fixed plan. They were no longer constrained by the need to protect or to serve, but free to live on their own terms. The road ahead might be uncertain, but it was theirs to explore, and as they disappeared into the night, the weight of the past lifted entirely. The Heartstone's light flickered gently in the distance, casting a final glow over the shore, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the journey that had brought them to this moment. Together, they stepped into the unknown, hearts full of hope, ready to create their own future.